You are clearly immortal with no cultivation, yet you are revered by all races as the heavenly emperor, all because when you crossed over, you brought with you the 99 strongest techniques, though you cannot cultivate them yourself. You have taught countless heaven-defying disciples. A homeless man with shattered meridians obtained your technique and transformed into an indestructible war god. A meek maid, under your guidance, reversed her fate to become the human race's empress. However, when you first tried to take in disciples, students avoided you like the plague. It turned out that after years of signing in since your transmigration, the system had rewarded you with mountains of pills, techniques, divine weapons, and more, but your mortal body simply couldn't cultivate, and the system never rewarded you with a suitable physique. For years, you sat on a treasure trove you couldn't use, devoid of any cultivation. Who would want to be your disciple? Ding! Detecting the host's strong desire to take in disciples, successfully triggering the system's main quest, recruit disciples. Ding! Detecting an indestructible war soul physique within a 100-mile radius, with peerless talent and supreme aptitude. Please proceed to recruit the disciple immediately. Upon success, the host will obtain the indestructible war soul physique and trigger a tenfold cultivation return mechanism. Your disciple's achievements will be returned to you tenfold. The sudden notification startled you. After recovering, you were furious. This damn system had such a great quest but didn't trigger it sooner. It was the once every 3 years disciple recruitment period at the academy. The vast recruitment square was already packed with prodigies from all directions, countless eager to join Duhan Academy. Suddenly, 3 bell tolls echoed across the square, startling everyone. The elders on the platform also shone with golden light in their eyes, gazing at the extraordinary young talents whose auras surged with the bell tolls, their desire to recruit burning fiercely. Is this the young master of the Zheng family? Truly a peerless prodigy. Zheng Qianquan's future is destined to be awe-inspiring. This disciple is mine. Suddenly, the elder from the martial arts hall slammed the table and shouted, "Back off! What business is it of yours? Can't you see my dear disciple is a swordsman? Naturally, he belongs in my sword palace." The sword palace elder scoffed, already affectionately calling him dear disciple. As the elders argued over who would take him as a disciple, Zheng Qianquan wore a smug expression, his gaze sweeping arrogantly across the crowd as if he dominated the world. Everyone's eyes were on him, yet no one noticed the limbless beggar near the city wall, writhing like mud but still inching toward them. While the elders were busy fighting over disciples, Chu Chen arrived with you in a streak of light, instantly drawing everyone's attention. "Zhou Xianyu, what brings you here? Is this the idol venerable from the Dao Repository Palace? What a rare occasion for you to come out for a stroll." "Oh, it's really you," the elders teased him right away, their tone a mix of exasperation and nervousness. They were frustrated that the academy had to support such a useless freeloader, bringing shame to the institution. As the sole successor of the Dao Repository Palace, he still hadn't taken a single disciple. According to the rules of the Dao Repository Palace, when recruiting disciples, the founding disciples have priority selection rights. In other words, if this kid wanted to, he could snatch away the most talented prodigy in the field as his disciple, and no one else could compete for them. At this thought, everyone turned their gaze to Zheng Qianquan in the field, hoping that if this kid was chosen, he wouldn't foolishly become your disciple, otherwise, his potential would be wasted. "Of course, I'm here to take a disciple. You all have your own disciples and grand disciples. Must I remain alone?" You rolled your eyes while scanning the crowd. Everyone who passed the assessment but caught your eye immediately backed away, as if avoiding a plague. When you looked at Zheng Qianquan, he too retreated several steps and blurted out before you could speak, "Sorry, Elder Zhou. I don't wish to join the Dao Repository Palace." The moment these words were spoken, the other elders couldn't help but laugh. After all, across the great Zhou dynasty and the entire Dinghai city, who didn't know that a slacker like you stood out like a sore thumb in a solemn place like the Duhan Academy? You were slightly taken aback and gave Zheng Qianquan an exasperated eye roll, thinking to yourself, "Is this kid out of his mind? When did I ever say I wanted to take him as a disciple?" As you pondered, your eyes suddenly lit up, locking onto a beggar outside the crowd. Calling him a beggar was generous. With his disabled limbs, he couldn't even crawl, only wriggle inch by inch. "Go beg somewhere else. Don't cause trouble here." A disciple of Duhan Academy noticed him and hurriedly shooed him away. Yet, in your eyes, this person's information kept flashing. Chen Beihao, the overlord, born with the indestructible battle soul physique, nearly 9 stages of life-seizing power, destined for war, driven to protect, slaughtering gods and slaying Buddhas in his path. Originally a prince of the great Qian dynasty, he grew dissatisfied with the major sects exploiting his kingdom and treating its people like ants. He launched a resistance, annihilating over a dozen minor sects and even targeting the major ones, eventually provoking widespread fury. After the late emperor's passing, a power struggle erupted in the court. Just as he was about to ascend the throne and wield the nation's fortune, the major sects intervened, joined by rival princes and the betrayal of his fiancée. leading to the complete downfall of the overlord's lineage. Under the siege of countless powerful foes, his body was shattered. Everyone assumed he was dead, yet against all odds, he clung to life, escaping the great Qian kingdom. As an undying battle spirit, even in such dire straits, he remains unyielding, struggling on the path of survival and combat. After learning this information, you can't help but marvel at the child's tenacity. Despite everything, he still refuses to give up. You think to yourself, why can't he learn from you? Wherever you fall, you just lie there. How comfortable. Get lost. This isn't a place for you. Understand? The academy disciples impatiently shoo Chen Beihao away, with someone tossing a few silver fragments before dragging him off. Yet, Chen Beihao laboriously lifts his head, making unintelligible whimpering sounds. Seeing this, Chen Beihao turns his gaze toward the academy grounds. His intent clear from the inscriptions and aura. He seems to be declaring to everyone that he intends to participate in the disciple selection. What does this mean? Is this guy also here to join the disciple selection? Are you kidding me? In this day and age, any random nobody can take the academy's disciple assessment? The crowd pointed fingers and whispered, stepping forward to drag Chen Beihao away. Hold on, I'll take this disciple. Bring him to the Dao repository hall. Your voice rang out at that moment, instantly causing an uproar. Take him as your disciple? Countless eyes turned to you in unison, everyone wearing expressions of shock. Even the elders looked bewildered, but once they processed it, they were inwardly delighted. They had assumed you'd compete for the top talents, but instead, you chose this one. Junior brother, don't joke around. Since you're here, pick a proper disciple. I think Zheng Qiankuan here is quite promising. If you take him under your wing, he could inherit your legacy in the future. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out, startling all the elders and instantly dispersing their joy. Why has the sect leader come out? They had originally planned to wait until you accepted your first disciple and lost priority selection rights before competing for the other promising candidates. But now, sect leader Morong Xiao was forcefully intervening. Wasn't this blatantly snatching people away? Ahem, sect leader, choosing disciples is entirely a matter of fate. You can't make decisions for our junior brother. The Sword Palace elder was the first to speak up, unable to hold back, and the other palace elders quickly chimed in. In their scramble for outstanding disciples, these elders grew increasingly blunt in their words. Even Zhang Qiankuan hurriedly spoke up, not wanting the sect leader to force him onto you. After all, you were famously known as the slacker of the entire province. Silence! None of you showed such kindness to our junior brother before. Why are you all so eloquent today? Morong Zhao's rebuke instantly left everyone speechless. Senior brother, I've truly made my choice. I think what you said makes sense. Every disciple has their own strengths, and my disciple may not necessarily be worse than the others. You said helplessly. You brat, are you really disobeying me now? I understand you pity him and want to take him in, but this concerns our legacy. How can you treat it so lightly? Morong Xiao glared, his tone both exasperated and resigned. Seeing his favoritism, the other elders' faces darkened. Zheng Qiankuan was utterly frantic, thinking, is Morong Xiao determined to force him on you today? He had made up his mind if you really chose him as your disciple, he would refuse outright even if it meant leaving. Senior brother, the point is I don't fancy anyone else, it has to be him. Zhou Hai shook his head as he noticed Zheng Qiankuan's dissatisfaction. The other man could not see him, and he was equally uncomfortable with the other man. What the hell? How dare you look down on yourself? Is it that you can't send out your mountains of immortal weapons and divine weapons? Or is it that you have no place to put your endless divine elixirs and spiritual materials? He won't take anything that doesn't bring him any favors, even if he begs for it. I ask you, are you willing to worship me? Without waiting for Morong Xiao to speak again, Zhou Hai looked at Chen Bei and asked. Under Chen Bei's messy hair, those bloodshot eyes stared straight at Morong Xiao. Before he died, Mr. said that if he survived, the only person he could rely on was Morong Xiao. Only by worshipping under Morong Xiao would there be a chance for a comeback. But now that he was in such a state, he couldn't even speak. So how could people take care of him? Thinking of his peer group being invincible and unrivaled, now that he was no longer shining and had become a maggot-like existence in the eyes of others, Chen Bei couldn't help but feel sad. And then the salty fish in front of him, as he called him, became his last hope. Chen Bei closed his eyes, trembling and taking a deep breath, suddenly tilted his head back and struck the ground heavily. 3 consecutive strokes represent kowtowing and worship. Good. Ha 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 ha. My Daozang palace finally has an heir. Zhou Hai laughed out loud, and those elders were even more excited. Aya, it's true that fate is determined by heaven. This master-disciple love is destined to accomplish a story for the ages. Junior brother, congratulations. Ha ha ha. Junior brother, you finally have a disciple too. Senior brothers are happy for you. A group of elders rushed up excitedly. This is good. This kid's first disciple quota is gone. Finally don't have to worry about being robbed of his disciples by him. You boy. Ugh. Hopeless. Morong Shao was exasperated and hated the situation, flinging his sleeves and leaving angrily. Without the first disciple quota, he didn't even bother to look at the next part of selecting disciples. Just this kid, how can he compete with that group of shameless old guys? Ha ha ha, laugh me to death. This is really a crooked pot with a crooked stove. A perfect master and disciple relationship. It's said that a famous master produces a great disciple. This is so true. A wasteful master is destined to only teach a wasteful disciple. Finally, my heart is at peace, thanks to the fact that I wasn't chosen. Or else I'd rather die if I'm allowed to worship the Daozang Palace. A group of people murmured, and although the sound was not loud, when there were many people, it was very noisy. Wasteful disciple? This punk disciple of mine was able to draw a siege from all the great Sect's holy lands without dying. Which one of you has this qualification? Turn around and I'll show you all what a heavenly pride is. Hearing these people's comments, Zhou secretly skimmed his lips and sneered in his heart. And on the ground, Chen Bei's already scarlet eyes were a few shades redder at the moment. The tiger falls down and is bullied by the dog. In all his life, he had never suffered such a strange humiliation. Even if he insulted him, he dared to humiliate his master. As the only light that shone into his life in the midst of despair, this master he recognized. He swept his eyes one by one at those who talked about it, and secretly made up his mind that one day, he would use practical actions to show the world what is called a real master teacher produces a master student. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting an apprentice. The following rewards are now issued. Right at this moment, the system's voice sounded in Zhou consciousness, instantly brightening up Zhou eyes. Good stuff. It's finally here. Chapter 3. Isn't he a salted fish? How come he's so strong? Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the indestructible battle soul body. Ding! Tenfold return gain activated. Congratulations to the host's indestructible battle soul body for advancing to perfection. Ding! Detected the disciple's cultivation at the 9th heaven of the life-taking realm. Now return tenfold. Congratulations to the host on his cultivation breakthrough to the 1st heaven of the avatar realm. Ding! The system rewards the emperor-level divine weapon, the breaking war halberd. Ding! The system rewards the emperor-level technique, silence. Ding! The system rewards 1 breakdown Dan. Ding! The system rewards an augur blood pool. Ding! The system rewards the supreme concealment mastery, the vanishing one. The system's voices came one after another, and Zhou couldn't stop his heart from thumping. To him, he didn't care, although the ones in the back were good. What he cared about was that his body structure had finally changed and he could cultivate. Before he could be happy, Zhou only felt a trance before his eyes. He saw the heavens and earth and the dry heavens, seemingly transformed into a furnace. The great avenues intertwined and rebuilt him. The feeling of enlightenment hit him. His spiritual platform was empty, and he clearly perceived that his soul had undergone a radical change. In the depths of the soul, it seemed to contain the battle origin of heaven and earth. At the same time, berserk power was born from the Tao and grew wildly within the body. His cultivation realm had made a crazy breakthrough from 0. Refinement 1. 9th level of body refining. The 1st level of foundation building. 9th level of foundation building. Innate 9. Life Snatcher 9. Avatar 1. In just a few short breaths of time, Zhou realm soared wildly, directly settling at a height that countless ordinary cultivators could not even look up to in a lifetime. At the same time, the Gong method, the hidden one, flowed on its own, instantly hiding his breath, making him still look like a mortal. Who would dare to think that in just a few breaths, this body of his had transitioned from ordinary to extraordinary, containing the power to destroy the heavens and the earth? Avatar 1. It's really the 1st level of the avatar. Zhou trembled wildly inside. Even his breathing followed. In the cultivation world, the cultivation levels are body refining, foundation building, innate, life-taking, avatar, enlightenment, and unity. Each realm is further divided into 9 levels. 99% of cultivators, throughout their lives, were unable to step into the foundation establishment mystic realm in their realm, let alone above foundation establishment. It can be said, but all foundation builders are not 1 in 100. And once you enter the innate, you will be a godlike character, swallowing clouds and spitting out mist, going up to the sky and entering the earth, omnipotent. Looking at the Jishi Academy, even the personal disciples of the elders, and even the chief disciples, the highest realm is only the innate secret realm, but also most of the more than 20, nearly 30 years of age. Aside from Chu Chen, in the entire academy, there was not a single disciple whose cultivation had reached Life Snatcher. As for Chen Bei, at only 16 years of age, he was already at the 9th heavenly cultivation level of life snatching, which could be considered as 1,000 years of wizardry. Even Zhou was in the same realm as many of the elders due to his breakthrough in divine power. Yes, good disciple, don't worry, master will not treat you poorly. Feeling the strong power within his body, Zhou became more and more satisfied with Chen Bei and squatted down to stroke Chen Bei's head. Senior uncle, I'll send you back to the Daozong Palace. Chu Chen shook his head. In the entire room, if he wanted to say who cared about Zhou Hai the most, other than his sect master, it was him. Don't help him, let him hump himself back. However, at this moment, Morong Zhao's voice came, and it was obvious that he was really angry. In order to punish Zhou Hai, he even planned to let Zhou Hai carry a man for 100 miles. Seeing this, the surrounding people once again looked this way, most of them showing sneers. Even those elders who were concerned about Zhou Hai in the last moment were shaking their heads one by one at this moment, with an expression that we can't do anything about it even if the sect leader punishes you. Uncle Shifu. Chu Chen followed suit and spread his hands. He didn't dare to disobey his master's orders. Oh. Chen Bei was still lying on the ground as he looked up at Zhou Hai and let out a gurgling whimper, as if expressing his apologies. After all, it was because of him that the master had been squeezed. If you don't help, you don't help. What's the big deal? Back then, when my master teacher left, you promised to take care of me. Now that you're doing this, can you afford that friendship of my master's father taking you to the greenhouse? Thanks to the fact that I introduced all the best-looking girls in the building to you back then. You're so righteous. Zhou Hai blackened his face and said a sentence that instantly made everyone look stunned. Holy, what did I hear? The head of the Jixia Academy, the famous saint of the great Zhou, actually went to a greenhouse? Good lord, can you say that again? I didn't quite hear you. Everyone looked at Zhou Hai with a gossipy face, itching to pay to hear what was coming next. Uncle Shifu. Only Chu Chen was startled and rushed to stop it. He couldn't let anyone reveal his master's old self behind his back. And at this moment, Murong Xiao, who had gone and returned and wanted to help Zhou Hai again, when he heard these words, he immediately stumbled in the air, and without thinking, turned around and left completely. Assholes, it's hopeless. Murong Xiao's heart broke, and for a moment, he really wanted to give Zhou Hai a slap in the air and send this bastard to meet his dear senior uncle. Soon, Murong Xiao returned to the questioning palace, and the scene, looking around no one to lend a helping hand. Zhou Hai skimmed his lips, squatted down and said, Apprentice, see, we master and disciple depend on each other. No one cares. Remember, if these shameless people ask you for anything in the future, don't say yes to them. Let's go home. As the words fell, Zhou Hai lifted up Chen Bei as he stomped his feet, and the power around his body was instantly declared. Boom! The earth roared, and the square's lapis lazuli floor was swept across by a wave of furious energy, like the waves of the sea overturning. The surrounding people were shocked, only to feel a supreme pressure sweeping over them, and most of those spectators were lifted out by the qi, including many disciples of the academy. They were also tumbled by the strong wind at the first moment. Thanks to the quick reaction of the elders, they instantly unleashed their greatness to suppress it. Otherwise, with this sudden outburst of Zhou Hai's greatness, he would have to shock a group of people to death. And at that moment, Zhou Hai had taken Chen Bei on a flight. But that wasn't the end of it. As the elders looked up, they couldn't help but be dumbstruck. Who's this kid taking it out on? Unleashing his power like this? Is he demonstrating? Under everyone's gaze, one could see dark clouds rolling in the sky, with thunder surging vaguely. The massive energy released within Zhou Hai's body was changing the heavens all the time, with the momentum of shattering the heavens. This was purely an act of taking the piss in the eyes of the group of elders. It was only when Zhou Hai left completely and the heavenly phenomenon was restored that the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, they all had the illusion that this Zhou Hai was looking for someone to do battle. However, on second thought, the group of elders couldn't help but blush again. Wait, who was that just now? Zhou Hai, isn't he a waste-salted fish? When did he have such a strong cultivation? At this moment, the elders only then reacted. All of them were dumbstruck and couldn't help but doubt their lives, including Chu Chen. He was also dumbfounded. This was still the Uncle Zhou who had to bring himself to fly even when he went down the mountain. This kind of powerful cultivation, but have to pretend to be unarmed. His own this master uncle in the end to hide how many secrets The elders were confused. Chu Chen, the great disciple of the sect leader, was confused, and even Zhang Qianquan in the crowd was confused. What a powerful and astounding greatness, even easily interfering with all the images of heaven and earth. This is an ability that only exists in the divine profound mystic realm. This Daozong Palace head seems to be in his early 20s. Such a strong cultivation. How on earth did he do it? And who the hell passed on his salty name? Zhang Qianquan's heart trembled fiercely. He inexplicably had a feeling that perhaps missing Zhou Hai would be the most regrettable decision of his life. Chapter 4 Eat the pain and serve the man. The disciple holds on. Unlike the shock of the crowd, Zhou Hai at this moment was taken aback. For the first time in this strong power, but also for the first time to fly in the sky, accidentally used the strength too much, and almost flew up to 90,000 miles high in the sky. As for Chen Bei, who was being carried by him, His pupils also crinkled in that instant, only feeling the hairs on his body stand up. He swore that he hadn't been this thrilled and excited even when he first learned to fly, especially when Zhou didn't control his power for a while. The rampant energy raged, momentarily pulling the heaven and earth visions, almost attracting 10,000 thunderbolts. At that moment, Qianbei even stopped breathing. He felt like he was dead. This if a control is not good. The heaven and earth, 1,000 thunder and lightning hanging down. This cheap master's certainly alright, but half dead he, in an instant will have to ashes. Fortunately, Zhou quickly reacted after the initial loss of control and instantly took control of the energy within his body, changing direction and heading straight for the Daozang Palace. Only the wind whistled, and when everything calmed down and Qianbei opened his eyes again, he had already arrived at a small courtyard. Good boy, at the expense of your undying battle soul body, a natural-born god of battle, and a cultivator who takes his life with the heavens. How is it that flying through the sky scares you to the point of stiffness? Seeing how nervous Qianbei was, Zhou was a bit embarrassed. In order to alleviate the embarrassment, he threw Qianbei onto a chaise longue in the courtyard as he pretended to snicker. Qianbei's eyes instantly widened. Listen to this. Is this human talk? So what if it's the god of war? Really do battle. That is also their own hands. Life in their own hands. Even if you can't beat them, it's still your choice to go up and die. So at least you're psychologically prepared. Can it be the same as putting your life in someone else's hands for fun? In an instant, Qianbei felt his gratitude towards this master teacher fade. Wait, undying battle soul body? Against the sky to take life? How does he know so much about me? Steeply, Qianbei thought of something and looked at Zhou once again, only to feel his heart shaking wildly. You know, nowadays, his cultivation was all broken up, and any dog could tear him apart. In this situation, in anyone's eyes, he was a wastrel with no cultivation. Even Morong Xiao couldn't see that he had taken his life 9 times against the heavens, much less his originating physique. So how did Zhou see it? Did this person already know who he was and was deliberately waiting for him to fall for the trap? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Qianbei's mind, and he was alert in his heart. Alright, I know you're pathetic. Don't look at Master. Since Master has taken you on as a disciple, he will never fail you. Eat it. With his ebony hair disheveled, Zhou didn't even notice Qianbei's gaze filled with vigilance, only thinking that the other party was staring at him pitifully. He was the most soft-hearted person. When he met a beggar by the roadside, he would go up and nag for half a day to give comfort to the other party, not to mention his own disciple. Immediately, he broke open Qianbei's mouth and stuffed the breaking dan that he had just received from the system in. Well, Qianbei was powerless to resist. He just let out a muffled grunt as the destruction dan melted in his mouth, forming a line of destruction laws that instantly churned within his body. Well, as a miserable scream came, even though Qianbei was called the god of war, it was hard for him to stop the pain that destroyed all living things. In just a few moments, his body was already covered in the color of blood. His internal organs, his meridians, and all of his bones seemed to have been stirred to pieces in this instant. Even the skin was cracking, 1,000,000 times more miserable. Fortunately, although the destruction dan is called destruction, it contains a strand of the avenue of life while destroying, and it can always retain his last line of life in the destruction. You, ho. Qianbei stared at Zhou with a deadly gaze, already certain that Zhou had come to harm him. The intense pain made him want to die on the spot with his soul annihilated, but he was not willing. Intense unwillingness stimulated his battle spirit all the time, making him continue to stand firm through the pain of breaking. Well, not bad, worthy of being my good disciple. As the saying goes, eat the bitterness and serve the people. You must hold on. The good life of your master will depend on you in the future. You must hold on. The undying battle soul body. The will is undying. The body and soul will not die. You have to be strong. Looking at his good disciple who remained resilient in pain, Zhou hurriedly cheered him on. The system gives matching things, and today's Tatsumi is the time to not break the mold. The breaking dan could completely break his body and retain his vitality, coupled with his indestructible battle soul. As long as his heart didn't die, his body could be remodeled to get rid of the severe injury and disability under his eyes and regain his strength. Of course, this step was painful. In order to further his own strength, he could only condemn this good disciple. The 2-hour-long torture ended with a roar from Qianbei, and he only felt as if all the cells in his body had been annihilated. Blindness, deafness, and perceptual collapse. At this moment, he was lying on the ground as if he was a puddle of bloody mud, not to mention how miserable he was. Made it through. The undying battle soul is so hard. Quickly, my good disciple. As your master passes on your techniques, you have to recover as quickly as possible before you can do so. Seeing Qianbei's miserable state, Zhou sucked in a breath of cool air and pointed a finger at Qianbei's head. all the information of the Emperor-grade technique, silence and destruction, was instantly conveyed. At this moment, Shenbei felt like he was really going to lose his soul. As strong as the undying battle spirit, it was difficult to support this kind of pain. However, at that moment, his divine soul was jolted as a piece of gongfu came in, bringing with it the laws of heaven and earth, instantly bringing him to his senses, silent in the silence, resurrected in the silence. What a powerful technique! This is an emperor-level technique? Shenbei's divine soul shook tremendously, and without any hesitation, he launched his cultivation on the spot. Unfortunately, the body was too weak, and although the divine soul was also able to cultivate this set of techniques, without the aid of the body, there was always something missing. At the beginning of the cultivation of the technique, it was all about cultivating the physical body. Oh good disciple, cheer up, master believes in you. At this moment, Zhou summoned the Jiao Dragon blood pool again and raised his hand, soaking Qinbei's flesh and blood body in it. Well, in an instant, it was as if Qinbei, who was cultivating silence, had eaten a 10% tonic pill, and his cultivation speed instantly skyrocketed by 1,000 times. He could feel an unusually large amount of energy sweeping outside his body, and was frantically repairing his body. At the same time, his Dao base was loosening up and following the recasting. Everything about him seemed to be broken in silence and reborn in brokenness, becoming 10 times, if not 100 times, stronger and tougher. Shenbei's recovery began completely, and at that moment, Zhou also felt the changes in his body, as if there was a force that was transforming his body all the time. This detention is awesome, although I can't suffer on behalf of my disciple. It's so good to have the blessing that I enjoy tenfold. Noticing the changes in his body, Zhou was instantly overjoyed. He knew that the gain in custody had begun again. If the apprentice gets 1 point stronger, he gets 10 times as much. At this moment, Qinbei's evolution was likewise his evolution. It's such a great feeling. Looking at the well-behaved disciple who was enjoying her bath in the blood pool, Zhou came back to sit down on the recliner and enjoy the sunbathing while reviewing the system's feedback on Qinbei's cultivation senses, as well as his battle senses. After accepting a disciple, not only would he be able to obtain tenfold feedback on the disciple's cultivation, the disciple's perceptions of the various Tao lines, as well as his combat experience and will, would also be fed back to him tenfold just like data feedback. It's just that the data needs to be digested as well, and just now it just wasn't digested properly, resulting in a flight of fancy. It's like suddenly plugging in the stereo and turning up the sound to the max when you're watching an island action movie in an internet cafe. At the moment he began to review, the information was like a cushion that continued to integrate into his soul, the marrow of his bones. It was as if these things were originally his own experience. Roar! Almost 3 hours later, only a roar could be heard, and the energy of the surrounding heaven and earth surged wildly, turning into a tidal wave that continuously surged into the blood pool. Zhou turned around violently, and saw that in that pool of blood, a naked man had stood up, his angry hair flying, like a demon god descending from the 9 heavens. It's Tatsuo. Chapter 5 Indestructible Battle Soul, Born Working Saint Body. Gee whiz, is this a full recovery? TSK, look at this lanky body, this explosive strength. If you don't say it and I don't say it, who would dare to believe that my disciple is only 16 years old in bone age? Apprentice, how do you feel now? Zhou looked Shenbei up and down as if he was viewing a work of art, before he took out a set of clothes from the system space and threw them out. Smiling, Tatsuo didn't say anything. He looked at Zhou with a complicated gaze. There had been a moment when he couldn't wait to break this man into pieces, only to think that he had come to do him harm. But after experiencing the latter, he knew he was wrong. The master was not here to harm himself, much less the salted fish in other people's mouths, and his cultivation base was unfathomable. Silence, such a great emperor's technique. He had actually passed it on to his own self, who had just begun. There was also that elixir, which appeared to destroy, but actually reshaped one's body. Its divine effect was supreme. There was also this pool of augur blood, and he had even generously allowed himself to bathe in it. One must know that, putting aside that emperor-level technique and supreme divine pills, this pool of augur dragon blood alone was a supreme treasure. Even if it was just a single drop, it would attract countless heavenly prides to fight for it outside. If this pool of augur blood was exposed, all the great holy places in the northern wasteland would have to fight to the death. The master has given himself too much. Just the first time they met, their gifts were already 1,000 times far beyond the depths of the great Qian dynasty. Puff! Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Shenbei put on his clothes and fiercely fell to his knees. Then he heavily kowtowed 3 times to Zhou. Thank you, Master, for your renewed kindness. From today onwards, Master Teacher is Tatsuo's regenerative parent. Tatsuo will definitely fulfill his filial piety and vow to repay Master Teacher to the death. Shenbei's voice was majestic, inherently self-contained and domineering, like that 9 heavenly thunders. Zhou was stunned and hurriedly assisted this eldest disciple of his, smiling, all right, good disciple, get up. I don't need you to repay me, you only need to cultivate well. In the future you will have the power to protect yourself. Don't be persecuted by others, I will be satisfied. With his mouth speaking, Zhou had already made up his mind inwardly. This great disciple of his own is truly resistant to building such a creation-resistant body, a natural part-time saintly body. Wouldn't it be a pity not to waste time doing filial piety instead of practicing and cultivating more to bring more feedback to yourself? In an instant, a million special trainings had flashed through his mind. In any case, the anti-creation talent of this great disciple must not be wasted. Many thanks to Master for cultivating me. Don't worry, Master. Disciple will never fail Master's high expectations. The Overlord had never been weak in his life and had never been favored. But at this moment, he was moved by his Master's kindness. His Master had given so much, but he did not ask for anything in return. He only hoped that his son would become a dragon. How could he fail his Master? Apprentice, it's good that you have this heart. It just so happens that there is another gongfa here for the Master. You carefully refer to it and turn around for the Master to help you cultivate. Zhou nodded with satisfaction. He liked this kind of grateful hitman. After thinking about it, he decided to tap into Tatsuo's anti-creation talent to the extreme. Undying battle soul body. The physique is not important. The undying battle soul is the focus. With this kind of physique, one is born with strong willpower, and as long as one's will remains intact, one's battle spirit will not rest. The path of cultivation, against the heavens and the road. The process has many ups and downs, all kinds of tribulations. Many people are destined to be difficult to bear. But to the undying battle souls, it was not worth mentioning. They were able to endure greater pain and move on to a more distant future. Such a powerful talent naturally had to be paired with even more terrifying devilish training. Thinking about it, Zhou flipped out a technique called 100 Refinement Emperor Scripture from the system space. The feats were recorded in a jade slip, which he casually threw to Qianbei. Apprentice, be well enlightened. Qianbei frowned. His master had already passed on the godless law to him. What other technique could be comparable to it? If you leave the godless dharma untouched and turn to other gong methods, is this not putting the cart before the horse? However, the moment his spiritual sense probed into the jade slip and received the information therein, he trembled and his entire body was dumbfounded. Another imperial scripture? What a terrifying cultivation method! This is the melting of the heaven and earth's great Tao into one, and the power of 10,000 soldiers into one. After roughly understanding the cultivation outline of the 100 Refinement Emperor Scripture, Qianbei's heart was beating wildly, and his breathing followed suit. I had thought that silence was the supreme technique tailored for myself, but I didn't expect this 100 Refinement Emperor Scripture to be no less impressive. Even more than that, he preferred the latter. It was a pity that the 100 Refinement Emperor Scripture required too many resources to consume, and it was afraid that it would be difficult to achieve great success even if the world's resources were exhausted. This was far from being comparable to the silence. Seeing that Qianbei started to comprehend the Emperor's scriptures, Zhou didn't bother to continue waiting. It had been a day since he had eaten. Although after possessing a strong cultivation level, he could not feel hungry at all. But not eating for several consecutive mealtimes was still more or less uncomfortable. He was just about to head to the cookhouse to get something to eat, but at that moment, a cracking sound hit him. Zhou was startled when he saw a figure appear and raise his hand towards his face. In an instant, he saw the space in the other party's palm and fingers riot, and there was a surge of thunder power that seemed to gather the thunder in the sky into one palm. If he really let this palm hit him, not to mention a person, even a huge mountain would have to be reduced to pieces in an instant. Who is it? Zhou let out a loud shout. His strong fighting instincts erupted, taking a step back, but instantly pulling away a distance of more than 10 feet. Then he blasted out with a fist. A terrifying power erupted. That fist seemed to transform into a bottomless black hole. Even the white clouds floating in the sky were transformed into air currents surging into his fist. The surrounding mountains and rivers aura, moreover, converged in an instant, madly increasing the momentum for his punch. Boom! The raging thunder in that person's palm blasted out, and a thunder dragon roared, carrying the power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Zhou's fist seal surged against the wind, instantly colliding with that thunder dragon. Boom boom boom. In an instant, bursts of sound came from the sky, and waves of air spread out in all directions centered on Zhou and that person. The courtyard where Zhou was located was instantly reduced to pieces under the raging power, with no tiles left. Mad. Looking at his own yard saying no, Zhou was furious. Powerful pressure swept over, and the power of an avatar realm powerhouse poured out. The sky, which was filled with sunset the previous moment, was covered with black clouds and roaring thunder dragons in an instant. At the same time, the wind was raging, and the sound of the wind was like a tiger whistling in the mountains and forests. shocking the hearts of the people. The might of an avatar realm powerhouse seizing the creation of heaven and earth and picking up the energy of heaven and earth to transform the avatar was displayed to the fullest at this moment. Senior brother, wait. Seeing that the battle was about to start, Morong Zhao's voice suddenly came. Zhou Hai was stunned, and just as he was about to retract the punch he had thrown again, he saw the man standing in the midst of the thunder looking at him with an incredibly complicated expression. Holy, senior brother, you've got nothing better to do, right? Come here to demolish my house? Seeing clearly Morong Zhao, Zhou Hai withdrew his hand, and the sky full of visions dispersed, but his mouth broke out in curses. Behind Zhou Hai, seeing that there was a great enemy coming, Chen Bei, who was just about to strike together, couldn't help but frown when he saw this. Okay, the house is gone. I'll just help you rebuild it. Oh senior brother, you've really surprised me. Ha! Morong Zhao waved his hand, interrupting Zhou Hai's curses before staring at Zhou Haidao with a complicated gaze. I thought that this senior brother of his would be like this in his life, but I didn't expect him to cultivate this kind of strength without saying a word. The point is that in all these years, no one, including himself, has even noticed. Even when the avatar realm might erupted over at the square in the morning, he didn't even associate it with Zhou Hai. When Chu Chen spoke about Zhou Hai's cultivation, he was also in disbelief for the millionth time. If everyone hadn't said it was true, he wouldn't have come to test Zhou Hai. As a result, this does not matter. A try. Really shocking. How old is this kid? At the bone age of 20-something years old, he already has an avatar realm cultivation. What kind of trash is this? The holy sons of the great holy lands were afraid that they were no more than that. I don't care if you're surprised. Pay your debts. Tear down your house and rebuild it. You pay me back my house first. Zhou Hai's heartbeat stuttered, knowing that Morong Zhao was here to find trouble. He didn't even think about how to explain, and immediately changed the topic. You, Morong Zhao glared. Did this kid not get the point? It's just a broken courtyard. Is it important? Don't you. Give me back my house. Zhou Hai reached out, looking like a debt collector. You kid, I'll just pay you back. Once he saw Zhou Hai's rogue face, Morong Zhao had a headache. Only when he raised his hand and waved it, countless sky-high ancient trees in the dense forest 10 miles away uprooted and flew high into the sky. With another wave of his hand, countless harsh rays of light flashed in the sky, and these trees were instantly whittled into giant logs. He then lifted his foot and stomped. The earth's veins shook, the earth's crust changed, and a wall solidified. Huge trees fell from the sky, or turned into beams or pillars. Finally, he waved his hand again, and dirt flew up and condensed out of thin air into tiles to cover it, and a newly renovated courtyard instantly took shape. It's okay, isn't it? Morong Zhao glared at Zhou Hai with a headache. You can, my ass, but you can decorate it for me. Besides, everything I own is destroyed, not to mention that I don't have those treasure books to read. Now I even have problems eating. You compensate me. Zhou Hai was shocked by this divine scene. Although he should be able to do it if he tried to try, he definitely couldn't do it in such a flowing manner. The cultivators of this world are just awesome. To travel to his hometown, not to mention the real estate tycoon, to say the least, a contractor can't run away? Chapter 6 Thousands of Dao Armaments, Cultivating the 100 Refined Emperor Scriptures. You boy. Morong Zhao was furious. He could see that the kid was deliberately changing the subject and didn't want to answer himself. He was about to say something else, but out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw Chen Bei on the side, and his pupils suddenly shrunk. And this is? Morong Zhao didn't recognize Chen Bei, but he could see through Chen Bei's strength at a glance, and it was actually a life-snatching ninth heavenly cultivation. The most crucial thing was that this person's bone age was not more than 16 years old. A 16-year-old life-snatching realm cultivator. What did that mean? What a true son of God. And it was still the ninth level of the life-snatching realm, which meant even more. You should know that the road to cultivation is long and the future is as difficult as it can be. Once a realm is rushed through, the heaven is taken against the sky, and the corpses and bones are like mountains. Those who take the lives of the people, go against the sky, and fight against the sky to cross over. If you succeed, you will swim against the current. If you fail, you will die. 16 years old at the ninth level of the life-snatching realm. What has he gone through? And this Zhou Hai, what has he been through? That's right, Zhou Hai gave him too many surprises today. A 20-something-year-old at the avatar realm, with a 16-year-old at the ninth level of life snatching next to him. These two demons, even compared to the holy sons and holy daughters of the various holy lands, were even better. Now such a character but two appeared in his branch of the academy. Was this something he dared to think about? What are you looking at? My disciple Chen Bei. Elder brother, don't change the subject. Let's talk about my yard first, Zhou Hai said impatiently from the sidelines. What? Your disciple, is he the one? In the morning? Morong Zhao was shocked and had some difficulty believing it. But the truth is, Zhou Hai has only one disciple. Why is that? In the morning, he was still a disabled beggar, and in the twinkling of an eye, he had become a supreme talent. Is this a dream? What kind of sleeping position would make such a dream? Disciple Chenbei. Greetings to the sect leader. Chenbei bent his head and bowed, performing a Confucian salute to Morong Shao. Tatsuo? What a familiar name. Wait, are you the disciple of Juniper brother, overlord of the Deqian dynasty? Morong Shao frowned slightly as he steeply thought of something, his gaze deadpan on Chenbei. Back to the sect leader. It's a disciple. Chenbei was always sizing up Morong Shao, wanting to see how Morong Shao was treating him. Do they kick themselves out, or do they just strike out against them, or do they leave them behind? He hoped his teacher wouldn't look away. Teacher Juju once said that Morong Shao was absolutely trustworthy. It's really you. Aren't you dead? No. How can you conclude that you're dead when you only see blood and limbs and no actual body? It was my mistake. You are indeed alive. Only you have this kind of talent. Only you can make the great Holy Lands feel threatened and strangle them in advance. Morong Shao shook his head, somewhat in disbelief that Chenbei was still alive, because he had really gone to look for Chenbei. But in retrospect, he had to accept that fact. As they were talking, another silhouette flew in the air. The commotion over here startled the elders of the various palaces of the academy. Seeing this, Morong Shao raised his hand and waved it, spreading his strong power, instantly transforming into a boundary blocking the entire compound. My child, now that you have come here, stay in peace. To be able to worship Johai, it's also the will of God in the underworld. From now on, you will cultivate well with Johai, and if not necessary, never step out of this courtyard. Morong Shao looked at Chenbei in a serious tone, then turned to Johai. And you kid, I don't care what you're hiding. Since you are a teacher, you should behave like a teacher. Stop being lazy. Also, keep an eye on this disciple of yours. Don't let him go out so easily, or the consequences will be unimaginable. After saying that, without waiting for Johai and Chenbei to speak, Morong Shao flew up and directly rushed out of the boundary. What's this for, master? Pum. Outside the boundary, the elder heads of the various palaces such as the Sword Palace, the School Palace, the Martial Arts Palace, and the Dan Palace had all arrived. Seeing Morong Shao fly out, all of them had a questioning look on their faces, not understanding why Morong Shao had set up the boundary. It's nothing, testing the young master. In the future, this place will be the place where senior brother retreats, and all people going to the Daozan Palace may not set foot in this small courtyard, or else they will be heavily punished. Morong Shao stood with his hands in the air and said in a deep voice, But sect master, can we look at junior brother now? The crowd frowned, always feeling that Morong Shao was hiding something, and someone asked a question. There's nothing to see. Break it up. Morong Shao frowned. Johai's matter was fine, but he didn't want to expose Chenbei. The Cornell of the Great Qian Jisha Academy failed to save Chenbei, and he was equally unsure, so everything was careful. At those words, those elders wanted to say something else. However, at that moment, Shu Chen flew in. All senior uncles, someone from the Duhan Academy side has come and said that they want to discuss the matter of the four prefectures discourse, but there are people from the Deqian dynasty among them, and they seem to be coming from a bad place. Shu Chen flew to the crowd and arched his hand. What? It's enough for the Deqian Academy to come. What's the Deqian court sending people for? The crowd sniffed with confusion. It was Morong Shao who instantly understood something. Let's go. The once-in-a-decade four prefectures competition discourse is just around the corner, and it's indeed time to discuss it. Morong Shao raised his hand and waved, bringing the crowd with him to leave the place. What they said was clearly heard by Johai and Chenbei below. Looking at the backs of these people as they left, Chenbei frowned as a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Eldest brother, you couldn't sit still so soon and send people to chase you here? Chenbei clenched his fists and whispered to himself. Alright, don't look at your master sect leader as petty. He's doing it for your own good, but as my disciple and a natural battle spirit, how can you cower? Take this. From now on you can go wherever you want, do whatever you want, there's no need to hide in this courtyard. If there's anything, master will cover for you. Seeing the killing intent in Chenbei's eyes, Johai raised his hand and a storage jade pendant flew to Chenbei. Chenbei was stunned and picked up the jade pendant and probed it. Then his face changed in shock. The jade pendant actually hid 100 or so saint-level talismans, as well as dozens of puppets. A suffocating aura emanated from each puppet. And that's not even the scariest part. The most terrifying thing was that there was also a square sky painting halberd standing amongst these treasures. The destructive aura lingered on the halberd, and it seemed to be in slumber. But even if it was sleeping, this war halberd still gave people a feeling of destroying the sky and earth, and could not be approached easily. It was a godless might that mortals could not look directly at. Imperial weapon, sage talisman, saint puppet, master, you. Looking at Johai once again, Chenbei felt like he was about to go crazy. Did Master Teacher ransack a great emperor's treasure trove? That's a lot of accumulated underpinnings, isn't it? The key he waved and gave it all to himself. Spare the overlord's life of strength. But at this time, he could not help but have his eyes reddened. The master is really good to himself. With these things, what does he have to fear when he crosses the world in the future? Alright, prepare to cultivate. Let's go against this heaven today. Take its creation, and strive to enter the avatar. Well, are you sure? Looking at the touched Shinbei, Johai waved his hand, reporting back to Master. The power of the Jiao Dragon's blood is too huge. Disciple absorbed less than 1/10 of it. There's still more power hidden in Disciple's body. If Disciple refines them one by one, I estimate that I can at least reach the 3rd level of the Avatar realm. And after being transformed by the Augur blood, the Disciple's foundation is nearly perfect. It's a pity that there aren't enough resources. Otherwise, if we cultivate the 100 Refinement Emperor scripture, again to perfect the foundation in body, the help brought by the Augur dragon blood might be even greater. Shenbei shook his head and said with some small disappointment, he really wanted to refine the 100 Refinement Emperor scripture too much. Who says there are no resources? Nu-ah, take these Dao soldiers and try to see if you can refine them into your body first. Johai laughed. It was fine to say that others didn't have the resources, but to say that he didn't have the resources? Are you kidding me? With 7 years of system check-ins, he had no less than 100 pieces of Emperor's soldiers, and these low-grade divine soldiers were even more numerous. The so-called 100 Refinement Emperor scripture was to cultivate oneself in the manner of forging a weapon. Once the technique is practiced, it can devour other weapons to strengthen itself, until finally, it cultivates itself to the point where it can be called a supreme divine weapon, and then it is truly the 9 heavens and the 10 earths, with no rival. However, to Johai, these weapons were like gravel, but in the eyes of others, they were treasures of great importance. As soon as he took the storage bag Johai threw at him, Shenbei sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw what was inside clearly. Dao soldiers? At least 1,000 of them? He froze. Were all the Dao soldiers so worthless nowadays? Chapter 7 2 Great Imperial Scriptures Building the Foundation of the Dao. This is enough to keep you practicing for a while, right? Johai stood with his arms folded and looked at Shenbei. Enough is enough. Master, this is enough. Shenbei was excited inside and looked up at Johai. In this instant, he only felt that his master was a great figure, like the first person in those 9 heavens and 10 earths. What his master brought him was not only shock, but also a full sense of security. It is truly a great blessing in this life to be able to worship Master Teacher. He swore that he would never let his master down with such strong support from his master. Enough to start. Johai didn't bull **** and urged. Shenbei responded and immediately sat on his knees, meditating on the 100 Refinement Emperor scripture, only to see countless Emperor Dao runes flying out of the Emperor scripture, continuously integrating into Shenbei's body. Shenbei felt as if his body had transformed into a bottomless pit. At this moment, his body was like a furnace, as if nothing in the heavens could not be refined. Feeling the changes in his body, Shenbei hurriedly took out a Dao weapon. As the runes flowed from his body and the strong refining power surged forth, the Dao soldier was actually melting. Not only were the Dao soldier's refining materials incorporated into Shenbei's body, even the Dao rules on top of the Dao soldier were melted and absorbed by Shenbei like nutrients. Boom! The moment the Dao Bing melted, Shenbei only felt a roar in his head. It was as if the great world within him had exploded. His Dao foundation collapsed. His cultivation instantly fell silent. In a matter of moments, he was transformed from a powerful life-taking realm cultivator into a mortal with no cultivation. He's remodeling. With the 100 Refinement Emperor scripture, he was rebuilding his cultivation path. First level of the alchemy realm. While others were forging bodies of flesh and blood, he was transformed into an oven, using powerful Dao soldiers as materials to integrate into his body and forge his own body. Dao soldiers, the divine weapons of the strongest of the Enlightenment realm, possessed the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Not only did it contain a strong Enlightenment realm practitioner's perception of the Dao, but its soldier refining materials were also quite precious and could be considered indestructible. At this moment, however, Shenbei had incorporated such equipment, as well as various Dao comprehensions, into his body to help refine his own body, and the strength of his power was simply astonishing. Boom boom boom. Only a roaring sound was heard as Shenbei's cultivation realm was soaring wildly. Body refining 2nd heaven. Body refining triple heaven. Body refining 4 heavens. In a matter of moments, his cultivation broke through to the 9th heaven of body refinement without any intention of stopping. Boom! The body bulged and there was another roar as Shenbei's Dantian recast the Dao Foundation, officially stepping into the realm of foundation establishment. And the moment the Dao Foundation was formed, another strong force erupted as countless Emperor Dao runes appeared and blasted down onto the Dao Foundation, carrying the might of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. It is the Emperor's Sutra, Silence. Seeing the 100 Refinement Emperor's scripture shine, silence seemed to be unwilling to be left alone. The two great emperors' scriptures were competing against each other at this moment, one main refining and the other main attacking. Between the entanglements, Chen Bei's body not only transformed into a divine soldier, but also became a supreme formation. And the two great emperors' scriptures were the formation bases, so strong. Chen Bei was inwardly shocked and once again accelerated his cultivation. However, soon enough, a Dao soldier was absorbed cleanly by him, but his cultivation only managed to reach the third stage of foundation establishment. Tatsuo was once again greatly shaken. This is a Taoist soldier. A Dao weapon that killed everything in seconds under the Enlightenment realm could only help one cultivate to the third level of foundation establishment. If you wanted to cultivate to greatness, how many Dao soldiers would it take? And how strong should he be at this point? Not daring to hesitate, Chen Bei took out another Dao soldier to absorb it. Over here, as Chen Bei continued to grow stronger, Zhou Hai's body was also undergoing a radical change. His Dao foundation continued to mutate and grow stronger. His body surface was like a layer of gold plating, and there was even the sound of metal clashing between the friction. At this moment, he had a feeling that even if he was defenseless, the full force of a strike from a cultivator below the avatar realm would not be able to injure himself in the slightest. Was this the power of the 100 Refinement Emperor scripture? 10 times the feedback. It's a great feeling. Zhou Hai had a face of enjoyment. Wait, now that my body has mutated, am I able to cultivate as well? Thinking of something, Zhou Hai hurriedly sat down and also wanted to try the feeling of cultivation. But soon enough, he was dumbfounded. One indeed possessed the qualities of the undying battle soul body, and there was also a powerful force within his body. But the earthling's qualities remained unchanged, and he was still unable to cultivate. In other words, no matter how this body of his changed, it was impossible for him to cultivate. If you want to cultivate, you can only do so through the disciple's cultivation feedback. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Broken system, what's going on here? Zhou Hai quit. Having thought that his physique was 10 times stronger than the disciples, he should shine. As a result, it is still impossible to cultivate. Who can stand it? However, the system didn't return to him, and seeing this, Zhou Hai could only leave helplessly to figure out how to cook. But with a glance out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a pool of blood buried in the ground to the side. It was the same blood pool that had previously carried the blood of the augur dragon. In that devastating collision of attacks just now, the entire courtyard was reduced to pieces, and just this augur blood pool was unchanged, just plunged into the ground. Well, it seems to be a good magic treasure as well. Collect it. Zhou Hai raised his hand and waved it to collect the blood pool. Reviewing the homely courtyard again and pondering for a moment, Zhou Hai still decided to set up a bit more. Well, the courtyard is too simple, lacking a wigwam and running water. This has to be there. Touching his chin, Zhou Hai touched two holy weapons from the system space, the holy mountain seal and the sea fixing pearl, previously devoid of cultivation. It was useless for him to hold these treasures, but at this moment, with a movement of his mind, the sacred mountain seal instantly transformed into a continuous wigwam, and the sea-defining pearl transformed into a spring. The dense atmosphere lingers, full of fairy atmosphere of the wigwam flowing water instantly formed, clean and elegant. The scenery is first class. As Zhou Hai's mind moved, the wigwam even had 10,000 flowers blooming, and rainbow paths in the flowing water, not to mention how beautiful it was. Not bad, not bad. Watching this scene, Zhou Hai nodded his head in satisfaction. Soon, another piece of supreme treasure flew out. Cold ice bed, enlightenment mat, heaven swallowing cauldron, soul suppressing bell, all sorts of treasures that others could only dream of, all laid up as furniture by him. It didn't take long for the small courtyard to return to earthly splendor. So many treasures. This time, even if senior Sect leader exerts all his strength, he shouldn't be able to break any of the things here, right? Stroking his chin, Zhou Hai thought smugly. It's a pity I've lost my silver vase plum miniatures book, and there are many others like it that I haven't had a chance to read yet. We still need to walk around Dinghai City sometime. With another sigh, Zhou Hai took out some ingredients such as dragon liver and phoenix marrow from the system space and started his cooking. While on this side, while Zhou Hai was enjoying his strength gains and cooking leisure, on the other side, the atmosphere within the great hall of the questioning palace was unusually grave. Assholes, are you guys trying to search my GK Academy? With a chortle, Morong Shao slapped his palm on the table in front of him. The aura of a peak enlightenment realm powerhouse erupted. The pressure was like the sky dome collapsing, pressurizing most of the people present to breathe in stagnation. Their faces were very unsightly. Why should fellow Taoist Morong be angry? It's good that the third prince and that ninth prince have a deep brotherly bond and have come here to look for it. Isn't your academy the most humane and affectionate? You should fulfill the third prince's feelings of longing for his younger brother. A light laugh came from a black-robed man who stepped out, waving his hand to dissolve Morong Zhao's aura pressure, causing the hearts of the academy's crowd to be startled. This was also an expert at the peak of the Enlightenment realm, and his strength was not below Morong Xiao. And in the middle of the field, the elders from the Great Qian Jishao Academy who had come this time, as well as the third prince of the Great Qian dynasty, all breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. Just now, they felt as if they were being strangled by Morong Xiao's throat, and the thought of life and death was truly too terrifying. Chapter 8 Chen Bei transmigrated and fought against the heavens. Oh, you mean, in order to fulfill his brotherly love, my academy will have to obediently let people search it? Morong Xiao's eyes were cold as he stared at the black-robed man. Fellow Daoist is joking. How hard it is to hear this searching without searching. The Jishi Academy is a holy place of cultivation, and it has a 1,000-year friendship with my Qiangyao Holy Land. So how can my Qiangyao Holy Land humiliate the academy? This time I came here, but I also just have a request from the Jishi Academy. I don't think the academy will make things difficult for my Qiangyao Holy Land either. Don't you think so, Elder Lu? The black-robed man shook his head and smiled, appearing to climb into friendship, but in reality, he moved out of the Qiangyao Holy Land, wanting to use his power to suppress others. The Jishi Academy was indeed a holy land of cultivation, and if it was the main academy, it would certainly not be afraid of the Qiangyao Holy Land. But this was just a branch academy, and it was not yet qualified to arm wrestle with the Qiangyao Holy Land. Right. Fellow Daoist Dongwei is right. My academy and the Qiangyao Holy Land have been dealing with each other for many years, so it's only right that we give each other some face. Elder Lu, the head of the Great Qian Academy who had come this time, nodded his head hurriedly and smiled as he rounded up the situation. Unbridled. Elder Lu, are you speaking to me on behalf of the Qiangyao faction, or is your attitude on behalf of the General Hospital side? Morong Zhao's eyes were cold as he drank again. Elder Lu was taken aback. How could he represent the General Academy? But to say that he was representing the Qiangyao Holy Land, that was never allowed. It was betraying the academy. Obviously, Morong Xiao didn't put his status in his eyes at all. This was a deliberate attempt to embarrass him. Fellow Daoist Morong. The black-robed man frowned and spoke again. You shut up. What's that? Am I familiar with you, Joan of Arc? If you want to talk about fellowship, talk to the General Court and let the General Court talk to me. I'd like to see if the General Court will give me the order to let you search. Morong Xiao waved his hand, not giving any face at all. You, fellow Daoist Morong, this time I've come here. I'm not just representing the Qiangyao Holy Land, but also the will of all the great sects and holy lands. Are you sure, really, that you won't give even a little face? The black-robed man's face was ugly, and he didn't hide it anymore, directly threatening. What do you mean? I don't let you search today. Do you still want to attack my Great Zhou Academy? Come on, I'm crossing my fingers. See them off. Morong Xiao was infuriated. As soon as these people came, they beat around the bush and probed for news of Chen Bei, and the attitude of the academy was obvious. There was no such thing as Chen Bei here, but these people were not dead set on it, and even tried to excuse themselves for a visit and search in person. How could Morong Zhao's violent temper tolerate this? He didn't make a move on the spot because he had practiced his Qi cultivation kung fu well lately, or else he would have to leave a few people here today. Well, since fellow Daoist Morong is bent on having his own way, please don't regret it. Fellow Daoist Morong, let's go. The black-robed man's gaze was gloomy as he turned to leave. Sect Master Morong, please also don't forget about the 4 prefectures discourse in 3 months. I'll be waiting for you in Deqian. Elder Lu had the same gloomy gaze and gave Morong Xiao a deep look as he brought along the third prince of Great Qian and the others to leave the place. Asshole, this Qiangyao faction is bullying people too much. How dare they use their power to oppress others? They really don't put my academy in their eyes. And this Dakian academy, it's really becoming more and more degraded. It even lets the great clans manipulate it at will. It's really a disgrace to my academy. Searching my academy. Such humiliating things. It's useless for the Heavenly King to come. If these people really want to go to war, just fight. Even if the General Academy doesn't help, what do we have to fear? As soon as these people left, the elders of the various palaces that had been silent at the scene opened their mouths and said with righteous indignation, well, there's no need to discuss this matter any further. All of you remember, my academy doesn't stir up trouble, but it's never afraid of it either, and it must never fall as far as the Dakian Academy has fallen. All of you go back and prepare for the 4 prefectures competition discourse in 3 months' time. It's about the allocation of resources for the General Academy. Over the years, the roots of my Great Zhou Academy disciples have been so poor that they have ranked last for 3 consecutive terms. If we're still in last place this time, the General Court should be blamed. Morong Xiao waved his hand and said in a deep voice, yes, Master. When the crowd heard this, a flash of worry flashed in their eyes as well, and each of them excused themselves and left. After everyone left, Morong Zhao's face then surfaced with a weary look. Brother Juju, once you die, not only will the Great Qin dynasty be in disarray, this great Qian Academy is also ruined. Late at night, inside an inn in Dinghai City, the black-robed man, Elder Lu of the Academy, and the third prince of Great Qian were gathered in a room with an unusually heavy atmosphere. It seems that 8 or 9 is not far from the truth. If that Chen Bei is not dead, he must be hiding inside the Great Zhou Academy. Otherwise, there's no need for Morong Xiao to even give the opportunity to visit the academy. He's trying to cover his tracks. Suddenly, the black-robed man said, "That's right, Morong Xiao's reaction today was too big. With my understanding of him, he definitely dares to risk universal condemnation and take in Chen Bei." Elder Lu nodded his head. The thought of the image of being scorned by Morong Xiao made him feel bad in his heart. Elder Lu, Elder Donghua, no matter what, that Chen Bei must die. Otherwise it's not just a threat to my Daqian dynasty, but will definitely threaten all of you as well. The third prince of Great Qian, Chen Qian, hurriedly said, "Don't worry, since the obvious won't work, I'll secretly sneak into the academy tonight to scout around. If that Chen Bei is really in the academy, I'll just kill him with my own hands. Just a genius who hasn't grown up yet. Killing him is like slaughtering pigs and dogs." The black-robed man Donghua Quan stood with his hands behind his back and coldly said, "Really? Then I'll trouble Elder Donghua." Upon hearing this, Chen Qian was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed. Now that the Great Qian River and mountain had been settled, and the great prince, who was his sibling, had succeeded in sitting on the throne, no matter what, he could not let Chen Bei live. Chen Bei is too terrifying. His talent is not even inferior to the holy sons and daughters of the great holy places. If he is allowed to grow, it is not impossible to subvert the entire De Chen dynasty in the future. He had to nip it in the bud as much as possible. "Alright, you guys go down and rest first. I'll make my move in an hour." Donghua Quan glanced at the two men and ordered with the posture of a superior, "Yes, Mr. Togo Khan." Upon hearing this, Elder Lu and Chen Chen arched their hands and retreated. With that respectful look, it was hard to imagine that one of the two of them was an imperial son and the other was an elder of the sacred ground of the academy. At this time, Zhou Hai's side was still unaware that an operation against his eldest disciple had already begun. Well, sing to the moon, life is a matter of time. What a treat! This is a treat! In the courtyard, under the rockery, Zhou Hai raised his cup to invite the bright moon, tasting the 1,000-year-old spirit wine while feeling the changes in his body's cultivation strength, not to mention how pleasant it was. Boom! Suddenly, a gust of wind struck, and the sky, which had been hazy with moonlight the previous moment, was instantly covered with black clouds and thunder and lightning. Brilliant heavenly might covered and pressed down, seeming to exterminate the world. Going to break through? Zhou Hai's heart stirred as he felt his cultivation loosen up as well. During Chen Bei's frantic cultivation, his cultivation had fed back tenfold, and at this time, he had also managed to break through to the third level of the divine profound realm. At this moment, Chen Bei was once again facing a breakthrough, and he was about to step into the fourth level of the avatar realm. Within a day, his realm continued to soar. Who would dare to imagine that he was still immortal with no cultivation in the morning? It's just that this time, Chen Bei's breakthrough seemed to have moved a bit too much. Looking at the thunder clouds in the sky, this time, the seizure of the creation of heaven and earth was destined to attract a thunder tribulation. And the tribulation was not small. The commotion over here also instantly drew the attention of the various palaces of the academy. What a terrifying thunder tribulation! Is this someone who has realized the great Tao and is about to cross the tribulation? How could it be so strong? Could it be that Sect leader has made another breakthrough? Sect leader's calamity this time is a bit too powerful. Wait, that's not the Palm's Ask Palace. Is that the direction of the Daozong Palace? Everyone's gazes looked this way in astonishment, and then a figure flew out, heading straight in the direction of the Daozong Palace. What's all the fuss about again? Even Morong Xiao was startled, and after a moment's hesitation, he too flew towards the Daozong Palace. And at this moment, in Daozong Palace Zhou Hai's compound, Chen Bei violently opened his eyes, his robes moving against the wind. He looked at the roiling thunderbolt with no fear in his eyes. The aura of the king's hegemony was leaking out, and there was a great sense of bravado to fight with the heavens. Good coming! I'm going up to heaven to fight you. Scanning the surroundings, Chen Bei was unwilling to damage his master's compound, so he immediately rushed up into the sky and headed straight into the thunderclouds. Holy, who's that? Crazy! This guy is absolutely crazy! Thunderbolt, it's too late for others to hide. He dares to rush into the thundercloud to cross it, declaring war with the heavens. Does he think that the thunderbolt hasn't come fiercely enough? The elders of the various palaces that were rushing here, the personal disciples and so on, were all shocked and dumbfounded when they saw the silhouettes rising up into the sky. Holy, disciple, take it easy, don't play yourself to death. You're the only disciple I have. Zhou Hai was also a bit dumbfounded. Was this disciple a bit nervous? Challenging the heavenly tribulation. Wasn't this the way to take death? He was counting on his eldest disciple to give him more feedback. Don't worry, Master, before I repay my master's kindness, even this heaven will never take away my life. Chen Bei was touched inwardly. His master was too good to him. He was thinking of him all the time. Chapter 900 Refined Immortality. Silent Divine Thunder. Heaven and earth are unkind, treating all things like ruminants. I have risen since the humble beginnings, refining my body to build a foundation, and taking my life against the heavens. Heavenly Tao, today I will seize your creation and diffuse my divine abilities. Come on, show me your various mysteries. Chen Bei rushed up into the sky, straight into the thunderclouds. His voice was as loud as a bell, and his aura was monstrous, and every word out of his mouth carried a monstrous battle intent and endless bravado. At this moment, he was like the world-defying demon king in the devil's cave, and he was like the invincible god of war in the nine heavens. Rumble! The heavens seemed to be enraged by his words, and endless thunder roared in, 1,000 thunderbolts instantly drowning him in response. My god, crazy crazy crazy, this guy is absolutely crazy. Does he really think the heavenly Tao won't be shaken? Hiss, dead dead. This 10,000 thunderbolts, ordinary transiting person can't even dodge over. Every take one can take half a life. Pouring down like this, who can carry it? What a ferocious thunder tribulation. I see that this person's cultivation is only at the beginning of the avatar, yet this thunderbolt is comparable to the divine thunderbolt of the enlightenment realm. It's not only comparable to the lightning tribulation of the realm of enlightenment, if it pours down like this, even a strong enlightenment realm practitioner would have to go up in smoke. Countless horrified voices came. The disciples of the academy were dumbfounded, and even the elders of the various palaces were baffled, only feeling a rush of scalp numbness, including Morong Shao, who was also dumbstruck at this moment. He could clearly see that the person who had crossed the threshold was none other than Chen Bei. Didn't I tell him to be honest? Great Qian pursuers are in Dinghai City. He is so high profile. Besides, even if you're high profile, you don't take your pursuers seriously, and you don't even take God seriously. You are trying to turn the tables. Holy, apprentice, hold on, don't ever GA. In the courtyard below, Zhou Hai was heartbroken. It's so hard to get a part-time job. What if the gods play tricks on us? Goodness, you must be merciful, my lord. This disciple of mine doesn't know any better. You must forgive him for his nonsense. Zhou Hai hurriedly prayed with a pious look. Told you to watch it, and that's what you did? Just then, Morong Zhao's voice came. Zhou Hai turned his head to look, only to see Morong Shao staring viciously at him. Heaven wants to hit people. It's not like I'm going to hit people, so where do I fit in? Tell God to stop if you can. Zhou Hai was speechless. As he spoke, the endless thunder dispersed from that thundercloud. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Bei's body was exposed, still magnificent, like an invincible god of war. That invincible stance was once again ushered in by a bombardment of thunder, and the thunder dragons that covered the sky roared, once again drowning him in them. This time, the power of the thunder was more than 10 times stronger than the last time. Asterisk 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 asterisk. God, I'll never call you master again. You don't listen to me at all. You don't treat me like a grandson at all. Zhou Hai was taken aback, gripped his heart and looked at Chen Bei, breaking into a fit of rage. The surrounding Morong Shao and the others, who had long been attracted by the heavenly tribulation, turned their heads to look at the first time and were speechless. Other people call God just by name, but this guy really wants God to be his master. Tatsuo? Is that him? Not far away, a figure swept in, lurking in the darkness of the night. When he saw Chen Bei and the thunderbolt, his pupils suddenly shrunk. I didn't expect at only 16 years old, he has already seized the creation of heaven and earth and broken through the divine profound mystic realm. This lightning tribulation is too terrifying. This sun must not be kept, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Dong Wuquan stared at Chen Bei and the thunderbolt, ready to strike at any time. At this time, Chen Bei was not yet aware of the hidden crisis. After another wave of thunder baptism, he only felt permeable. Under the baptism of the Emperor's scripture of silence, his body had long been free of dust and dirt. After cultivating the 100 refinement Emperor scripture and refining the 10 Tao soldiers, his body was even more indestructible and unbreakable, comparable to a divine soldier. At this time, after another heavenly thunder baptism, he only felt that his entire being was transforming, his body gradually tending to perfection. Ha ha ha, yeah, Jesus, is that the best you can do? Come, let me see your divine ability. Chen Bei laughed out loud, still provoking in the thunder. Boom boom boom, the heavenly Tao was furious, and the thunder changed color. Countless thunderbolts exploded, and the thunder was no longer silver, but turned golden, bucket thick, and smashed into the sky. There was an arm-thick thunderbolt that broke away from the thundercloud and struck the top of a mountain dozens of miles away. In an instant, the top of that mountain collapsed into pieces. The fierce power of thunder was chilling. However, Chen Bei did not think so, only to see his hands diffusing divine abilities. no longer sticking to the thunder baptism, but continuously peering at the heavenly might from the thunder to form his own surefire means. He's evolving his Tao. Everyone looked dumbfounded. This guy was simply a demon. This lightning tribulation. Even a strong Enlightenment Realm member might not be able to carry it. He, a mere Avatar Realm cultivator, carried it off. Not to mention that he dared to provoke the heavenly Tao, and used the opportunity to diffuse his own divine ability. Such people are simply heavenly. This person is so strong. Will I be like him one day? Beside the Sword Palace Elder, Zhang Qianquan looked at the air in shock, his eyes filled with yearning. Don't think about it, senior brother Zhang. Even though you have excellent talent, you are not yet able to rival the heavenly prides of the great Holy Lands. This kind of might, even those Holy Land prides would never be able to do it. This person is definitely a 1,000-year-old demon. A voice came from the eldest disciple of the Sword Palace Elder. These words caused Zhang Qianquan's heart to tremble fiercely with an inexplicable unwillingness. He wanted to retort, but felt fear under the brilliant heavenly authority. Even this heavenly might was difficult for him to bear. So how could he be compared to the man in that thunder? What kind of god is this person? If he can survive the heavenly tribulation, I'm afraid he'll be hard to find an enemy in the younger generation of the northern wasteland. Yes, even eldest senior brother Chu Chen can hardly look up to him. I'm afraid that only the General Academy's heavenly pride can barely break bread with him. Eldest brother, what do you think of this person? A group of disciples were exchanging words, and someone asked Chu Chen. It's strong. I'm not as good as him. Chu Chen's gaze was grave as he said truthfully, but how is it that this person appeared in my Jixia Academy, and even transited the Daozang Palace? Who exactly is he? After a pause, Chu Chen's words immediately drew everyone's contemplation. Yeah, who is this guy? How did he show up at the Daozang Palace? Under everyone's gaze, a little bit of time passed. After 9 consecutive rounds of heavenly tribulation, not only was Qin Bei not destroyed by the heavenly tribulation, he instead blossomed with endless dark light. At this moment, he was truly like a demon lord, and wherever he passed, the demonic flames were overwhelming. The thunderbolt dispersed, yet the black clouds remained shrouded, seemingly submitting to Qin Bei's feet. That's right, he had evolved his own Tao in the thunderbolt, evolving his own divine abilities. 100 refined immortality, silent divine thunder, ha ha ha, 9 heavens divine thunder. Nothing more than that. Master, disciple has succeeded. Thank you for cultivating master. Qin Bei looked up to the sky and laughed, then quickly landed in the small courtyard, kneeling heavily at Zhou Hai and kowtowing. At this moment he was no longer called master, but master instead. The master is only honored, but the master is like a father for the rest of his life. Seeing who Qin Bei kowtowed to, everyone except Morong Xiao was dumbfounded. Master? Zhou Hai is his master? Those elders were dumbstruck as if they had seen a ghost. How could it be? He's Uncle Zhou's disciple? Those disciples of the academy had their jaws dropped and were filled with incredulity, as if they were in a dream. Master, he called Zhou Hai his master? He's Zhou Hai's disciple? That beggar in the morning? Zhang Qianquan also noticed this scene. His heart shook wildly and he was in a trance of some disbelief. Zhou Hai's disciple was this powerful? And at this moment, Zhou Hai was feeling the majestic power within his body. With Qin Bei's successful breakthrough, with 10 times the feedback, his cultivation not only crossed into the 4th level of the Avatar realm, but also broke through 2 realms in a row to reach the 5th level of the Avatar realm. Not only that, the divine ability that Qin Bei had just sensed the heavenly Tao thunder tribulation and thus derived, the silent divine thunder, was also feeding back at this moment. Moreover, with 10 times the feedback, the power of the divine ability he obtained was 10 times stronger and more perfect than Qin Bei, the creator. Zhou Hai was secretly staggered. Worthy of being a proud son of heaven who could make the great Holy Lands fear and strangle them early. To be able to diffuse such means at the beginning of the Avatar is truly unparalleled in the world. Just as he was thinking, the system's voice suddenly came from his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host's eldest disciple for successfully breaking through the Avatar realm. The host has taught him well, and is now giving the following reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 9-turn rejuvenation pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Sage Experience card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 scroll of Thunder Punishment Great Divine Power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Great Emperor's Corner Teleportation Formation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for teaching well. Now triggering the disciple acceptance task again. Please go to Qingzhou as soon as possible to accept a disciple. Hearing the system's constant broadcast, Zhou Hai was stunned for a moment. Holy, disciples are rewarded for raising their cultivation level? Tubby, you know what you're doing. Zhou Hai nodded in satisfaction. Take an apprentice. Take an apprentice. Another hit man. Let's see who this lucky beater is. With a thought, Zhou Hai hurriedly checked the information of his new disciple. However, at that moment, the surrounding heaven and earth shifted. Tatsuo was still kneeling on the ground waiting for his master to speak. But suddenly, Dao rules rushed out of the void and instantly wrapped around him. In the next moment, he disappeared under the pull of the Dao. By the time he reappeared, he had already arrived dozens of miles away. A sword light flashed and went straight for Chen Bei's throat. Chapter 10 Donghua Quan Sneak Attack. Tatsuo Bei receives Taoist soldiers with his bare hands. Bold, who dares to sneak up on my academy disciples? Morong Xiao was furious and was the first to kill that side of the world. Asshole. Seek death. The other academy elders were furious and also killed Chen Bei's side at the first opportunity. Although he didn't figure out what was going on. But when Chen Bei knelt down in front of Zhou Hai and called him master, he was a disciple of the academy, and he wouldn't allow others to harm him? Asterisk. I'm just a part-timer now, and you want to get me killed? Zhou Hai also reacted and killed over with a face full of anger. Nay, the sneak attack over there was successful, and dozens of miles away, even if they were fast, it would be difficult to rescue them. The sword that was close at hand instantly killed in front of Chen Bei. Seek death. Chen Bei's reaction was also extremely fast. With a loud shout, his body was filled with demonic flames, and his berserk strength hardened to burst the Dao binding. The moment that sword light killed in front of his eyes, he grabbed it. However, because the impact of the sword was too strong, his entire body was propelled to fly several miles away. However, his physique was too strong, and it was difficult for that sword to hurt him. What's going on? Donghua Quan, who had made the sneak attack, was shocked, his pupils shrinking to a point as he stared at Chen Bei dead in the face. This guy was able to catch a Taoist soldier with his bare hands. Is he still human? For a moment, he felt that what he had stabbed was not a person, but a humanoid divine weapon. Die for me. Seeing that Morong Xiao and the others were about to kill, Donghua Quan was anxious inside. The Dao power of a strong Enlightenment realm practitioner struck out, instantly shocking away Chen Bei's palm. Then he swung his long sword, and the violent Dao power in his body drove the endless wind and thunder, actually attracting the sun, moon, and stars to turn upside down. When the crowd looked up, they saw the endless heavenly images contained in the sword, transforming into a sword of Dao rules that chopped at Chen Bei. No! Stop! Morong Xiao was so horrified that it was too late to rescue him. Seeing this sword fall, even he had to deal with it with all his might. A disciple who was new to the Avatar realm would only die. The other academy elders similarly exclaimed, but to no avail. Ha ha ha, good coming. However, to everyone's surprise, in the face of this invincible sword, Chen Bei laughed and punched out. The black clouds rolled in and the flames were overwhelming. The might of the battle spirit filled the air and endless wind and thunder surged forth, transforming into an invincible fist that collided with that Dao rule sword. Boom boom boom. The aftermath of the battle scattered in all directions and the sky shook. Under everyone's unbelievable gazes, Chen Bei managed to block this strike. However, this was only temporary. Only to hear a click, Chen Bei's divine ability instantly broken. Under the Dao, the heavenly image divine ability is difficult to resist. Afterwards, the slightly dimmer Dao rule sword chopped down. However, Chen Bei still had no intention of retreating. Instead, his battle spirit soared, and he diffused the divine ability between his palms, once again using his flesh and blood to shake that invincible sword. Boom 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 boom. Explosive sounds followed one after another, and the power of the avatar around Chen Bei's body continued to explode. As the last explosion came, a blood mist exploded from Chen Bei's body, and his entire body flew heavily backwards. At the same time, the splendid Dao ripples in the air collapsed, and that invincible sword collapsed into the air. Apprentice, Zhou Hai's voice came out, 10 times the speed of Chen Bei, making him even faster than Morong Xiao. He rushed behind Tatsuo and caught him with a hand. However, he saw that Chen Bei's hands were bleeding profusely, but his life was not in danger. Instead, his face was revitalized. Master, back off. I can still fight again. With a push away from Zhou Hai, Chen Bei once again killed Donghua Quan. Zhou Hai was furious. This asshole, can't he see that the other party's realm is too much higher than his? You've almost been killed, and you're still getting more and more addicted to the fight? And at that moment, Morong Xiao also finally came behind Donghua Quan. Old Donghua thief, how dare you sneak attack my academy disciple? You seek death. With a furious rebuke, not waiting for Donghua Quan to return to defense, Morong Xiao shined a palm at his undershirt. This palm was in no way comparable to the previous battle with Zhou Hai. In the center of his palm, Morong Xiao's Dao force surged forth, and with the momentum of moving mountains, he heavily bombarded Donghua Quan's back. Put! A large mouthful of blood sprayed out from Donghua Quan, and he was directly sent flying hundreds of feet. At this time, he only felt that his internal organs were cracking, his body was disorganized by the Dao, and he couldn't even raise his cultivation. Donghua Quan's face was ashen. He didn't understand that even he himself couldn't carry a strike from a strong Enlightenment realm person with his flesh and blood. so what made Qianbei able to carry it? Unfortunately, no one answered for him, only huge fists greeted him. Only Qianbei flew forward and blasted out a fist. Bang! There were no divine abilities, not even cultivation power. Just an ordinary punch that instantly caused Dong Guoquan's chest to collapse and all of his bones to crumble in the first place. Bang bang bang! As the bursting sound rang out, Dong Guoquan's body exploded, and his blood turned into mist that wrapped him in it. No! I am an elder of the Holy Land. How dare you kill me? In the end, Dong Guoquan only had time to let out an unwilling roar. Even his head exploded with him, completely turning into a pile of broken flesh. This domineering and incomparable punch completely stunned everyone. Even Morong Xiao looked at Qianbei with a face full of shock. Without any divine abilities, just with a fleshy fist, he blew up an Enlightenment Realm cultivator. Is this a joke? Even if Dong Guoquan had his cultivation dispersed and his Dao broken, but that body was also baptized by the Dao. How powerful was it? How could he let an Avatar Realm cultivator kill him in seconds with his meaty fists? Ha ha ha, not too much, Master Sect leader. You shouldn't have dispersed his cultivation. Otherwise I would have fought him for 300 rounds to compete. Qianbei laughed out loud. That monstrous battle intent. Looking at the crowd in disbelief. This guy, he's a pure fighting maniac. A beginner-level Avatar Realm cultivator. How dare he presume to battle a peak Enlightenment Realm powerhouse, with a gap of more than 10 realms between the two? However, when they thought of his inhuman battle performance, the crowd couldn't help but fall silent again. This is a demon that cannot be measured by common sense. If you're so good, why don't you wait for him to adjust his breath before striking? Just then, Zheng Qianquan's voice came. There was defiance in his eyes, but more than that, he was envious. As the most dazzling entry disciple today, with his outstanding talent, he should have been the center of attention in the entire room. But now, Qianbei attracted everyone's attention. Compared to that, he was like the light of a glowing fire competing with the white moon. Not worth mentioning. He was unwilling but could do nothing but despise Qianbei in his own way. Stupid. Fighting isn't a struggle for strength, and you still have to score a point. Seeing as you and I are affiliated with the same sect, I'll give you a word of advice. Fighting is only about killing. It's either you or me. Not to kill when there is an opportunity, but to give the enemy a chance to catch his breath. This is the way to take death. Qianbei squinted his eyes and disliked a sentence that made Zheng Qianquan blush. Well said. Battles are never fair. The way of the gentleman treats only the gentleman. A true battlefield has only two purposes. You die, I live. Morong Xiao looked at Qianbei with a stunning gaze and said appreciatively. At those words, Zheng Qianquan's face became even more ugly. He should have been the protagonist, but at this point he became the biggest clown in the room and could only watch others shine. Sect Master, this is not the time to be happy. This dead one is an elder of the Qiangyao Holy Land. We can't do anything about it. Just then, the Dan Palace elder said in a deep voice. The moment these words came out, the entire room was silent, and all of them showed a grave expression. The Qiangyao sect, that was a holy land with a saint in attendance. Not just anyone could be offended. Killing their elders is the same as declaring war. Humph. Whoever kills is responsible. It's not like we killed them, so it's not like we have to apologize for it, right? But at that moment, Zheng Qianquan said loudly. The crowd sniffed and looked toward him. Chapter 11. Who the hell are you to teach me how to do my job? Don't worry, one for all. Since my whereabouts have been exposed, I'll just leave on my own. Let there be a flood and a sea of pursuers. I will never drag everyone down. Hearing Zheng Qianquan's words, and seeing that everyone was gazing at Zheng Qianquan, they seemed to be pondering. Qianbei smiled ruefully, turning into a stream of light and falling into the courtyard. Many thanks for the blessing of Master Sect Leader. If there is an opportunity, Qianbei will surely repay the great favor. Looking at Morong Xiao, who was still suspended in the air, Qianbei bent his head and bowed. Then he turned to Zhou Hai's side and knelt on both knees. It's not like we have to apologize for it, right? But at that moment, Zheng Qianquan said loudly. The crowd sniffed and looked toward him. Chapter 11. Who the hell are you to teach me how to do my job? Don't worry, one for all. Since my whereabouts have been exposed, I'll just leave on my own. Let there be a flood and a sea of pursuers. I will never drag everyone down. Hearing Zheng Qianquan's words, and seeing that everyone was gazing at Zheng Qianquan, they seemed to be pondering. Qianbei smiled ruefully, turning into a stream of light and falling into the courtyard. Many thanks for the blessing of Master Sect Leader. If there is an opportunity, Qianbei will surely repay the great favor. Looking at Morong Xiao, who was still suspended in the air, Qianbei bent his head and bowed. Then he turned to Zhou Hai's side and knelt on both knees. It's not like we have to apologize for it, right? But at that moment, Zheng Qianquan said loudly. The crowd sniffed and looked toward him. Chapter 11. Who the hell are you to teach me how to do my job? Don't worry, one for all. Since my whereabouts have been exposed, I'll just leave on my own. Let there be a flood and a sea of pursuers. I will never drag everyone down. Hearing Zhang Qianquan's words, and seeing that everyone was gazing at Zhang Qianquan, they seemed to be pondering. Chen Bei smiled ruefully, turning into a stream of light and falling into the courtyard. Many thanks for the blessing of Master Sect Leader. If there is an opportunity, Chen Bei will surely repay the great favor. Looking at Morong Xiao, who was still suspended in the air, Chen Bei bent his head and bowed. Then he turned to Zhou Hai's side and knelt on both knees. It's not like we have to apologize for it, right? But at that moment, Zheng Qianquan said loudly. The crowd sniffed and looked toward him. Chapter 11. Who the hell are you to teach me how to do my job? Don't worry, one for all, since my whereabouts have been exposed, I'll just leave on my own. Let there be a flood and a sea of pursuers. I will never drag everyone down. Hearing Zhang Qianquan's words, and seeing that everyone was gazing at Zhang Qianquan, they seemed to be pondering. Chen Bei smiled ruefully, turning into a stream of light and falling into the courtyard. Many thanks for the blessing of Master Sect Leader. If there is an opportunity, Chen Bei will surely repay the great favor. Looking at Morong Xiao, who was still suspended in the air, Chen Bei bent his head and bowed. Then he turned to Zhou Hai's side and knelt on both knees. It's not like we have to apologize for it. Old ancestor, 10 days, I want 10 days, even if I die. I want little Nine to live for another 10 days. For the first time, Chen Xian rebelled against the old ancestors and shouted, Impossible, since you can't lay your hands on me, let me, the old ancestor, do it myself. That icy voice rang out, and everyone felt their bodies tighten, as if they were being fixed on the spot. Immediately afterward, a force lifted up Chen Bei and flew towards the back of the imperial city. No, old ancestor, Chen Xian exclaimed in shock and tried to get up, but it was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on his head, making him unable to move. What are you guys still standing around for? Leave Xiaojiu behind for me. Chen Xian yelled loudly to the others on the sidelines, but at this time, even those Unity Realm powerhouses couldn't move, so how could they stay? Even if they could stay, they wouldn't dare. That was the old man himself. Old ancestor, I order you as the leader of the Tatsuo clan to put down Xiaojiu. Seeing this, Chen Xian's eyes turned crimson as he roared angrily. You're reckless. With a low roar, Chen Xian felt a strong force coming in from the mountains. Put! A large mouthful of blood sprayed out, and his entire body directly flew backwards. Old ancestor, Chen Xian's face turned pale as he shouted once again. Shut the up! The voice resounded again, and Chen Xian felt his neck tighten, and his entire body was lifted high into the air by an invisible force. The feeling of suffocation surged to his heart, and the sky swirled before Chen Xian's eyes. Asshole, do you really think that if you become an emperor, you can command the world? The position of emperor, you can only sit if I, the old ancestor, let you, and if I don't want you to sit, what kind of a thing are you? That icy cold voice echoed in the sky, causing everyone present to be unable to resist chills in their hearts. No one dared to speak for Chen Xian, only the two brothers, Chen Zhan and Chen Xiao, had their fists clenched tightly and their eyes reddened as they looked over. They tried to resist, but as if they were stakes, they could only watch. Old ancestor, as far as I know, His Majesty the Great Qian has the power to order the entire Great Qian, and that includes old ancestor. This is His Majesty's supreme authority. Do you really want to undermine the majesty of my Majesty of the Qin in front of so many people? Kai Hyuk's gaze was icy cold as he finally let out the only voice in the room. How dare you, a mere vassal, dare to tell this ancestor what to do? That icy voice came, and a powerful force instantly pressed down on Kai He. Kai He suddenly felt that his body's true essence was frozen, and the whole person was like petrified. His bones were crumbling, and unbearable pain was coming from his internal organs. I'm sorry, old ancestor. It is the ancestral motto of the Great Qian that as a subject one should put His Majesty first. I am His Majesty's subject, not old ancestors. I still ask old ancestor to consider for the sake of my Great Qian's face, and not to go too far and hurt the country. Kai Hyuk gritted his teeth, resisting the urge to spit out blood, and said with a reddened face. However, only after he said those words, the power that collapsed everything once again skyrocketed. Boom! With a roar, the earth beneath Kai He's feet crumbled, and with him at the center, the surrounding ground was lifted up layer by layer. Bang bang bang. At the same time, countless bloody holes exploded all over his body, and his entire body was pressed by that strong force to lie on the ground, dying. General Choi Hyuk, General Kai, Chen Zhan and Chen Zhao's faces changed drastically as they shouted at the same time. Old ancestor, what exactly do you want to do? The two brothers gritted their teeth and shouted, offenders of the following, die. When that voice came, he saw heaven and earth twisting, and a shocking greatness descended from the sky, heavily smashing towards Kai He. There was no doubt that the moment this power fell, it was the moment Kai He went up in smoke. That's enough, Tuoba Lei, you've gone too far. Just then, A disgruntled voice came. A huge palm appeared in the heavens and earth and heavily bombarded that shocking greatness, both annihilating it. Chen Rush, this seed is teaching someone a lesson and you want to stop it too? The icy voice said. I can't stop you from teaching anyone a lesson, but you don't recognize loyalty and don't know what's important, so I'll have to take care of it. Xian'er is both my great Qian emperor and the head of my Chen clan. We old farts shouldn't arbitrarily dismiss his decisions. Let the brothers be reunited for a few more days. The man who had stepped in to stop it said in a deep voice. What if I say no? Tuoba Lei coldly said. As he spoke, invisible killing intent swept through the entire imperial city. Everyone's hearts chilled. Were these two old ancestors going to have a big fight? Chapter 89. The two old ancestors went to war. Tuoba Lei, do you really want to go against your ancestral training? Another voice came, disgruntled. What ancestry? Right now I am the ancestor of the Tatsuo clan, and my will is the ancestor. Chen Bei is a matter of life and death for my great Qian and the survival of the Chen clan. Killing him for my great Qian. Did I still do wrong? Tuoba Lei coldly said. How dare you? Tuoba Lei, you really think that one's father and the others are dead? My Tatsuo clan won't be able to suppress you, don't you? Release Chen Bei and give the brothers 10 days. Another voice was heard. With the death of the great-grandfather princes, the current lineage of the Tatsuo clan is weak. In addition to Tatsuo Su, the Tatsuo family name of the people no longer have the peak of the Purple Mansion realm strongman, but it doesn't mean that there are no Purple Mansion powerhouses in the people of the Chun surname. At this moment, the only remaining 30-odd Chun surname Purple Mansion powerhouses all sent out their own auras to express their dissatisfaction with Tuoba Lei. Ha ha ha. Gentlemen, all of you are a group of people who call themselves ancestors. Don't you feel ashamed to argue over a group of children here? I also think it's not too late. It's better for Chen Bei to die sooner rather than later. Just then, the domineering voice rang out. If Zhou Hai were here, he would have realized that the owner of this voice was no one else but the Deqian old ancestor who had been scared out of his wits earlier. His name is Ouyang Hua, and he is also one of the 3 remaining peak Zifu realm powerhouses in Deqian today, and like Tuoba Lei, he is the son-in-law of the Qin clan. That's right, when it comes to the safety of my Tatsuo clan, I think it's better to do some things sooner rather than later. That's how I see it too. As Ouyang Xiu opened his mouth, another voice came out. The Tatsuo clan's supreme elders had always been divided into 2 main factions, one for the Tatsuo clan's bloodline, and the other for the foreign relatives. The Chen surname had more than 30 Zifu realm powerhouses left at the moment, but the outer relic sect also had more than 20 Zifu realm cultivators left in addition to the 2 peak powerhouses, Ouyang Hua and Tuoba Lei. As they opened their mouths one after another, the situation came to a standstill. Chen Bei didn't say anything. He just let the force drag him through the imperial city to the back of the mountain. It was said to be the back of the mountain, but it was actually an endless mountain range, with a number of hills in it, all of which were places of purification for the elders of the Tatsuo clan above the Dao Palace realm. Passing through a mountain peak, he saw that Chen Bei was about to be brought into a mountain stream. However, at that moment, there was an explosion in the void as an old man stepped through the air, instantly cutting off that force and lifting Chen Bei in his hands. Elder ancestor, Chen Bei looked at the visitor, only to see that the other party was dressed in gray clothes. His pale face did not have half a beard, and even the top of his head was bare. He recognized this old ancestor as the cousin of old ancestor Cinnabar, born to old ancestor Cinnabar's eldest uncle. Its age is more than 200 years older than the old ancestor of Cinnabar, but the talent is not as good as the old ancestor of Cinnabar. In the Purple Mansion realm of the 8th level of the trap for more than 800 years, without any inch of progress. Tatsukai, what are you trying to do? Seeing that Chen Bei was robbed by Chen Hai, Tuoba Lei became furious. Do I need to explain to you what this seed is going to do? This kid, I want him to live another 10 days. Problem? Chen Hai stood with his arms folded, looking out over the distant mountain stream, and coldly said, in that mountain stream, the river flowed, and beside a thatched cottage, an old man was fishing. Upon hearing this, a flash of stern killing intent flashed in the old man's eyes, and the sky instantly exploded as he flung his fishing rod. Rumble! Countless water droplets in the river rushed up to the sky, turning into dark clouds in the sky. Lightning intertwined and thunder exploded wherever the fishing line passed. Thousands of miles of emptiness were plunged into a riot, as if they were cut into another world. Old ancestor! Old ancestor! The sky outside the imperial city was also shrouded in dark clouds, and endless pressure struck the city, giving people the feeling that the city was being destroyed by black clouds. Everyone's face changed drastically, whether it was those subjects of the royal capital, or the city guards and the forbidden guards. All of them couldn't help but shout in terror. This was a sign that the 2 great ancestors were going to fight. No one dared to imagine what the consequences would be once they fought. Unfortunately, their horror went unheeded. Outside the mountain stream and the back of the mountain, the fish line transformed into lightning across the sky, instantly arriving beside Chen Hai. about to sweep Chen Bei over. Buzz. However, a buzzing sound was heard, and a large Xian black bell flew out, 10,000 feet of light blooming, instantly cutting off the rolling thunder brought by that fish line. Claptrap. At the same time, the tides are sounding and the sky is filled with mind-blowing sights, with the large bell as the center. An azure sea spread wildly. There was a 100-foot tsunami sweeping through the heavens and the earth, and the sea that was suspended in the sky seemed like it might smash down at any moment, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. The sea was constantly forcing back Tuoba Lei's thunder domain, and the two sides formed a division. Cinnabar Sea, do you really want to make a move against the old man? Tuoba Lei's icy cold voice came out, and his eyes transformed into two rays of harsh electricity, striking directly at Chen Hai's side. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Tatsuo Hai did not budge and resolutely blocked in front of Tatsuo Bei. Is it worth it for an outsider? Tuoba Lei coldly said. Ha ha ha. Takumi Lei, how about we fill you in the devil's cave first? Tatsuo Hai laughed out loud and Rined. You. Tuoba Lei was furious. Remember, the boy's name is Chen Bei, the Chen of the Chen clan. Even if he doesn't have my Tatsu clan's bloodline, but he didn't hesitate to travel 10,000 miles to die for my Tatsu clan. He is my Tatsu clan's descendant. As an elder ancestor, I can't shelter him. Can I buy this much time? Tuoba Lei, come and fight. Chen Hai swallowed all the air. Even though his cultivation was far inferior to Tuoba Lei, at this moment, he still stood on top of the sky and did not give in. Chen Bei hovered behind Chen Hai, and after secretly taking some elixirs, his body was recovering rapidly, and the cultivation power in his body had been greatly replenished. He restored himself while looking at this old ancestor in front of him, and a touch flashed in his eyes. The Tatsu clan never gave up on him. Although it was still difficult for him to escape death in the hearts of these people, it was enough for him. As a son of the Tatsu clan, he had the responsibility to sacrifice for the Tatsu clan. It's not that the old folks were heartless, they really did their best. Chen Hai, you seek death, I'll fulfill you. With a roar, in the mountain stream, Tuoba Lei transformed into thunder and headed straight for Cinnabar Seaside. Wherever it passed, the domain crushed everything, and Tatsuo Hai's sea domain was constantly crumbling, being forced to keep falling back. That depends on how much you weigh. Chen Hai coldly grunted. His head was above the Jinhai bell, and the power of the tides surged around his body, carrying boundless power as he slammed into that thunder figure. Boom boom boom. For a while, only earth-shattering explosions kept ringing out, with the two as the center. Wherever the airwaves passed, countless mountains collapsed and turned into pieces. That thunder figure was holding a thunder torture whip, waving it like lightning, transforming into a long dragon, each attack carrying the power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Chen Hai was no less impressive, with the Jinhai bell on top of his head, and the tidal power around his body like monstrous waves sweeping non-stop, allowing him to attack and defend. While defusing his opponent's attacks, he unleashed the power of the mountains and seas and fought with the thunder figure that Tuoba Lei had transformed into. The void around the two of them continued to burst open, and a huge spatial black hole appeared, far from the hair-sized spatial cracks that could be compared to when Unity Realm cultivators fought. The spatial turbulence that emerged from these black holes, even if a Dao Palace realm powerhouse, would have to be instantly swallowed and torn to pieces. The two of them, however, were as steady as MT. Tai, hardened against the pulling force that erupted from one black hole after another. During the fight between the two, the order of heaven and earth was too late to repair the battle-damaged space. Chen Hai, just by virtue of you dare to stop old man from acting. You don't know how to die. Steeply, Tuoba Lei let out a loud roar, and the thunder transformed into a sea, also sweeping out 100 feet of waves, destroying the sky and smashing into the Chen Sea. Chapter 90, Ancestral Artifact of the Chen Clan. Suppressing all disobedience. No good. Chen Bei's face changed. In that sea of thunder, the raging purple mansion Dao was indestructible. Although Old Man Cinnabarsi's tidal Dao was powerful, it was far inferior to this all-out strike from Tuoba Lei. He tried to intervene, but it was too late. When strong people fought, it was too late to say anything, and attacks were often just a thought away. Under his gaze, the sea of thunder crashed down. Bang 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 bang. Just as he heard successive bursts of sound, the surrounding tides transformed by the Dao of Old Man Cinnabarsi instantly collapsed, and his entire body was directly submerged by a sea of thunder. A moment later, the sea suppressor bell flew out, and Old Man Cinnabarsi's figure smashed out of the sea of thunder like a cannonball. Put. While the person was still in the void, Old Man Cinnabarsi sprayed out a large mouthful of blood first. The clothes on his body had long since disappeared, and his entire body was charred and covered in rotting flesh, with not a single good spot to be found. Boom! The moment his body landed on the ground, Old Ancestor Cinnabarsi smashed another hill hard and collapsed a hill, lying on the ground dying. Elder Ancestor, Chen Bei's body moved, and he hurriedly flew towards Old Man Chen Hai. Stop right there. However, he heard Tuobalei's ice-cold voice come from him, and a long dragon of thunder swept over, about to take him away. Old thief, you seek death. Killing intent emerged in Chen Bei's eyes. This person, after all, also belonged to one of the Tatsuo clan's old ancestors, and he had already tolerated the other party once and for all. Even if the other party wanted him to die, he did not resist in the slightest. He only wanted to take the opportunity to first approach that so-called Calamity Demon Cave and see what was going on in the so-called underworld before making plans. But the other party was too much. Just a son-in-law of the Tatsuo clan. How dare he turn against the others? Not putting the rest of the Tatsuo clan in his eyes at all. Did this really think that once the great ancestors died, no one in the Tatsuo clan would be able to suppress them? With violent anger in his heart, Chen Bei was about to summon his holy weapon and kill him. However, at this moment, a stream of light flashed by, and dozens of figures instantly appeared in front of him. Boom boom boom. Bursts of explosions came, the thunder dragon crumbled, and that sea of thunder was forced back hard under the joint efforts of dozens of people. That's enough to Kumilei. Do you want to rebel? An icy cold voice rang out, and an old man in an earth-colored robe stepped out, and it was none other than Shan Ruashi, who was also a powerhouse at the 8th level of the Purple Mansion realm. He was born to the second uncle of old man Tatsumi. Rebellion? You pedantic old men. Are you determined to stop this seat? Tuoba Lei appeared from the thunder, wearing a straw raincoat, and coldly said, try it again. Chen Ruashu raised his hand and pointed it to Tuoba Lei, not giving the other party any face at all, and the moment his words fell, without even giving the foreign relative's lineage a chance to make a move, he saw holy light shoot straight up into the sky, and a large seal flew out from the imperial city, hovering above his head. In an instant, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed. Under this great seal, the sky was restored to clarity, and everything returned to peace. Holy light enveloped the area, and Tuobalei's thunder field went up in smoke. Tuobalei's face changed, all his arrogance unconsciously internalized. At the same time, the lineage of foreign relatives who were preparing to make a move have also laid down, and no one has come forward. After all, De Qian is the De Qian of the Qin clan. And even if there are no peak Purple Mansion realm powerhouses sitting in the town nowadays, with the Qin clan's heritage, it is not something that anyone can be wild about. The ancestral weapons of De Qian will always only obey the orders of the Tatsuo clan bloodline. Tatsuya, you, Tuoba Lei gritted his teeth and grimaced. In the current situation, if he fades away, he is destined to lose face. But if he messes up again, look at the appearance of these people. I'm afraid that they will take him to make an example of him. How could he not have thought that with the Qin clan in such a situation? These old codgers would still dare to be this strong? Aren't they afraid of causing civil unrest? Get out! At this moment, Tuoba Lei was in great need of a step, but it was obvious that Chan Ruashi would not give him this step. The word roll, like thunder exploding in the void, almost made him so angry that a mouthful of old blood was sprayed out. Okay, Tatsuya, don't regret it. A glint of gloom flashed into Tuoba Lei's eyes as he flung his hands and left angrily. Elder ancestor. On the other side, Chen Bei took the opportunity to fly to Chen Hai's side, and hurriedly poured out the revitalization pill and spring restoration pill and stuffed them into Chen Hai's mouth. Boom! In an instant, the heaven and earth Yuan spirit rioted, turning into a tidal wave that swept towards Chen Hai's body, causing Chen Hai's cultivation power to be greatly replenished. At the same time, the rejuvenation pill's medicinal effects kicked in, and old man Cinnabar C's injuries recovered as far as the eye could see. Hair grew on his head and his aged face gradually regained its youthfulness. What's going on? Chen Ruoshi and the other old ancestors turned their heads, and those foreign ancestors also probed their divine thoughts this way, all of them showing astonishment. Under their gazes, they only saw that in less than a short quarter of an hour, the injuries of old ancestor Tatsuya had completely recovered. At the same time, he was even restored to his middle-aged appearance, and his longevity, which was withered, was actually filled with vitality at this time. What a cozy feeling! Tatsukai leapt up and put a shirt on himself, and his entire body froze. In his opinion, he was afraid that he would have difficulty living for another 100 years, but now, he felt that he would have no problem living another 1,000 years. What have you given the old man, child? Turning his head, Tatsuo Hai looked at Tatsuo Bei incredulously. The rejuvenation pill, not only can it restore injuries, it can also prolong the life of the old ancestor for 1,000 years, Tatsumi said truthfully. When these words came out, everyone's faces were horrified. Rejuvenation pill? This is a real heaven-ranked pill. Looking at the Tatsuo clan, it was difficult to take out 3 heavenly rank pills, especially not one such life-extending divine pills as the rejuvenation pill. Tatsuhoku actually took it out and gave it directly to someone to eat. This kid, didn't he go out and experience an escape and gain a heavenly fortune? Ayya, such a precious elixir. How can you kid give it to my old ancestor to waste? Heartbroken old me. How good it would have been if this elixir had been given to Chinsu. Elder Tatsuo let out a wail. He, who was previously domineering and unyielding, was now pounding his chest like a child, with a pained look on his face. Tatsuhide was stunned and couldn't help but laugh. The old ancestor was still the same old ancestor. He looked majestic on weekdays, but in reality, he was always an old codger. This was not caring about image at all. That's right, beggar, it's a waste for you to give this old man this elixir. How good would it be if you gave it to me? With such an abundance of vitality, it would certainly help me to go further and achieve the peak of the Purple Mansion, which would also be a great battle force for my Tatsu clan. Tatsuya became a bit envious and disgruntled. Bah, do you speak like a human being, you asshole? I'm dying and instead of using it for me it's for you. What were you thinking? I said I'd give it to Tatsuo because I think that guy has hopes of making a dash for the Holy Realm. Giving it to you is a pure waste. But you did remind me. Having regained my life, I feel full of strength. Breaking through the 9th level of the Violet Mansion realm is here. No, old man is going to shut down. Chen Hai spat at Chen Ruashi and turned into a stream of light to leave this place as he spoke. To Obale, when old me breaks through, I'll compete with you. Tatsuo Hai was clearly upset, and yelled even as he flew away. Humph, underlings, just you deserve it. To Obale's unwilling voice came out. How could he not have thought that not only did this strike fail to kill Chen Bei, but instead, it gave Chen Hai a chance to make a breakthrough. If this Chen clan lineage had one more peak Zifu realm powerhouse, would their faction still be able to suppress it then? I'm afraid I'm going to be voiceless again. Tatsu clan, since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. The overthrow of the Tatsu clan is here, in the ruins of the mountain stream. Tuobale's eyes flashed with a flash of killing intent as he flew away from this place. Chapter 91 Halfway Roundup. Gio, how have you been doing all this time? Yes, little 9. I heard that the entire northern wasteland cultivators are after you. Even the schoolhouse that never intervenes in disputes has made a move against you. You must be having a very hard time, right? Xiao Gio, I'm sorry, big brother shouldn't have treated you like that. I never thought that after knowing the truth, you would still be willing to come back. In the evening, several of Chen Bei's brothers converged at the Qianshu Palace in the Imperial City, and Chen Xian, Chen Zhen, and Chen Xiao all had concern for Chen Bei in their eyes. The three royal brothers don't need to worry. Xiao Jiao is unharmed. Why don't we go check out that underworld demon cave first? Chen Bei smiled, his eyes filled with emotion. No need, Xiao Jiao, just rest for the next 2 days. Don't go near that place. 10 days are not easy to come by. Let's walk around the royal capital more and go then. Otherwise this trip, I'm afraid. Chen Xian rejected Chen Bei. He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood what he meant. Tatsuhoka bowed his head in deep thought. Although he wanted to find out everything, he also knew that his big brother was right, and he was afraid that he would not be able to come back if there was no other way to solve the problem in this trip. Instead of that, it would be better to spend a few days with the brothers and have a relaxing time before you die. Okay, listen to big brother. Thinking of this, Chen Bei nodded his head and said, at this moment, on the way to the Qian King's capital in the Taichu mountain range, old ancestor Cinnabar and the others, who had rushed nearly 10 million miles, were about to arrive at the Dechen dynasty. However, while passing through a small country called Wu, a sudden change occurred. The kingdom of Wu, covering an area of 8 million square kilometers, with a territory equivalent to a state in Deqian, was one of the 72 countries under the control of the Chongyao Holy Land. There was a large yuanstone vein in the territory, and in order to supply the cultivation needs of the Chongyao Holy Land, the Wu kingdom's population of 500 million had to ensure that there were hundreds of millions of people digging here at all times. On weekdays, this mining vein, which covered millions of square kilometers, was very lively, filled with the clamor of mining slaves everywhere. However, at this moment, old man Tatsuo and the others passed by this place, but they found it terribly quiet. Just as everyone was puzzled, they saw the aura of death shrouded below them, condensing and not dispersing. 100 miles ahead was even more gray and cloudy, with a large number of poisonous barriers permeating the area. Old ancestor, look, Corpse Mountain. That's Corpse Mountain. A cry of alarm came from the spirit boat as someone pointed downwards. Elder Tatsuo stopped the spirit boat with a frown on his face. He also saw it, a corpse mountain that was 100 feet tall, magnificent and terrifying. Countless dead people's faces were purple, and they did not rest in peace, obviously had a struggle before death. After death still face twisted, hideous, can be imagined how much pain before death. And in addition to this mountain of corpses, looking to the left, old man Tatsuo's gaze gazed out over the horizon, and even farther away, he saw a river with countless corpses suspended within it, the number of which was equally mind-numbing. It's hard to imagine just how many people died in this area. Is everyone dead? What kind of person would be so heartless as to kill such a huge number of living beings? Is he not afraid of the wrath of heaven? Sixth Prince Chanlei couldn't help but say. Elder Tatsuo didn't reply and turned his spirit boat around to leave this place. An inexplicable sense of crisis surged through his heart, and he knew that his party might be in trouble. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist Chen Su isn't returning to the Qian King's capital. Where is he planning to go? Sure enough, just as he turned around, he heard a loud laugh coming from him. A group of strong people flew out of the poisonous barrier that filled the area in front of them. Hundreds of them. Among them, there were more than 20 Purple Mansion realm powerhouses, and the rest of them were all at the Dao Palace realm cultivation level. The appearance of this group of people caused Old Man Cinnabar's pupils to shrink. The other Tatsu clan's children on the spirit boat couldn't help but tighten their bodies as their adrenaline spiked, including Elder Tatsuo. Many people had just used their divine sense to probe the poisonous barrier, and hadn't found anyone at all, but they didn't expect so many strong people to rush out in the blink of an eye. Who are you people? Old Ancestor Cinnabar frowned and said coldly. There was no doubt that the people in this vein were killed by these people. This is a group of demons, destined to come. Ha ha ha, a person who is about to die. There's no need for fellow Taoist Tatsuo to be curious about so much, right? Inside that group, a Peak Zifu realm powerhouse laughed out loud. You exterminated the entire vein of mines. Aren't you afraid that the Qiangyao faction won't stop with you? Now you still dare to block the path in front of this seat. Is this an attempt to make an enemy of my great Qian? Old Ancestor Cinnabar coldly said. Ha ha ha, what is the district Qiangyao faction? Not to mention your great Qian Shen clan. Do you still have the power to defend yourself at the moment? I've heard that today's Taoist friend has not had a small chance, and has even lived a second life. I'm afraid that in this life, there is a not so small hope of breaking through to that realm. Originally, I had no intention of letting you live, but as a result, there was a request for a siege just now, so I can only ask you to return to the heavens. The man laughed out loud, and as he spoke, hundreds of people looked at Old Man Cinnabar teasingly. Elder Tatsuo's eyes were cold, and he didn't think about escaping. Bringing along so many juniors and being surrounded by so many powerful people, their group was doomed to be unable to fly. Isn't it too arbitrary to say that without a fight? Chen Yen, take everyone and go first. This seat stops them. Old Man Tatsuo's body moved and instantly rushed out. Boom boom boom. In an instant, thousands of miles around, countless large mountains were uprooted and flew in front of Tatsuo at the same time. A large seal flew out from the hand of Old Ancestor Tatsuo, enveloping the 10,000 mountains and making them into a whole. Like a pillar of the sky. Buzz. Infinite gravity swept through the air as the great mountain flew up in the air and heavily smashed into the group of powerhouses. Even for a Peak Zifu realm powerhouse, at this moment, he only felt his body sinking, almost being crushed from the sky and smashed onto the ground. Dozens of people were at the bottom of the big mountain, and it was difficult to move the slightest bit for a while. Father, the old man called Chen Yen couldn't help but call out. Go! Old Ancestor Cinnabar roared angrily. Upon hearing this, Chen Yen didn't dare to hesitate and urged his spirit boat, bringing the rest of the Chen clan's children with him to bypass this place and flee to the Chen dynasty. Old Man Tatsuo, do you really think you can overpower us? Under the hundreds of thousands of feet of giant mountains, that Peak Purple Mansion realm powerhouse roared angrily. Whether you can block it or not depends on whether you have the strength. Tatsuo's eyes blazed as he stomped on the giant mountain that was hundreds of thousands of feet tall. You seek death. Kill. That Peak Purple Mansion realm powerhouse roared, and all of them activated their own Dao weapons together. For a time, 100 kinds of domains rushed up to the sky. Poisonous gas filled the air, and the giant mountain bombarded by the Purple Mansion Taoist soldiers kept trembling, as if it might crumble at any moment. Give me the town. With a loud roar, Old Man Cinnabar desperately operated his body's true essence, fusing himself with the great mountain and deadening everyone. This kind of outburst has a strange effect though, making it difficult for these people to break through the suppression. However, the power of the backlash was also very serious. Every strike from these people could cause great damage to his body, while the war was going on over here. On the other side, after a day-long rush, Yi Haoran also finally arrived at the Taichu mountain range with Qin Shio and the others. What's going on? Today's Taichu mountain range should be bustling with activity. How could it be so quiet? Just after arriving at the entrance of the Taichu mountain range, Yi Haoran froze and couldn't help but frown. But at that moment, a line of hundreds of people arrived, instantly attracting their attention. Chapter 92. The disciples of the various mansions contended. Elder Yi, I heard that you were planning to stay at the Great Zhou branch to meditate. Why did you come as well? And bringing so many disciples? A loud laugh came out, and the one who spoke was a middle-aged man in fancy clothes. He looked young, and his bone age was not even 1,000 years, but he had a Purple Mansion realm cultivation, which one would not dare to underestimate. Didn't you kid also bring disciples from the remaining 3 branch academies? Could it be that they can all come and the human disciples of the Great Zhou Academy have to be excluded? Yi Haoran squinted his eyes and skimmed. This middle-aged man's name was Zhao Yan, and he was the head of the Jishi Academy, the true power holder of the Academy's Holy Land. This time, he had brought nearly 1,000 people. Not only were there many disciples from the main academy, even the disciples from the 3 major royal dynasty branches of Deqian, Deyuan, and Detang all added up to nearly 200, a much larger number than the disciples who came from the Great Zhou Academy. At this moment, the many disciples behind him were sizing up Chu Chen and the others. Those disciples from the General Academy always had that lofty posture. It was as if they were inherently superior in front of the disciples from the Academy branch. As for the disciples of the other 3 major branches, their eyes were even more nakedly disdainful. Some people had provocative faces, and some people simply didn't put the disciples of the Great Zhou Academy in their eyes. The consecutive 100 years of being at the bottom of the argument, the Great Zhou Academy had long since become the laughingstock of the 4 major branch academies. Damn, what do these people mean? That look is making me so uncomfortable. Yuan Bubi, a disciple of Elder Wu Yang of the Great Zhou Academy, frowned in dissatisfaction. Yeah, does this one really think it's pretty to have big nostrils? Do they have to turn their noses up at people? Formation Palace Su Jinyang's personal disciple Wu Ming also couldn't help but mutter. Just get used to it. These people have long since developed this disgusting disposition. Just don't bother. Lu Dan Yang, the chief disciple of Dan Palace Elder Dan Duanzi, coldly said, "That's right, summer insects can't talk about ice. A bunch of self-righteous things that have long since departed from their original hearts. A mere provocation will not be able to disrupt my Tao." Bai Shu bristled. As a disciple of Li Chongqing, he had been taught by the late saint of Confucianism and Taoism since he was a child, and had always taken all the people in the world as his own responsibility, and he was most unable to see this group of people who deviated from the late saint's original intention. At this moment, Yi Haoren was talking to Zhao Yan. Hearing their conversation, the crowd of disciples over there burst into a rage. Chu Chen, as the Zhou Dynasty Academy's eldest senior brother, could it be that you can't even discipline your own junior siblings? Do you need me to help you discipline them? An icy cold voice rang out as a burly youth stepped through the air, towering over the crowd of disciples from Great Zhou. Son, forget? What are you? Your brain is healed and you want to discipline your siblings for me? Chu Chen had always been good-tempered, but he didn't give the other party any good face at all when he heard that. You seek death. Upon hearing this, Sun Not Forgotten became furious, his breath flowing around his body, his blood chi rushing to the sky, and he erupted on the spot at the 7th level of the life-taking realm. Chu Chen, I've endured you for a long time. Come out and fight if you have the ability. Sun Unforgettable raised his hand to point at Chu Chen and roared angrily. Ha ha ha, am I wrong? Everyone else is unforgettable, but you have a problem with your brain, and you forget in the blink of an eye. That's why your master named you Sun Forgetting. Who knows about that? Chu Chen laughed out loud and opened his mouth to reveal the other party's scars, but in his heart, he was secretly shocked. I didn't expect that after only 6 years of not seeing each other, the other party's cultivation had risen so quickly. 6 years ago, he was already at the 2nd level of the life-taking realm, but the other party was only at the 9th level of the innate realm. Now that he had just broken through at the 6th level of the life-snatching realm, the other party's cultivation had already surpassed his. One had to admit that the strength of the Great Qin Academy was indeed far above the Great Zhou Academy. Just being the chief disciple of the Martial Dao Palace was already this powerful. It was hard to imagine how powerful the Great Qin Academy's chief senior brother was. Thinking of this, Chu Chen's gaze secretly surveyed a youth in the crowd. Seeing that the other party's breath was internalized and he could not detect his cultivation realm in the slightest, he could not help but feel bitter in his heart. It seemed that this time around, Great Zhou was going to experience another joke during the 4 prefectures discourse. At this moment, Chu Chen was not the only one who was shocked. Ling Ruoxue and the others also had grave expressions on their faces, knowing that there was trouble with this discourse. Chu Chen, I'll kill you. Sun Unforgettable let out a roar of fury, being mocked by the other party again and again, and then thinking of the humiliation of being cleaned up by Chu Chen 6 years ago, he roared and then came towards Chu Chen to kill him. Eldest brother. Bai Shushu and the others' faces changed and they couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Chu Chen's brows were tightly locked. Although he had the intention of avoiding the battle, it was impossible for him to turn around and flee when the other party forced their hand. Stop. Do what? Just as Chu Chen was preparing to meet the battle, an icy cold voice came, and Sun Never Forget's body was instantly fixed in the air. Yi Haoren looked at this side with an ice-cold gaze. He didn't have any good feelings towards these disciples of the Dakian Academy. Ha. What is the elder doing? What's wrong with a group of young men competing against each other? Zhao Yan said with a smile. Good fart. Bullying. This is what a disciple of the academy should do. The Great Zhou Academy is not as skilled as others, but it's no reason to be bullied. Yi Haoren opened his mouth and sprayed, not giving this sect master any face at all. Okay, no fight. All disciples listened to the order. From now on, without permission, whoever dares to spar with the disciples of the Great Zhou Academy will not blame this seat for heavy punishment. Zhao Yan smiled bitterly and hurriedly waved his hand. Elder Yi, is this okay? Turning his head, he looked helplessly at Yi Haoran again. In the entire academy, the one who made him the most helpless was Yi Haoran. It couldn't be helped. The other elders cared about face and kept their words to themselves, hitting people without hitting their faces. This elder Yi does not eat this set of things. See who is not happy, open his mouth and spray. If you let him spray it all over again, you really can't be a human being. Seeing Yi Haoran sheltering this side at all times, the crowd of Great Zhou disciples were touched. However, hearing their conversation, the hearts of all the disciples, including Chu Chen, were not in a good mood. What do you mean by bullying and being less skilled? That's a fundamental denial of the strength of their line of work. While this is true, it's always a bit overwhelming. That's more like it. And what are you guys hanging your heads for? If you can't beat it, you can't beat it. So what's the shame in saying it? If you don't even dare to face the truth, what kind of great future can you have? Remember, strength is not the standard for being human. What's the use of being strong when your heart is black? You and the others are not weak in your own right. It's just that you have too few resources to compare yourself to others. If you and the others also deviate from the will of the sage forefathers like they did, burning, killing, plundering, and acting recklessly, you don't have to see that your cultivation is lower than theirs. Is the key for you guys to do it? Yi Haoran nodded to Zhao Yan with satisfaction, then scolded Chu Chan and the others. The crowd froze and laughed. Can't do it. Chu Chan and the others responded in a hurry. Among them, the one who shouted the loudest was Zheng Qianquan. This period of time in the schoolhouse he was suffocating enough, was isolated not to mention, but also watched others' good things accounted for all, their own nothing to get. I didn't expect to come out for a trip and be scorned along with the rest of the academy. Right now this opportunity to mock back with a counter taunt, of course he wouldn't let it go. You guys, Sun Unforgettable's expression changed drastically, and the faces of those disciples who came with Zhao Yan were also very ugly. Of course they knew that Yi Haoran looked at them with displeasure. They had the intention to retort, but they didn't dare at all. They could only hold it in. Okay, Elder Yi, you're also old. Why are you bothering with a bunch of children? We're all here. Let's go in together and take a look. Perhaps the chance is on my side of the academy, and it might allow us to find that devil ape. Zhao Yan had a headache on his face, and in order to stop Yi Haoran from continuing, he hurriedly rounded up the situation. Chapter 9300 Puppets, 8 Desolate Passages. Finding the demon ape is your business. I'll stay out of it. This time I came here, I only wanted to bring the disciples of the Great Zhou Academy to try out. The General Academy has been too neglected all these years, and it's time to give these kids a kickstart. Yi Haoran waved his hand, and without waiting for Zhao Yan to open his mouth again, he turned his head to Qin Shiyou and the others and said, "Let's go. Don't get involved with them." The disciples responded and followed behind him as they entered the Taichu mountain range together. Deception. It was only at this point that an elder on the side of the Great Qian Academy couldn't help but gnash his teeth and say, "Yes, as the Chief Academy's supreme elder, this elder Yi's favoritism is too blatant. Sect Master, are you just going to let him humiliate people like this?" The elders of the Great Tang Academy and the Great Yuan Academy couldn't help but complain as well. Alright, what's the rant? What's the point of complaining to me when you can say it to his face? Don't think that I don't know what you've done. If you don't know how to restrain yourselves, not to mention that you won't be able to pass Elder Yi's hurdle, I'll never forgive you lightly either. Let's go into the mountains to look for the Taichu demon ape. Zhao Yan looked at them coldly, and the crowd could only bow their heads and forcefully hold back their anger as they entered the Taichu mountain range together. Elder, what's going on with this Taichu demon ape? In the Taichu mountain range, Chu Chen and the others followed closely behind Yi Haoran, and Qin Shiyou couldn't help but ask. Legend has it that there was a demon emperor in ancient times who forced open the path of immortality and stepped into the heavens. Nay, the path of immortality is difficult to pass through, and in a fit of rage, his Jedi transformed into a war immortal and reopened heaven and earth, causing everything in the universe to restart in the beginning of time. As of this moment, there is one more mysterious forbidden place in the universe, named Taichu, and those who enter it will die without living. Later on, for some unknown reason, the great beginning collapsed and dissipated into the heavens and earth. This Taichu mountain range is one of the fragments of the former Taichu Forbidden Land, forcibly dividing the ancient world into 8 wastelands. The devil ape of the beginning of the earth is rumored to be a descendant of the demon emperor. Whoever can obtain its essence blood will be able to restart the Taichu and seek that opportunity to become a Taoist. This time I heard about the descent of the Taichu demon ape, so I thought this side would be very lively, so I brought you and the others along. I wanted you and others to see the pride of the great sects, but I didn't want it to be so cold. Forget it, it's good to go into the 8 desolate passages and see the pride of each desolate. Yi Haorun led the crowd straight to the 8 desolate passages while explaining. So it is. Upon hearing this, the crowd drifted off and followed Yi Haorun straight to the 8 desolate passages, and at that moment, Zhou Hai was still searching ceaselessly within the vast hundreds of thousands of miles of mountain ranges. It had to be said that the range was too wide. Without being able to utilize divine sense, trying to find a demonic monkey was as hard as heaven. No, it's not a good idea to keep searching like this. One's range of vision is still too small. Late at night, Zhou Hai stopped at a hill, and after his divine thoughts searched the system space for a while, he suddenly saw a bright light brush up on. In the next moment, hundreds of puppets appeared around him like flashes, each of them emitting a sage aura. Of course, this was not a saint-level puppet. At best it could only be considered a half-saint. Yet, it was also Zhou Hai's harvest from the system signing in over the years, and it was considered one of his bottom cards. Go, immediately search for the swift demon ape for me. With a command, Zhou Hai directly divided the Taichu mountain range into hundreds of areas for these puppets to search simultaneously. With a flash of red light in the eyes of these puppets, they suddenly changed into all kinds of people and flew away from here. Mud, I haven't signed in today, have I? After seeing these puppets leave, Zhou Hai then remembered to sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and obtaining a signing-in gift pack. Ding, the sign-in gift pack is automatically opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a vestment. The system's voice came, and Zhou Hai immediately brightened up. Vestments are a good thing. Legend has it that this kind of clothing has no form and no substance, but it can cover the body, and it is warm in winter and cool in summer, and it can be big or small, and it can even block other people's divine sense probing. If it was not forcibly refined, it would be almost difficult to damage it in battle. Nay, the craft of creating vestments had long been lost, so much so that many cultivators nowadays were naked when they fought. If they weren't careful, if this were to be placed in the past, the vestments would be passed down for 3 generations, and the clothes would still be there when people died. Battles were casual and there was no need to worry about running out of clothes. Thinking of this, Zhou Hai's mind moved and the vestments were instantly placed on his body. After a burst of white light, the vestments transformed into a cream-colored tunic, transforming the already clean and handsome man into a sense of a turbid image of a good son. Well, that's good. That's how I should look. With this thing called vestments, in the future, when you eat bones and sauce in hot pot, you will never be afraid of grease stains again. From now on we'll be the ones who can afford to wear white. Zhou Hai surveyed himself with satisfaction, and had to admire that the vestments came with a sense of aura that matched him too well. Seeing that hundreds of puppets were looking for people for themselves, and not much more than one for himself, Zhou Hai found a place with stunning landscape, waved his hand and a bunch of cooking utensils appeared, directly opening his picnic life. Unconsciously, 10 days passed. Although the Taichu mountain range was huge, under the hundreds of puppets searching day and night without knowing what to do, the entire Taichu mountain range was still turned over. Why haven't you found it yet? Could it be that that little monkey isn't in the Taichu mountain range at all? After sorting out the news from the puppet sect, Zhou Hai could not help but frown. It was good that the system only said that his little apprentice's life was in danger, and it didn't determine when it would happen. Seeing that so much time had passed, this little apprentice was still alive and well, which was a relief to him. Otherwise, if the demonic ape was not found and the other party died instead, what a loss it would be. Could it be that I'm looking in the wrong direction, and that this little monkey isn't in the northern wastelands Taichu mountain range, but rather in the 8 wastelands passage, or the Taichu mountain ranges of the various other wastelands? After some contemplation, Zhou Hai decided to take a walk to the 8 desolate passages. Senior sister, our clothes are gone, and at this moment, in the 8 desolate passages, a mountain stream, Xin Xiao's cry of alarm suddenly came. What's going on? Just now it was fine, how come it's gone? Which denizen stole it? Soon, Ling Ruoxue and Bai Shushu's angry voices rang out. The 8 Wastelands passage, said to be a passage, was in fact a small world. What is in the outside world is here. Moreover, in order to facilitate the trading of the 8 Wastelands cultivators, this world had also established a number of town bazaars. Many cultivators from the 8 Wastelands settled here and did business. Forget it, junior sister. Let's change into a different set of clothes. Look around to see which denizen is even capable of such a thing as stealing clothes. Ling Ruoxue gritted her teeth and was in no mood to continue bathing. Taking out a set of clothes she put them on herself. Right, don't let me catch him or break his arms and legs. Bai Shushu also said indignantly. What are you waiting for, little sister? It can't be that you don't have a change of clothes, right? Soon, the two of them changed into their clothes, but they saw Qin Xiao standing with her hands clasping her chest. Qin Xiao nodded awkwardly, and the two of them were suddenly filled with black lines. Junior sister, you've been worshipping for so long and you don't even have a single piece of clothing. Is this how Junior Master treats you? Bai Shushu was speechless to the extreme, and hurriedly took out another set of new clothes that he hadn't worn and handed them to Qin Xiao. Thank you, senior sister, but I can't blame master. He's a rather careless person. How can he care about his female disciples? Qin Xiao gave a thank you and put on her own clothes. He. Good looking. But at that moment, a laugh came. The three women turned their heads to look and their faces darkened on the spot. Chapter 94 Formed Great Demon. Little monkey who stole clothes. It's nice. It's so nice. Under the gazes of the three Qin Xiao girls, a teenager scratched his ears and bounced towards them, and on the teenager's body, he was actually wearing two sets of pink and white women's clothes at the same time. There was also a gray male outfit on the outside, which was precisely the clothes of Qin Xiao's three girls. Asshole. The three women had never seen such an odd dress, and were a bit dazed at first. Reacting, Bai Shushu instantly stopped. Flying up, he rushed up and kicked the teenager in the ass. Ouch! The teenager let out a miserable scream and rolled on the ground. Only when he raised his head, he saw a harsh sword light flash by, and Ling Ruoshue's sword was already on his neck. What are you doing? The teenager felt the threat of death and couldn't help but be alarmed. Denizen, when did you get here and why are you spying on our bath? Bai Shushu was furious and called out from the sidelines. Ah, peeps? What's a peep? The teenager looked confused and puzzled. Just peeking at us in the shower. On the side, Qin Xiao said with a red face. No, there's nothing to see in the shower. I took these clothes because I saw that no one wanted them. Don't you people say it's a shame not to wear clothes? I heard your voices, so I'm embarrassed to learn you guys too. So I'll go over there and change the ground, okay? How's it look? The teenager looked puzzled and flaunted his outfit again as he spoke. Don't pretend. You denizen. I'll kill you. Seeing this, Ling Luoshue grimaced, feeling that the teenager was playing dumb to fool him, and was about to end the other party with a sword. Slow down. However, at this moment, Qin Xiao noticed something, and after calling off Ling Ruoshue, she walked behind the teenager with a strange look on her face. Just behind the teenager, his pants were pressed up, a fluffy tail exposed. Oops. Forgot. The teenager turned his head to look and noticed Qin Xiao's gaze, and hastily reached out to rub his butt, and the tail suddenly disappeared. Well, do I look human to you guys? At this moment, the teenager then tossed his hair and said with a showy face. Ling Luoshue's heart tightened, and only then did she react to the fact that the teenager was not a human, but a demon, and it was a great demon that could take shape. Thinking of this, Ling Ruoshue's hand holding the sword trembled a little. Bai Shushu's face was even whiter, secretly pinching the talisman, his eyes filled with vigilance. Only Qin Xiao was pleasantly surprised and smiled as she joked. I've heard that there's a kind of folk spirit called a weasel that loves to listen to people's edicts. Do you want us to say you're a human, or a demon? The teenager sniffed and was instantly dissatisfied. What weasel? I'm so good looking. Do I look like a rat? I am the king. The monkey king here. You see. Saying that, the teenager pointed not far away and saw dozens of small monkeys jumping and running towards the side, surrounding him and scratching non-stop. Other monkeys kept rummaging through his hair for lice. In a moment, the clothes on his body were scratched by these monkeys. Looking at a torn and holed clothes, the teenager was furious. What to do? Just stolen. Not right. Just got the clothes you guys give me scratched, and want me bare ass out to give people a joke? The teenager's anger stared the group of monkeys into trembling, hastily retreating to the side to scratch their ears. Does that? You guys have any more clothes? Why don't you throw away 2 of them and I'll go pick them up and wear them? Then, the teenager eyed the 3 girls again and said tentatively. Ling Ruoshue and Bai Shushu had black lines on their faces, completely confused as to whether this demon was really naive and stupid, or was deliberately teasing them. It's kinda cute, but little monkey, the men's clothes on me are all ruined by you. Both elder sisters only have women's clothes. They don't fit you. Oh, in that case, wait. I'll go find senior brother and the others to borrow 2 pieces for you, okay? Qin Xiao was amused by the teenager and couldn't help but laugh. Really? Well, you're the best person I've ever met. I'll go with you, okay? The teenager's eyes lit up with longing. No, senior, please forgive junior for being rude and shouldn't have messed around. You wait here, the juniors will bring it to you later. Without waiting for Qin Xiao to speak, Ling Luoshue grabbed the opportunity to say. At the same time, she put away her longsword and busily pulled Bai Shushu and Qin Xiao backward. You're lying. You're trying to run. At those words, a scowl appeared on the teenager's face. Elder, there is no such thing. Ling Luoshue's face changed drastically. It was really a great demon of the Gaijin. Was this about to go on a rampage? Right, senior. It's inconvenient for you, a man, to walk with us 3 women. Let's go get our clothes and come back. Bai Shushu also hurriedly explained. I'm not listening to you. You're lying to me too. I'll listen to her. You said that you would come back? The teenager glared. eyeing Qin Xiao as he spoke. Come back, why don't you? Qin Xiao smiled cheekily, not being much defensive towards the teenager, although he didn't know how he took shape. Other than knowing how to change and talk, Qin Xiao could feel that he was no different from those little monkeys. He didn't know anything at all, nor did he have any cultivation. Having met a legendary demon for the first time and having so much fun, of course she wouldn't lie to her opponent. If you're afraid we'll run away, then it's okay to come together. After a pause, Qin Xiao added with a smile, little sister. Ling Luoxue and Bai Shushu hurriedly opened their mouths. It was too late to get rid of this demon. What was this stupid senior sister doing? Don't worry, senior sister. It's fine. Go. Qin Xiao turned around and smiled. Ling Luoxue and Bai Shushu wanted to say something else, but the ground suddenly shook. Miles away dust billowed and large shadows rushed this way. It was actually that there was a beast tide rioting in this mountain range, and wherever it passed, countless grasses and trees collapsed, and even in the sky there were large swaths of flying birds that covered the sky. Move! Ling Luoxue exclaimed in shock and hurriedly pulled on Bai Shushu and Qin Xiao to fly away from here. Wait for me. The young man also couldn't help but change his face drastically, and busily said, you guys run, those things are coming again. This great king is going to run for his life. As the words fell out, the teenager bounced around, hanging tightly behind the three girls, and even if they flew as fast as they couldn't shake him off. In a few moments, the three women arrived at a mountain peak dozens of miles away. At this moment, Yi Haoran and the others at the bottom of the mountain peak also got up and frowned at this side. What's the situation? Why is there another beast tide? Chu Chen frowned. It had only been 10 days since they entered the 8 Wastelands passage, and they had already encountered more than 20 beast tides, which had only just stopped, and they didn't expect to riot again. Could that demonic ape really be around here? Yi Haoran was frowning as well, his divine sense sprawling out, and he saw a large number of cultivators flying in from all directions, all trying to figure out the cause of the beast tide. Chapter 95. This is the demon saint. Elder, what does this beast tide have to do with the demon ape? Shao Ting, the chief great disciple of Sword Palace Elder Chen Shuang, said in disbelief. It is rumored that Taichou was a forbidden land opened by the demon emperor, and that all the living beings and things in it were transformed by the demon emperor's great magic power. As a descendant of the demon emperor, the demon ape's appearance would inevitably cause all the creatures of the Taichu to submit and follow him. That's why all the major forces in the 8 Wastelands are wondering if this succession of beast waves is due to him. Over the course of thousands of years, the powerful native spirits of Taichou have long been driven out by the major powers, and such a beast tide is rare to come across once in 1,000 years. Recently, however, they have erupted one after another, which is why the major powers deduced that the demon ape is now in existence. As the supreme elder of the Haoran Palace, Yi Haoran was most pleased to be a teacher, and was never stingy in answering his disciples' unanswered questions. So that's how it is. It looks like this area is going to be unsettled as well. Upon hearing this, the disciples couldn't help but look towards the sky, only to see countless streams of light passing by. In the blink of an eye, thousands of figures actually flew over their heads, and that's just above their heads. Looking further into the distance, it was even more densely packed. It was hard to imagine how many cultivators had converged within this 10,000-mile radius this time. Moreover, most of these cultivators were very powerful, with the lowest cultivation level being at the innate realm. There were countless cultivators of the life-snatching realm and the avatar realm as well. Even powerful people of the enlightenment realm and the unity realm could be found everywhere. Those countless powerful auras enveloped the crowd of disciples from the academy, causing them to be unable to help but feel alarmed. Elder, senior, right at this moment, Ling Ruoxue and the others flew forward, instantly leaving Chu Chen, Shao Ting, Yuan Bubo, Lu Danyang, Zheng Qiankuan, and the others dumbfounded. Of the three girls, the beauty of Ling Ruoxue and Bai Shushu was needless to say. Ling Ruoxue that cold as frost temperament, as well as Bai Shushu that small family, and the belly of poetry and ink breath, has always been the best of the academy. In the past, the two women had been the presence of attention from the disciples, but today, they had become supporting characters, and all eyes were gazing at Qin Xiao. The Qin Xiao that appeared in front of the disciples on weekdays was all dressed in men's clothing, and although she looked good, most of what she displayed was cleanliness, until this time to change into a green female clothing, that floating out of the dust, as if into the natural temperament, really stunned everyone. It's so beautiful. Qin Xiao, whose body originally came with a kind of life breath, at this moment blended with that green color long skirt, as if she was an elf coming out of the forest, and like the legendary goddess of life, her aura was so breathtaking that she unconsciously wanted to get closer. What are you senior brothers looking at? Being looked at by several senior brothers with a small red face, Qin Xiao was a bit embarrassed and said, nothing, don't run around. Senior sisters, this area has been a bit chaotic lately, we have to be careful. The crowd turned their heads in a hurry, each smiling awkwardly. TSK, TSK, TSK. Not bad, not bad. If I may say so, the one from the Daozan Palace is good at everything, but not his vision. How can such a beautiful disciple keep wearing his clothes? It's too unsympathetic. Listen to me. Don't wear your master's clothes from now on. As a woman, you should wear women's clothes. How can you hide your absolute splendor because of a piece of clothing? On the contrary, Yi Haoran's demeanor was self-conscious and said with an aesthetic mindset. Understood, Elder Yi. Qin Shiyao gave a Hail Mary salute and respectfully said, "Where are the clothes? Where are the clothes?" As they were talking, the young man that the little monkey had changed into also came to the side of the crowd, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he immediately scared Ling Ruoxue and Bai Shushu to the point that their bodies tightened. And this is? Everyone looked at the little monkey at the same time, and Chu Chen opened his mouth to ask in puzzlement, "Elder brother, this is a friend we just made, a monkey that became a spirit. He had no clothes to wear, so he asked us to borrow them. How about you guys see who has extra clothes and give him too?" Qin Shiyao hurriedly explained. What? Monkeys become sperm? The moment these words came out, Chu Chen and the others' faces changed drastically. Even Yi Haoran couldn't help but have his pupils dilate, then condense into a line. His divine sense spread out towards the little monkey, but he found that he couldn't see through the little monkey's body in the slightest. In the shroud of his divine sense, the little monkey was a full human, without half the characteristics that a monkey should have. Elder Yi, looking at Qin Shiyao, who had a fondness for the little monkey, Ling Luoxue was bitter in her heart and busily pulled her and Bai Shushu behind Yi Haoran. Seeing this, Chu Chen and the others also came behind Yi Haoran in unison, as if this was the only way they could find a trace of security. No way. It's not the monkeys that are scary or how great it is to be an elf. As cultivators, everyone at the scene except Qin Shiyao had dealt with elves and monsters, and Chu Chen and the others had even killed many demonic beasts. But the problem was that they had never seen a demonic beast that could take shape. Legends had it that demonic beasts that could take shape were at a minimum of Enlightenment realm cultivation, and that only allowed them to take shape initially. To completely break away from the archetype and change in 1,000 ways, only a demon saint could do so. A demon saint that can completely detach itself from its prototype. Who wouldn't have their hearts bursting at the sight of it? Even Yi Haoran couldn't help but feel a bit weak in his legs at this point. How could he not expect that just by taking his disciples out for a trial trip, he would encounter the legendary demon saint? Hey, what are you guys looking at me for? Where are the clothes? Seeing everyone looking at him vigilantly, the little monkey said with an innocent face, blinking his big eyes, "Elder Yi, don't misunderstand. This little monkey can take shape, but he's by no means the legendary demon saint. He doesn't have cultivation." At this moment, Qin Shiyao also understood the concerns of the crowd and couldn't help but explain. "Nonsense, is that what you can call a little monkey? Elder, please forgive this junior for not knowing the rules. You are a generous person. Don't bother with her. If there is any dissatisfaction, I am willing to make amends." Yi Haoran hurriedly reprimanded Qin Shiyao and arched his hand at the little monkey. "Ah, then if I want to have clothes, will you give them to me?" The little monkey was stunned. He was born to be able to read other people's minds, and realizing that at this moment Yi Haoran would agree to whatever he said, he hastened to make a request and said, "Here, of course, quickly, give all the garments to Elder. Not a single one should be kept." With an order, Yi Haoran was busy sending a message to Chu Chen and the other male disciples. Upon hearing that, Chu Chen and a few other male disciples hurriedly took out all the clothes and threw them on the ground. Even Yi Haoran pulled out all his clothes before arching his hand and smiling. "Senior, do you think this is okay? If it's not enough, I'll bring these disciples back to buy more." The little monkey was a bit confused. When he first entered the world, he saw that the mainstream of this world was the human race. In order to blend in, he deliberately became human. As a result, he was laughed at everywhere for being bare-assed and shameless. After figuring out that people wanted clothes, he went to the fair to get them and was chased all over the streets. It was only later that he realized that was stealing, and people wouldn't agree to it. He was a quick learner, but how he could fit in with the crowd was his biggest problem. What should I do if I can't steal it and I can't wear it? As a result, he saw a few sets of clothes in the mountains today, and he picked them up and wore them without even thinking about it. He also went to great lengths to explain himself in order to get rid of the unpleasant term of stealing, but he didn't realize that turning into a human would not allow him to blend in with the crowd, and after revealing his archetype, these people would instead have their way with him. The shock of something so good was making him a little dizzy. Enough is enough. After a long time, the little monkey then reacted, scratching his ears and changing his clothes in public. Seeing this, the crowd hurriedly turned their backs, not daring to take offense. Chapter 96 Xian Imperial Court. Does Elder have any more orders? Soon, the little monkey changed into his clothes, but had no intention of leaving, and didn't even collect the clothes on the ground. Yi Haoren couldn't help but ask. Nothing, that. Qin Xiao is it? You help me put these clothes away, and you can give them to me later if I need them. The little monkey pulled up a handflower and hastily pointed at Qin Xiao. What? Senior wants to stay? Yi Haoren and the others' faces changed slightly. They didn't want to deal with such a great demon. No? The little monkey said carefully. Yes. Of course. If Senior has any orders, we will die by all means. Yi Haoren hastily waved his hand. Are you kidding? Who dares to say no in front of a saint-level being? It's more like looking for death. Xiao, why don't you go up and pack your clothes? Turning his head, Yi Haoren instructed Qin Xiao. Oh, Qin Xiao looked at the little monkey dumbfounded and answered, before she put away all the clothes. Hey, little monkey, what's your name? Also, how did you know my name is Qin Xiao? After a moment of hesitation, Qin Xiao couldn't help but ask, unbridled, how can you be so rude to Senior? Why don't you apologize to Senior? Without waiting for the little monkey to speak, Yi Haoren hastily drank. Just apologize. Why are you so mean? Qin Xiao's small mouth was deflated. It was the first time she had seen Yi Haoren being so fierce, and for a moment she was a bit unable to adapt. Little monkey, I'm sorry. Giving a million blessings to the little monkey, Qin Xiao reluctantly said. She didn't understand why she had to be respectful and make amends for something when she had done a good deed and given something to someone else. It would be fine if this was a real demon saint, but the key is that he is an ordinary little monkey. You child. Yi Haoren had a headache. This girl was too bold. This monkey couldn't even see through him and was definitely a solid demon saint. How could she be so rude? Chu Chen and the others were even looking at Qin Xiao with pale faces, constantly pleading in their hearts, hoping that this little ant would restrain herself. If this keeps up, it's going to get everyone killed. Why apologize? Not only do I know that your name is Qin Xiao, I also know that his name is Yi Haoren. That's right, his name is Chu Chen, and he's called Xiao Ting, and them, Ling Lua Xue, Bai Shu Shu, Zheng Qiankuan, Lu Dan Yang, and Wu Ming. As he spoke, the little monkey read off the names of everyone present as if they were a family. This made Yi Haoren and the others even more convinced of his demon saint identity. After all, no one had introduced themselves, yet he was able to call out everyone's name one by one, as if he could spy on everyone. Who can do this kind of skill except for the saint's heavenly heart passage? Senior's heavenly heart pass is so powerful. Dare I ask what the senior calls himself? Yi Haoren hurriedly laughed. Just call me Senior. The little monkey waved his hand. He hadn't really thought about what to call himself for a moment. Since these people liked to be called seniors, he also felt that the title was good. At least when these people shouted that title, it was from the bottom of their hearts that they respected him. He liked the feeling of being respected. Got it, elder? Yi Haoren answered. Right at this moment, 30 miles ahead, a destructive sword light flashed by, and the beast tide instantly dissipated. Millions of beasts went up in smoke under this sword. The crowd was shocked and looked up at the same time. Even Yi Haoren couldn't help but look grave. The person who made this strike was definitely a peak Zifu realm powerhouse. The severity of his sword was such that even he was not sure that he could fully receive it. Amitabha Buddha. Sin. Scholar, you've killed too much. A voice filled with compassion came out, and a Dharma phase was seen appearing in the heavens and earth, tens of feet tall, covered in radiant golden light, with a pair of compassionate gazes looking down on the world. Old bald ass, what else are you capable of besides hiding your head? Any more nonsense and this seat will decapitate you. An icy cold voice rang out, and the sword light shot straight up into the sky, and only then did Chu Chen and the others get a good look at the figure in that sword light. This was an old man, with the purple heavenly sword in his hand vaguely haunted by holy chi, and his cultivation was unfathomable. Old man Zixio, you don't have a saint realm cultivation, but this saint posture is quite spot on. Are you really trying to wipe out the demon race of my Taicho lineage? An icy voice rang out, the earth roared, and a burly man with a bull's horn on his head was seen flying from the sky. His body was 3 feet tall, but he was not a phantom. Just by standing there in the air, it was like a giant standing on top of the sky. Bold demon? Humph. If you chop off demons, you should kill them cleanly. If you're not convinced, you can fight. The old man named Zixio let out a cold snort and said disdainfully, just fight. Who's afraid? The bull-headed man's eyes glowed red, and 2 fire dragons erupted from between his noses. Moo! With a bull's howl, sound waves turned into substance and swept through the 8 directions, instantly exploding countless mountains and rivers. Ah! Countless screams came from the thousands of surrounding cultivators who exploded on the spot. Bold demon! You seek death! Old Taoist Zixio's face sank, and the sword domain around his body instantly spread out to protect the rest of them. Ha ha ha! So you old man can be heartbroken. I'm warning you, if you dare to touch my demon race again, if you kill 1 demon, I, the old ox, will kill 10, and I will never be soft. The old bull laughed loudly, pranced into the clouds, and instantly disappeared from the spot. Sinner, you still want to escape after killing someone? Old Taoist Zixia was furious and turned into a swordlight and flew after him. Ha ha ha, if I don't escape, should I wait for you despicable and shameless people to surround me? Bull Demon's sarcastic laughter came out, and he saw dozens of streams of light flying out, chasing after him. It turns out that this place has long been laid a dragnet. He just now really want to move with that purple sky old road. The consequences are unimaginable. Amat Ba Buddha, the Xian sect only knows how to kill. When will there ever be peace in the world? In the void, the tens of feet of golden body sighed long and gradually dissipated into the air. At this point, the surrounding densely packed cultivators dispersed. I Lu good boy. Just now those dozens of people are all peak Sifu realm powerhouse? They all come from the same power? Behind Yi Haoren, Chu Chen and the others couldn't help but bar their mouths until this time. Their faces appalled. If I'm not mistaken, these people should come from the Central State's Purple Swallow Imperial Court. Yi Haoren's expression was grave. Even he felt depressed at the mention of this power. The Purple Swallow Imperial Court? Chu Chen's face changed slightly. He had read a great deal of the Dao Collection Palace's collection and naturally knew exactly what kind of existence this Purple Swallow Imperial Court was. It was rumored that the Purple Swallow Imperial Court was created by a supreme being, commanding the entire Central State. Even the entire Northern Wasteland could not be compared to its power. If it wasn't for Tai Chu blocking the 8 wastelands, the Northern Wasteland today might be under the rule of the Ziyin Imperial Court. This is a force not to be messed with. Where do you and others come from? Just as Chu Chen was shocked, a group of more than 100 people flew above their heads and looked down on them from above. The one who spoke was a young man who appeared to be no more than 30 years old in bone age, yet he had a peak cultivation level of the Enlightenment realm. As for the others beside him, all of them were Dao Palace realm powerhouses, and among them, there were also 10 Purple Mansion realm powerhouses. This powerful lineup made people feel boundless pressure just by standing there. Yes? Yi Haoren frowned slightly. He disliked the feeling that these people were high and mighty. He might have to be respectful in front of saints, but no matter how powerful these people were, they were not qualified to make him bend over. Unbridled. This is the 5th prince of my Purple Swallow Imperial dynasty. Why don't you all bow down immediately? An ice-cold voice came out, and a middle-aged powerhouse of the Purple Mansion realm beside the youth chided. Chapter 97 Secret Field. Trial begins. How dare you? What kind of a thing are you that you dare to speak to the seat like this? Yi Haoren also had a temper. Lifting his hand and pressing, countless Dao rules spread out towards the middle-aged man. Boom! The void exploded, and the middle-aged man was struck by lightning, and he couldn't even get his Dao true essence going before he slammed heavily on the ground, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. His face changed drastically, his eyes staring at Yi Haoren with a deadly glare, trying to get up but unable to do so. He was also a Purple Mansion realm cultivator, but he was only in the first level of the Purple Mansion realm, and there was a world of difference between his cultivation and Yi Haoren's. Who else wants this seat to bow? Yi Haoren's gaze was cold. He didn't cause trouble, but it didn't mean he was afraid of it. A saint is just a saint, and under a saint, who dares to tell him what to do? The crowd behind the youth stormed into a rage and were about to go forward to argue with Yi Haoren, but they were stopped by the youth raising his hand. I'm sorry senpai, it was we who were rude first. I hope senior will forgive us. The youth landed on the ground and said to Yi Haoren with an arch. Humph, there better not be a next time. Yi Haoren snorted coldly, raised his hand and waved it, and that middle-aged powerhouse of the Purple Mansion realm spewed out another large mouthful of blood, the whole person flying out directly backwards. Let's go! With a wave of his big sleeve, Yi Haoren turned around and left with Qin Shio and the others. Elder wait, the youth rushed to call out. What is it? Yi Haoren coldly said. Senior, please forgive my rudeness. I have a favor to ask senior. If I am not mistaken, senior should come from the Northern Wasteland. With the current strength of the Northern Wasteland, no one should be able to utilize the value of the Swift Demon Ape bloodline. If Senior has news of the Swift Demon Ape, I still hope to inform at any time. My Purple Swallow Imperial Court will be grateful and will never let Senior down. The youth smiled archly. Demon Ape? Yi Haoren was stunned, and immediately thought of something, his gaze glancing at the little monkey if anything. However, he saw that the other party looked as if what they were saying had nothing to do with him. Could it be that I guessed wrong? Yi Haoren thought darkly in his heart. Previously, when he learned that the little monkey had transformed into a real person, and even he could not see through it, he only dared to guess that the other party was a demon saint, and did not dare to think of anything else. At this moment, he couldn't help but wonder if the other party was that devil ape, but the other man was so calm, and he didn't feel right. Did the other party simply not care that these people were looking for him, or was he not a magic ape himself? Tell me more. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and Yi Haoren took Qin Shio and the others with him and left this place straight away. Young lord, as they watched their group walk away, The crowd behind the youth looked indignant. Come on, what's with the recklessness? This is a peak Violet Mansion powerhouse with unfathomable strength. Do you guys still want to fight him hard? Even if my Purple Swallow Imperial Court does not fear this person, once this person messes up, the consequences will be equally unimaginable. Be more restrained in the future. Don't be too arrogant and bossy. The youth crossed the crowd in turn to leave the place. Seeing this, Yi Haoran, who had already walked away, then withdrew his divine sense, a faint smile appearing on his face. Elder Yi, these people have gone too far in bullying people. Yes, look at the way they're bossing people around, as if they're rewarding them. How is this begging for favors? They are clearly giving orders. On the side, Chu Chen and the other disciples couldn't help but spit out their words. That's enough. In the future, try to back off when you encounter people from the Purple Swallow Imperial Court. Just look at them from afar. This youth is only around 30 years old, yet he has a peak cultivation of the Enlightenment realm. In the Northern Wasteland's younger generation, no one can compete with him. However, in the Purple Swallow Imperial Court, he might not even be able to enter the top 10. The world is so big and there are so many heavenly prides. You and others must not underestimate it. Yi Haoran waved his hand. Upon hearing this, the disciples' breathing stuttered and they only felt a great deal of pressure. Only then did they realize that it was not only the heavenly pride of the three great university branches that was pressing down on them, but also the geniuses of the Northern Wasteland's great holy lands. And even more powerful than these people were the demons of the various domains. It's amazing how they are so uptight compared to these people. Alright, none of you need to be frustrated. Cultivate well. The future is promising. There is a secret realm 8,000 miles ahead that no one but me knows about so far. Counting the time it should be opened. I'll show you guys around. Hopefully we'll get something. Seeing that something was wrong with the crowd, Yi Haoran rolled them into a stream of light and flew away. Wait for me. The little monkey followed the crowd, and with a cry, he saw heaven and earth spinning. He clearly did not use any true essence, but wherever he passed, the ground seemed to be shrinking, and his one step was tens of miles. Yi Haoran glanced back and couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. This great divine ability of shrinking the ground made him completely certain that the other party was a demon saint. After all, Purple Mansion realm cultivators were able to destroy the heavens and the earth. But destroying was easy. Changing the heavens and the earth was difficult. Only saint-level beings could do what they said and change the rules of heaven and earth at will. Soon, the crowd came to a dense forest. Just as they approached a rock half a person high, they only felt a spinning of the sky. When he came back to his senses, the scene in front of him was very different. This is another dense forest with fruit and flowers all around. As far as the eye could see, a wide variety of fruits were tantalizing to the core, and flowers of all colors were available. There was even a 1,000-foot peak in the distance, with a 1,000-foot waterfall falling from above, and the huge roar could be heard from 10 miles away. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, a squeaking sound came from the ears of the crowd, and when they turned their heads to look, they saw the little monkey's eyes glowing as if he was going home. Bouncing towards the forest, he casually picked a fruit off the side of the road, turned around, and jumped into a large, gnarled tree. He then leapt, grabbed a vine and swung out dozens of meters away, and steadily grabbed the branch of another large tree. The fruit in his hand was only 2 bites old when he casually tossed it away and went to pick another. The crowd looked on. These fruits they could all see. Each one was a spirit fruit, rare to see in the outside world. It's a waste for this monkey to be so wasteful. Unconsciously, Chu Chen and the rest of the disciples hurriedly ran towards the forest. However, it was only when they got close to the dense forest that the crowd couldn't help but let out miserable screams as they landed on the ground with a bang one by one. What's going on? What's happening? The crowd was on all fours, as if they were carrying a huge mountain on their backs, weighing them down so much that they couldn't move. In no time at all, the crowd was drenched in sweat. While blushing, even his breath was coming to a standstill. Ha ha ha. I've said that this is a secret realm. Do you guys really think that this is a piece of treasure land? You want something good as soon as you see it. Come on, utilize your enlightenment to properly sense the Tao rhythms in this domain. Back then, I took half a month to take 30 steps, and my cultivation broke through from the 3rd level of the Avatar realm to the Enlightenment realm. Now it's up to you and the others how much you can gain. Yi Haoran laughed out loud, gloating at the disciples. He didn't set foot in the dense forest, obviously not wanting to try the fear of being dominated by the field again. After all, this place could be suppressed regardless of realm, as long as they were living beings. As an elder, he could never lie down with a group of disciples. It was too humiliating. The disciples turned their heads mournfully to look at the dilemma at hand. They could only lie down on the ground and meditate according to Yi Haoran's request to sense the field between this heaven and earth. Chapter 98 Heaven and Earth Embryo. 10,000 Paths Baptism. Why should he be unhindered when we're all on our backs? Seeing her senior brothers and sisters meditating with their eyes closed, Qin Xiao couldn't help but look at the little monkey bouncing in the distance, and in her heart, she secretly operated her burial power. Buzz! In an instant, a rich aura of life covered her, and a willow tree loomed at the center of her brow. Slowly, green light lingered around her body, and her entire body seemed like a tree rooted in the ground, as an inexplicable sense of power swept through her entire body. This strength came from the ground, making her feel like the gravity was off her back. She tried to raise her head, and found that although it was heavy, she was finally able to barely lift it. She accelerated the burial heavenly force, and she saw the Xian Huang light flash across the ground, and the majestic power rushed towards her like a torrent. In an instant, Qin Xia, who had just broken through the 9th level of foundation establishment not long ago, felt as if her body was about to burst. The powerful force didn't even need her to mobilize it, and it directly broke through the bottleneck, allowing her to step into the innate realm. Buzz! The heavens and earth trembled as countless forces of law swept through, instantly wrapping Qin Xiao in them, just like a heaven and earth Dao tire. This was a link that foundation establishment cultivators had to go through when they broke through to the innate realm. The so-called innate is that it is nurtured by heaven and earth and is transcendent. Those who had reached this realm no longer belong to the same kind of beings as ordinary mortals. They belong to a higher level of existence. What's going on? It's only been a few days since junior sister broke through. How did she break through again? Shu Chen and the others who had just entered meditation were instantly awakened and looked over with shocked faces. Even Yi Haoren couldn't help but be dumbstruck, as if he had seen a ghost. Is there any justice in this? It hasn't even started and this girl has already found a rhythm. You know, it took him 3 days to find his rhythm back then. Buzz! Under everyone's gazes, the heaven and earth Dao tire that encased Qin Xiao suddenly released a 7-colored halo of light. Immediately after that, the great Dao roared, and the sky and earth glowed with haze as a Taoist voice sang. The already shocked crowd was even more dumbfounded at this point. This is, heaven and earth are baptized, and the great Tao welcomes them? In the midst of the crowd's cries of alarm, they saw countless avenues of golden light flowing between the heavens and earth, surging towards Qin Xiao in an overwhelming manner. It was as if she could choose an avenue to the top whenever she wanted. Demon! This is a true demon! The crowd gulped. However, the next moment, a scene that made everyone's jaws drop occurred. The great Tao greets one another, which is supposed to be a vision of heaven and earth, a blessing for living beings. Generally those who could obtain this blessing, choosing any one of the avenues, were destined to step onto the top of the heap in the future. However, just as the thousands of great avenues were left to Qin Xiao's choice, a tremor was seen in the heavens and earth. The aura of life on Qin Xiao's body transformed into an endless aura of death, and the huge Xian coffin emerged from behind her, instantly containing the 10,000 rays of golden light within it. Boom! The 10,000 ways trembled, and those golden lights of the great Tao tried to escape, but they were suppressed on the spot by an invisible force, burying them in the coffin along with Qin Xiao. Holy, what's this for? I've never heard of only great emperors suppressing the 10,000 paths. When has there been an innate suppressing the 10,000 paths? This is crazy, is really crazy. Is this going to overrun the heavens and the earth? Shu Chen and the others were appalled, and even Yi Haoren couldn't help but be confused. Under their witness, the power of the Xian coffin operated, and it actually hardened the light of the 10,000 paths and refined it into the embryo that encased Qin Xia. Boom boom boom. The moment the 10,000 rays of golden light completely merged into the embryo, the Xian coffin flew up, the death aura dissipated, and that embryo exploded on the spot. The Tao sounds between heaven and earth sang louder, seemingly congratulating the birth of a son of Qi. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhou Hai had just entered the 8 desolate passages and had only dispatched those puppets when he was wrapped by the heaven and earth embryo. Before he could react to what was going on, he saw the 10,000 paths of heaven and earth transform into countless golden lights surging into him. The 10,000 paths sang, the heavens and earth congratulated him, and his entire being actually created an unimaginable connection with the heavens and earth. In a trance, it seemed as if he could manipulate everything with a single thought if he wanted to. Without thinking, he tried to swallow the spiritual elements of heaven and earth once again. Boom boom boom. A roaring sound was heard, and in the past, he was unable to swallow heaven and earth spirit elements no matter what. At this moment, he was able to attract countless spiritual elements into a long dragon that surged into his body. Holy, I can practice? Awesome, I'm awesome. Zhou Hai was overjoyed, and his entire body almost jumped up in excitement, only to realize that he seemed to be wrapped inside a large egg. It was only then that he realized that it should be Qin Xiao's breakthrough, and along with it, he had also gained a baptism. Seeing that he couldn't move for the time being, he was ready to cultivate a bit to break through another layer of his cultivation. As a result of this cultivation, something that made him dumbfounded happened. He was indeed able to mobilize heaven and earth spirit elements into his body. But nay, this body was like a sieve. After the power of spiritual yuan went in for a spin, it leaked out again in the twinkling of an eye, and he couldn't utilize it at all. Playing me? Joe High's face instantly darkened. This feeling of great ups and downs almost made him tense up. It was a good thing that the feeling of the great Tao washing his marrow was truly refreshing, or else he would have had to immediately break free of this 10,000 paths fetal embryo. What's going on? What's going on over there? Tao sounds are sung and all the paths come out in unison. Could this be a sign of some supreme demon appearing in the world? Let's go. Check it out. At that exact moment, a group of people passed by in the distance and immediately flew this way. There was also a large number of strong people further away, also rushing this way at the first opportunity. This phenomenon of 10,000 paths chiming together was a rare sight in 100,000 years, and everyone wanted to know who exactly was the person who had caused this kind of heaven and earth anomaly. Soon, a group of men and women dressed in bloody clothes and carrying long swords came beside Joe High, totaling 300 to 400 people. The moment they saw that one Tao embryo, these people were dumbfounded. 10,000 Tao embryos. Is this the legendary son of Qi present? Within this group of people, a blood-clothed, white-haired old man couldn't help but exclaim in shock. What son of Qi? Someone asked. It is rumored that since ancient times, only great emperors have been able to suppress the 10,000 ways and achieve that 100 years of peerlessness. Great emperors are rare as they are seen once in 100,000 years, yet there is a type of person who is even rarer than a great emperor. They are called the sons of fortune, in charge of heaven and earth's fortunes, and before they are even born, they are already subjugated by the 10,000 paths. When they break through the innate and sage realms, they are even congratulated by the 10,000 paths. This kind of person only appears one in a million years, or even longer. This is an existence destined to become an emperor. There has never been an exception since ancient times. To be born in the same era as them is both fortunate and sad, for before them, even those who have the strength to become Taoists must despair. This is a true demon, as that old man slowly explained. The others couldn't help but let their eyes light up when they looked at the heavenly earth embryo again. If I take this person into the walls of my sect, the day of my bloodsword sect's rise to power is just around the corner. Suddenly, a middle-aged man said loudly, "Ha ha ha, such a heavenly pride. You blood-clothed sect are worthy of it? This person, I want the dragon clan." A loud laugh rang out, and as the wind and clouds surged between heaven and earth, dozens of scaly dragons were seen sweeping through the wind and thunder, transforming into streams of light that landed on the edge of the tire embryo. Chapter 99 Secret Realm Cultivation. Xian Huang Baptism. The Dragons of the Stygian Sea. The faces of the Bloodsword Sect's crowd changed slightly. They saw that the dozens of streams of light dispersed and transformed into 36 people, each of them carrying some scales on their bodies to a greater or lesser extent. Some of them were simply dressed in scaled clothing, with scaled light reflecting off of it, giving off a feeling of power and unearthliness. What? Do you, the Bloodsword Sect, want to compete with us? Inside those 36 people, a middle-aged man turned his head to look this way, a cruel smile on his scale-covered face, revealing those cold and creepy dragon teeth. The Bloodsword Sect's people retreated one after another. Although they were a renowned power in the blood domain, they were not yet qualified to fight with a hegemonic power like the Dragon Clan. Ba Buddha, how can a human child enter your augur clan? This monk has a destiny with my Buddhist sect. It is only right that he should vanish into emptiness. Just then, a Buddha's horn was sung, and golden light enveloped heaven and earth as tens of feet of golden bodies appeared out of thin air. The moment the golden body appeared, Sanskrit sounds were sung for hundreds of miles around, giving people a feeling of holiness. Mud, what's wrong with these people? Especially this old bald ass. Where did that come from? I have to go with you to become a monk after I enjoy a handful of heavenly gospels? And this Brahma sound, I really thought it was good. Those who know I'm reborn in the embryo of heaven and earth. Those who don't know think I'm in a coffin waiting to be transcended. In the heaven and earth embryo, seeing the arrival of these people and then listening to their conversation, Joe High's face instantly darkened. Ha ha ha, you people aren't sick in the head, are you? An innate being born in the primordial passage. At first glance, it's the primordial legacy seed. Do you really think that by looking like a human being, he is a human being? The bull demon pays his respects to the heavenly emperor. Just then, a laugh came from the sky. A man with a bull's horn on his head and 3 feet tall flew forward and knelt on one knee in front of the embryo. Grass mud horse. It's outrageous enough to make old me leave the house. Where did this bull demon come from? Calling lousy inhuman the moment he opens his mouth? In the embryo, Joe High's eyes were round. Unfortunately, the heaven and earth were shrouded in Tao light, so no one could even see his anger. It was the others who had furrowed their brows in contemplation. Yeah, at first, in everyone's impression, this Tai Chu demon ape should all be a monkey. However, if we think about it carefully, the demon emperor's legacy can't be measured by common sense. Couldn't he have appeared in the world in human form? This person is blessed by the heavenly Tao and suppresses all paths. It is highly likely that he is the demon emperor's prince. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. A human is a human and a demon is a demon. Do you Southern Wasteland demon clan still want some face? You dare to say anything? Suddenly, angry voices rang out. A purple light flashed across the sky, and a purple-robed old man with a sword appeared in front of everyone. Behind him there is even a huge swath. Tens of thousands of people followed. This gesture caused the crowd at the scene to be unable to stop their pupils from shrinking. Damn it, old man Zishio. Your purple swallow imperial court can really pretend. Everywhere you go you're like 100,000 heavenly soldiers. Aren't you old guys tired of dragging so many people around all day? The people from the purple swallow imperial court had just arrived when another despicable voice came from the sky. Then a group of more than 100 people arrived, each dressed in bloody clothes and holding scythes, and wherever they passed, the aura of death filled the air, as if the god of death had descended. Greetings to the Blood Gothic Emperor. Seeing these people, the people from the Blood Sword sect hurriedly saluted and paid their respects. The Blood Clothes dynasty? Whether it was the Jiao Long clan or the Purple Swallow Imperial Court, all of them couldn't help but have their pupils shrink slightly at the sight of these people, their faces showing vigilance. In the heaven and earth embryo, Zhou Hai was somewhat powerless to spit. He just didn't understand. He was enjoying a handful of heavenly blessings. What were these people doing to make a scene? Could it be that the great powers outside the northern wasteland are also idle? Just as he was thinking about it, the heavenly arcane sound dispersed and the bestowal of blessings disappeared. That embryo gradually faded and completely integrated into Zhou Hai's body. Everyone's gazes converged over at the same time, and they saw Zhou Hai dressed in white, with long hair on his shoulders, and his figure straight and upright as he walked out, worthy of a generation of turbulent gentlemen. Many of the women at the scene instantly had their eyes glazed over, and had the feeling that they couldn't take their eyes off the scene. Bunch of nerds. Zhou Hai glanced at these people, turned around and flew away from this place as a stream of light. Fellow Taoists, slow down. Wait a minute. Monks, Prince Tian waits for me. The crowd reacted and rushed to stay. Zhou Hai, however, didn't care and maximized his speed. During his flight, he even used the great godly ability of shrinking ground, increasing his speed by more than 100 times. The crowd only saw a flash of streams of light, and Zhou Hai had long disappeared from sight. Go after them. It was only at this time that the crowd reacted and rushed after them, but after 2 hours, when it was dark, there was still no trace. What's going on? What's going on so fast? Heavenly Emperor Prince. This must be Heavenly Emperor Prince. Without the power of a saint, yet able to shrink the ground in the Tai Cho passage, there is absolutely no one else other than the Heavenly Emperor Prince. Could it be that he's really the Demon Emperor's legacy seed? The primordial demon ape? Pass the order down. Search for this person with all your might within the 8 desolate passages. Whoever can provide information will be heavily rewarded. Some people were happy and some people were sad. Seeing that they could not catch up with Zhou Hai, the crowd's demeanor was different and their performance varied. Soon, Zhou Hai's portrait spread throughout the 8 Wastelands passage, and everyone was searching for him. At this moment, Qin Shiyao still didn't know how much of an impact she had brought to Zhou Hai just because of her breakthrough. After breaking through the innate realm, Qin Shiyao was finally able to stand up in the dense forest and managed to take 3 steps forward. After 3 steps, however, she could no longer lift her feet. That boundless gravity struck as if it was going to completely collapse her body. Seeing this, Qin Shiyao hurriedly operated the burial power. She had already found the rhythm, and there was only one way to resist the field force that collapsed everything, and that was to use the Xian Huang power of the ground. With the burying sky true essence running, her feet stood firmly on the ground, and countless Xian Huang powers surged into her body once again. In an instant, her body blossomed with green light, and her entire body seemed to merge into this dense forest, becoming a willow tree in the dense forest. After constantly absorbing the earth's Xian Huang power, the cultivation level within her body grew crazily. At the same time, the field oppression seemed to be decreasing non-stop. It wasn't long before she took another step, leaving a deep footprint on the ground. Senior sister, how did you do that? Chu Chen and the others looked dumbfounded and finally couldn't help but ask. Senior brothers, you guys try to communicate the power of the earth to try. Qin Shiyao also didn't hide anything, and solved the confusion for the crowd. The power of the earth? The crowd was stunned, and when they looked closely, they saw that Qin Shiyao's true essence power seemed to have transformed into countless roots and stems that were deeply rooted into the ground, in the process of continuously extracting the power of the earth. So it is. The crowd reacted and followed suit, rooting their true essence in the ground and forcibly extracting the earth's Xian Huang power. Buzz. In a few moments, a trembling sound emanated from the crowd, and the arcane yellow light enveloped everyone in it. The crowd was shocked, and they felt a general feeling of cleansing the marrow and hair, and the meridians around their body had a feeling of being opened. That Xian Huang power was actually quenching their true essence, and was even strengthening their bodies and changing their physiques. In no time, The crowd felt as if they had become one with the earth, and even the field that collapsed everything became less oppressive to them. It really works, the crowd rejoiced. Almost half an hour later, one after another, the group rose from the ground and took a step forward. Boom! And it was the instant this step was taken that the heavens and earth roared, and boundless pressure once again struck. The faces of the crowd changed drastically as they increased their speed to extract the power of the earth. In no time at all, the crowd felt their cultivation level rise greatly, and they actually had a vague feeling that they were about to make a breakthrough. What a powerful Xian Huang power! Could this be some kind of heaven and earth rare earth? The crowd secretly thought in their hearts, all sensing the extraordinary nature of this place. Every step out here was like eating countless heavenly treasures. No wonder Yi Haoren back then was able to break through multiple realms one after another. If they could get out a little more distance, wouldn't they be one step closer to heaven? Chapter 100 The Sin Clan's Internal Rebellion. While Qin Shiyou and the others accelerated their cultivation in the Taichu mysterious realm, and Zhou Hai continued to look around for his little disciple, the Chen clan fell into an unprecedented depression. What's going on? It's been 10 days. Why hasn't the old ancestor come yet? Hundreds of thousands of Tatsuo clan's children converged on the imperial city square of the Qian King capital, all of them gazing at Tatsuo Bei as if they were afraid that he would escape. Chen Xian's brows were furrowed and his eyes were filled with worry. Xiao Jiao, you said earlier that the old ancestor is already on his way back. Are you sure? To the side, Chen Zhan couldn't help but ask. Okay, according to reason, the old ancestor should have arrived that night. How could he have delayed for so long? Could it be that we met some danger on the way? Chen Bei nodded, his eyes filled with worry. Ha, danger? If you can come back safely, what danger can he, Tatsuo, be in? I'm curious as to how you were able to get there earlier for the same distance. Are you sure you're not lying? An icy cold voice rang out, and on the high platform in front of the great hall, Tuo Belay, who was dressed in a straw raincoat, coldly said. At those words, the group below was furious. That's right Tatsuhoku, how long are you going to keep up your lies? I've heard that Chen Bei has a great opportunity, carrying a holy weapon, and that he could have killed a lot of powerful people some time ago. I've also heard this rumor. It also said that Chen Bei had a master who was a saint of the world, and that 10 days ago, he killed a lot of powerful people in the Taichu mountain range. The Qiaonyao lineage was even decimated. What? There is such a thing? Chen Bei, has the old ancestor been victimized by your master and disciple? I told you, if it's not my kind, their hearts will be different. This Chen Bei is not trustworthy by any means. Chen Bei, how dare you kill my Chen clan's old ancestor? We will never stop with you. Amidst the murmurs, everyone glared angrily at Chen Bei. Enough, all of you. Shut up, Chen Xian angrily rebuked, but it was useless. As the emperor of Deqian and the patriarch of the Chen clan, at this moment, he had no majesty at all. Not many people on the scene took him seriously at all. I told you to shut up. Can't you hear me? What do you want? Do you want to revolt? Chen Zhan and Chen Xiao also couldn't help but loudly rebuke, but it was still useless. Seeing this, a deep sense of powerlessness appeared in the eyes of the three, unconsciously looking towards Tuobele, Ouyang Huo and the other foreign relatives' lineage. It was clear to them that the matter must be the work of these people. Originally, 10 days ago, the Tatsuo clan had pressured no one to understand the truth of the Tatsuo Bei incident except for a few of them. However, these 10 days have passed, but various rumors have spread throughout Deqian, especially within the Tatsuo clan. All of the Tatsuo clan's children were startled. In the eyes of these people, a dozen Peak Zifu realm ancestors had been killed because of Chen Bei alone, and he had committed an unforgivable crime. Now, he is making it even more unacceptable for everyone to be in big trouble just to stay alive. Right now, hundreds of thousands of Tatsuo clan's children were converging here just to kill Tatsuo Bei, and they simply didn't give him any chance to escape. This kind of scene, even the many old ancestors of the Chen clan couldn't suppress it, let alone the three Chen Xian brothers. This was clearly an attempt to create internal conflict within the Tatsuo clan, and once the Tatsuo clan was in internal turmoil, the only ones who would benefit would be the foreign relatives' lineage. Tuobele, you guys have gone too far. On the high platform, the other old ancestors of the Chen clan also converged here, and seeing this scene, Chen Ruoxu couldn't help but coldly say, what does this have to do with us? Besides, it's everyone's unanimous opinion that Chen Bei must die. Could it be that you old guys still want to take sides? And can you take sides? Tuobele laughed coldly. He had nearly torn his face off with the Chen clan and spoke without any politeness. You, Chen Rush and the other supreme elders were furious and were just about to say something, but at that moment, countless shouting and killing sounds rang out. Kill, kill, kill. All the Tatsuo clan disciples looked at Tatsuo Bei and shouted to the heavens. True to Tuobele's words, killing Chen Bei had become the unanimous will of all of them. Chen Ruwashi and the other old ancestors turned their heads to look at them, and all of them couldn't help but show despair on their faces. The Tatsuo clan has really fallen apart. What a bunch of idiots. Totally letting people lead them around by the nose without realizing it. Ha ha ha. See, Tatsuya, what else do you have to say? So many people want to kill Chen-bei right away. Why don't you move your ancestral artifact to suppress it? Tuobale laughed coldly and looked provocatively at Tatsuya. Chen Ruwashi gritted his teeth. How could he not see that he had previously used an ancestral artifact to force Tuobale back? And the other party was looking for an opportunity to retaliate. He could not do anything about it. He could not really stand against all the children of the Tatsuo clan and kill all the disobedient people. Could he? Enough! Just then, an angry roar came. Chen-bei's figure rose up into the sky, looking down on the 8 directions. Trying to escape? Stop him for me. In all directions, thousands of Enlightenment Realm powerhouses flew high into the sky at the same time, surrounding Chen-bei. At the same time, all of the Chen clan's children followed closely behind, all in a stance to prevent Chen-bei from escaping. The oppressive atmosphere erupted and a great battle was at hand. Get down, all of you! Chen-bei roared as a spear flew out and holy light enveloped the heavens and earth. Claptrap. Under the pressure of the powerful saint weapon, hundreds of thousands of Tatsuo clan's children crashed to the ground like dumplings, all of them showing looks of horror. Listen to me, you guys. If I, Chen-bei, want to leave, who dares to stop me in heaven and on earth? If I, Chen-bei, want to live, who in the heavens and the worlds would dare to kill? Today, since I, Chen-bei, am standing here, I have come for the Tatsuo clan's predicament. If I can't solve it, what's the harm even if I die? Make me lie to you. Are you worthy? Whoever dares to clamor again today will be killed without pardon. Chen-bei looked down on everyone. His voice was like rolling thunder, exploding in everyone's heart. The hearts of hundreds of thousands of Tatsuo clan's children were tightened, but they did not have the slightest intention of letting Tatsuo-bei go. Old ancestor, I told you that this son is by no means simple. What are you guys waiting for? Please ask the old ancestor to suppress him. Old ancestors, this person really does have a holy weapon on him. If there are no accidents, old ancestor Cinnabar will die by his hand. So please, old ancestors, kill this son. Old ancestor. Seeing that their group could not help Chen-bei, these Chen clan children hurriedly looked at Chen Ru and the others and loudly kowtowed. Enough. Chen Ruoshi gave Chen-bei a complicated look and drank loudly. I respectfully request that the old ancestor make a move to subdue Chen-bei. I respectfully request that the old ancestor take action to subdue Chen-bei. Hundreds of thousands of Tatsuo clan's children couldn't listen to any orders. At this moment, they only had one purpose, to kill Tatsuo-bei and return peace to the Tatsuo clan. I said enough. Tatsuya roared once again, his voice exploding like thunder, finally startling everyone. Old ancestor, since you don't think about my Tatsuo clan, we will strike out on our own. All the sons of the Chen clan, listen to the order to kill Chen-bei and open up a path for my Chen clan descendants. Reacting, hundreds of thousands of Tatsuo clan's children were furious. A youth took the lead and stepped out, bellowing, 7, what are you doing? Chen Xian roared angrily. This youth was no one else but the oldest 7 of the 9 imperial sons of the late emperor. Chen Xian, you even put the life and death of my Chen clan at risk for the sake of an outsider. You don't deserve to be the clan chief of my Chen clan and the emperor of Dechen. Since you can't lay your hands on me, we brothers will do it. As soon as Chen Xian's words fell, the 8th prince also stepped out of the crowd and shouted angrily. That's right, all Tatsuo clan disciples listen to the order. Kill Tatsuo-bei and save my Tatsuo clan. Never let him escape. Immediately after that, the 5th prince followed suit and rushed out. Kill! Countless shouts of murder came, with the 3 emperors taking the lead. The rest of the Tatsuo clan's children no longer spoke nonsense, roaring against the might of the sacred lance as they killed Tatsuo-bei. Chapter 101. The long spear swam as a dragon, ruthlessly subduing and killing. Kill! 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 The shouts and killings were like thunder. Hundreds of thousands of figures were like heavenly soldiers and generals, killing in front of Chen-bei in an instant. Various Tao rules surged, countless divine abilities erupted, and chaotic heaven and earth visions flooded Chen-bei. Seek death. Chen-bei's eyes were bleak. He really didn't want to make a move against his fellow clansmen, but he wouldn't be merciful if these people sought death. The moment the words fell, he didn't hesitate to activate the power of the sacred weapon. Boom! The holy light spread out, the heavens and the earth roared, and the sky covering Tao divine power instantly collapsed. 100 miles in a radius fell into a silence, like a picture scroll in which everyone was framed. I said, if I, Chen-bei, want to leave, you can't stop me. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill you. Chen-bei topped his head with a holy spear and stepped in the air, his gaze coldly sweeping each and every one of them. Die! He extended his hand and took the lead in pointing at the 7th prince in the crowd. Bang! With an explosion, under the gazes of all the children of the Chen clan, Chen-bei personally killed his 7th royal brother, causing him to turn into a roiling mist of blood. Die! Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Bei pointed out another finger. Bang! The eighth prince and the crowd exploded into a mass of broken flesh. Puff! Puff! The sound of violent heartbeats came from the crowd, and in the crowd, the fifth prince's face was terrified, and his eyes were filled with despair. Looking at the order in which Chen Bei killed people, he knew that it would be his turn next. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't do it at all, and could only cry out in his heart why the old ancestors hadn't stepped in yet. They had already pressed for their deaths. Did the old ancestors really want to watch them go to their deaths? Die. Sure enough, Tatsuo's hand quickly pointed at him. No, the fifth prince hissed inwardly, but to no avail, and could only feel a force being born out of thin air within his body. It was as if the heavens wanted him dead and the earth wanted him destroyed. This was the power of the laws, far beyond what the Tao could match, and could only be performed by saints. And Chen Bei borrowed the holy weapon and truly did what he said. In an instant, that force hardened and burst the fifth prince's body, causing it to fly away and dissipate into the heavens and earth. And up until this time, the Tatsuo clan's old ancestors still hadn't made a move. The others were utterly horrified. Just like the fifth prince and the others, they just wanted to force their way to death so that the old ancestors would step in to suppress Chen Bei. But if they really want them to die, how will they agree? Tatsuya, aren't you going to make a move yet? This son killed my Tatsuo clan's children in my great Qin imperial city. Are you going to stand by and watch him commit his evil deeds? An icy voice came, and Tuoba Lei spoke. All of the Tatsuo clan's children were overjoyed in their hearts and were grateful to Tuoba Lei. None of them had expected that while the Tatsuo clan's old ancestors were watching from the wall, it was instead these relative old ancestors who couldn't look on first. On the high platform, Tatsuya and the others were breathing heavily. They didn't want to see this, but the situation at hand was too much for them. A group of Tatsuo clan's children didn't know how to get up and down, but instead let people lead them by the nose. For the sake of the Tatsuo clan, people have come back to die, and they still treat people as enemies. This kind of descendant, it's time for them to wake up. That's right, are you really going to continue to watch the son commit murder? Another voice came from the crowd, and Ouyang Hua coldly said, Tatsuo, aren't you afraid that the hearts of my Tatsuo clan's children will be chilled? Tatsuya. Immediately after that, many foreign relatives' ancestors opened their mouths, and every word was like a needle sticking in the hearts of those children of the Chun clan, making people's hearts pull out cold. Yes, at such a moment, outsiders couldn't stand to watch, but the old ancestors were indifferent. They weren't willing to do anything about it. Ha ha ha, Ouyang Xiao and Tuoba Lei, you are righteous. Fine, for the Tatsuo clan, what's the harm if I die today for everyone to see? But I'm very unhappy now. Since you have such a compassionate heart and determination to sacrifice for the Tatsuo clan, I'll let you and the others accompany me to death. Steeply, Chen Bei laughed out loud, instantly rendering all the foreign relic ancestors speechless. What do you want? Tuoba Lei and the others looked at Chen Bei at the same time, their eyes filled with alert vigilance. Kill. However, when he saw Chen Bei raise his hand and point, 10,000 points of cold light erupted from that lance. Chen Bei, how dare you? Tuoba Lei and the others sweated and hurriedly rushed up to the sky, unleashing the power of the mountains and seas to strike at the 10,000 points of cold ons, while not even thinking, flying and retreating. Ha ha ha, a bunch of fools. Do you really think that once the great ancestors are dead, no one will be able to suppress you and the others? Since you guys don't know how to die and like to jump up and down, let me remove a pest for the Tatsuo clan before I die. Chen Bei laughed out loud, his eyes filled with madness. No! A miserable scream came out as dozens of Purple Mansion Realm ancestors used all their strength, but they were unable to block the 10,000 points of cold awnings. The moment their divine aptitude Tao touched the cold aura, they were as silent as a sunny spring turning into snow. Their speed was even more like a joke in front of that cold aura, and they were caught up in an instant. Bang bang bang, with dozens of exploding sounds, the bodies of these foreign relic ancestors were enveloped in cold aura and collapsed on the spot. Even Ouyang Hua and Tuoba Lei, who were at the peak of the Purple Mansion Realm cultivation, were so unbeatable in front of that cold aura. Tuoba Lei's wind and thunder power was penetrated on the spot, and his body was broken into pieces. Ouyang Xiao offered a great seal, but he was beaten and crumbled in an instant, his body exploding into flying dust. It was only at the moment of death that they truly realized the gap between the peak of the Purple Mansion Realm and the Sate Realm. It may seem like a step away, but it's a world of difference. They didn't even talk about confronting a Saint Realm powerhouse. Even if it was just a Saint soldier, they wouldn't even need to move a muscle to kill them. They would only need a single thought. They and Saints were destined to be two different levels of beings. Remember, there's going to be a next life, so don't get cocky too soon. Hide it for me even if you're happy, or you'll die easily. Chen Bei's gaze was icy cold, and one sentence sent chills down the spines of all the Chen clan's children. It was only at this moment that they truly understood that Chen Bei was truly able to do what he said. Even though this was the Chen clan's imperial city, he still dared to strike out recklessly. Even when facing the old ancestors, he would not show any mercy. At the thought of this, everyone despaired and just wanted to give themselves 2 slaps on the back. Why did you rush out on your own unknowingly? North. Chen Rush and the others couldn't help but feel a tremor in their hearts as well. Even though their relationship with the outer clan had been rather frosty lately, they still had the feeling of their lips dying when the outer clan was exterminated just like that. This kid isn't going to go crazy and kill all his relatives, is he? Old ancestor, forgive Bayer's rudeness. 10 days have passed, and it's time for Bayer to do what he needs to do. Thank you, old ancestors, for giving Bayer 10 days. Bayer kowtows. Chen Bei turned his head to look at him and took a step from the air to the ground, kneeling down and kowtowing 3 times to the old ancestors. North child. The hearts of Chen Rush and the others tightened, and they couldn't help but open their mouths as they looked straight at Chen Bei. They knew that Chen Bei still had his sanity, and he had finally taken that step, and the more Chen Bei did so, the more dissatisfied they became with the rest of the Chen clan's children. An outsider still had the greater good of the Tatsuo clan in mind, knowing that he was on the same page with the Tatsuo clan. And these people are so stupid and uninformed. It's chilling. Chapter 102 The Imperial City's Back Mountain. Endless crisis. Big brother. Little Gio is going to fulfill his promise, not being able to see old ancestor Cinnabar return. Little Gio has slight regrets. However, the old ancestor's life brand is still alive, so when there is no danger, Xiao Gio will be relieved. I don't know if there is a return date for this trip. Xiao Gio has no other wish, but is more or less relieved to not be able to rest assured of the Imperial brother. Imperial brother is too weak. As father said, without the help of others, it is difficult to suppress a dynasty. This dragon swimming lance is a Saint King's artifact given by Xiao Zhou's master. If Xiao Zhou died, it should have been allowed to return. But now, Xiao Zhou can only apologize to master. This dragon swimming lance is temporarily lent to Imperial brother for 1,000 years, and after that time, if Imperial brother passes away, it will return. I also hope that Imperial brother will use this dragon traveling gun to suppress my great Qian's national fortune. If there are any disobedient people in the world, they will be killed without pardon. Chen Bei got up, and as he spoke, with a wave of his hand, the traveling dragon lance let out a dragon's roar and turned into a stream of light that flew towards Chen Xian. What? A Saint King's artifact? Surprisingly, it's a Saint King artifact. Hearing Chen Bei's words, all the Chen clan's children were horrified in their hearts. Even Tatsuya and the others couldn't help but change their faces drastically. Even the Dakian ancestral artifact was only a peak saint artifact, and Chen Bei was actually able to take out a Saint King's artifact. With this divine object in hand, who can be defeated in the northern wasteland? The moment the traveling dragon gun flew away, the power that had locked the void dissipated, and all of the Tatsuo clan's children were relieved and regained their mobility. Everyone landed on the ground at the same time and looked at Chen Bei with complicated gazes. At this moment, they realized the determination that Chen Bei had given for the Chun clan. Otherwise, as he said, if he didn't want to die, who would dare to kill him? Xiao Jiao, Big Brother is sorry for you. It's Big Brother who is incompetent, not able to protect you, and instead wants you. Chen Xian's eyes were red, not realizing that at this last moment, Chen Bei was still worried about him. Ha, is enough, Big Brother. Now that 9 brothers, 4 died in my hands, the sorry should be said by me. I also hope that when Big Brother remembers in the future, he will not hate Xiaojiu for this. Chen Bei smiled frankly and interrupted Chen Xian. No, they deserve to die. Fighting tigers is like fighting brothers. Going into battle is like fighting sons. You don't even understand this reasoning. Instead you want to fight hand to hand. Even if Father Emperor learns of this, he will never blame you. A flash of viciousness flashed in Chen Xian's eyes. He is kind and considerate of the brotherhood of man, but as an emperor, he understood his responsibility very well. Some of the people who must be removed, even if he doesn't want to, he will do it. Even if he was more heartbroken, he wouldn't show too much mercy. This was previously true for Tatsumi, and it was equally true for the other brothers. The oldest 3, Chen Qian, was the one he deliberately sent out to die. From the moment he dispatched Chen Qian, either Chen Bei would die or Chen Qian would die. He could accept the death of either of the two. Old 5, Old 7, and Old 9 were seeking death on their own, and he couldn't stop them, much less blame them for it. An emperor must have the majesty of an emperor, and since these people are disobedient, what's wrong with dying? Good, well done Big Brother. Xiao Jiao believes that you will definitely be a good emperor in the future, and with this Saint King's artifact, Great Qian will surely prosper in your hands. Chen Bei laughed loudly and flew up as he spoke, heading straight to the back of the imperial city. North, eyes reddened, Chen Rasping Ancestor and the others simultaneously flew to catch up. Jiao, the 3 brothers, Chen Xian, Chen Zhen, and Chen Xiao, called out at the same time and also hurriedly chased after them. The rest of the Tatsu clan's children didn't say a word. but they also turned into roiling streams of light to follow. The mountains behind the imperial city. A continuous mountain range, covered an area of 80,000 miles. There were countless hills and endless dense forests. In less than a quarter of an hour, the crowd flew to the center of the mountain range. However, only when they came here, the crowd couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts, and their bodies were even cooler. When I looked up, the sun was clearly blazing, but there was no semblance of temperature here. A depressing sensation hit the area, and an endless aura of death seemed to envelop the area of thousands of miles around. And the more you walked in, the stronger this sense of oppression became, and the more dense the aura of death became. After everyone had flown another 1,000 miles, some of the Chen clan's children with low cultivation levels completely tensed up and no longer dared to take half a step forward. Even many Avatar Realm cultivators stopped in their tracks. Ha ha ha, Tatsuo, you're here. Suddenly, a loud laugh came out as a cloudy wind rose around them. Countless dense forests instantly withered, and heaven and earth turned black and white. Watch out! Retreat! Tatsuo was the first to sacrifice his ancestral weapon, and the powerful force sent everyone thousands of miles away. Only Chinbei and their group of old ancestors were left in the field, and right at that moment, an invisible force spread, and the Deqian ancestral artifact, the jade seal suspended in the air, was instantly petrified. The saintly laws inside collapsed on the spot, turning into a stone without any life. No! The pupils of old ancestor Tatsuya and the others suddenly shrunk. How could they not expect that the arrival of Chenbei would cause the power here to erupt so violently? The great Qian ancestral artifact, it had been wasted so easily. Seeing this, Chenbei, who was just about to offer up many saint weapons to protect himself, immediately gave up the idea and hurriedly threw a storage bag thousands of miles away. Ha ha ha! Holy weapons! So many holy weapons as sacrifices. Good stuff! But then he heard the voice again, very surprised. The black and white heavens and earth were enveloped by an endless deathly aura, and before that storage bag could fly out of this piece, it was fixed in the void. Dozens of holy lights erupted from the storage bag, seemingly wanting to break free, yet with just a flash of holy light, all the holy weapons were instantly silent. The artifact spirits inside, including the laws contained in the holy artifact itself and so on, all seemed to have been devoured. No! Chenbei turned back, his eyes wide. He brought them with him in the hope that he could suppress the scourge, and if he couldn't, it would be good to let them return to his master after his own death. But how could it be expected that so many treasures would be destroyed as a result? From this, it could also be imagined just how terrifying the power of this threat to the Tatsuo clan was. One must know that there was no shortage of Saint King artifacts in that storage bag. Who the hell are you? Chenbei roared angrily, but the moment he shouted out these words, he was shocked to realize that his voice could not be transmitted at all, and he could not even hear himself. When he turned around in bewilderment, he saw old ancestor Tatsuya Wood and the others, each of them with ashen faces, falling from the air. Old ancestor. Chenbei hurriedly chased after them and saw a group of old people dying. They, who didn't have much life left, were still losing their vitality and being eroded by the aura of death. North Child. Seeing the arrival of Chenbei, Chen Wu Laozu grabbed his palm and opened his mouth to tell him something, but Chenbei couldn't hear it at all and could only judge what he had to say by the shape of his mouth. Bayer, we've been fooled. We've been fooled. The underworld doesn't even want to give us a chance to live. You go. Chenbei's heart tightened as boundless anger surged to his heart. You guys come out here. What the hell are you trying to do? Chenbei roared angrily, but unfortunately, his voice still couldn't be transmitted. Ha ha ha. Welcome back, my god of war? The laughter came again, far and near. What return? What war god? What the hell do you guys mean? Chenbei's eyes were red and he wanted to get up, but he realized that the space around him was sticky, and it was as if he was bound by countless ropes, so he couldn't even move. War god, you have so many questions. How can you ask so many questions when you're not supposed to have living emotions? The voice was disgruntled. Chapter 103 Abyssal Demon Cave. Endless silence. Shut the up. Who is your god of war? Chenbei gritted his teeth and struggled to get up from the ground. Of course it's you, my great god of destruction. Return. The voice was very excited, and only after it finished speaking, a force swept over Chenbei, taking him deeper into the mountain range. Stop right there. Chenbei's true essence erupted as he tried to stabilize his stance, but he was unable to do so at all. Even his true essence could not rush out of his body, much less cause any divine visions. This feeling caused him to despair, only to realize that he was that unbeatable in front of this mysterious and unpredictable power. The surrounding aura of death grew denser and denser, and soon, Chenbei couldn't even lift his breath. The true essence in his body was also gradually silencing, seemingly being assimilated in that force. Soon, a huge devil's cave appeared in front of Chenbei's eyes. It was an invincible abyss with no life in it, only boundless emptiness and deathly silence. Billions of living beings seemed to be buried there. even countless great realms and multiple great universes. It looked like Chen Bei was about to be pulled into it and buried completely. Just then, the void was once again fixed. A war halberd flew in, and vast imperial might spread. Bang! As if the glass was broken. The black and white color that enveloped thousands of miles around collapsed on the spot. The order of the heavens and earth was restored, and the endless dead chi collapsed. Thousands of miles away from the Devil's Cave, Chen Rash and the other old ancestors were at the moment when their lives were about to come to an end, when they suddenly felt a tremor run through their bodies. A large amount of spiritual energy surged into their bodies, preserving their last strand of life. What's going on? Chen Ruoshi and the other old ancestors hurriedly sat up, and saw that in the sky above the center of the mountain range, a battle halberd was plainly suspended, and the emperor's might emanating from it was shocking. Who dares to stop the return of the god of war? An icy cold voice came from the Devil's Cave, without any semblance of emotion. Humph, a bunch of dead silent beings, not buried in peace, still dare to make waves. This son, you can't take him away. The same ice-cold voice came out from the war halberd, showing boundless dominance and at the same time a murderous aura. With you, a tiny emperor soldier? That merciless voice came out, and the boundless death aura once again pounced on the breaking battle halberd. So what? Bunch of losers. The destruction war halberd strongly counterattacked, emitting a black aura around its body, the power of silence enveloping it, and the sky-covering imperial Dao laws rushing towards that boundless death aura. Boom boom boom. The void shattered, and in an instant, the earth where the Devil's Cave was located crumbled, and a 1,000-mile radius of land was rigidly divided from this world. Boundless imperial might erupted from the breaking war halberd, about to strike this piece of earth into the endless void, trying to get rid of us. You're dreaming. However, in the Devil's Cave, countless bizarre laws twined up, pulling the destruction-breaking war halberd to death. No matter how powerful the war halberd was, it was difficult to shake the Devil's Cave by half a step. If you want to knock the Devil's Cave into the endless void, unless it also goes forward together. Breaking battle halberd. At the edge of the Devil's Cave, Chen Bei was deadlocked by the power of the Devil's Cave, unable to move a single bit. But when he saw the battle halberd appear, his eyes were touched. His master did not say anything, but in reality, he had never given up on him. Even at this point in time, it is still sheltered in the shadows. Kid, hurry up and get strong and fight alongside me. The black light of the war halberd flowed, and powerful imperial laws swept through, about to free Chen Bei. It had already made the decision to temporarily seal the Devil's Cave even if it disappeared into the void. While others didn't know the terror of the Devil's Cave, it knew something about it. If we let this Devil's Cave continue to expand, I'm afraid that it won't be long before this universe is buried. Right now, there were no great emperors in the heavens, so it could only suppress the demon cave with its own power and wait for the next great emperor to strike. Want him to stay in this universe? You dream. In the Devil's Cave, that icy voice came out once again, and the bizarre laws rioted, colliding with the Emperor's Dao laws of the breaking war halberd. Boom boom boom. The void exploded once again, and the boundless death aura raged. This time, even the breaking battle halberd couldn't stabilize this space. The berserk power spread around, sweeping through the entire back of the imperial city. Get the hell out of here. In the destruction halberd, a figure stepped out of thin air, the artifact spirit of the destruction halberd. To be precise, he should be a deity, whose power had long since departed from the realm of the artifact spirit, and the two were not at the same level at all. He was tall and majestic, and with a wave of his raised hand, a powerful force swept over the old ancestors such as Chen Rush, including the children of the Chen clan who were thousands of miles away, sending them hundreds of thousands of miles away. And the moment these people were sent out, the power of two powerful laws colliding completely erupted, and the 80,000-mile imperial city mountain range collapsed. Not even ruins were left behind, directly turning into a boundless desert. The power of the laws that rushed out of the Devil's Cave was no less powerful than the laws of the Emperor's Tao, and even more so. Suppress me. Seeing that he couldn't get half an advantage, the deity of the breaking war halberd let out a roar, and the halberd released all its power. In an instant, the void collapsed and hundreds of thousands of square miles were reduced to nothingness. Boom boom boom. The heavenly Tao was in turmoil, and the entire desolate ancient starfield was shaken. At this moment, not only were the billions of miles in a radius startled, the entire sky of the desolate ancient starfield was plunged into boundless black silence. Countless stars fell, and a terrifying and powerful pressure radiated the infinite stars. The countless living beings in the desolate ancient starfield knelt and shivered for it, as if they were facing the end of the world. What's happening? Why is imperial might permeating again? Has this world gone crazy? It's only been a few days since the last imperial war? How come it's back to war? The various holy places and countless cultivation forces were horrified by this. They could clearly sense that the previous imperial battle might have been far away from this starfield, but this imperial battle was very close, and it was likely to take place right here on this starfield. It makes everyone desperate. After all, a battle at that level could destroy the entire desolate ancient starfield with the snap of a finger. More terrifying than the end of the world. Rumble. Even the Taichu mountain range and the 8 desolate passages were affected by this battle, erupting into large earthquakes of magnitude 10 or more. Countless mountains and rivers instantly collapsed, and countless cultivators flew up in terror. But it was difficult to escape the heaven and earth field, and even more difficult to resist that endless emperor's might, and they were ultimately buried hard in the mountains and earth. It wasn't until another imperial might filled the air, which stabilized the 8 wastelands passage, including the Taichu mountain range that led to the 8 wastelands. Imperial battle. This is imperial battle. Great Emperor Taichu manifested. It was Great Emperor Taichu who saved us. In the Taichu mountain range and the 8 desolate passages, countless living beings couldn't help but kowtow to the heavens and earth after the calamity. Even Qin Shio and the others in the secret realm were affected by the emperor battle, and that heavenly field was in turmoil, nearly crushing them to pieces. Although the Taichu emperors might stabilized everything in time, it still made their hearts palpitate. What a familiar aura. This is the breaking war halberd? Zhou Hai also stopped his search and looked up into the air, unable to stop his eyes from jumping wildly. Even the breaking battle halberd has been mobilized. It can't be that my great disciple is in some kind of danger, right? Zhou Hai thought darkly in his heart, but there was no hint from the system, and he had no intention of rushing over immediately. Kid, the great tribulation of heaven and earth is just around the corner. Those dead things are really coming. You still don't release this emperor. Do you really want to wait for death? Suddenly, Zhou Hai's voice came from vast expanse Heavenly Father in his consciousness. He seemed a little agitated and a little repressed. The excitement was that he could use this matter to threaten Zhou Hai to release him, but the suppression was because the power that the silent war halberd fought against. Even he didn't dare to deal with it easily. Get thee out of here and let you out to get me killed? A single imperial artifact can fight that thing back and forth. Don't forget that Lousy doesn't just have one imperial artifact. Zhou Hai coldly grunted. He wasn't going to eat this. What do you want? Vast expanse Heavenly Father, however, had a tightening in his heart, and before he could finish his words, he saw Zhou Hai raise his hand and sprinkle out a handful of sand. Chapter 104 Doomsday Catastrophe. Supreme Spirit Manifestation. Asshole, what are you boys trying to do? This Emperor's vast sea quicksand. Seeing the sand that Zhou Hai had scattered out, Heavenly Emperor Hanhai couldn't even care about the majesty of the great emperor as he cursed profusely. What's all the excitement for? That thing can't even hold the breaking battle halberd. Give away another imperial artifact and beating it won't be easy. Zhou Hai didn't care and shrugged his shoulders. I'll you up. You know. The vast expanse Heavenly Father broke into a rage, screaming like a shrew. Do you know what that thing is? The underworld. That's the underworld. Heaven and earth are silent. Return to the underworld. That's a terrifying power that has buried countless great universes such as the heavens and the worlds. Once it is allowed to erode, all the worlds of the heavens will be reduced to sacrifices. Not to mention a few imperial artifacts? You immediately let go of this emperor and hand over all the imperial weapons in your hands to this emperor, and you may still be able to suppress them at this time. Otherwise, if you really let him devour the battle halberd in this emperor's vast sea quicksand, it will gain even more power. At that time there will be no one else in the heavens and the worlds who can contend with it. Even when this emperor was at his peak, I'm afraid it would be difficult to suppress him. As he spoke, vast expanse Heavenly Father was all anxious. Zhou Hai's brows were tightly locked. He was also a bit hesitant to be able to force a great emperor-level figure to lose his temper like this. With a lift of his hand, he recalled the vast ocean quicksand. Is it really that bad? Zhou Hai was a bit skeptical and always felt that this old guy was trying to scare him. Kid, to tell you the truth, the underworld is real. Since ancient times, what people fear most is dark unrest. But the underworld is billions of times more terrifying than dark unrest. Wherever the underworld passes, everything goes to Jiaoming. You think that a single imperial artifact will be able to suppress that underworld exit, but as you watch, in at most half a quarter of an hour, that war halberd will surely fall to the ground. If no strong person steps in, the entire northern wasteland, and even the entire desolate ancient starfield will be buried. Seeing Zhou Hai retrieve the vast expanse quicksand, the vast expanse Heavenly Father heaved a sigh of relief. This was, after all, his original imperial artifact, and no great emperor could stand by and watch his imperial artifact be destroyed. However, at the mention of this underworld, his tone was again unprecedentedly grave. As if in response to his words, tens of millions of miles away in the sky above the great Qian imperial city, the deity of the broken war halberd's face changed drastically. Under the incessant collision of the two forces, he suddenly felt unprecedentedly weak. It was only then that he reacted to the fact that that power was not only strong enough to fight against the laws of the Emperor's Tao, but it could even devour the laws of the Emperor's Tao. In the short moment of collision, he appeared to be fighting against that devil's cave, but in reality, that devil's cave was constantly devouring the power of his being. The surrounding collapsing void and shattered earth also turned into a cosmic origin force that was continuously swallowed up by that devil's cave. How come? Is this the true power of the specter? The broken deity's face was grave. The last moment he was able to spare a portion of his power to maintain this heaven and earth, but at this moment, he couldn't care about anything else. The war halberd trembled, the void exploded, and the universe collapsed. Hundreds of thousands of miles in a radius had already been reduced to a void, and at this moment, this void was expanding crazily again. Wherever the power of silence passed, 100,000 miles, millions of miles, and millions of miles kept collapsing. In just a few moments, nearly 1/10 of the territory of the entire Dacian dynasty was reduced to nothingness. These frontiers were refined by the power of silence and became the source of power for the silence war halberd, causing the power of the silence war halberd to skyrocket non-stop. Not good. Run away. Hundreds of thousands of people from the Tatsuo clan were scared and bloodless. It looked like they were going to be buried under the silent force as well, until Chen Xian sacrificed his dragon swimming lance, which led all of them to escape 10 million miles away, barely escaping from the silent force. But looking back, everyone couldn't stop their scalps from tingling. Only where the power of silence passed, the earth collapsed and turned into nothingness. Countless mountain veins, rivers and spirits were all refined into essence by the power of silence, rushing towards the direction where the war halberd was located. In just a few short breaths of time, trillions of billions of living beings fell silent. The entire desolate ancient starfield trembled crazily, as if a dozens of magnitude earthquake had erupted. Those mountains that had existed for ages collapsed in an instant. Rivers flowed backward, and everywhere along the coast there was a 1,000-foot tsunami. Boom boom boom. Countless stars were disorganized and fell from the sky, causing unprecedented disasters everywhere. How come? Is my great Qian going to die? Chen Xian's eyes were scarlet as he let out an unwilling roar. The hearts of everyone in the entire Tatsuo clan hung in the air. No one had expected that sending Tatsuo Bay to the back of the mountain would lead to something like this, and at this point, there are a great many who are more desperate than they are. Quickly, down the hill to save lives. Great Zhou Academy. Morongxiao shouted loudly and was the first to rush towards Dinghai City under the mountain. As the head of the academy, he had always made it his duty to save people from suffering, and at this point in time, his thoughts were still on saving people. But just as he flew up, he couldn't help but spray a large mouthful of blood as the endless gravity slapped him to the ground due to the chaos of the heaven and earth field. Master help! Garuber! Morongxiao looked back and saw that the entire academy was in chaos and many disciples had died horizontally in this heaven and earth cataclysm. At this moment, he could not even save the disciples of the academy, not to mention saving the others. No, mother, dad, grandpa, and the Dinghai city under the mountain was millions of times more miserable than the academy. Half of a large city with a population of 10 million was wiped out in a natural disaster in just a few moments. Many others waited in despair for death, and cries of all kinds resounded through the heavens and the earth. Supreme Emperor Qin Yan saved my life. Heavenly Emperor, show your spirit and save your people. Heavenly Emperor, where are you? In desperation, there are those who have no escape but to bow down facing the temple of the Supreme God. But the self-respect in the temple has long been a clay bodhisattva, and if he can't protect himself, who can he protect? On that mountain peak, golden light flowed, heaven and earth bestowed blessings, and the power of merit and virtue benefited the 8 directions. These are the necessary things for casting the golden body for the Supreme Being. Lacking one thing, the golden body will be broken, and there will be no possibility of resurrection. Alas, the great tribulation is coming, and all the world is suffering. Suddenly, a languid voice came out. In that supreme divine temple, a line of tears was left in the corner of the supreme golden body's eyes, and the power of endless merit spread in all directions. Heavenly blessings are showered on the earth. Buzz. The roar came from the sky, and earth, which had long been plunged into darkness, was shrouded in a halo of light. Wherever the halo passed, it was as if the world was frozen in time. Mountains no longer crumble. Rivers no longer roll back. Gradually, where the halo enveloped, even the sight of time turning backward appeared. Countless collapsed mountains and rivers began to be remodeled, and countless buried people saw the light of day again. It is difficult to resurrect the dead, but many of the living are healed quickly by the power of merit and the blessings of heaven and earth. The Supreme Being manifests. It's the Supreme Being who manifests. Bow down to the Supreme Being. Within Dinghai City, countless survivors burst into tears. Seeing the source of the halo, they bowed to the Supreme God's temple, and that halo is still spreading, and countless places that have suffered from the calamity have been blessed by the arrival of the halo. Zhou Wangji, and at this time the Zhou royal family was desperate. During that heaven-destroying catastrophe, they had watched countless of their people being buried. but they could only think of ways to protect themselves and couldn't care about anyone else. Seeing the capital crumble and the king's GI crumble, the Zhou imperial clan also let out a roar of unwillingness and a roar of despair, until a halo of light lit up the sky and the disaster was instantly fixed. Chapter 105, Great Emperor Experience Card, Burial Heavenly Emperor. What's that? The ancient city of 1,000 years collapsed in a pandemonium. In the doomsday scene, seeing the halo that swept in, and the frozen spacetime, the Zhou imperial family froze. Those countless great Zhou subjects also froze. Then they saw the incredible scene. As if time had been remodeled, the collapsed capital city began to recover, and the endless mountains and rivers were instantly reorganized. Under that halo of light, everything seemed to have never happened. It was only the inability of many dead people to come back to life that woke up and informed them that it was not a dream. I really experienced a doomsday catastrophe just now. Quick, see what's going on. Reacting. The people from the Zhou imperial family hastily opened the great Zhou ancestral weapon. 9 channels of arcane light flew out from the 9 tripods, connecting with the entire great Zhou earth vein, running through the great Zhou's chi, and painting a huge and magnificent picture over the great Zhou's territory. Anyone from Great Zhou who stood on this territory of Great Zhou could see the scene in the picture. It was a supreme divine hall shrouded in haze, with merit and faith superimposed. People see the golden body in the temple shedding tears, releasing their own merits and in faith, giving the gospel of heaven, and saving the last days from their tired eggs. With every point that the halo outside of that divine hall spread, the merit faith and heavenly Tao blessing decreased by 1 point, and the golden body was gradually dimming. Whose golden body is this? Is she the one who is saving the world? All of them were in tears, and with gratitude, the question bubbled up, and as the halo kept spreading, when dynasties such as the Great Yuan and the Great Tang, as well as major power ranges such as the Void Cloud Peak, the Tai Chou Holy Land, and the Qiangyao Holy Land, were enveloped by the halo and were rescued, there were more and more people with doubts in their hearts. All the major holy places opened their ancestral weapons, reflecting the scene in the divine hall, causing countless people to bow in tears. Many thanks to the Heavenly Emperor for rescuing the world. Greetings, Heavenly Emperor. Soon the bigger picture fell into everyone's eyes. Under the watchful eyes of the various forces in the northern wasteland and the billions of living beings, some people came to the divine temple to bow down. It was people from the Great Zhou Academy, and the leader was none other than Murong Shao. At the same time, people also saw that everyone in the entire Dinghai city was bowing down. In addition to people, there were countless flying birds and beasts, and all sorts of living beings were also bowing down to the divine temple. In front of the shrine, the inscription written by the Academy for the Master of the Golden Body also fell into everyone's eyes, and it was only then that people learned of the Master of the Golden Body's deeds, Qingyan Supreme, the uncrowned Heavenly Emperor. This is a supreme human being who once saved the world. Although she was a woman, her splendor was unparalleled and unprecedented. No one had expected that 1,000,000 years after her death, she would still be saving all the living beings in the northern wasteland in this apocalypse. Countless living beings were moved by this, and even though they were hundreds of millions of miles apart, they bowed to the void, contributing a strand of their own devout faith. In an instant, countless lights of faith merged into the void. A supreme pressure was released from that halo of light that enveloped the northern wasteland, as if the supreme heavenly emperor in the temple had manifested and was sheltering every living being with his last remaining heat. There was no doubt that after today, if the northern wasteland still existed, all the living beings on this piece of land would become the most devout followers of Supreme Lord Qingyan. And at this time, similar situations were constantly occurring in various other deserted lands. Central State, one of the 8 wastelands of the desolate ancient starfield. Seeing the sky turning upside down and the end coming, a supreme light shrouded heaven and earth, finally stabilizing the dragon vein of the Central State and pinching off the connection between the Central State and the outside world. There was no doubt that once the desolate ancient star realm completely collapsed, this supreme power would immediately cut off the origin between the Central State and this world, transforming into another realm to vanish into the void. This was true of the Central State, true of the Blood Domain, and equally true of the Underworld Sea and Western Huzhou. All of these places had once produced supreme beings who had crossed the world, and even though the supreme beings had passed away, they were still able to shelter one side, and those who have not been given shelter in the various deserted places. All the living beings can only struggle to survive in despair. Is it really that bad? At this moment, Zhou Hai was in the 8 desolate passages, in the shelter of the Taichu Demon Emperor. The calmness of this place made him not notice the chaos of the outside world in the slightest. He still had a few questions about Vast Expanse Heavenly Father's description. It always felt like this old guy was up to no good and was just trying to fool him into lifting the seal. Kid, is it necessary for this emperor to lie with you? A mole? If you don't believe me, you can use the vast sea quicksand to reflect the heavens. See for yourself the miserable state of this world right now. Vast expanse Heavenly Father was furious and reminded. Reflecting the heavens? Zhou suddenly realized, and hurriedly drove the vast ocean quicksand, transforming it into a large 9D screen that reflected the entire scene of the desolate ancient starfield. At first, when he saw the calm northern wasteland in Central State and other places, Zhou couldn't help but be speechless and exclaimed that he was almost fooled. But when he saw countless islands in the East Sea being destroyed in a 10,000-foot tsunami, countless mountain ranges in the West Ridge collapsing in an earthquake, and countless green lands in the desert continent being buried in the desert, his entire being was dumbfounded. The desolate ancient starfield, in addition to the northern wasteland, the Central State, the Huzhou, the underworld sea, and the blood domain, the other three wastelands, the endless territories, were actually completely annihilated. How come? Zhou pupils shrank and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Boy, see, that imperial soldier of yours has already fallen into a disadvantage, and in order to cope with the exit of the underworld, he can only devour the origin of this world in order to fight against it. You still don't let this seed out. Do you really want this world to completely collapse and the universe of heaven and earth to be silent from now on? Vast ocean Heavenly Father's icy voice came out. This time he no longer negotiated conditions with Zhou, but naked threats and even moral abduction. It seemed that if he was not released, the destruction of the entire world would be caused by Zhou. Mud, shut the up? Do you really think I can't handle the sky falling without you? Zhou's scalp went numb for a moment, but he still didn't release the vast expanse of heaven. Without thinking, he directly opened that only Great Emperor Experience card. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully opening the Great Emperor Experience card for a period of time. One day. Ding, please make a choice for the host to achieve the Burying Sky Emperor, or the Silent Emperor. The system's voice sounded in Zhou's consciousness. Burial. Zhou's face was grim, and the looming sight of doom made him not hesitate for a second. Since someone wanted to bury this heaven and earth, of course he had to let the other party have a taste of what true burial was. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the laws of the Burial Emperor's Tao. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Burying Sky Emperor's Tao body. Ding, congratulations to the host for temporarily becoming a Taoist, suppressing the heavens and the earth, suppressing the universe. The system's voices came one after another, and Zhou suddenly felt boundless power surging and sweeping through his entire body. The person was still the same, but he felt like his entire being had changed. He seemed to have established an unbreakable connection with this heaven and earth, and the entire world submitted to his feet. In a trance he seemed to see the way of heaven, side by side with it. With a thought, his divine sense rushed out of the 8 desolate passages, enveloping the entire desolate ancient starfield, followed by the endless starry sky. Wherever the divine mind passes, the universe and the stars and rivers are all for him to use, and the laws of heaven are all under his control. This feeling is too powerful. With just one thought, the entire desolate ancient starfield would collapse, and the endless star rivers would crumble. His decisions are the laws of heaven, and his thoughts are the will of the universe. How did this happen? What have you done? A horrified voice came out as Supreme Vast Expanse sensed something, and his entire being went crazy. Zhou was too lazy to bother with him. With a single step, time flowed, space seemed to turn into a thin layer of paper, and the entire person appeared directly from the 8 desolate passage over the Daqian Imperial City. And at this moment, the battle between the breaking battle halberd and that demon cave was in full swing. After obtaining a large amount of essence to replenish it, every attack from the breaking battle halberd destroyed the heavens and the earth, while temporarily suppressing the devil's cave. The damage done to this world is increasing. This was an emperor-level battle, and even if it was just the aftermath, it was enough to make the world despair. Chapter 106 Death Universe. Conscious Heaven. A small emperor soldier. How dare you try to fight against the great power? Today, I will use your hand to devour this heavenly Tao. The icy cold voice came out from the devil's cave. Although it was constantly suppressed by the breaking battle halberd, it was unyielding and still devouring the power of the breaking battle halberd crazily, and the more power it devoured, the bigger that demonic cave became. In just a few moments, the devil's cave was already more than 3 times larger than it was originally. The broken deity's face was ugly. He couldn't suppress the demon cave, and he had the intention to break away from the battle but couldn't. The situation at hand was no longer up to him, to fight or not to fight. All the worlds of the heavens and the earth would face unprecedented calamity. Those old guys aren't making a move yet. Do we really want to watch the worlds of the heavens being buried and destroyed? The broken deity looked up at the chaotic starry sky, his eyes filled with coldness. Just when he didn't know whether or not to continue to hold on, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. It's you? The broken deity looked at Zhou with surprise on his face, incredulously, although he didn't know what power he was bound by and could only follow Zhou's orders. However, Zhou had always been a low-ranked cultivator like a mole cricket in his impression. How could he have never imagined that Zhou was actually a great emperor? At this moment, Zhou-Hai's aura was restrained, but as an imperial artifact, he could tell that Zhou-Hai was different. That kind of Taoist rhythm that blends into the universe and points to the heavens is undoubtedly a great emperor. Stand down. Zhou-Hai waved his hand and only blocked in front of the breaking battle halberd. That devil's cave was still fighting against the power of the breaking battle halberd when it suddenly lost its target and the powerful power of the underworld instantly enveloped it. However, the moment it touched Zhou-Hai, the endless power of the underworld was like a mud cow entering the sea. What's going on and who are you? The power of the underworld faded quickly like an electric shock, and the icy voice was surprised. Now that you're here, can you walk away? Zhou-Hai's tone was icy cold as he took a step forward, and a powerful burial heavenly force swept out, instantly grabbing that underworld force, up and down his circumference. The laws of the burial heaven transformed into infinite chains, instantly locking the devil's cave, so that the power of the underworld could not draw back, and could not even be cut off on its own accord. The Great One. Impossible. This world has not seen a great emperor for 100,000 years. How can you? The voices in the devil's cave became frightened and screamed loudly. Zhou-Hai, however, was too lazy to bother with it. Flying forward, he slapped out a slap, hardening the devil's cave into a spacetime rift and disappearing without a trace. Who are those old guys you were talking about and where are they? Zhou-Hai turned his head to look at the breaking battle halberd and asked in a deep voice. The broken deity's eyes flashed, and his powerful divine thoughts immediately punched several coordinates into the depths of Zhou-Hai's consciousness. So there's more than one Han-Hai. There are even so many old undead hidden. Zhou-Hai received enough information and suddenly came to a realization. His eyes icy cold to the extreme. He took several steps in succession, instantly moving away from the northern wasteland and stepping out of the desolate ancient starfield. Turning back again, a huge planet floated in the endless dark universe, the sun and moon rotating around it, the stars of the heavens in disorder. It was precisely the desolate ancient starfield. The desolate ancient starfield was too big. Compared to Zhou-Hai's hometown Earth, it was simply a behemoth. Zhou-Hai, however, didn't have the time to appreciate this great realm. As the starry sky around him continued to recede, each step he took was billions of light years. In an instant, he had arrived at the edge of the universe. Time and space are silent here, and there is only endless darkness. A huge devil's cave appeared, seemingly free from Zhou-Hai's control, but it couldn't relax in the slightest. Seeing that Chen Bei was still standing at the edge of the devil's cave, a powerful force swept through the devil's cave and was about to pull Chen Bei into it. Don't you dare! Chen Bei was furious, and the originally desperate man's eyes were filled with excitement at this time. He saw that the master was truly a great emperor of the world, and with a single strike, he had beaten this devil's cave without any power to fight back. It was so powerful that he couldn't even imagine how great it was. With just a slap, this devil's cave had been slapped away for an endless distance. With master here, what's a small devil's cave? Sure enough, just as he tried to struggle, but to no avail, he could only watch himself fall into the devil's cave. The figure that wasn't really tall and magnificent, but gave people an endless sense of security appeared again, and with a wave of his hand, he dragged him out of the devil's cave. Appearing again, Chen Bei was already standing in the endless void, grounded beside Zhou-Hai. Master, Chen Bei was touched and couldn't help but call out. Don't be discouraged. Watch from the sidelines as your master avenges you. Zhou-Hai glanced at Chen Bei and turned to gaze at the endless demon cave. Under the blockade of his burial heaven laws, it was difficult for the demonic cave's ethereal power to move, and the demonic cave could not escape. What do you want? In the devil's cave, the voice said with both shock and anger. A bunch of dead things not buried in peace, and still dare to come out and make waves. Since no one else can bury you, I'll do it myself. Zhou-Hai coldly grunted. Lifting his hand, the heavens and the earth transformed into an infinite hand, ruthlessly smashing into that devil's cave. Bang! The destructive power spread around, and the devil's cave was slapped to keep spinning in place. Bang! 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 Zhou-Hai then unilaterally output, palm after palm. The tremendous power hit the devil's cave as if it was spinning like a gyroscope in the cosmic void. However, after continuously slapping hundreds of palms, Zhou-Hai froze. According to reason, with this kind of output, even a billion miles of light years of the universe would have to be broken by him. But this devil's cave was no different. Aside from being a bit of a mess, there was no sign of injury at all. Unbridled. I'm warning you, the specter is not for you to provoke. Just as Zhou-Hai had some self-doubt, a voice once again came out of that devil's cave, raging. Boom boom boom. Then Zhou-Hai seemed to hear countless bursting sounds. He didn't hesitate, and his Emperor Dao intent directly invaded the devil's cave. For a moment, it was as if he had come to another world. To be precise, this was another large universe, one that was even larger than the heavens and the worlds. The place was dead. The countless great realms were gray. There was no life, only death. Here, even the Tao of heaven has perished. Endless space. Even if Zhou Hai was a great emperor, his divine thoughts would still be difficult to encompass 1/10,000th of it. Is this the underworld? Zhou Hai's face showed astonishment. Even with his strength at this moment, he still felt unprecedentedly oppressed when faced with that boundless death aura. This place can bury countless universes, and it can likewise bury great emperors. It's dangerous here. Boom boom boom. Countless dead planets exploded in the distance, and Zhou Hai turned his head to look at them. The power he had struck out earlier unexpectedly raged non-stop in this universe, and wherever he passed, the boundless universes collapsed one after another. This made Zhou Hai realize that it wasn't that his power couldn't do any damage to the Devil's Cave. It was just that the damage had all been transferred to this universe. But this was a universe of death in itself, and even if he had done more damage, it would have been useless. As long as the Demon Cave could not be broken, the death here would sooner or later invade the worlds. Thinking of this, Zhou Hai was about to pull his divine thoughts away when he heard an icy voice ring out. Now that you're here, can you leave? As the words fell, countless laws twined up in an instant, dragging Zhou Hai's divine thoughts to death. Then countless stars converged and turned into a face billions of light years in size, towering over him. Zhou Hai's face changed slightly. This is the will of heaven. This world of death, the will of heaven had not dissipated, but instead had a consciousness of its own. And even more shocking is yet to come. Countless large stars flew in, and the world that was clearly filled with death had a strange fluctuation of life appearing at this moment. That's right, it's life flux filled with the aura of death. Chapter 107 Burial Seal. A group of great emperors as watchdogs. Whoosh! Dozens of rays of light flashed by, and Zhou Hai was instantly surrounded by a group of oddly shaped creatures. These creatures had death in their eyes, yet the death coalesced to a certain degree and evolved endless vitality. They all exuded imperial might, signaling that they were true emperor-level powerhouses both before and after their deaths. As they appeared, the enormous pulling force not only dragged Zhou Hai's intention to death, but even tried to follow the trail and drag his main body into this universe as well. Something that doesn't know how to die. Is the underworld something you can enter? I'll give you a choice. Submit, or die. The huge face spoke, looking at Zhou Hai with contempt. Ha. Submissive. Same as them? Zhou Hai sneered. Why not? That heavenly Tao you're in will only wear out your lifespan. But I can give you an endless lifespan. Is it not enough to submit and live forever? The giant faceplate said coldly. That's quite tempting. Unfortunately, trading autonomous emotions for eternal life is something I can't do yet. Zhou Hai coldly swept a glance at these people around him, and his monstrous power exploded as he tried to draw back. Seek death. Destroy him. That heavenly Tao facepalm raged, and dozens of great emperor creatures instantly erupted with infinite might. Zhou Hai only felt a sharp pain in his divine thoughts. He could not go away at all, and he could not even cut through this strand of divine thoughts. It seemed as if his divine soul was going to be pulled over hard. Ha. The way of heaven is supreme. Those who obey heaven will prosper and those who go against heaven will perish. I'd like to see how capable you are, daring to fight against the heavens. That heavenly Tao facepalm laughed loudly, as if it was a bystander, teasingly looking at Zhou Hai, waiting for Zhou Hai's despair. Yes? You're heaven. That's even better. Burial. Zhou Hai's divine thoughts moved. Seeing that he could not withdraw, he advanced instead of retreating, and his powerful Emperor Tao laws instantly rushed into this universe. Boom boom boom. In the infinite universe, the stars trembled and seemed to be sucked by something, all falling into the infinite black hole. The black hole transformed into a heavenly coffin, enveloping Zhou Hai in it, as well as dozens of emperor-level creatures around him. It even enveloped the huge face together. The deathly aura here was too heavy, but the heavier it was, the stronger Zhou Hai's burial power became. That heavenly coffin expanded infinitely, and in the blink of an eye, it had already covered billions of light years, but it still had no intention of stopping. Burial Sky Empress. It's you! That heavenly Tao's face changed dramatically and he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The surrounding emperor-level beings struck out together, and countless destructive forces struck at Zhou Hai's divine thoughts. However, when Zhou Hai's divine thoughts trembled with arcane light, the attacks of these deathly beings seemed like mud cows entering the sea, and it was actually difficult to harm him in the slightest, as if he was born to restrain these beings, fighting in the same realm, even if one against many. It is still difficult to erase that kind of restraining relationship. Get thee outta here! With a roar, Zhou Hai's divine idea transformed into a figure, which was none other than his natal talisman. As his cultivation broke through the Emperor realm, even his own talisman had the battle power of the Emperor realm, and once it appeared, it immediately evolved into an Emperor Tao divine ability. In an instant, endless arcane light was declared out in all directions with him at the center, striking the attacks of those Emperor-level beings and collapsing them on the spot. It was difficult for these Emperor-level creatures to injure him, but with the restraining relationship, His attacks could easily cause damage to these emperor-level creatures. Boom boom boom. Soon, wherever the burial heavenly Shin light passed, the bodies of those emperor-level creatures kept exploding. The death chi of this universe was constantly ignited, turning into Johai's means of attack. The image was as if a fire had been thrown into a sea of gasoline. What was intended to extinguish the fire with gasoline ended up being ignited hard by the fire. Funeral sky. You're really funeral sky. Asterisk 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 Q. That heavenly faceplate seemed to have thought of some very bad experience and was unusually furious. Powerful forces swept over as the entire universe transformed into an infinite force that pressed into the surroundings. Heartbreaking Johai's burial heavenly force. Even Johai's burial heavenly Shin coffin continued to crumble under this force. This is the way of heaven striking. Not only did it have a subjective consciousness, but its power far exceeded that of a party's heavenly Tao. So it could be imagined how many universes this deathly heavenly Tao had devoured and how many universes' power it had gathered. Great emperors claimed to stand shoulder to shoulder with the heavenly Tao, but at this moment, even with restraining death, Johai was still no match for this heavenly Tao. And with a thought, Johai sensed something. There were actually a dozen or so true lifeforms flying close in the distance. They all had emperor-level cultivation and were completely different from these emperor-level creatures around them. Mud, there are still living beings in this universe? Johai was shocked in his heart. Under the restraint relationship, he wasn't afraid of these dozens of emperor-level death creatures, but if he was surrounded by a dozen true great emperors, the consequences would be unimaginable. Bye you. Johai let out a strange laugh, his palm destroying the heavens and earth, and the burial heavenly Tao rule hardened a vacuum, so that not even this side of the heavenly Tao was able to lock him in place. His divine thoughts then withdrew from this universe like a tidal wave. You stay. The entire universe was in chaos as that heavenly Tao facepalm raged. It tried to leave Johai behind, but it was simply too late. By the time the universe was completely blocked off, Johai's original talisman and divine thoughts had long since exited the Devil's Cave. Burying sky. If you don't die, I can't rest in peace. Johai's divine mind and the essence talisman had just returned to his main body when he saw the voice of the death heavenly Tao storming out of that demonic cave. You as a party of the heavenly Tao, should have no desire. You still want to sleep and eat? Seal it for me. Johai laughed coldly, lifting his hand between all the heavens into a Shin coffin, enveloping the Devil's Cave in it and forcibly sealing it. At this moment, Johai could also see that even as a great emperor, it was impossible for him to break this demon cave with his own strength, unless he could harden and break down the death heavenly Tao within the demon cave. But this was doomed to be impossible. He could only seal the demon cave and stop it from expanding, releasing those emperor-level creatures inside as well as the death heavenly Tao. Otherwise this great universe will surely be devoured. The heavenly Tao of this great universe also seemed to feel an unprecedented threat, and when Johai struck out, he was instantly empowered by this heavenly Tao, making Johai's power more than 10 times stronger. That Devil's Cave couldn't even struggle before it was forcefully sealed by Johai's burial sky Shin coffin. The Shin coffin then kept shrinking and transformed into a palm-sized plaything that landed in Johai's hands. Master, you've closed that Devil's Cave? Chenbei was watching from the sidelines, his blood boiling, and at this time, he finally couldn't help but say, take it away. It won't be able to threaten the Tatsuo clan from now on. Don't worry about practicing. Johai indifferently raised his hand and threw it, and the Shin coffin transformed into a stream of light that traveled through the endless starry sky, crossed countless nebulae, and landed in a subtle place in the depths of the universe. Asshole, what are you trying to do? Take it away. Don't force our hand. Many furious voices came out from that mysterious place. Chenbei's face changed drastically and he hurriedly looked in that direction. These are all emperor-level powerhouses? Chenbei was surprised. The moment these voices came out, he clearly felt many powerful fluctuations of the Emperor's Tao, and none of them proved that these people who were speaking were all great Emperor characters. Emperor level my ass, just a bunch of life-hungry things. Johai skimmed his lips, and his words filled Chenbei with adoration, daring to satirize so many great emperors at the same time. Master really wasn't normally strong. A bunch of old undead. Try making a move. This Shin coffin will be given to you, and whoever dares to throw it out will have the seal lifted immediately. If you want to face it alone, this seat will never stop you. Johai coldly grunted and warned those people. Those people were furious and seemed to want to strike at Johai, but they eventually gave up. Go! Johai was too lazy to bother with them, driving them as watchdogs as he turned around and led Chenbei away from this place. Chapter 108 The Fear of the Vast Sea Heavenly Father. Master, under Johai's leadership, Chenbei returned to the northern wasteland in the blink of an eye, and the familiar aura made him unable to stop his mind from trembling. At this time, the sky in the northern wasteland once again returned to brightness. The mountains and rivers were reorganized as if nothing had happened. However, the endless death aura that permeated the surroundings, as well as the countless corpses of dead living beings, all signaled that a great calamity had once occurred here. Go back to the Tatsuo clan and take a look around. If you can, go into the 8 desolate passages and look for the swift demon ape. That's your future third senior brother. If he is in danger, you may look after him. Zhou Hai's voice came out, and Chen Bei couldn't see his figure at all, but he knew that he was already far away. Master, where are you going? Chen Bei asked in a hurry. Do what I have to do. Zhou Hai's voice came, causing Chen Bei to freeze. He heard a sense of homesickness, and the desireless master seemed to be expecting something, and at this moment, Zhou Hai was standing in the endless starry sky, overlooking the large star in front of him. After this catastrophe, this large star was filled with dead chi, and some places were directly beaten into chaos. The 8 wastelands are divided, and there are 3 wastelands where the living beings have been destroyed, and there is no life at all. Zhou Hai couldn't help but sigh. Battles involving the Emperor realm were too damaging to this world, and even this universe. Those who had yet to become emperors would never understand the destructive power of an emperor-level powerhouse. Theoretically, as long as an emperor-level powerhouse was given enough time, even overthrowing the entire universe would not be a problem. Of course, theories could only be theories. The universe was too big and boundless even for emperor-level powerhouses, and since emperor realm powerhouses had a lifespan limit, they were not destined to have any extra time to break up the entire universe, much less any emperor realm powerhouse would be bored enough to do such a thing. This also created a balance between emperor realm powerhouses and the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, emperor realm powerhouses would not be alongside the heavenly Tao, but above it. Turning back, Zhou Hai looked at the boundless universe in confusion. Using the Great Emperor Experience card, he only had one day, wanted to go home, but didn't know which direction to take. After a moment's hesitation, the divine thoughts were fully opened, enveloping billions of light years, and the entire person flew toward the front at a rapid speed. Along the way, he saw many star rivers in the vast universe, witnessed a living star, and even saw the development of many different civilizations. On some of the great stars of life, the wind of cultivation was strong, not as big as the desolate ancient starfield, but there were more powerful people than the desolate ancient starfield. In some realms, the human race is still in the primitive period when they drink blood and are not clothed. There are other realms where there is life, but it is all microorganisms that have never even had a chance to be born as real creatures. The vast universe, the evolution of the heavenly way is this marvelous. Many dead stars gradually awakened and gave birth to life, and many big stars go from extreme prosperity to extinction, eventually collapsing into countless pieces, and then from countless meteorites converge into new big stars, evolving life again. The wonders were so great that even as a great emperor it was difficult to understand them all. Zhou Hai had even less time to understand this. In his impression, there were no so-called cultivators on Earth, and it was obviously a world with no spirit element and only technological development. But even though he had crossed endless light years and witnessed billions of living planets, he still had not found a similar existence. There were quite a few spirit elemental silence worlds among them, but there was either no one on them, and those who were there were also primitive existences, completely different from the hometown Zhou Hai remembered. Without realizing it, half a day had passed. Looking back at the way he came, Zhou Hai didn't know how many light years he had crossed, but he knew he was running out of time, and if he didn't go back, he would surely be lost in the vast universe when the time for the experience came. Although a Saint Realm powerhouse would be able to travel the stars and walk the world, but the universe was so large and boundless that it was difficult for an Emperor Realm powerhouse to measure it, at too great a distance. Not to mention that Zhou Hai wasn't a Saint Realm. Even if he really was a Saint Realm he would be lost and couldn't return even if he died. Zhou Hai was a bit hesitant, not knowing if he should continue looking. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Hai still flew rapidly. After another hour, he witnessed countless more stars. Seeing that more than half of the 12 hours of the day had already passed, he finally stopped at a large barren star. Where the hell is it? Could it be that without becoming a true great emperor, I will never find my way home? System, come out of there. Seeing that there was no hope of returning home, Zhou Hai became enraged and finally voiced his dissatisfaction with the system. It was this broken system that brought him to the desolate ancient starfield in the first place, and when he left, he didn't even have a chance to explain to his parents. The thought of his parents' worry after his disappearance gave him a pang. I told you to come out, do you hear me? Seeing the system playing dead and not responding, Zhou Hai's anger increased, and he didn't even bother with the idea of transmitting the voice and directly roared. Just come out, just say hello. What the hell? They're all Emperor Realm powerhouses, so don't yell at me. Vast Ocean Heavenly Father's voice came out, disgruntled. Get thee out of here. Who the called you? Zhou Hai stormed into a rage, causing Vast Expanse Heavenly Father to have a black line on his face. It was a good thing he didn't have a body right now, or he would have to storm out. Both the strongest men of an era, What gives this kid the right to flaunt his power against him? Kid, you'd better not let this seat come out, or this seat will never stop with you. Vast Expanse Heavenly Father gritted his teeth and let out a vicious statement. Asterisk 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 mudbloods. You're the one who came to provoke me first. I haven't even bothered you yet. And you're still clamoring with me. Johai's anger was difficult to suppress, and with a lift of his hand, he summoned the 9 imperial artifacts. Give me the burial. With a roar, the infinite power of the universe swept over, instantly transforming into a heavenly coffin, burying the 9 imperial artifacts within it. What do you want? No. The Vast Expanse Heavenly Father let out a terrified voice. In the heavenly coffin, he immediately felt the boundless death aura sweeping over. As the nemesis of all living things, the damage of death is something that even great emperors cannot avoid. It was fine in his heyday, but he had been lingering for 8 million years, and even if he tried to delay his death by all means, his lifespan had come to an end. The death aura in this heavenly coffin was so powerful that while it brought him infinite severe pain, it also made him realize that there was a real possibility that he might die here. Want to do what? Naturally, I refined you. Johai's tone was icy cold, and he saw the deathly aura rolling around in the Shin coffin, and the laws of the burial sky spreading out over the sky. This power that could bury even the heavens. Even a true great emperor would have to look away. Not to mention that at this point in time, the vast ocean Heavenly Father was no longer a great emperor, and wasn't even considered a living person. Refining him would be easy for Johai. No, don't. Vast Expanse Heavenly Father's terrified voice came out. As the strongest man of an era, he had always been proud and did not know what fear was, but at this point he was utterly terrified. All beings are equal before death. Those who are not afraid of death are already dead, and those of them who choose to live on. Who dares to face death head-on? Unfortunately, in the face of his panic, Johai turned a deaf ear. Today, he was determined to refine him in order to stop future troubles. Kid, leave me alone. Both retrograde in the face of death. You and I are equally eager to become immortal. You can't do this to me. Vast Ocean Heavenly Father shouted, hoping to bring Johai back to his senses, but what responded to him was an even more powerful burial heavenly force. Kid, what the hell do you want? You tell me and I'll give it all to you. I can see what you're looking for. 8 million years. I've stepped all over the world. Maybe I can give you the answer. Under the boundless death aura, Vast Ocean Heavenly Father could clearly feel his sealed body withering away, and seeing that life and death were on the line, he hastened to make a condition. Johai could not take any of his previous conditions seriously, but the last sentence caught Johai's attention. Are you sure you've set foot on the edge of the universe? Johai stopped his hand movements and coldly said, of course. The great emperor's lifespan is only 30,000 years, so it is difficult to measure the universe. But this seat has lived for 8 million years. There's no place in all the worlds that this seat doesn't understand. Just ask. Seeing that it was useful, Vast Expanse Heavenly Father hurriedly said. Chapter 109 The Lure of Home. Has this place ever been? Johai frowned tightly as he turned all his impressions about his hometown into thoughts and transmitted them to Vast Expanse Heavenly Father. The Vast Expanse Heavenly Father froze after receiving the footage. Such a backward place, where even cultivation had become a legend. He couldn't really think of it for a while. What? You don't know this place? You're blowing chicken feathers. Die for me. Sensing the Vast Expanse Heavenly Father's confusion, Johai once again activated the burial heavenly power and was about to exterminate him. Wait. I know. This seat really knows. The Vast Expanse Heavenly Father was shocked and hurriedly called out. Say. Johai's face was gloomy as he shouted. In that direction, you can reach a sea of stars by rushing at extreme speed for 8,000 years. In this sea of stars, there is a section of land where the spirit element is withered. There are no cultivators up there, but there are quite a few of your so-called technological developments. That world you gave is too small. Perhaps this seat didn't pay attention to it. But if there really is such a place in this universe, it should be right there. Of course, you don't have to travel here if you want to find that so-called technological development. The evolution of the heavenly ways in the universe is strange. There are also countless great stars of life such as those that rely on these so-called technological exotics to cultivate. If you need them, this seat can always find millions of them for you. Vast Expanse Heavenly Father hurriedly told Johai what he knew. 8,000 years? Johai was dumbfounded. At this time, as a great emperor, his extreme speed could be considered terrifying, yet he still had to walk for 8,000 years. What a concept. Moreover, the life of a mortal is only 100 years. Even if he really rushes over there, he is afraid that he won't even be able to see the ashes of his parents. Then what's the point of him going back? What's more, he was only a one-day great emperor, and right now there was only less than half a day left, so how could he still have time? By the way, don't you have Emperor Yuguan's teleportation array on you? If you repair it, you may be able to reach that location in 100 years, or even less. Why don't you try something? Noticing Johai's silence, the vast expanse emperor hurriedly reminded him. Emperor Guang? Zhou Hai froze, and all the concepts about the universe flashed through his mind. Universe, the former being infinite space and the latter time. The name Guang Emperor was, on first hearing, an invincible powerhouse on the spatial avenue, whose speed was by no means comparable to that of an ordinary great emperor. That's right, Guang Emperor's teleportation array. If you can repair it, even if your speed isn't as good as Guang Didi's, it won't be anywhere near as good, the vast expanse Heavenly Father hastily proposed. Zhou Hai's expression was grave, with a full of anger, but at this moment, he had to consider this possibility. After all, with his strength, it was basically impossible to go home before his parents were alive. Right now, the only thing he could do was to become a true great emperor as early as possible, and then increase his speed to the extreme through the teleportation array, which might still be possible. That, you can leave this seat alone now? Vast Ocean Heavenly Father's careful voice came out. Zhou Hai couldn't help but be speechless. These old guys were really afraid of death the longer they lived. As an emperor realm powerhouse, which one was not contemporary and invincible, with a great deal of bravado? However, 8 million years of living meticulously had not only failed to make him stronger, but had instead worn away all his sharpness. At this time, the vast expanse Heavenly Father. I'm afraid that even the former vast expanse emperor would have to be ashamed to face the world when he saw it. Don't worry, as long as the value of your existence is shown, I won't let you die easily. Zhou Hai indifferently transmitted his voice, and the dead chi surged within that heavenly burial Xian coffin, instantly transforming into infinite vitality. Ah, the vast ocean Heavenly Father let out a soulful trill, that kind of feeling of moving from death to new life, making people feel as if they were freezing when they suddenly soaked into a hot spring, not to mention how refreshing it was, as the origin of the laws of life and death, the power of the burial heaven, even if it couldn't bring people back from the dead, could grant them a large amount of lifespan. Even if an existence like a great emperor soaked in it, it could delay death to the greatest extent possible. Seeing that he had taken care of the vast expanse Heavenly Father, Zhou Hai did not hesitate and hurriedly rushed in the direction from which he had come. Time passed too quickly, and he was afraid that if he was a little bit later, not only would he not be able to return home, he wouldn't even be able to return to the desolate ancient star realm. While at this moment, within the 8 desolate passages of the desolate ancient star realm, in that secret realm, Qin Shio and the others were borrowing the power of Xian Huang, but their cultivation levels were rising by leaps and bounds. One had to admit that this Xian Huang force was too powerful. Qin Shio had only broken through the innate mysterious realm for less than a day, and her cultivation had already arrived at the 3rd level of the innate realm. As for Chu Chen, Zheng Qiankuan, Ling Ruoxue, and the others, most of them also crossed 3 realms consecutively in just one day, with the lowest having 2. However, just as everyone was filled with joy and frantically extracted the Xian Huang force to make a breakthrough, trouble also appeared. At this point in time, the crowd is caught in a fantasy world and are each experiencing a different life. In Zheng Qiankuan's illusion, he once again returned to the day when he paid his respects in Dinghai City. At this time, he was displaying great talent, as well as eye-popping good fortune. Everyone knew that he would definitely become a powerful person in the future. All the elders of the academy, none of them were scrambling to take him as their disciple. Remember, the earth carries things by virtue, and the power of Xian Huang can't be absorbed by just anyone. One can be devoid of great virtue, but to be devoid of even virtue, one will surely die without a burial place under the power of this Xian Huang. In this secret realm, if you want to gain more, you have to realize what morality is. The reason I chose you guys is precisely because of the virtue of the Major Zhou Academy. Don't you guys let me down. Without waiting for Zheng Qiankuan to react from that atmosphere of all attention, Yi Haoran's voice suddenly rang out, causing him to be stunned. Tests? What do you mean, Elder Yi? How can we break this illusion? Zheng Qiankuan frowned. Don't try to break. When it's true, it's also false. In the illusionary realm you guys can do whatever you want. How much you can gain on this trip depends on how much you can get in the illusionary realm. Don't try to cover your asses. It won't do you any good. Yi Haoran transmitted his voice. Zheng Qiankuan, who was just about to forcefully break the illusionary realm, immediately stabilized his mind upon hearing this. Does this mean that one can totally start over in the illusion if one wants to? Getting it all here and actually owning it yourself? When he thought of this, Zheng Qiankuan was overjoyed. His eyes filled with anticipation. Right at this moment, in the sky above Dinghai City, Chu Chen brought Zhou Hai to this place. My disciple pays his respects to master. Almost do not think. Zheng Qiankuan first rushed to Zhou Hai in front of Zhou Hai. To Zhou Hai will bang 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 kowtow 3 times. When I looked up again, my forehead was red and swollen. The surrounding elders of the various palaces of the academy were dumbfounded on the spot, and those academy disciples were also stunned, looking at Zheng Qiankuan incredulously. Kid, do you know who he is? So many of us look up to you and you worship him? In reality, Zheng Qianquan's master Chun Xuan was dissatisfied. Yes, come to my academy with the vast sword Dao. This kid can't even cultivate himself. What can he teach you? Academy Palace elder Li Changqing was also dissatisfied. Kid, don't mess around. Kids, even the Dan Palace elder, Formation Palace elder, Martial Arts Palace elder, and the others spoke up. The other disciples were even talking. Although they didn't dare to mock Zhou Hai because of their seniority, they were reporting jokes at his behavior. Zheng Qianquan, however, did not think so, but instead laughed coldly in his heart. A group of ignorant people had misled themselves once, and they would not try to mislead themselves again. He had even thought of the fact that if he succeeded in worshipping his master this time, he would definitely obtain the inheritance of a great emperor and enjoy countless resources at will. What's Chunbei? What is Qin Shiyou? What they could get for themselves they had, and at that time, with their own talent, they would run through an era, and who would be able to beat them? As he thought about it, he was excited and even more filled with anticipation. Chapter 110 Choice and Resignation. Boy, are you out of your mind? Do I know you? You come up here to worship? Just when Zheng Qianquan thought that he had given Zhou Hai enough face and was about to become Zhou Hai's only disciple, he saw Zhou Hai looking at him with a black face and contempt. Then, Zhou Hai directly bypassed him and looked at a man in the crowd who was worse than a beggar. Will you worship me? Zhou Hai spoke shockingly. The others at the scene were dumbfounded, and Zheng Qianquan was also staggered. What's the situation? Didn't they say that everything can be reselected in the illusion? Why do you choose for yourself and then have things go against you? Why did he still choose the half-dead Tatsuo? But he didn't even want to look at himself more than once? Zheng Qianquan was furious, but he didn't dare to have a fit, and could only think of ways to get Zhou Hai's attention. In any case, this time, he must take this opportunity to change his fate against the heavens and obtain what he wanted from Zhou Hai. Junior brother, I think the son has good talent. It suits you. Just then, Morong Zhao's voice came. Zheng Qianquan was overjoyed and grasped hope. I pay my respects to the Sect leader, and I beg the Sect leader to beg for leniency and allow me to worship under the Daozang Palace. Zheng Qianquan turned back and exclaimed. Although his actions caused everyone to be dismayed, Morong Zhao was satisfied and pleaded for him on the spot. It had to be said that in reality, if Zheng Qianquan hadn't forcefully refused, Zhou Hai really wouldn't have been able to get rid of him as his disciple. In this illusion, under his begging, coupled with Morong Zhao's constant pressure, Zhou Hai had a headache on his face, but finally, he was gracious enough to admit him into the door wall. You want to worship me, don't you? That's fine. From today onwards, all the chores of Daozang Palace will be handed over to you. If you do something that displeases me, go as far away from me as you can. Also, my path may not always suit you, so I hope you don't regret it. Zhou Hai gave the word. Zheng Qianquan did not even think about it and fell down to worship. Since this day, Zheng Qianquan, the personal disciple, had become like a sundry disciple of the Daozang Palace, diligently cleaning the Daozang Palace every day, making those disciples of the academy who had taken the time to help take care of the Daozang Palace become without anything to do. Zhou Hai's clothing, food, housing and transportation, he even took care of everything, but he had witnessed Qianbei go from half-dead to glorious, obtaining the inheritance of a great emperor and being invincible in his generation, and he got nothing for himself. Zhou Hai didn't even pay much attention to him. Slowly, Zheng Qianquan's heart was a little unbalanced. At first, he was able to hold back, but after 10 days and half a month had passed, Zhou Hai accepted another disciple back, still granting the other party the great emperor inheritance, but simply ignoring himself. Zheng Qianquan was completely taught. Master, why are you so biased? Both eldest brother and youngest sister have the inheritance, but not me? Finally, Zheng Qianquan came in front of Zhou Hai and questioned. I told you long ago that the Dao I teach is not suitable for you. You've been cleaning the Dao collection palace for so long. Haven't you sought the Dao you want? Zhou Hai rolled his eyes. Master, how will you know if you don't try? Could it be that my talent really isn't as good as eldest brother and junior sister? Or do you simply not see disciples? Zheng Qianquan was very aggravated. Also as a disciple, he never felt that he was inferior to Qianbei and Qin Xia. Alas, it doesn't matter if you're gifted or not. The key is not fit. In this case, you seek out your eldest brother and junior sister for some lessons and see how much you can learn. Zhou Hai was speechless and directly dumped him on Qianbei and Qin Xia. Zheng Qianquan was dissatisfied, but he could only endure it and try to find a way to obtain the great emperor inheritance from Qianbei and Qin Xiao. And as for him, the two were not shy about giving him advice. However, when the two men taught him the method of the emperor's way, although he gained something, he was unable to gain a deeper understanding no matter what. After a period of worldly cultivation, his cultivation had indeed refined, and his entire person was much stronger, but compared to Qin Shiyou and Qianbei, they were worlds apart. While the two were making a big splash, He was just like an ordinary odd-job disciple, becoming the most inconspicuous one in the Daozang Palace. When people talked about the Daozang Palace, they all said how powerful Chanbei and Qin Shio were, only forgetting about him. Even the other disciples from the various palaces, because of getting close to Zhou Hai to gain guidance, their cultivation levels kept soaring, gradually leaving him behind. The stars turned, and an unknown amount of time passed in the illusionary realm. Under Zhou Hai's guidance, most of the disciples of the academy were on their own, and Chanbei and Qin Shio had even become that brightest stars of the cultivation world. Master, why are you so biased? You instruct even the disciples of the various palaces, but not the disciples? Hasn't the disciple been good enough for you? Finally, Zhang Qianquan couldn't tense up at all. Coming in front of Zhou Hai, he growled, "Alas, there are chances in life. Why do you have to hang yourself from a crooked-neck tree? It is said that my Tao is not suitable for you, and even if your eldest brother and youngest sister were to teach you sincerely, what would you learn? Some chances are not deserved by you in and of themselves. As a sword Tao heavenly pride, why don't you try to find your senior uncle Chen Shuang, or senior brother Xiao Ting to ask for some advice?" Zhou Hai's breathless voice came out, instantly causing Zhang Qianquan to explode. "Enough of this. It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. What else do you know besides that? If I wanted someone else, why would I have worshipped you in the first place? Zhou Hai, you're just biased. You're a teacher in vain. I, Zhang Qianquan, will never share the same fate with you in this life." Zhang Qianquan felt that he had been treated differently, and remembering what he had experienced, he only felt humiliated. However, the moment his words fell, the sky collapsed and a strong force swept over. Well, Zhang Qianquan stifled a grunt and opened his mouth to spray out a large mouthful of blood. The illusion shattered, only to realize that he had been shaken out of the dense forest by an invisible force. That power almost hit him so hard that his cultivation collapsed and his form was destroyed. "Kid, what have you been through that you were eliminated without even passing the first round? How bad your virtue must be." From the side came Yi Haoren's voice, 10,000 times more disappointed. Zhang Qianquan looked up and saw Yi Haoren's disgruntled gaze, and was instantly enraged, but had no way to vent it. When he thought about everything he experienced in the illusion, he hated the Daozang Palace to the extreme. When he looked up again and saw that in the field, Chanbei, Qin Shio, and the others were smiling and satisfied, his hatred skyrocketed even more. In the illusionary realm, these people were afraid that they had all received various benefits given by Zhou Hai, so it was no wonder that they were able to laugh. But why should they get all the benefits and nothing for themselves? However, he did not know that the Qin Shio, Chu Chen, and the others were all in the same illusionary realm at this time. In the illusion, they don't make any choices about their past, but go with the flow. In the continuous improvement of their cultivation, they always adhered to the will of the academy, and the stronger the strength, the greater the responsibility. They traveled around and acted on behalf of heaven. That sense of accomplishment cheered everyone up, and even the avenues in front of them became brighter. Without realizing it, the crowd in reality had already walked out a dozen or so meters away in succession, and in the illusionary realm, they also became the pillars of the new generation of the academy, and Chu Chen even managed to break through the divine profound realm. They are gradually taking over what used to be done only by the older generation. When there was a drought throughout the Great Zhou, Chu Chen led his senior brothers and sisters to go with him and perform his divine ability to move clouds and spread rain. When demonic scourges appeared in various places, their masters and brothers went out together to cut down the demons and get rid of the devils. The journey has been both bitter and sweet. Sometimes everyone is fighting for their lives when faced with a great enemy they can't deal with. They did not abandon the beings guarding behind them, much less their fellow disciples, as when Chanbei was under siege and everyone was fighting for their lives. Time passed quickly, and before I knew it, more than half a month had passed in reality, and Chu Chen, Qin Shio, Ling Luoxue, Bai Shushu and the others had already walked out tens of meters away. Almost at the same time, all of them opened their eyes, stepped out of the illusion, and sat on their knees. Buzz. The earth trembled lightly with a roar. Endless metaphysical yellow light enveloped everyone. Just as Yi Haoren had said, what they got in the illusion, they could also get in reality. At this moment, the Xian Huang vibrated and the heaven and earth fed back, just giving them all the cultivation sensations they had gained in the illusionary realm. Chapter 111 The Chance of the Great Zhou Academy. Cold winter is approaching. Snow drifts on earth, and the 3-foot cold sword shines in the world. With a light reprimand, Ling Ruoxue was the first in the field to start breaking through. Before entering this secret realm, his cultivation was at the 3rd level of the life-snatching realm. Previously, after experiencing the Xianhuang baptism, his cultivation had broken through 2 consecutive realms, reaching the 5th level of the life-snatching realm. At this moment, endless cold awns were twisting around her, and in the infinite death aura enveloping her, her cultivation broke through 3 more realms one after another. straight into the 8th level of the life-taking realm. Seeing this scene, Zhang Qianquan couldn't help but have his pupils shrink, only to feel his heart ache like glue. Previously, he had also experienced the Xianhuang baptism, his cultivation breaking through 3 realms, breaking through from the original innate 9 to the life-taking realm 3. In his opinion, his talent was higher than any of the people present, and he should be the one to benefit the most from this. It was at this point that he realized how ridiculous his little achievement had been. However, what made him even more envious and jealous was yet to come. Fist breaks the sky. I'll subdue the world with my iron fist. With a low roar, another endless death aura swept through the air, and Yuan Bubu broke through right after him. However, the dead chi had only just approached, when a powerful divine power erupted within his body, shattering all the dead chi away on the spot. Rumble! The heavens and earth roared as endless thunderclouds swept through, instantly covering Yuan Bubi in them. How? Avatar realm. Zhang Qianquan was shocked and his eyes were red. Before entering the secret realm, Yuan Bubo was only at the 4th level of the life-snatching realm, and he had only barely broken through 3 realms to reach the 7th level of the life-snatching realm under the baptism of Xianhuang. How could Zhang Qianquan not accept that in this short period of time, his cultivation had broken through to the avatar realm? The way of the vast, heaven and earth are the same. Baishu's voice followed, entering the secret realm before the innate 8. The cultivation is not as good as Zhang Qianquan's Shi. Before the Xianhuang baptism, even broke 3 realms not to mention, now it is directly across the 5 realms, breaking through the 7th level of the life-snatching realm. The way of heaven is vast, the way of man is indistinct. I honor the heavens with the way of man. Chu Chen's voice came out, and under the shroud of a thundercloud, he not only managed to break through the divine profound realm, but also directly reached the 3rd level of the divine profound realm. It was important to know that many geniuses had difficulty breaking through a realm in this realm of divine aptitude throughout their lives, and he who was originally only at the 6th level of the life-snatching realm, but took advantage of the secret realm to directly break through the 3rd level of the avatar realm, was definitely considered a miracle. Zhang Qianquan was confused and only felt his brain buzzing. These people gained benefits one after another, and that feeling was even more unbearable than if he had gotten nothing for himself. The point is that he hasn't really gotten anything. It's worthy of being a secret realm of the dojo opened by a great emperor, to be able to make many disciples break through one after another. No one other than a great emperor can do it. Yi Haoran's satisfied voice came out. Seeing these disciples benefit one after another, his eyes filled with smiles. The great emperor's dojo? Zhang Qianquan's heart trembled and instantly reacted. Elder Yi, are you saying that there is a great emperor's inheritance in this secret realm? He hurriedly looked at Yi Haoran and said, this soil is called the Xianhuang ancestral soil, born at the beginning of the heavens and the earth, and was created by the great virtue of the heavenly Tao. The so-called earth carries things with great virtue, and it is this earth that is spoken of. It is truly the essence of heaven and earth, the source of all things, a rare and supreme treasure of the heavens. With this treasure, you can plant the spiritual roots of heaven and earth, and it is something that great emperors from ancient times must seize. Such a supreme treasure is here. What else can be the explanation other than the great emperor's inheritance? See that sapling? It doesn't look big, and the fruit is even the size of a thumb. It's not worth mentioning, but that's the heaven and earth spiritual root enlightenment fruit. Eating it will not only gain you 1,000 years of longevity, but it will also help you realize the way. If they pass the test of the Xianhuang ancestral loam, one of them will receive a fruit of enlightenment, and may even obtain the demon emperor's inheritance. Yi Haoran stood with his arms folded. He was like a know-it-all who knew everything about heaven and earth. Not only did he break through the true body of that Xianhuang soil with a single glance, but he even saw the fruit of enlightenment clearly. What? Great emperor's inheritance, heaven and earth spiritual roots, supreme treasure? Zhang Qianquan's already collapsed mood, at this time even more a mess. Only feel the brain buzzing. No, that's mine. Mine. Zhang Qianquan hurriedly got up and frantically rushed towards the ancestral soil. Boom. However, he saw the Xianhuang light enveloping him, and the powerful force instantly bounced him away. Put. A large mouth of blood sprayed out. Zhang Qianquan only felt that all the organs were cracked, and all the bones in his body were scattered as if they were broken. If he hadn't already broken through the life-taking realm at this time, with this serious injury, he would have had to die on the spot. No. Why is that? Why don't you give me another chance? Zhang Qianquan's eyes were red as he forcefully climbed up and rushed towards the ancestral soil once again. He was going to choose again. This time, no matter what, he wouldn't taint his relationship with the Daozan Palace. He will go his own way and find his own chance. He wanted to tell everyone with his strength that without the Dao hidden palace, he was still a supreme heavenly pride, and he could equally obtain the great emperor's inheritance. Boom, 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 boom. However, even though he approached again and again, that Xianhuang ancestral loam didn't give him half a chance, knocking him out one after another, until he lost his strength completely. which led him to lie on the ground in tears. Why? Why is that? I'm not happy. I'm not happy. Zheng Qianquan's eyes were filled with despair. He didn't understand why the heavens had to tease him so much, making him lose touch with the great emperor's inheritance over and over again. Aren't you the one with the most heavenly fortune? Why couldn't he become the protagonist of this heaven and earth? On the side, Yi Haoran's brows were tightly locked, his eyes full of coldness, and he didn't even have the intention to give a word of persuasion. Unstable Taoist heart, impure purpose, this life is wasted. With a soft sigh, Yi Haoran no longer paid attention to Zheng Qianquan. In his opinion, for a disciple like this, even punishment was superfluous. It was destined to have no good results in the future. The Xian coffin burial sky, overriding all paths. Suddenly, a clear and cold voice came. Yi Haoran's mind moved slightly, and his gaze looked at Qin Shiyou in astonishment. He knew of the legend of the burial heavenly emperor Dao and the supreme Qingyan, but in his entire life, he had never found the source of the burial heavenly emperor Dao. It was as if this world had never seen a founder of the burying sky emperor Dao. All the great emperors had left their names behind, but only the name of the burying sky emperor was unknown. At this moment, when he heard this supreme declaration of overriding the 10,000 paths, he only felt his heart surge, daring to bury the heavens and override the 10,000 paths. How magnificent was this creator of the burial heavenly imperial path! And the moment Qin Shiyou's words fell, her cultivation also came to the 9th level of the innate, straight to the peak, just a step away from the life-taking realm. It seemed to be quite a few realms away from the others, but Yi Haoran couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. As far as he knew, this girl child was still mortal more than a month ago. Only after entering the secret realm did she break through the innate realm, but now she was almost about to cross over into the life-taking realm. This cultivation speed, not to say that it was unique for the ages, but it was almost the same, worthy of being a great emperor inheritor. It's truly magnificent. Yi Haoran sighed lightly, unconsciously. All his attention was on Qin Shiyou. I really wanted to see how far Qin Shiyou's future would go. Chapter 112 Demon Emperor's Inheritance. Clouds of the 8 directions move. Rumble. Thunder churned and a deadly aura enveloped the crowd as they successively crossed the threshold. Lu Danyang and Wu Ming also broke through to the 6th level of the life-snatching realm at the same time. Shouting even directly broke through the 7th level of the life-snatching realm, drawing a satisfied gaze from Yi Haoran. One must know that before these three entered the secret realm, their cultivation level was only at the 1st or 2nd level of the life-snatching realm. It could be said that everyone except Zheng Qianquan had gained a considerable amount of benefits this time. Next to deal with the 4 prefectures discourse, the Great Zhou Academy always had a certain bottom line. Time passed little by little, and half an hour later, the crowd successively passed through the Great Tribulation and opened their eyes. Boom! And right at this moment, the sky shook and the ground shook as an arcane light shot straight up into the sky, and vast imperial might filled the air in all directions. What's going on? Qin Shiyou and the others were shocked and simultaneously looked in the direction of that xianlight. It was over the waterfall, and it looked like something was about to come out. Squeaky, not far away, the little monkey, who was lying asleep under the waterfall, got up with a jolt. The moment he saw that metaphysical light, it seemed as if countless memories flashed through his mind, causing him to fall into a daze, but without realizing it, he fell into tears. Father, his lips quivered slightly as he whimpered. This is the great emperor inheritance? Feeling the boundless imperial might, Zheng Qianquan trembled. It really let Yi Haoran get it right. This place involved the inheritance of a great emperor. Seeing that everyone had the opportunity to obtain the great emperor's inheritance, but he was the only one excluded, Zheng Qianquan couldn't help but vomit 3 liters of blood again. It hurts too much. The pain that was like a knife in the heart was more than 1,000 arrows piercing through the heart. A heavenly chance to finally choose a master. My academy is favored by heaven and earth, and another supreme human being will emerge. Yi Haoran's body trembled slightly. Even if he was usually a spontaneous person, he couldn't help but be excited at this moment. Unbeknownst to him, this xianlight had long since broken through the secret realm, drawing the attention of countless people. What's that? Emperor's might? Could it be that the demon ape has appeared and the demon emperor's inheritance has appeared along with it? Quick, get over there, Amat Ba Buddha. Buddhist opportunities are not to be missed. My demon emperor inheritance is mine. Ha ha ha. Once the demon ape comes out, the demon emperor's inheritance has also appeared. Where is the imperial court's heavenly pride? The time to seize the opportunity has come. With the demon emperor's legacy now in existence, my demon race will surely rise. I, the dragon clan, am also of the demon clan lineage, and the demon emperor's inheritance. I, the dragon clan, want it. In the 8 wastelands passage, all sorts of voices were heard. Strong people from all sides, countless heavenly prides rushed towards the place where the xianlight shone at the same time. Demon emperor inheritance. Could the demon ape descendant be there? Quick, follow and see. Just after dealing with the affairs of Dakian, Chenbei led 100,000 sons and daughters of the Chun clan to enter the Eight Wastelands passage with great vigor, wanting to seek out his own third master brother for Zhou Hai. He didn't expect to see the demon emperor's inheritance just after he came in, so he hurriedly summoned 100,000 sons and daughters of the Tatsuo clan to rush to the place of the Shenlight. A chaos was just around the corner, while at this moment, Zhou Hai was trapped billions of light years away, tired as a dog, marred, before a step away. Now catalyzing the teleportation array is almost exhausted for me. How come it's not here yet? In a void, there was darkness all around. As far as the eye could see, it was difficult to see a planet or even a meteorite. Chukai was panting and hated to be put on the spot. It couldn't be helped, and on the way back, even though he rushed like hell, he still didn't make it back to the draconic starfield before the experience disappeared. Even looking around the universe, he couldn't even see the patch of nebulae where the desolate ancient starfield was located. There was no qualification to cross the void under a saint, and in this void without any spiritual energy or vitality, it was wearing down one's strength all the time. The only thing Zhou Hai could do was to urge the Yuguan Emperor's horn teleportation formation to frantically shuttle, but every teleportation distance was far enough away, yet it still couldn't bring him back to the desolate ancient starfield. If it wasn't for the vast ocean quicksand protection, at this time, he was afraid that he wouldn't even have the qualifications to be tired as a dog, and he would have to die on the spot in a state of exhaustion. Mud, this of yours is really useless when it comes down to it. It's an imperial artifact, can't you just take old me back? Thinking that he would probably have to consume himself to death in this starry sky, Zhou Hai couldn't help but lift his foot and kick the surrounding quicksand furiously, but no matter how much he kicked it, it didn't work. Although today's vast ocean quicksand was an imperial artifact with supreme battle power, it was ultimately a puppet that had been forcibly controlled by the system, and the gods inside were locked up, so it couldn't do anything to directly take him back. With the Great Emperor experience card gone, there's only one last chance left for the Sage experience. Do we really have to use it up? After some furious kicking and not seeing any movement from the quicksand, Zhou Hai took out the last Sage experience card. This was the basis of pretense, the base card for traversing the desolate ancient star realm. He really couldn't afford to use it up just like that, but there was nothing to be done, and he had no choice but to pinch and burst. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Sage experience for a period of time of 1 day. The system's voice came, and Zhou Hai felt a powerful force running through his entire body. Although it was far inferior to the power of a great emperor, it was still much stronger than his half-dead state. Go! Zhou Hai urged the teleportation array without hesitation, and the teleportation distance instantly skyrocketed by more than 10 times. Each time it crossed the void, it was tens of thousands of light years. For a time, only the shadows of people in the vacuum of the universe could be seen shuttling, tens of thousands of times faster than even light. However, even so, Zhou Hai had opened the teleportation array hundreds of millions of times before he could see the huge life great star. At this moment, even though Zhou Hai had the power of a saint added to his body, he was once again as tired as a dog. The depletion of the body's origin was simply not something that could be easily compensated for by cultivation power. Asterisk is exhausting. With a wail, Zhou Hai had just teleported to the desolate ancient starfield, not even having time to observe where he landed. He collapsed on the ground and fell into a fitful sleep. However, at this moment, the overriding killing intent struck. The sky and earth were filled with deathly aura, and the color of blood rushed to the sky. Zhou Hai snapped his eyes open and saw a blood color rushing towards him like a 10,000-foot tsunami. Asterisk. Who is it? Zhou Hai was confused. Getting up and punching out, a side of the world appeared on his fist. He was like that god who opened up the sky and the earth, his infinite power instantly smashing the sea of blood. Ah! Successive screams came out as countless figures appeared in the sea of blood, and were beaten to death on the spot. Someone from the blood domain? Zhou Hai frowned, looking at the way these people were dressed and recognized them on the spot. Who dares to act recklessly in the boundaries of my blood domain? Angry voices came from the distance as dozens of figures rushed in, all of them peak Zifu realm powerhouses. There were also quite a few of them holding saint weapons and looking at Zhou Hai with a murderous aura. Zhou Hai possessed a recluse one. After a punch was thrown, the holy chi was internalized, and these people couldn't detect his cultivation at all. Although he looked at him warily, there was no fear at all of facing a holy man. This is the blood domain? At this time, Zhou Hai only slightly observed the surrounding area, but saw that hundreds of thousands of miles in the vicinity of the divine sense were all in ruins, and there was not a single living being in sight. Instead, countless living beings died on this land, making it like a hell on earth. What's going on? Doesn't the blood domain have a supreme divine artifact sheltering it from the scourge? How could it be so miserable? Zhou Hai was secretly shocked. As his holy intent communicated with heaven and earth, he understood that this was not the blood domain at all. but one of the 8 wastelands that had just been destroyed in the Great Tribulation not long ago, the Southern Ridge. Without a supreme artifact guarding the South Ridge, it had long since been destroyed in the calamity caused by the previous battle between the Breaking War halberd and the Demon Cave. Even the 8 Wastelands barrier that protected the South Ridge was broken open due to that battle. Right now, not only did the people of the Blood Domain want to occupy this piece, but the surviving desolate lands were all stirring, wanting to seize the countless resources of this domain's land. Chapter 113 Siege. Protector of the Road Quest. Who is this man at the foot, that he cannot hear us? Just as Johai froze, an icy voice chided. Ha, you guys are so shameless. This is the South Ridge Demon Clan's territory. When did it become your Blood Domain's territory? Johai snorted, instantly causing those dozens of powerhouses to burst into a rage. What? Going to make a move on me? Come on, I'll see who's tired of living. One had to admit that the strength of this Blood Domain was far beyond what the Northern Wasteland's Great Holy Lands could compare to. Dozens of peak Zifu realm powerhouses could be deployed at will, and they were holding holy weapons. To be placed in the Northern Wasteland, one could easily level any holy land. Unfortunately, the one they met was Johai, and it was also Johai whose Saint experience card had not expired, and did not take them seriously at all. You seek death. One of them was enraged and was about to kill Johai with his Saint weapon in hand, but was stopped by the others. Wait, this time, the desolate ancient starfield is being robbed. The saintly ancestors of all the major powers are coming from outside the domain. It's difficult to see through the depths of this person. We must not act rashly, someone said in a deep voice. Johai raised his eyebrows slightly. This was big news. Right now, all the major forces of the desolate ancient were trying to find ways to seize territory and obtain more resources. Once the saint ancestors behind these forces descended, it was feared that a bloody storm would be unavoidable. Ding, system prompt. 3 of the host's disciples have been robbed, now releasing a mission to protect the path. Please go immediately. Just as he was thinking, the system's voice sounded, and Johai's face sank slightly as he turned around. Stand, and dare I ask you just who you are? However, he saw the dozens of people fly in and instantly surround him. Obviously, if he couldn't take enough strength today, there was no way these people would let him go. Get out! Johai's eyes snapped, and he, who had come to be angry himself, was now anxious and angry, and with a roar, a world shadow instantly emerged behind him. A powerful force erupted from it, shocking everyone to cough up blood and fly backwards. A saint? This is really a saint. Everyone's face changed drastically, and when they came back to their senses, Johai had long since disappeared from the spot. Hand over the demon ape and spare you and others from death. At this time, within the 8 desolate passages, the original location of that secret realm had long since turned into a ruin. The mountains are gone, and even the rivers in front of them have dried up. Countless powerful forces covered the entire heaven and earth. Strong people from the 4 domains, including the Central State, the Blood Domain, the Underworld Sea Dragon Clan, and the He State, converged, and countless saint weapons crossed the sky, pressing down on the Great Zhou Academy's group. Even the many sons and daughters of the Chen clan that Chen Bei had brought with him were besieged and killed or injured. The many holy weapons on Chen Bei's body had long been damaged in the Devil's Cave. If Qin Shiyao didn't have a number of life-preserving items, they would have been wiped out long ago. But even if Qin Shiyao had more treasures on her body, it would still be hard for her to defeat the many powerhouses of the 4 domains. One must know that the powerful forces of these 4 domains had all produced supreme beings, and their heritage was simply not comparable to that of the Northern Wasteland. The treasures on Qin Xiao's body were enough to walk horizontally in the Northern Wasteland, but being surrounded by these people was a bit overwhelming. At this moment, the 3 great Saint King artifacts stretched across the void, and together with the 16 Saint artifacts, they transformed into an impenetrable boundary. However, under the bombardment of dozens of Saint artifacts and Saint King artifacts outside, it still trembled violently, as if it would break at any moment. Do you really want to kill everyone? Don't forget that this is the 8 desolate passages, a world started by the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor entrusted his descendants to my academy, yet you and the others dare to act recklessly. Aren't you afraid of the Demon Emperor's wrath? Yi Haoren presided over the boundary with his peak Zifu realm cultivation, his face gloomy. Previously, the Demon Emperor's Xian light erupted and didn't give his inheritance, instead entrusting the Demon Ape to them, Demon Emperor's son, an existence destined to achieve supremacy in the future. Of course Yi Haoren couldn't possibly refuse such a disciple to join the academy. However, he didn't expect that just as he agreed, the strongest people from the various domains would kill him. He had always kept his promises, and since he had promised the Demon Emperor to take care of the Demon Ape, he could not give the Demon Ape to these people even if he died. The Demon Emperor died a long time ago. If he was still enraged, would he have allowed us to clamor for so long? Yi Haoren, this seed has heard of you, but you are also a man of the Northern Wasteland generation. But you, A group of rabble from Duhan Academy dare to defy the will of the imperial court. Do you really think that this seat can clean you up? An icy cold voice came out, and that old Taoist from the Purple Swallow Imperial Court rebuked in a cold voice. Yi Haoran, wherever my blood domain passes through, it prospers with the flow and dies against it. Now that the devil ape has come out, it won't be long before the primordial barrier shatters. Be sensible and hand over the demon ape immediately, or else you'll be the first to destroy your academy's Dao lineage in the future. On the blood domain side, a blood-clothed old man holding a scythe similarly chided. Amitabha Buddha, you and others are too murderous. Master Haoran, this demonic ape has a destiny with my Buddha. Why don't you hand it over to my Buddhist sect? And how about being treated kindly by my Buddhist sect? In the void, tens of feet of golden body pronounced the Buddha's name, full of kindness to Yi Haoran. Hand over my demon clan's royal son, or else you'll be killed without mercy. The Stygian Sea Dragon clan was domineering and unparalleled, and the leader pointed directly at Yi Haoran, not to be negotiated. In the face of these people's forceful pressure, all the people of the academy and the children of the Chun clan had ugly faces, but they could do nothing about it, and could only stare unwillingly, cooperating with Yi Haoran in channeling the true essence for the many holy weapons and maintaining the boundary. Humph, if not for the war halberd slumbering, would this group of curmudgeons be allowed to go unchecked? Chen Bei's face was icy cold and his eyes were filled with anger. Qin Xiao on the side was also helpless. Although Chen Bei's breaking battle halberd had forcibly devoured countless living essence to support it during the battle with the Devil's Cave, it still fell into a deep sleep after the battle, and her soul-devouring demon palace also suffered heavy damage after the battle with the vast ocean Heavenly Father, and is now also sleeping. Right now, their little reserves were a problem to defend themselves, let alone fight back. A bunch of moralistic curmudgeons. How dare they try to take down the demon ape? If we want to fight, let's fight. Who have the readers been afraid of? Yi Haoran's face showed sarcasm, as one person urged many holy weapons. His true essence had long been almost depleted. At this moment, however, he spared no effort and strongly urged the greater power of the holy weapons, preparing to fight to the death. Yi Haoran, since you don't know how to die, don't blame us for being impolite. Seeing that half a day's time had already been spent, that old Taoist of the purple sky no longer spoke more nonsense and turned his head to the other three domains. We will work together to break the boundary. At that time, who the devil ape belongs to, all depends on the strength to say. Upon hearing this, the three domain powerhouses didn't say anything, but together with the Purple Swallow Imperial Court, they offered up their sacred artifacts and Sacred King's artifacts and simultaneously bombarded the boundary. Boom, 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 boom. Heavenly might filled the air and holy chi swept across the 8 directions. Countless mountains and rivers within a radius of 100,000 miles crumbled. Rivers turned upside down, and the ground trembled madly. The boundary that Yi Haoran and the others had gathered with their holy weapons cracked open a gap in an instant amidst a wave of shaking. Yi Haoran and the others' faces were unsightly. Under the siege of many powerhouses and holy weapons, they couldn't support themselves at all. Boom, boom, boom. After the strike, before the boundary could be repaired, another destructive attack fell. Put behind Yi Haoran, Qin Xiao and other disciples of the academy, as well as 70,000 to 80,000 children of the Tatsuo clan were simultaneously shaken to the point that they sprayed blood from their mouths, and each one of them staggered, and that boundary even broke open an opening, no longer sustainable. Boom! Immediately after that, a third attack fell. Put thump 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 thump. Yi Haoran sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, his body exploding with countless bloody mouths. Behind them, many of the children of the Chun clan and the disciples of the academy similarly exploded all over their bodies, and one by one, they flew out backwards, lying on the ground dying. Chapter 114 Strong Counterattack. Silence. Squeak. In the crowd, the youngster that the little monkey had changed into scratched his ears, anxiously checking the injuries of the crowd while vigilantly facing the 4 domain powerhouses. Take the demon ape. Seeing everyone seriously injured, a holy weapon fell from the air and the boundary shattered. Taoist Violet Sky took the lead and killed the field. The devil ape belongs to my blood domain. Who dares to make a move? An ice-cold voice came out, and the color of blood rushed to the sky, instantly sweeping towards the little monkey. Roll. Ow. With a roar, dozens of scaly dragons appeared and rushed towards the demonic apes as they turned over the clouds. How dare you? Who dares to be rude to the emperor's son? Moo. Right at this moment, a cow howl came from the huge minotaur transformed into a benyo, and his 10-odd feet tall body rushed in front of the little monkey. Boom, boom, boom. However, when he saw countless attacks coming, that huge bull body was instantly sent flying hundreds of feet, and his body kept exploding, looking for death. The faces of Taoist Zixiao and the others were grim, and their speed stopped for a split second when they were stopped by this. Seizing this opportunity, the tens of feet of golden body probed out its large hand and grabbed the little monkey in it. My Buddha is merciful. This monkey has a destiny with my Buddha, so all of you should stop fighting. The golden body pronounced the Buddha's name, ignoring the little monkey's squeaking struggles, and was about to take the little monkey away. Unbridled. Stay for me, old bald ass. How dare you? The crowd was furious and were about to kill the tens of feet of golden body. However, the moment they did so, everyone's hearts tightened and a coolness swept through their bodies. Shoo! A stream of light came from beyond the heavens, instantly cutting through the large hand of that dozens of feet of golden body. Without warning, the golden arm fell from the air, spilling blood all over the sky. Ah! The tens of feet of golden body let out a miserable scream and instantly collapsed, revealing an old monk in the air. His gaze was horrified as he looked over to the side where the stream of light was flying from at the same time as old Taoist Violet Sky and the others. It's him! A figure was seen flying in rapidly, causing everyone's pupils to shrink. This was a young man in his 20s, with a clear and handsome face, dressed in white, and with an imposing demeanor. That familiar look, that familiar feeling, made everyone at the scene instantly recall his identity. It is the protagonist of the era of that heavenly birth and the earthly birth, the son of the innate birth of Qi. Everyone hadn't expected that this person really wasn't the Demon Emperor's son, but that's a good thing. This time, not only can we compete for the Demon Emperor's son, if we take him under our door as well, in the future, the heavens and the worlds will still be our own? However, just as this thought had arisen, before the crowd could get excited, they saw that person fly into the crowd of the academy and raise his hand to catch the demonic ape that had fallen from the air in his hand. The golden-bodied hand that was still grasping the demonic ape directly turned into a sky full of blood mist the moment it touched this person. Master! Master! Shenbei and Qin Shiyao were overjoyed when they saw the visitor, and they forced themselves to endure the pain of their serious injuries to come to Zhou side. Disciple pays homage to senior uncle. Chu Chen and the others were equally surprised and hurriedly rose to salute. Greetings, Master of the State. Those tens of thousands of Tatsuo clan disciples saw this and followed closely to pay their respects. There you are. Only Yi Haoran looked at Zhou with a bitter face, couldn't suppress the hurt anymore, and fainted with relief in front of Zhou. At this moment, everyone had a perception that Zhou's strength was unfathomable. To be able to casually give a disciple dozens of holy weapons to protect his body, his cultivation was at least a saint or above. His appearance gave everyone an unprecedented bottom line. What? This person already has a Dao? Unlike the disciples of the academy and the children of the Tatsuo clan, the faces of the strongest people of the four domains all changed slightly when they saw this. What? You guys are disappointed that I have a Dao? Daring to bully the small with the big, bullying the weak, and besieging the disciples of my academy. Do you really think that I don't have a temper? All kneel down and apologize or die. Zhou's cold voice came out, and Chu Chen and the others' eyes glowed. Senior uncle is so powerful, facing so many strong people, he is not putting it in his eyes at all. Those children of the Chen clan couldn't help but be shocked in their hearts. Such an aura, worthy of being the overlord's master, truly overshadowing the world. No one can be better than him. How dare you? Are you speaking to us? The four domain powerhouses were also startled by Zhou's strength, and in response, old Taoist Violet Sky burst into a rage. Something that doesn't know how to die. I don't care if you already have a Dao lineage or not. Throw yourself under my blood domain immediately or die. The people of the blood domain responded strongly. Only that old monk looked at Zhou with a wary gaze and did not speak. The Stygian Sea Scaly Dragon clan was also quietly watching the situation, not knowing what they were thinking. Seek death. Facing the response from the blood domain and the purple swallow imperial court, Zhou raised his hand and pressed down, his saint realm aura erupting as a huge shadowy world surfaced behind him, shrouding the heavens. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook, and the people of the blood domain and the purple swallow imperial court only felt their bodies tremble, instantly falling from the air like dumplings. It was as if that power was going to completely crush them into powder. It wasn't until both sides sacrificed saint artifacts and saint king artifacts that they were able to barely block the saintly might. A bunch of things that don't know how to die. Do you really think you can run amok with a few broken things? Even the sharpest knife depends on whose hands it's in. Zhou's tone was cold, and the world's shadow behind him spread out, rigidly isolating hundreds of thousands of miles in a radius into another realm. All the people could see was a foggy haze, a world filled with destructive forces everywhere. The moment they entered this realm, those saint artifacts and saint king artifacts all fell into silence, completely blocked by Zhou's powerful laws. Then the sky-covering mist shrouded over, drowning all of the people from the purple swallow imperial court and the blood domain. No, the faces of the people on both sides changed drastically. How could they not expect that this young man was actually a saint realm powerhouse? Moreover, the strength of his battle power was definitely comparable to that of a saint king. At this point they wanted to beg for mercy, but it was too late. Wherever that mist passed, the void crumbled inch by inch. There was thunder churning, the earth crumbling, and countless volcanoes erupting. The field of heaven and earth shifted, and the whole world was only destroyed. In the midst of countless screams, some people were penetrated by the law thunder and broken into pieces on the spot. Some people were instantly burned to flying ashes as a result of the earth's fire eruption. Some people's bodies directly collapsed when they were merely invaded by the mist. The power of silence was utilized to the extreme by Zhou. Wherever it passed, there was only destruction and no one survived. No, help! There were screams, people begging for mercy, struggling, but to no avail. Even a peak Zifu realm powerhouse like old Taoist Zixia was like a mortal at this moment, unable to move under Zhou's holy realm law's suppression, and could only welcome death. That old monk no longer had the compassion he had earlier, and at this time, he looked at this side with a face of horror, itching to pull out his legs and run, but he found that his legs were like lead, and he couldn't listen to them at all. Those people from the underworld Sea Dragon clan also couldn't stop their bodies from trembling and dripping with cold sweat at this time. All of them were secretly glad in their hearts that they didn't say anything just now, or else it would be their own bad luck now. However, even if they were not robbed at this moment, the eyes that looked at Zhou were still filled with awe and fear. Unlike their panic, on the side of the academy, Shu Chen and the others had glowing eyes and were so excited that they almost jumped up. As expected, Junior Master is always this low-key. I thought he was already strong, but he was forever hiding a strength that no one else dared to imagine. Who in the world can match the power of destroying the heavens and the earth with such a snap of the fingers? On the side of the Chen clan, tens of thousands of children were even more filled with excitement. Originally thought that this time was robbed, the Tatsuo clan will definitely fall to the altar. Without enough reserves, it would be difficult to escape the joint suppression of all the great holy places. Now that we have this kind of character covering us, who dares to touch the great Qianchen clan? Chapter 115 Dharma name Yuantong, Taoist name Extreme Rabbit. The screams gradually diminished, and in less than half a quarter of an hour, the people from the Ziyan Imperial Court and the Blood Domain on the scene were already dead or wounded. When Zhou's world field dispersed and the heavens and earth returned to their original state, there was only one old Taoist of the violet heavens left in the field sprawled on the ground covered in blood. His face was filled with despair, unable to accept that the tens of thousands of Central State celestial pride that he had brought with him had perished without even a trace left behind. This was nearly 1/10 of the Central State's heavenly pride. Their deaths would definitely cause a huge loss to the future of the Central State. Is actually a saint. I admit it. But Your Excellency, with the dignity of a saint to commit such an act of extermination, do you really think that there is no one in my Central State who can move Your Excellency? With a miserable laugh, old Taoist Zixia looked at Zhou unwillingly, deceiving my disciples, insulting my disciples, and committing the following offense against me. What's a small Central State? If you really want to retaliate, just snap your fingers and destroy it. Zhou stood with his arms folded and said indifferently, "You, cough cough cough." Old Taoist Zixia trembled and unwillingly raised his hand to point at Zhou, but he saw his fingers collapsing a little. He had inhaled too much destructive mist in his body. It was the power of the laws of silence converging, and at this moment, it was seizing up and disintegrating his body little by little, turning it into the essence of the origin of heaven and earth. Hubris. With all his strength, old Taoist Zixia only shouted out these two words, and then his body collapsed, turning into a sky of light and shadows, his lifelong cultivation returning to the heavenly Tao. Greetings to the sage. Greetings, Holy Father. Seeing that the people from the Purple Swallow Imperial Court and the Blood Domain had been completely wiped out in this manner, the group of augurs also knew how to take advantage of the wind and bowed to Zhou at the same time. Even the old monk who was not far away, at this moment, was also forcibly enduring the pain of his broken arm and reverently kneeling in front of Zhou. Buzz. Zhou was about to look at the crowd when he saw the many sacred artifacts and sacred king's artifacts in the field vibrating, trying to use the opportunity to escape. With a glare in his eyes, he took all the holy weapons from the Purple Swallow Imperial Court and the Blood Domain side, as well as the Stygian Sea Dragon clans and that old monk's magic weapons into his palm and threw them into the system space. Without waiting for these holy weapons to resist, a cupped handful of quicksand was seen enveloping down, and the powerful emperors might instantly cause these holy weapons to lose their resistance and obediently stay within the system space. Holy, so that's where the holy weapon that junior uncle gave to junior sister came from? Chu Chen and the other disciples' eyes were blown away as they watched. After witnessing Qin Xiao's many sacred artifact treasures, they had thought that Zhou had become a Taoist by refining artifacts, so he had an abundance of treasures on his body. At this time, seeing Zhou snapping his fingers to collect dozens of holy weapons, they only reacted to the fact that refining counts as a hairline, and that this is the most efficient way to gather treasures without any cost. Saints. Seeing the many supreme treasures within their clan being collected by Zhou, the underworld Sea Jiao Dragon clan's face changed drastically. Why? Is there a problem? Johai squinted his eyes, instantly causing these people's eyes to jump wildly. No problem at all. If Sage likes it, after I return, I will find my clan to discuss it and send a few more pieces to Sage. The man at the head of the dragon clan smiled sarcastically. So knowledgeable? Johai laughed. The sage had a heavenly heart pass. At this moment, he could tell at a glance that this group of people were cursing him in their hearts, but he didn't care. People, superficial respect is enough. There is no need to have to go to the bottom. Sometimes it is better to be confused. Of course, if the saint is free to come to the Underworld Sea as a guest in another day, my Underworld Sea Dragon Clan will treat you to the position of an exalted one, so that the saint will return with a full load. The person at the head of the Dragon Clan nodded his head in a hurry. It's best if that's the case. I'm afraid that when that day really comes, your Dragon Clan will be unwilling. Johai snorted and waved his hand. Get lost. In the future, when you meet someone from my academy, you better be polite, or else I don't mind making this 8 Wastelands passage a forbidden place for the dragon race. Yes, I'll take my leave now. In the future, when we encounter people from the academy in the Taicho secret realm, my Dragon Clan will retreat from them. The leader of the dragon race didn't dare to talk nonsense, and with a farewell, he took the rest of the dragon race powerhouses and fled as if they were leaving this place. This scene caused Chu Chen and the others to be secretly staggered. It was truly unthinkable that the high and mighty dragon race would one day grovel so much. Old bald donkey, I heard that you are related to my master and disciple. Would you like to worship under this seat? Johai's gaze turned to the old monk. Ha. No. Holy Father. The poor monk has misread the situation. The corners of the old monk's mouth twitched and he couldn't stop his eyes from jumping wildly. Hey, how can you look away? I think we're meant to be, too. In that case, I'll forget about worshipping the master. Look at your age. I really can't look down on this talent and strength. Come with me. It just so happens that I have a temple here that needs an abbot, and you are quite suitable. It's a good opportunity to fulfill this destiny. Johai grinned, causing the old monk to stifle his face. What? The temple abbot? The old monk looked at Johai in horror. As a Buddhist, he knew better than anyone that the so-called abbot was the gatekeeper. He was a great Buddhist. He had watched the gate in Huzhou for hundreds of years. It was not easy to get away with it for thousands of years. And then in the twinkling of an eye he was asked to preside over a temple, and a temple outside the Buddhist sect, which was even more difficult than killing him. What? You don't like it? Johai laughed. No, Your Holiness, the poor monk is a Buddhist disciple. The old monk didn't dare to refuse, but could only remind. What happened to the Buddhists? Johai was dissatisfied and waved his hand as powerful laws enveloped the old monk. The old monk's heart was startled, and without waiting for him to react, he saw the vitality of heaven and earth surging, and a new arm grew out of his broken arm with the naked eye. Immediately following the itchy scalp, he was already topping a head of long, white hair in the twinkling of an eye. Come, don't be polite. From now on we are all family. This is a garment worn by this seat. A reward for you. The old monk was dumbfounded, but he saw Johai throw out a set of clothes, directly replacing the monk's robe on him. It made him transform from a Buddhist disciple to a member of the Xian sect. Amat Ba Buddha. Sin. The old monk's face turned pale, and he hurriedly folded his hands together with a pious face to apologize to the Buddha. Supreme clear face. Johai frowned and warned from the side. Amat Ba. The old monk hurriedly recited. Clear face supreme. Johai's eyes glared as he raised his hand and slapped his hand, directly slapping the old monk into the ground, leaving only a head exposed. Aya. The old monk was on the verge of tears. In front of Johai, he was truly defenseless and could only keep calling Amat Ba Buddha, but before he could finish screaming, he saw Johai raise his hand once again. Clear face supreme. The old monk had the good sense to simply change his declared name. The surrounding Tatsuo clan children and academy disciples couldn't help but look amused. I've seen preaching, but it's unheard of to preach so roughly. That's right. What's your name? Johai withdrew his hand in satisfaction and looked at the old monk with a smile. Reporting back to your holiness. Poor monk Dharma named Yuantong. The old monk responded in a hurry. Yuantong? That's not a good legal name. In this case, from now on, you will be given the Dao name Extreme Rabbit, and you will serve before Supreme Lord Qingyan. Don't worry, the Buddha has so many disciples that he won't remember who you are. But Supreme Being Qingyan doesn't have a single disciple, and to be the only disciple of the Supreme Being won't forget you. Johai shook his head and grinned. Chapter 116 Ancient Path Extreme Rabbit True Lord. Pole Rabbit? What the hell? The old monk was confused, and even the disciples of the academy and the people of the Tatsuo clan were stunned. Why does that road number sound so weird? Yes, Holy Father. The old monk was filled with bitterness, and while silently chanting Amat Ba Buddha, he accepted his new Taoist name of Extreme Rabbit Reality. Dare I ask Holy Father, Where is this temple of Supreme Lord Qingyan? Thinking of something, the old monk asked again. I come from the northern wasteland. The temple I built is naturally in the northern wasteland. Where do you think it is? Zhou Hai raised his eyebrows, and the old monk was instantly delighted. Holy Father, it's not that the disciple is rude. You also know that the great beginning descended and separated the 8 wastelands. This Taiyuan primordial world is the only place of communication between the 8 wastelands. It's rare for the various domains to communicate with each other except for the Taichou world. Disciples come from Hazhou and are destined to not be able to enter the northern wasteland. The old monk hurriedly said, hoping that this reason could perfume Zhou Hai. What a big deal. Let's not say that the devil ape is coming out and the great beginning barrier is about to disappear. Even if the great beginning remains, this seat can come and go as it pleases in all domains? Zhou Hai waved his hand and lifted his hand as a space door opened up. Go on, enter it, and you'll be in front of the temple of the clear-faced Supreme Being. Zhou Hai smiled and guided. The old monk was dumbfounded and felt that Zhou Hai was bragging a bit. The 8 wastelands blocked by the great emperor's laws could be broken by anyone? But he didn't dare to resist and could only try to enter the space gate. However, he saw a trance before his eyes, and the old monk felt as if he had crossed tens of millions of miles. When he reappeared, he was surrounded by hustle and bustle, endless incense, choking one's eyes almost to the point of not being able to open them. He hastily looked around and saw that he was standing on a mountain peak. Behind it was a modest temple, not to speak of luxury, but as far as the naked eye could see from the mountain to the bottom of the mountain, there was a sea of people. Countless people gathered on all sides, bowing reverently to the temple. The enormous power of faith enveloped the heavens, causing 1,000 miles in every direction to be shrouded in peace. The old monk sucked in a breath of cool air. This pilgrimage scene was comparable to the day of the birth of the Buddha in Huzhou. Since when did the Xianmen have this kind of faith? More than that, the surrounding kneeling people are not less than tens of millions. A glance cannot see the head, and even further away there was an endless convergence of the power of faith. Obviously the pilgrimage was not just these people, but also people from all over the northern wasteland. The old monk was even suspecting that he was afraid that the faith of the entire northern wasteland had converged here at this moment. As soon as this thought came out, the old monk was instantly overjoyed. If that were true, what would be wrong with belonging to the Xian sect on one's own? Being this abbot didn't seem unacceptable. Cultivating under such a huge power of faith was simply half the work. Who are you? Just when the old monk was excited, an icy voice came. The old monk turned his head to look, and saw a youth not far away looking at him with a gloomy face. Ahem. Supreme Emperor Qingyan, the poor Taoist is the extreme rabbit realist, appointed by the Holy Father, the new abbot of this temple. The old monk folded his hands and instinctively tried to say Ba Buddha. Reacting, he hastily placed the back of his left hand on his right wrist, pressed his right thumb against his middle and ring fingers, and proclaimed the name of Qingyan Supreme. Abbot? Ha. It's really true that any cat or dog dares to act as a supreme disciple these days. You say you're the abbot and you're the abbot. Have you ever asked me? Big Chow. For my opinion? The youth was exasperated and laughed. Right now, Supreme Being Qingyan shone brightly in the northern wilderness, saving countless living beings in the northern wilderness from the calamity, and had already become the common faith of everyone in the entire northern wilderness. His status was comparable to the founding ancestor of the Purple Swallow Imperial Court in the Central State, and the Supreme Buddha of Huzhou. Not long after the Great Tribulation had passed, all the great Holy Lands had already come to this place to fight for the supreme orthodoxy, bringing unprecedented pressure to the great Zhou dynasty. At this time an old man suddenly popped up and also dared to call himself an abbot. As the crown prince of Great Zhou, Ji Feng almost couldn't hold back from slapping him. Supreme Emperor Qingyan, the poor Taoist is truly the Holy Father's appointed abbot. The old monk's demeanor was calm, and he argued softly. Go. If you dare to talk nonsense again, beware that this prince will be impolite to you. Ji Feng's eyes were cold. He didn't dare to make a move against people from other holy lands, but this single old man, he really didn't put it in his eyes. What's going on? Just then, Morong Zhao's voice rang out. As more and more pilgrims to Supreme Lord Qingyan gathered in the northern wasteland in recent days, Morong Zhao couldn't care less about the matters of the academy. While he was busy entertaining the powerhouses coming from various holy places, he also had to personally maintain order in the temple. Morong Zhao, is this how your academy maintains order in the Supreme Divine Temple? What kind of cats and dogs are let in and dare to call themselves temple abbots? In my opinion, if your academy can't even do a good job of maintaining order, you might as well move out of Dinghai City early, and I, Great Zhou, will take over the temple myself. Ji Feng coldly rebuked. Your Highness the Crown Prince, this seat is not a subordinate of your Great Zhou, so please pay attention to the way you speak. The temple was built by my academy. How can you and others talk about belonging to it? Morongxiao frowned and responded in a cold voice. Humph. You said that the temple was built by your academy. Do you have any proof? How can you not say that the Supreme Dojo was also opened by your academy? Ji Feng coldly stared at him. Morongxiao, however, was too lazy to bother with him and walked straight to the old monk. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, he saw the old monk saluting. The poor Taoist is saluted. Listening to the conversation. Your Excellency is a member of the academy? Morongxiao was stunned and hastily bowed and returned the salute. I am Morongxiao, the head of the Great Zhou Academy. I dare to ask if your honor is. The old monk laughed. That's great. The poor Taoist was entrusted by the sacred father of the academy to come here to preside over the temple. Morongxiao raised his eyebrows. A holy man? There are still saints in the academy? Could it be that the recent rumors of the imminent return of the saints from the Great Holy Lands were true? Dare I ask which holy father? With that in mind, Morongxiao arched his hand and said, I don't know. The poor Taoist forgot to ask the holy eminence his name. I only know that there is a person under the holy father's seat named Yi Haoren. The old monk frowned before remembering that he had forgotten to ask Zhou Hai his name, and within that group, he had only heard of Yi Haoren's name, and immediately reported his name. Elder Yi, Your Excellency, please follow me. This matter will be discussed when Elder Yi returns to the academy. Hearing Yi Haoren's name, Morongxiao didn't dare to slack off and invited the old monk to the sect leader's command. The old monk did not refuse and followed behind Morongxiao to leave together. Morongxiao, do you really take my great Zhou for granted? On the side, G-Storm was furious. He hated this feeling of being ignored. Nay, Morongxiao didn't even have the intention to turn around and look at him, further causing him to turn pale. Ha ha ha, it seems that Crown Prince Zhou isn't as noble as the legends say. For an elder of a small academy branch to dare to give the Crown Prince a look. This great Zhou seems to be just like that. Yes, if it were my Qiangyao Holy Land, whoever dared to act so wildly in my realm would have been taken down long ago. I wouldn't be able to allow him to do whatever he wants. That's right, my blood refinement demon sect can't tolerate someone as arrogant as this either. It's only the Zhou dynasty that can allow people to take a hold of them. To be called a Holy Land alongside the Zhou dynasty is truly a shame for the great Holy Lands. Just then, a burst of ridicule came from his ears, which was even more infuriating, causing Ji Feng to almost vomit blood, only to see the disciples of the various Holy Lands converging together, watching the fun, and at the same time, they were even more abjectly contemptuous of him. Chapter 117 Adoption. You're the demon ape? Within the 8 desolate passages, after sending away the extreme rabbit realist, Zhou Hai turned his head to look at the teenager that the little monkey had changed into. It's me, and who are you? The little monkey looked at Zhou Hai warily, his eyes long gone from their previous innocence. Before the demon emperor manifested his sainthood, his memories were dusted off, and he was no different from ordinary monkeys except that he possessed an extraordinary spiritual intelligence and all kinds of changing aptitudes. It wasn't until the demon emperor manifested himself and his memories were unsealed that he regained his true nature and returned to being the once high and mighty emperor's son. However, this didn't make him feel happy, but instead caused a layer of indelible gloom to cover his eyes, as if he was harboring an inexhaustible amount of heartache. Of course it's your master. You kid, you've made me look for you for over a month. Why don't you hurry up and kneel down to worship your master? Zhou Hai looked the little monkey up and down, thinking of his previous hard work. What virtue and ability do you have that you dare to make this imperial prince pay homage? However, he heard the little monkey let out a snort, not putting Zhou Hai in his eyes at all, just a small saint. If it wasn't for the fact that his father had made him reincarnate and recultivate, scrapping all his cultivation and breaking all his foundations, he would have been able to slap an unknown number of saints to death with a single slap. It is important to realize that a saint is an end that no one else can reach, but a beginning that he can reach when he is born. How dare you, you sinner, disobey the master's decree? If it weren't for master, you know better than anyone what your fate will be in the future. Kneel down at once, or I'll break both your legs. Chen Bei's eyes snapped and he angrily shouted, on your knees, on your knees. Seeing this, tens of thousands of sons and daughters of the Tatsuo clan snapped in agreement, their voices shaking the heavens. The little monkey frowned, showing a grimace. What are you waiting for, little monkey? It's a blessing of 8 lifetimes to be able to worship master, and you're still not happy about it? Qin Xiao frowned and persuaded from the side. Humph, a little saint dares to ask me to worship. If I don't worship, what can you and the others do? The little monkey coldly grunted. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt a sharp pain coming from his legs, and his entire body knelt on the ground on the spot. He turned back violently and looked at Chen Bei with a face full of anger. This guy had actually broken his legs for real. Worship the master, or I don't mind breaking all your bones. Chen Bei angrily rebuked. His master had been looking for this kid for so long, he must not let this kid fail his master. On the side, Chu Chen and the others couldn't help but have their eyes jumping wildly before realizing that the junior master's lineage was truly berserk. When a master kills without blinking an eye, this being a disciple is no less important. You try. The little monkey's eyes were red, and he appeared in his original form on the spot, looking at Chen Bei with a sharp mouth and teeth. Bang! Chen Bei was not used to him, and slapped his palm down. The powerful force instantly rushed into his body, hitting him and causing his body to explode with countless blood gouges, and his bones crumbled inch by inch. Oops, why do you hit so hard? Kid, this is your little brother. What if you break it? Zhou Hai hurriedly called out. Master, he hasn't yet worshipped the master. He can't be considered my little brother. Beating him to death and injuring him, master shouldn't intercede for him either. Chen Bei arched his hand at Zhou Hai. Alright then, you watch it, and you'd better not kill it, Zhou Hai said with a fake expression of intolerance as he looked away. The corners of Chu Chen and the others' mouths twitched, while the little monkey who was knocked to the ground couldn't help but have his eyes darting wildly. Now, this is what he said, and those who don't know it think that he is a great good man, and under the fine taste, this is simply a wolf in human skin. Stop, stop, what is in it for me if I worship? Seeing that Chen Bei was really going to make a move, the little monkey was startled and called out with a reluctant face, thinking that he was the imperial son of the hall, the honorable of 10,000 vehicles. When had he ever yielded? If he hadn't still had his heart in the right place, he would never have succumbed even if he had died. Cut the crap, worship or die. Chen Bei is not a good talker. This dead monkey is still bargaining up to this point. Really think that the master's disciple is that cheap? You, the little monkey's eyes widened in anger, and he was about to say something, but he saw Chen Bei kick out, and his entire body instantly flew hundreds of feet. Before his body could hit the ground, Chen Bei flew to add another kick, kicking him back to his original position. Bang bang bang. For a while, only the sound of explosions kept ringing out. The sky spun before the little monkey's eyes, and he couldn't take a breath, almost dying of gas. When he landed, he was covered in blood. His entire body was like a puddle of rotten meat, and blood bubbles kept coming out of his mouth. Worship or die. Tatsuo spoke again. The little monkey was out of breath more than in. His eyes gradually lax. Wanting to say something, he couldn't open his mouth. How dare you talk tough? Then just die. Without any more nonsense, Chen Bei raised his hand and struck out with a palm, a powerful silent force sweeping towards the little monkey. Your grandmother's. The little monkey felt like he was going crazy. Didn't this reckless man realize that he couldn't even raise his breath? How can he talk? Death sympathetic. The little monkey closed his eyes in despair. How could he have never imagined that one day he would die so suffocatingly? Just as the little monkey waited for death, but was slow to move, he couldn't help but open his eyes and saw a grayish mass of light hovering above his head, seemingly blocked by some force. He turned his head to look, and saw Zhou Hai not far away raising his hand, forcing a hard stop to the death blow that was about to fall. You really don't want to worship this seat even if you die? Zhou Hai said grimly. The little monkey forcibly stabilized his breath, but he couldn't lift that breath. His eyes filled with anxiety. Master, what's the point of being polite with him? Just kill him. Chen Bei was dissatisfied and was about to strike again. Stop. I worship. Stop it, you mangy bastard. You're worse than an animal. Can't you see I can't speak? What kind of person would do such a thing? Finally, the little monkey managed to raise his breath and cried before he could finish his sentence. It was really a complaint. The surrounding people couldn't help but turn their heads, and they really couldn't bear to watch it for a bit. This master and disciple were too cruel, especially Tatsuo, who was simply too vividly described by the little monkey. Then what's all this nonsense? Get up and pay your respects. Chen Bei was not polite at all, grabbing the little monkey's collar and violently pressing him to the ground to kowtow 3 times to Zhou Hai. The little monkey had a desperate look on his face. This was just abject humiliation. He couldn't fight back with his cultivation wasted, so he could only endure it. Mute, can't talk? Seeing that he was limp, Chen Bei snapped. Disciple greets master. The little monkey's head was knocked bloody from knocking his head, and his mouth was constantly bubbling with blood, and he said to Zhou Haidao, you don't know how to give your name, and you need me to teach you? Chen Bei slapped him on the back of the head. The little monkey was seething with rage inside, but he could only endure it and was about to blow up his name. Enough is enough. What are you being so mean for? There's no need for a name. Whatever you used to be called. From now on it'll be Goku. Sun Wukong. That name sounds good to me. Zhou Hai interrupted Chen Bei and said with a smile. What? Change your name? The little monkey was not happy. He was not unseen. Why should he change his name? Not happy about it, are you? Tatsumi gave him another slap on the back of the head. No, disciple thanks master for the name. The little monkey cried out, and before he could finish a sentence, he fainted on the spot due to his serious injuries coupled with a severe concussion. By the time he woke up again, he was lying in a large, warm bed. The warmth in his body made him feel like he had walked from hell and come back to life. However, before he could be happy, he was startled by Tatsuo who was on the side. Chapter 118 The Reasonable Elder Brother. What is this place? The little monkey looked at Tatsuo warily. Ha. Little senior brother has woken up. Here, this is the soup that my brother specially made for you with dragon's liver. It can help you get well soon. So hurry up and drink it. Chenbei smiled, picked up a bowl of soup and blew on it, handing it to the little monkey's mouth. The little monkey's adrenaline spiked and he instinctively moved his body inside. What do you want? Thinking about what Chenbei did before he passed out, the little monkey didn't believe that he would be so kind as to take care of himself. What is the youngest brother doing? I'm just beating you up. What's the point of having a grudge when you're your own brother? Come. If you're unhappy, my brother is right here. So just feel free to fight back. But you mustn't be hostile to my brother. Chenbei glared with a serious face. The little monkey couldn't help but get an itchy hand. And if he could, he would certainly fight back. The key to their own cultivation is not available. This time to move is not asking for trouble. If I don't have this soup today, what do you want? The little monkey, who was self-conscious of being bullied by a dog in a tiger's fall, held back his anger and tried to say, Junior apprentice brother, my academy most avoids the following in disobeying the master. I'm not talented, so I can count you as a senior brother. If junior brother doesn't know how to raise his honor, I do know a little bit about punching and kicking. Chenbei's face was serious, and the bowl in his hand was gone before he finished speaking. Gollum. Only a gulping sound came from him, and in the blink of an eye a bowl of soup had already been consumed by the little monkey. It's okay, isn't it? The little monkey was filled with pent-up frustration and reluctantly handed the bowl to Tatsuo. Of course not. The rules of the academy, etiquette cannot be abolished. If you were someone else, I wouldn't care about you, but you and I are from the same lineage, like brothers and sisters. My brother can't let you fall into other people's mouths. Why don't you get up and pay your respects to your brother? Tatsuo got up, his big brother posture taken to death. The little monkey was furious, but when he saw Chenbei glaring, he could only obediently get up and bowed his head. Greetings to senior brother. Well, understand, it's a pity the gift was wrong. Come, my brother will teach you how to bow. Chenbei nodded his head in satisfaction, and regardless of whether the little monkey was willing or not, he set a good example on the spot and attentively coached him. The little monkey had a face of despair. It was so hard to learn, and he thought that this was the end of it, but he was lifted up by Chenbei and directly put a new suit on him. What are you trying to do again, eldest brother? The little monkey had a stifled look on his face, and up until now, the bones in his body were still vaguely aching. I don't know what this master and disciples had given him. All the injuries were almost recovered, but that pain was still there. I don't know if it's a psychological problem. You fainted right after you paid your respects, and you haven't even said a few words to your master. Waking up right now and not going to pay respects to the master. What's the matter with you? Chenbei glared at the little monkey and carried him towards the outside. The little monkey wanted to struggle, but he felt a dryness in his body. In a trance, there seemed to be an invisible force filling his entire body, constantly moisturizing his dry meridians. What's going on? The little monkey was startled, and before he could check his own situation, he had already been brought to the courtyard by Chenbei and thrown in front of a recliner. Master, junior brother is awake. Chenbei walked behind the recliner and arched his hand to Johai, who was lying asleep on the recliner. Ah, awake? Johai rubbed his eyes and looked up at the little monkey. The little monkey looked contemptuous, but when he saw Chenbei glaring at him, he immediately had the sense to bow to Johai and said, Disciple Wukong, greetings to master. Johai's eyes lit up. He thought that this monkey head was unruly and untamed, and would be difficult to tame for a while, but he didn't think that he would wake up so quickly. Well, the disciple is excused. We are all family members. No need to be polite. Johai grinned and raised his hand as a stream of true chi struck out, lifting the little monkey up. System, where's the apprentice acceptance gift package? As you can see, this monkey is very obedient, so there's no reason for you to withhold my acceptance gift pack and protector of the way gift pack. Is there? Turning his head, Johai called out to the system with anticipation. Right now it was already the third day of accepting the apprentice, and as a result, the system never gave him the reward. It said something about the monkey's master worship ceremony not being completed yet. Now he would see what else the system had to say. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the apprentice acceptance package. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Tao Protector gift pack +3. Only the system's voice was heard, and 4 large gift packs immediately appeared within Johai's system space. Open the full price package. Johai didn't hesitate and directly ordered. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the apprentice package. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the demonic 8 battle body. Ding! Tenfold feedback in progress. Congratulations to the host's demonic ape battle body for advancing to perfection. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Emperor level technique, the Battle Emperor scripture. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Immortal Pill Enlightenment fruit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Xianhuang ancestral soil. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30 pounds of phoenix marrow. Only a series of system sounds rang out, and the many supreme treasures that opened up made Zhou Hai unable to stop his eyes from glowing. The immortality pill. That's a big one. It was rumored that those who had taken the fruit of enlightenment would not only gain 1,000 years of longevity, but also a chance to become enlightened. When the lifespan runs out, they will still be able to live out another life. This was a temptation that even great emperors could not resist since ancient times. Zhou Hai certainly couldn't be an exception. However, before he could be happy, the system's voice came out again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the 3 Dao Protector gift packs. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 3,000 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the alchemy skill and achieving heavenly rank alchemist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill of refining weapons and achieving heavenly rank refiner. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talisman refining skill and achieving heavenly rank talisman refiner. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a storehouse of heavenly materials. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a storehouse of precious materials for refining weapons. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a storehouse of talisman refining treasure materials. As the system's words fell, before Zhou Hai could react, the cultivation within his body instantly skyrocketed. Before Qin Xiao's breakthrough, Zhou Hai's cultivation had already reached the peak of the Dao Palace realm. Although the tenfold feedback after Qin Xiao's breakthrough didn't allow him to break through to the Purple Mansion realm even though the realm gap was too large, he did take a step forward. At this time, 3,000 years of cultivation was superimposed, and he directly crossed into the Purple Mansion realm cultivation, and he broke through 3 realms in a row, reaching the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion realm. System, 3,000 years of cultivation to break through 3 realms? Zhou Hai was still waiting for a higher realm, and when he saw this, he was instantly displeased. Also, the 2 disciples in front of me have Emperor soldiers. Where is this disciple's Emperor soldier? In the past, you gave pills, magic treasures, and talismans. Now you're not giving anything. Is this your plan to let me refine them myself? You're cutting corners, understand? After a pause, Zhou Hai added with dissatisfaction. Ding! The system reminds the host that many people in the Purple Mansion realm may not be able to break through a realm for 3,000 years. 3,000 years of cultivation to break through 3 realms is enough. Ding! Remind the host again that this system is not obligated to babysit the host. It's better to teach a man to fish than to teach him to fish. A great chaos is coming, and it's time for the host to grow up as quickly as possible. Do your own thing from now on. Ding! Lastly, I would like to remind the host that the Demon Emperor Imperial Soldier system can get them, but they cannot be collected at this time. If the host doesn't mind the immediate chaos in the heavens, then it's a different story. In addition, the system has already given compensation. The Immortality Pill and the Xianhuang Ancestral Loam are both worth more than the Imperial Soldier. If the host doesn't want them, the system can recycle them. The system's voice came, almost making Zhou Hai jump. No, 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 no. What's not to like about our relationship? Zhou Hai smiled sarcastically. He heard out that the Demon Emperor Imperial Soldier was carrying a heavy burden, so he could not collect it now. In this case, of course, he wants to keep what he has. Chapter 119. Kneel down for me. Well, not bad, not bad. It is rumored that the true blood of the demon ape is comparable to the bloodline of a true dragon, and they are all great medicines in the world. Not only can it extend one's lifespan, it can also heal all injuries. In 3 days' time, after only taking some medicines, you've recovered from your injuries almost as much as you could. It seems the rumors are true. Exiting the system interface, Zhou Hai looked the demon ape up and down for a second, causing the demon ape to look wary. What do you mean? This guy's not trying to draw his own blood, is he? The devil ape thought sadly, having the intention to escape, but unable to do anything about it. But you can't just slowly recover all by yourself. I can see that something should have gone wrong with your body. The foundation is damaged. Even the power of your bloodline is much weaker. This is 10 pounds of phoenix marrow. Even if it's a token of meeting bestowed upon you by your master, you hurry up and take it. Nourish your body and cultivate the great Tao soon. Zhou Hai didn't pay too much attention to the demon ape's expression and waved his hand to take out a jar and hand it to the demon ape. What? Phoenix marrow? What did you do? The little monkey's face changed dramatically as he looked at Zhou Hai in shock. What's with your expression? Master invited you to eat dragon's liver and phoenix marrow, and you're still not happy about it? You monkey, my brother hasn't even eaten this good stuff yet. Chen Bei was a bit disgruntled and glared. The little monkey's eyes narrowed slightly as a memory that had been dusty for millions of years flashed through his mind. Has the little phoenix come out after all these years? This so-called phoenix marrow, it shouldn't be her, right? The little monkey couldn't help but shake his head as he thought darkly in his mind. Thank you, master. Taking a deep breath, the little monkey opened the lid of the altar and felt the fresh fragrance. Chirp! 9 variegated colors flashed in the altar, and the pure yuan power moved heaven and earth. A phoenix shadow flew out, illuminating the entire small courtyard. Thanks to the fact that this courtyard was all set up by holy weapons, the commotion caused by this phoenix silhouette couldn't be spread out at all. Otherwise it would have to attract the attention of countless people. What a pure phoenix true element! Thank you for the reward, master. May I go now? The little monkey couldn't help but be moved and looked at Zhou Hai with a complicated gaze. Let's go. If you have an inherited battle emperor law, after you recover from your injuries, you can just cultivate it on your own. If you have any needs you can always come to find master. Zhou Hai waved his hand. Right now he desperately wanted to improve his strength. He didn't want his disciples to waste their time. Got it, master. The little monkey answered and left the place straight away. Master, there might be a big mess on the side of the Tatsuo clan. Disciple. Just as the little monkey left, Chen Bei arched his hand behind Zhou Hai. All right. Stay out of the business about the Tatsuo clan. Send a message to tell that side to take care of themselves. If anyone really dares to mess around, the master will take action himself. Remember, as the eldest senior brother, from now on, your task is to cultivate while overseeing the cultivation of your senior brothers and sisters. The world is about to be in turmoil. Your time is coming. Do not let your master down. Zhou Hai pretended to be profound. Understood, master, but senior sister Xiao is participating in the various palace discourses. I'm afraid it's not suitable to disturb at the moment. Chen Bei arched his hand. Then you'll see. When the various palaces are fighting, the other disciples' masters are all there, so we can't just leave no one in the Daozang Palace. Right now all the great holy places are converging on Dinghai City, and they're all coming to the scene of the Dao discourse to join in the fun. If anyone bullies Xiao, you know what to do. Zhou Hai nodded. Got it, master. Chen Bei answered, and after leaving this place, he first sent a message to Qin Xian before flying to the questioning palace. It had to be said that Dinghai City was indeed very lively during this period of time, with all the major forces of the northern wasteland coming and vying for the ownership of the temple both explicitly and implicitly. And when Chen Bei arrived at the questioning palace, he even saw a sea of people in clamor. It was originally a simple argument between disciples from the various palaces of the academy. As a result, all the major powers came to participate in watching the battle. Ha ha ha, is this the strength of the Great Zhou Academy? This kind of disciple also dares to participate in the discourse. The Great Zhou Academy really doesn't mind losing face. Sect leader Morong, your Great Zhou Academy's disciples of this term are no good. Ha ha ha, this fellow Daoist is joking. Which of the Great Zhou Academy's disciples is not good enough for this term? Who knows about the fact that the Great Zhou Academy's generation is not as good as the next generation for these 2,000 years? At this moment, on the Ask Palace ring, 2 disciples had just experienced a battle. However, the disciple who won the argument did not receive any praise, but instead ushered in a wave of ridicule. While making his face gloomy, he couldn't help but lower his head. These guests who came today clearly looked down on the Great Zhou Academy. Even Morong Xiao, Li Changcheng, Wu Yang and the others in the upper position became pale because of these voices. Such a blatant slap in the face would upset anyone else. The key to so many forces opening their mouths together was simply not something that the Great Zhou Academy could provoke. Moreover, these people were right. In the past 2,000 years, the Great Zhou Academy had indeed been inferior from generation to generation. In particular, for nearly 1,000 years, the Great Zhou Academy hadn't even produced another Dao Palace realm powerhouse. It could be said that once those previous supreme elders sat down, the Great Zhou Academy would be finished. Senior sister Xiao, what do you think is the point of your Great Zhou Academy organizing this debate? Just to make people laugh? Senior brother Chu Qin, if you ask me, what kind of argument is this from you guys? This is clearly singing to make everyone laugh. Ha ha ha. Ruoshua's senior sister, in my opinion, if your academy only has this strength, don't participate in the next 4-house discourse, so as not to add to the laughingstock. How about this? How about you switch to my Great Qian Academy? The senior brothers will definitely let you raise your eyebrows in the 4-house discourse. Ha ha ha. On the other hand, in the crowd of the Ask Palace Square, the disciples of the Great Zhou Academy were even surrounded by a group of people, causing the disciples of the other 3 universities to mock them extremely, causing the disciples of the major powers to laugh. Qin Shio and the others were green in the face, even though they knew that they couldn't mess around as hosts. But this breath, which young man could not hold it? Just as they were struggling between fury and patience, they suddenly saw the wind blowing furiously. Rumble, the sky, which was sunny the previous moment, suddenly clouded over, and in the midst of lightning and thunder, everyone looked up at the same time and couldn't help but feel a tremor in their hearts. Just see that the diffuse sky thunder all show black pressure clouds more like the sky dog eats the sun in general. Instantly shrouded the bottom of the hand cannot see 5 fingers. Get on your knees. A furious roar came from the disciples of the 3 great universities of Deqian, Detang, and Deyuan, and they trembled. One could only feel the berserk power descending from the sky, instantly surging into their bodies. Boom boom boom. Almost at the same time, hundreds of disciples simultaneously fell to their knees. The moment his knee hit the ground from too much force, it split the granite floor of the ground in two. Unbridled. A furious roar came from the high platform, and the 3 university housemasters on the high platform simultaneously became furious. The principals of the other major powers also rose one after another, frowning as they looked into the air. Just as the black clouds in the void dispersed, a tall and magnificent figure stepped into the air. It's him, Tatsuo. Everyone's pupils crinkled as their gazes stared deathly at the figure in the air. Chapter 120. Hair is unforgiving and viciously strikes. It had to be said that Tatsuo's fame was too much this time. Hegemony, a saint's personal disciple, and a single person who had killed countless experts from all the great holy lands. Each of these deeds and identities, when taken out, can shock a party. Don't look at the fact that he only had an avatar realm cultivation, but all the great holy lands had to treat him with caution when they saw him. After all, their saint ancestor hadn't returned yet, and not everyone was qualified to cross paths with a saint. That's right, it's me. Under everyone's gaze, Chenbei took a step to the high platform and turned to look at the square. Chenbei, you're reckless. This is the Great Zhou Academy. How dare you come here and injure someone from my academy? With a roar, the Great Qian Academy Martial Dao Palace Elder Zhang Kuei angrily pointed at Chenbei, directly giving pressure to the Great Zhou Academy. The meaning is obvious. Someone came to your Great Zhou Academy to cause trouble, and also injured fellow academy members. You Great Zhou Academy can't ignore it, right? In his opinion, if Morong Xiao could not dispose of Chenbei in this situation, it would surely make the Great Zhou Academy a laughingstock. And once Chenbei was disposed of, not to mention whether the Great Zhou Academy had that strength, even if it did, if it angered the saints, the Great Zhou Academy would be left in the lurch. Being in the same academy branch, the open and secret battles between the 4 great academies had never disappeared, and so far, none of them knew that Chenbei was a disciple of the Great Zhou Academy. If you keep talking nonsense, even as a school elder, I don't mind scrapping you. However, without waiting for Morong Xiao to speak, he heard Chenbei drink in a cold voice. Zhang Kuei's heart trembled, only to feel a coldness rise, as if the person in front of him could really kill him. Zhang Kuei, Hu Yutong, and Lu Rumming to your orders. This time, the 3 of you are the head of the academy. It's just that you don't know how to maintain the academy's face, but you also dare to openly insult the academy's disciples. This is no longer humiliating the Great Zhou Academy. It's humiliating the General Academy in front of all the major powers. I'm punishing the 3 of you to bring all the disciples to face the wall. Those who step out in less than a month will die. Chenbei drank in a deep voice. The whole room was in an uproar at these words. The people from the major powers in the arena had strange faces and looked at the 3 university presidents with amusement. Unbridled Chenbei, by what capacity do you punish us? Not to mention that you have long been expelled from my Deqian Academy. Even if you are still a disciple of the Deqian Academy, this seat is still your master. Who gave you the authority to offend below? Zhang Kuei grimaced. Even if he was fearful in his heart, he couldn't just let a junior be punished, and in front of so many people. On the side, Hu Yitong, the principal of the Great Tang Academy, and Lu Rumming, the principal of the Great Yuan Academy, were also about to open their mouths, but then they heard an icy voice coming from them. I give the power. Is there a problem? At those words, Zhang Kuei, Lu Rumming, and Hu Yitong's faces changed drastically, only to see a middle-aged scholar striding not far away. It wasn't anyone else. It was none other than the famous Northern Wasteland's #1 poisonous mouth. Yi Haoran. Boy, you're still too soft-hearted. Will it be enough to face the wall for such a person who doesn't understand the big picture and doesn't know what's good for him? Under everyone's gaze, Yi Haoran took a step up to the high platform and raised his hand as a powerful force rushed towards Zhang Kuei's 3 people. Old ancestor. The 3 people's faces changed drastically, wanting to call Yi Haoran to stop, but it was already too late. Boom boom boom. Only the sound of explosions kept ringing out as Yi Haoran's true essence rushed into the 3, instantly blowing up the meridians all over their bodies, breaking their dantians, and destroying their divine aptitudes. In just an instant, the 3 of them were paralyzed on the ground covered in blood. The surroundings were in an uproar, and everyone looked at Yi Haoran incredulously. They all knew that this guy was intolerant of the law, but they didn't expect him to be so ruthless. He could also kill people from the academy. Punishing a cultivator in this way can be even more ruthless than directly killing someone. However, before the crowd could react from their shock, they saw Yi Haoran waving his big hand, and a berserk force swept through the square. Hundreds of disciples from the 3 university houses in the field instantly flew up, one by one exploding in the air. Not only were their Dantian meridians destroyed, but their limbs were also blown apart. In the future, they didn't even have a chance to be ordinary mortals and were destined to become crippled. Academy disciples on command. Drag these people down and take good care of them. As fellow disciples, they should be punished for doing something wrong, and it's only right to protect them for a lifetime of honor. Yi Haoran's aura overpowered the entire field and shouted, "Yes!" The great Zhou Academy's disciples were inwardly delighted. Although they were startled by Yi Haoran's strike, they had to say that the punishment was really cool. Soon, the people from the 3 major universities were dragged away in full. The disciples of the major powers gave way, not daring to stop them at all. Everyone listen. This seat announces that Chen Bei is a disciple of my academy. In the future, Chen Bei will enforce the law on behalf of my great Zhou Academy. General courtyard or not, branch courtyard or not, anyone who is not convinced can come to this seat. Of course, no one here is exempt. Seeing that the field had quieted down, Yi Haoran made a high-profile announcement. What? A disciple of the academy? Everyone's faces changed slightly, instantly thinking of another possibility. Boy, listen, from now on, whoever in the room dares to talk any more nonsense will immediately clear out for me. I'd like to see if these people present are here to watch the battle or to cause trouble. Ignoring the crowd, Yi Haoran once again instructed Chen Bei. Yes, Elder Yi. Tatsuo arched his hand in response. Everyone around shut up at the same time, looking at Chen Bei and then at Yi Haoran. They all cursed shamelessness in their hearts. In their opinion, Yi Haoran was purely pulling the tiger's skin over his head. It seemed like he was giving support to Chen Bei, but in reality, he was using the opportunity to draw on that big shot behind Chen Bei. Otherwise, with the treasures in Chen Bei's hands, no one at the scene would dare to mess with him, not to mention that there was a saint behind him, so how could he be used as a backer? Gentlemen, can we watch the battle in peace now? Tatsuo's voice came. The disciples of the major powers bowed their heads at the same time, and even those old guys shut up and obediently sat back in their seats. Seeing this, Yi Haoran nodded in satisfaction and sat on the main seat at Morong Zhao's invitation. Chen Bei swept his gaze across the empty chairs prepared for his master in the arena, and instead of going up to take his seat, he obediently walked behind Yi Haoran and stood down, his gaze shocking the entire arena. Good, worthy of being the eldest senior brother, as domineering as ever. Qin Xiao looked at Chen Bei with an excited face and couldn't help but whisper, "Yes, senior brother Chen Bei's name is hegemony. That's not an exaggeration at all. It's too painful. All of us are far inferior to senior brother Chen Bei." Chu Chen, Ling Ruoxue, Bai Shu Shu, and the others couldn't help but feel their blood boiling. The previous humiliation was swept away. The discourse continued, and with a greeting from Li Changcheng, Zheng Qianquan and another disciple of the academy from the crowd walked onto the ring. After saluting each other, the battle began. The disciple who fought against Zheng Qianquan but the foundation Cultivation. In Zheng Qianquan's outburst to defeat North, Zheng Qianquan easily won. Yes, this time the field was much more lively, with all kinds of cheers, not only because of Chen Bei's shock, but also because Zheng Qianquan's strength was indeed a sight to behold. A 16-year-old boy with a cultivation level of the 3rd level of the life-snatching realm. No matter where he was placed, he would be considered a genius. Thinking of how the other disciples were treated after winning earlier, and then looking at his own treatment, a touch of pride surfaced in Zheng Qianquan's eyes. Before getting off the stage, he unconsciously glanced towards Qin Xia. After the first round of the C election debate, he would face off against Qin Xiao in the second round of the advanced round. This time, he would tell everyone that Zhou Hai's disciples were not all invincible. It would have failed against him just as well. Chapter 121 Step by Step. Senior sister, make your move. You are not my opponent, but as the eldest senior brother, I don't want the disciples of the academy to even have the courage to draw their swords. The argumentation in the arena continued, and after a few more fights, it was finally Chu Chen's turn to take the stage. Chu Chen's opponent was a delicate young girl whose cultivation level was only the 9th level of foundation establishment. Seeing that she was up against her eldest senior brother, she instinctively wanted to withdraw from the competition, but she gritted her teeth and drew her sword due to Chu Chen's words. In an instant, the true essence flowed and the sword chi erupted, enveloping the top and bottom of Chu Chen's circumference. Chu Chen also had no intention of bullying. Suppressing his cultivation to the foundation establishment realm, he drew his sword and struck out, shattering all the sword chi in an instant. The young girl dodged and killed Chu Chen, but she saw Chu Chen raise his hand at a tricky angle, and his long sword was already the first to be set on the young girl's neck. Eldest brother. The young girl was furious. Just like this outburst, is it important to have courage? Ha ha ha. Little senior sister, although the sword chi is magnificent, it's too flimsy to be of great use. In the future, when you strike, try to use as few false moves as possible. At least the power of your sword will be stronger. Chu Chen grinned. Don't look at the fact that he had always been shameless, but as the Academy's eldest senior brother, he still had the proper demeanor. As long as there was an opportunity, he never begrudgingly instructed his junior siblings. Oh, thank you, eldest brother. The young girl's eyes moved slightly, and she instantly understood what was going on, collecting her sword and arching her hand as she obediently retreated. Yes, Murong Xiao, Li Changcheng, Chen Shuang and the others in the arena all applauded and applauded. Even Yi Haoran looked at Chu Chun with a satisfied expression, his eyes filled with appreciation for this disciple. For a sect to have such a big senior brother was a great fortune for all the other disciples. Humph, what's there to be proud of? The cultivation world has been weak and strong since the beginning of time. So sympathetic. Who are you doing it for? This academy can be such a bunch of hypocrites, and they don't look at who takes them seriously. In the crowd, Zheng Qianquan looked at Chu Chen with contempt, as he muttered that in his heart. No one at the scene applauded at all, except for the people of the academy. The people from all the major powers simply did not take a big brother's demeanor like Chu Chen seriously. Chu Chen didn't care about this and turned around to get off the field, his eyes filled with encouragement as he looked towards Qin Xiao. Senior sister Xiao, it's your turn in the next match. I know that you are different from senior brother Chunbei. Senior brother Chunbei has been through 100 battles, but you have no combat experience. Your opponent is only a beginner in 8. You try to keep your hands to yourself, and don't miss and hurt his life. Qin Xiao's heart warmed. Chu Chen's words gave her a great deal of confidence. It was a fundamental recognition of her strength. Got it, eldest brother. I'll keep my hands to myself. Qin Xiao performed a Hail Mary salute to Chu Chen and softly laughed. On the other hand, Zheng Qianquan's gaze flickered as he looked towards another outstanding disciple in the Sword Palace. Senior brother. Recently the Daozong Palace has gained a lot of momentum, and it has the posture of steadily suppressing the entire academy. Although the senior sister Xiao is unintentional, she is also overly naive, and has the posture of not putting others in her eyes. Of course, her own strength should not be underestimated. Later on, you should keep an eye out and go all out. Even if you lose, try not to disgrace the Sword Palace. Otherwise, Master won't be able to live up to his face. Zheng Qianquan came to that Sword Palace disciple and whispered, not putting the others in their place? That Sword Palace disciple frowned, but he just happened to hear Qin Xiao's side say that I'll stay my hand, and his face instantly grimaced. Hear that? How long has she only been initiated into cultivation? Against the senior brother of yours, and she dares to threaten to keep her hand. Senior brother, even though you're not her opponent, you should still go all out. A cold smile flashed in Zheng Qianquan's eyes as he provoked. Don't worry, the way of the sword has no boundaries, even if her cultivation is higher than mine at the moment. So what? I'll make her learn a lesson. That Sword Palace disciple coldly grunted. At that exact moment, Li Changqing opened his mouth, and without hesitation, he flew up to the ring. Qin Xiao also followed and stepped onto the ring. After the two of them saluted each other, that Sword Palace disciple said in a cold voice, Sister Xi Yao Yao, I'm not talented enough to be in your eyes, but my brother also has his own pride, so please ask your senior sister to fight with all her might. Otherwise, if you hurt your senior sister, you can't blame my brother. When these words came out, Chu Chen and the others in the arena all frowned. Qin Xiao also couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly as she softly laughed. Don't worry, senior brother. Xiao respects you. As the words fell, before Qin Xiao could make preparations, she only saw a stern sword light flash by, and that Sword Palace disciple had already perched himself forward. Qin Xiao's face changed slightly, and her entire body was instantly enveloped by countless sword lights. She kept dodging and avoiding, but it was hard to escape the other party's step-by-step press. Qin Xiao's hands formed a seal, and in an instant, countless willow leaves floated out, killing that Sword Palace disciple. Don't look at her mouth saying that she respected the other party and would fight with all her strength. However, she did not forget Chu Chen's explanation, and even when she fought back, she showed mercy everywhere, retaining most of her strength. Yet while she showed mercy, her opponent had no intention of holding back. Boom boom boom, the innate true essence rioted, and countless sword lights flowed, transforming into a spiritual sword aura that instantly swept down countless willow leaves. Those willow leaves exploded in the air and dissipated into the heavens and earth. Right after that, a sword light grazed Qin Xiao's face and flew past. Even though Qin Xiao quickly dodged, a splash of blood still rose on her face. Qin Xiao hastily retreated to the side and reached out to touch her face. The fiery pain, as well as the splash of bright red, caused her eyebrows to furrow slightly. Before Qin Xiao could react, countless innate sword awnings enveloped her. and the overpowering killing machine once again forced her to scramble, and for a time, she was actually beaten without the ability to fight back. What's going on? A disciple of the 9th level of the innate sky has allowed a disciple of the 1st level of the innate sky to beat her up like this. Which palace of the academy is this woman a disciple of? Is this academy only focusing on raising cultivation? Not even focusing on the Tao of attacking arts? This is empty strength but no power to fight back. The people around them looked stunned and couldn't help but shake their heads. The only people with furrowed brows were the people in the academy. They knew very well that the same Daozan palace originated from the same place, and since Chen Bei had supreme battle techniques, it was impossible for Qin Shiyao to have learned nothing. On the contrary, how could Qin Shiyao's great empress inheritance only cultivate methods and not arts? It was clear that he could not bear to hurt his fellow disciples, but his opponent was aggressive. Chen Shuang, who should have been happy, was not happy at all after seeing his disciple gain the upper hand, but instead cursed the fool. In the entire academy, Zheng Qianquan was the only one secretly sneering. He thought Qin Shiyao was so great, but it turned out to be nothing more than that. To let someone whose realm was so much lower than her own push her to such a state, what qualifications did she have to be compared to herself? Senior brother, there's no need to kill every step of the way when you're competing in the same sect, right? Qin Shiyao dodged in a panic, and in an instant, several more blood marks had appeared on her body, with one striking out with all his might and the other trying his best to retreat. It was difficult to make up for the crisis in the battle even if the realm was higher. Senior sister, I said I won't keep my hands off. Since you look down on me, you'll have to suffer the consequences you deserve. Go all out, or don't blame my brother for being merciless. That sword palace disciple loudly rebuked and killed with another sword. Prickly, Qin Shiyao dodged, and her chest garment was instantly torn apart by a large slit, revealing a large portion of snowy whiteness. You, Qin Shiyao was shocked and shouted, well, I beg your pardon, senior brother. As the words fell, Qin Shiyao no longer held back. Spreading out one hand, the innate true essence flowed, and endless vitality enveloped the ring, like a withered tree springing to life. The killing machine in the ring collapsed and became vibrant in the twinkling of an eye. That sword palace disciple was still about to strike when he saw countless willows flying out of Qin Shiyao's palm. Clanking, the willow clashed with the long sword, emitting a gust of sounds of steel clashing and sparks flying everywhere. That sword palace disciple's innate weapon couldn't move the willow in the slightest. Before he could react, the countless willows had already entangled his body, and the tips were even more like poisonous snakes sticking into his body. Chapter 122 Belts are dipped in iodophore and sterilized as they hit. Senior brother, little sister is not polite, Qin Shiyao coldly said. Ah, that sword palace disciple let out a miserable scream, and his face instantly turned ashen and bloodless. The whole person was even more sluggish in an instant, with endless vitality completely lost. Junior sister stop, Shiyao stop, Shu Chen at the bottom, Morong Shao on the stage, and the others simultaneously opened their mouths to stop them, but it was already too late. In just less than a breath of time, that innate first-level sword palace disciple had already turned into a withered bone. He lost blood all over his body and his vitality was gone, dead beyond repair. Qin Shiyao's face changed slightly as she hurriedly put away the willow and stood in the ring with a hand-wringing expression. Senior brother, me. Qin Shiyao looked nervous, as if she had done something wrong. The people of the academy frowned. The people from the major powers were in an uproar, all staring at the scene in disbelief. No one had thought that the young girl who had been forced into a frenzy in the last moment was so ruthless in her strikes. I had thought that she didn't know the art, but I hadn't thought that her attacking methods were so severe that they were simply appalling. I'm sorry senior brother. Senior uncle. I didn't mean it. Qin Shiyao looked around nervously. That pitiful look made everyone wonder how to punish her as a brutal murderer of her fellow disciples. Only Chen Bei and Yi Haoran, both of them clearly saw a flash of cunning in the young girl's eyes. When they thought of the image of the young girl in the Taichu's secret realm throwing out a saint-level talisman bestowed by Zhou Hai and brutally killing countless cultivators, both of them couldn't help but have a headache on their faces. She hadn't seen any tension back then, and now it was just a matter of killing someone, and she could be nervous like this. This little senior sister looks innocent on a regular basis, but I didn't expect to be this cunning in the dark. Does master, his old man, know about this? Chen Bei secretly smiled bitterly and muttered in his heart. Alright. This son disregarded the deaths of his fellow disciples and struck out at every step. He deserves to die. Shi Yao was in a hurry to strike and has no experience against the enemy. Missed killings are not to be counted. Yi Haoran's voice came out, directly making a judgment for the academy. Seeing this, the rest of the academy had no objections. After all, just now we all witnessed Qin Shiyao step-by-step forbearance, and even out of fear of not knowing how to hurt the other side. However, the other party showed no mercy and repeatedly tried to put Qin Shiyao to death. And as Qin Shiyao was indeed meeting the battle for the first time, It was normal for her to have poor control. Thank you, Elder Yi. In the ring, Qin Xiao nervously saluted Yi Haoran. Looking at her little pale face, it was obvious that she had suffered a lot of shock. Just after walking down the ring, Bai Shushu's grabbed her small hand and found it to be cold. He couldn't help but comfort her. Junior sister, it's not your fault. You were also forced to make a move. No need to be nervous. You'll still have to go out to battle later on. Qin Xiao nodded her head seriously, but the nervousness was obvious to anyone, which caused the rest of the academy to look heartbroken. Mud, what kind of disciple have I taken in? This is a proper green tea whore. In the Daozang Palace's small courtyard, Zhou Hai's divine sense was always focused on this side. Clearly seeing Qin Xiao changing her state with her true essence, she couldn't help but have a black line on her face, thinking of the punishment Qin Xiao had once inflicted on the Lin family's daughter. He didn't think this girl was a good person. I didn't realize she could act so well. Proper mountain flower green tea. The discussion in the field continued, and after 2 hours, the first round of the C selection competition ended, and the 100 disciples won. The second advancement match followed suit, and it wasn't long before it was Qin Xiao's turn to take the stage again. Senior sister Xiao, relax. Your opponent this time is senior brother Zhang. You have to deal with it with all your might. Shu Chen looked at Qin Xiao with a worried expression. He was very uneasy about Qin Xiao's state at this moment. Yes, young senior sister. Senior brother Zhang's cultivation realm is too much higher than yours. You can't use this state against the enemy. Junior sister, hurry up and adjust your state. You're representing the Daozang Palace now. Even if you lose, you can't disgrace junior senior uncle. Ling Ruoxue, Bai Shu Shu, Wu Ming, and the others also comforted at the side. Over there, Zheng Qianquan had already stepped onto the ring, his eyes vigilantly looking at Qin Xiao's side. He also didn't expect that Qin Xiao, who had always been soft and weak, would strike that harshly, which made him wary. But no matter what, he had to win this battle today, and win it beautifully. He had to tell everyone through his strength that Zhou Hai's disciples were nothing more than that, but he didn't notice that at this moment, Qin Xiao was secretly sizing him up while she was nervous. After worshipping the master for almost 2 months, Qin Xiao had also learned a few things. When master took in his disciple, this guy didn't give master any face at all. Just because she hadn't shown anything all this time didn't mean she didn't take it to heart. Today was also the time to take the heat for master and let him know why the flowers were so red. Thank you, senior brother and sister. Xiao will do her best. Under the comfort of a group of senior brothers and sisters, Qin Xiao repeatedly took deep breaths and finally stood up nervously, walking up to the ring step by step. Senior sister, senior brother is not talented. Please be merciful. Zheng Qianquan was facetious and bowed to Qin Xiao with an arch of his hand. Don't worry, senior brother. Just now that kind of great killing tactic, Xiao won't use it indiscriminately. Qin Xiao had a frightened expression on her face, and as soon as she opened her mouth, it was the same as cutting off her own arm, making it clear that she wanted to show mercy to Zheng Qianquan. Zheng Qianquan, however, was not at all as furious as the disciple from earlier, but instead was quite relieved. As long as Qin Xiao didn't use that kind of great killing move, he would be able to strike without any worries. Today, he had to abuse Zhou Hai's disciple and take a bite out of his heart. Thank you for being merciful. Senior sister, senior brother is bullying the small with the big. It's hard to avoid winning. You make your move first. Zheng Qianquan made a pleased gesture to Qin Xiao. Yes, senior. Qin Xiao was not polite either. I don't know if it was caused by too much nervousness, but as soon as she struck out, she only saw a sky full of willows surging towards Zheng Qianquan. Zheng Qianquan's face changed drastically, thinking of the death of that senior brother just now. The crowd of onlookers even held their breath. Whether it was the disciples of the academy, or people from other major powers, all stared at the field with a grave expression on their faces. It had to be said that Qin Xiao's strike beforehand was indeed too appalling. While everyone was watching nervously, Qin Xiao seized the opportunity of Zheng Qianquan's confusion and drew out countless willows in her hands, knocking away the long sword in Zheng Qianquan's hands. Snap! Immediately after that, the sound of a long whip lashing came from nowhere. Ah! Zheng Qianquan screamed miserably, and in just an instant, his clothes had been smashed into pieces. His body was drenched in blood. The pain made Zheng Qianquan become conscious. Seeing that Qin Xiao was only making a willow and didn't kill himself, he was ready to make a move to get out of the passive situation. However, when he mobilized his true essence, he found countless runes rushing into his body, and at some point, his true essence had been firmly blocked. How come? Zheng Qianquan's face changed greatly. It was a good thing that Qin Xiao's cultivation was more than one great realm lower than his. Her runic blockade couldn't help him at all. Seeing this, Zheng Qianquan frantically redirected his true essence, about to break the blockade and give Qin Xiao a fatal blow. However, he saw countless willows frantically lashing out, each lashing bringing about countless rune blockades. For a time, as many runes Zheng Qianquan broke through, as many more runes appeared in his body, in a continuous stream, without true essence to support him. He simply couldn't dodge Qin Shiyao's whipping. This made for a grotesque scene as Zhang Qianquan stood in place as if he was dumb and kept getting punched. Qin Shiyao, on the other hand, was transformed into an unruly young lady, hitting people without any politeness at all. Even if the key hit the man's skin, he still had a tense look on his face. Elder brother, why don't you dodge? Senior brother, fight back. Elder brother, still fighting? She opened her mouth one after the other, with that resigned look that seemed to say she didn't know what to do. Zhang Qianquan could no longer hold back the pain that was drilling through his heart and let out a heartbreaking scream. The intense pain didn't even make him have the heart to slowly impact the rune blockade anymore, and his entire miserable body just wanted to fall to the ground. However, the moment he was about to fall, he realized that the runes in his body moved and actually controlled his body. Not only did it not allow him to fall, but instead, it allowed him to make a gesture to fight back. Qin Shiyao seemed to be taken aback, and her thrashing became even more frantic. For a moment, the screams of the two men spread all around, as if they were both roaring in desperate fury. Chapter 123 Elder Brother Zhang is dying. Zhang Qianquan was screaming, and so was Qin Shiyao. One screamed in agony, the other yelled in horror. Accompanying the grunts was the cracking and thrashing that seemed to form a soundtrack that made one's teeth ache to hear. Senior sister Shiyao, don't! Zhang Qianquan couldn't stand it at all. The true essence in his body was locked up, and he couldn't rush out at all. The body was almost smashed. God knows how much pain he was in. He wanted to tell Qin Shiyao to stop fighting, but only halfway through his words, he was shocked to realize that he couldn't even open his mouth, and the rest of his words were even more impossible to say. What? Elder brother, are you telling me not to show mercy? Good. Qin Shiyao's face was horrified, and she was as naive as she could be as she spoke. I go to. Zhang Qianquan's eyes widened. He finally realized that this girl was doing it on purpose. This is not going to stop until he kills himself. Qin Shiyao wasn't ambiguous either. After she finished speaking, vitality floated on the willow, and every whip that went down made Zhang Qianquan's wounds become abnormally active. This resulted in Zhang Qianquan recovering from his injuries extremely quickly, but he was also sensitive to the extreme, and even the pain was magnified more than 100 times. This time Zhang Qianquan is even more sour, simply answered the saying, the belt is dipped in iodine vapors and sterilized while fighting. Of course, with the first mistake. This time Qin Shiyao also extremely controlled the force. Don't look at her acting all happy just now, but in fact, the first moment after the murder, she did panic. After all, she didn't care about killing people, but killing people in the same sect was different. It was just that panic that flickered, and the innocence that played out behind it was just a way to avoid punishment. And as she kept striking at the moment, her control of her power became more and more skillful, causing the pain that Zhang Qianquan was subjected to continuously stack up. Without realizing it, a quarter of an hour passed, and everyone in the field was dumbfounded by the images they saw. Listening to the two people screaming so loudly just now, I thought that Zhang Qianquan was going to fight for his life. As a result, Qin Shiyao put up a fight, but he stood there motionless to be smoked. If it wasn't for the fact that he was covered in blood, and that he had already let someone beat him to death in a quarter of an hour, the big guys would have to wonder if he was preparing to tire Qin Shiyao out and use this method to force her to admit defeat. Senior brother, aren't you going to fight back? Qin Shiyao said anxiously. She didn't seem to be able to bear to fight any longer. I fork you over. Zhang Qianquan's heart broke, and 2 lines of tears rolled down unconsciously. Originally wanting to give Zhou Hai's disciple a good tidying up, he was in no way expecting that he would be the one to be tidied up in the end. The key is that this woman is still so shameless, beating herself up while pretending to be an innocent little white flower, who understands the feeling of being unable to speak of the bitterness in his heart when his mouth is sealed. And while Qin Shiyao's mouth said she wouldn't tolerate it, her hands were getting harder and harder. Another quarter of an hour passed, and Zhang Qianquan couldn't tense up completely. The eyes went black, and the whole man fainted completely in the midst of the poisonous beating. Even though Qin Shiyao was continuously granting him vitality to recover, it still left him half dead. Elder brother, what's wrong with you? Qin Shiyao hastily cracked a few more whips before realizing that something was wrong, and rushed up to help Zhang Qianquan. It's not good, Master Sect Leader. Eldest senior brother. Senior brother Zhang is dying. Seeing Zhang Qianquan's miserable state, Qin Shiyao shouted loudly with a nervous face again. Men, quickly bring Master Nephew Zhang Qianquan down for treatment. Morong Shao hurriedly passed on the order. He looked at Zhang Qianquan with a complicated gaze, and was really a bit confused as to what this kid was looking for. Even if you don't fight back when you're beaten, you don't call it off. You have to torture yourself like this. Is this to make that girl Xiao die of guilt? Li Changcheng, Chen Shuang and the others were also speechless. Only Yi Haoren and a few sacred land principles were strange in their hearts at the scene. They could see some doorways with their powerful cultivation divine sense, but no one said anything. The battle between Qin Shio and Zhang Qianquan could be considered the most protracted battle of the day, as well as the most grotesque. As Zhang Qianquan fell, Qin Shio also walked down the ring with a nervous face as the winner. The next battle was much simpler as the other disciples continued to fight against each other. Several rounds were played in a row until late at night, which decided the top 10 disciples of the academy. They were Qin Xiao, Chu Chen, Ling Luo Xue, Xiao Ting, Bai Shu Shu, Wu Ming, Lu Dan Yang, and Yuan Bubo, as well as 2 other disciples. Originally, the top 10 must have Zhang Qianquan a place, but encountered Qin Xiao. He did not even carry down the second round, now still in a coma. And once the top 10 were out, the next quota to participate in the 4-house discourse was also available. Ha ha ha, good, Xiao, what a surprise. You've only been initiated for 2 months, but you have such a cultivation level. You're already one of the most powerful disciples in my academy. In a month's time, you will participate in the 4 prefectures discourse with your senior brothers. Morong Zhao's laughter came out, and instead of having these 10 disciples fight against each other for first place, he directly set the quota of contestants for the 4 prefectures discourse. Thank you, Master Sect Leader. Xiao is terrified, Qin Shio said with a nervous expression. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Chu Chen, Ling Luo Xue, and the others also hastened to pay their respects. Alright, all of you hurry back to cultivate and prepare for the next battle of the 4 houses. Xiao, you don't have to take today's matter to heart. People who cultivate inevitably fight, and it's only natural for there to be danger. Morong Xiao waved his hand, and at the end of his words, he didn't forget to comfort Qin Xiao. Got it, Master Sect Leader. Qin Xiao nodded her head obediently, causing the few people in the arena to narrow their eyes. Alright everyone, the discourse is over, so it's time for everyone to disperse. Morong Xiao turned to the others. Farewell. Seeing this, the others didn't linger. They all got up and excused themselves to leave, returning to Dinghai City. Ha ha ha, it's so interesting. Today's battle between Qin Shio and the one called Zhang Qianquan was truly unforgettable. Yeah, I've seen a lot of arguments, but this is the first time I've seen someone standing and letting people beat them up like this. But you guys don't say. That Qin Xiao's name is really simple and cute too. These people had just left the academy when they started talking. However, no sooner had the murmuring begun than it was halted by the heads of the families. Enough of this, and simply adorable. In the future, when you meet that girl child, all of you will be on your guard. A bunch of uninformed things, and you're in a position to mock others for their simplicity? This outburst of rebuke was the supreme elder of the Qiangyao Holy Land, and those Qiangyao disciples who were rebuked by him all hurriedly shut up, not daring to continue speaking. And at this time, such heckling sounds were also constantly being played out in other sects, including the side of the great Zhou dynasty. A group of Zhou imperial family's children were still mocking Zhang Qianquan, which instantly caused the old ancestor to become furious. Shut up, all of you. What do you know? Do you really think that Zhang Qianquan likes to stand and be beaten? I don't know what to say. If you guys look closely you'll see that he's long been controlled and is powerless to fight back. That wench is deliberately humiliating him. In your mouths. It's become a joke for him instead. I think you guys are the joke. That girl child is by no means as simple as she appears. Be careful when you see her in the future. When these words came out, the faces of the Zhou imperial family's children changed slightly. Old ancestor, there's no need to exaggerate. That Zhang Qianquan is a cultivator of the 3rd level of the life-snatching realm. If he doesn't show mercy, then how could Qin Xia be her opponent? As the crown prince of Great Zhou, Ji Feng couldn't help but say. The Zhou imperial ancestor frowned and was about to say something when he saw a figure rushing in front of them. Big brother, old ancestor, you have not yet crossed paths with that schoolhouse. Before the people arrived, anxious voices were the first to come, causing everyone to stare. Chapter 124 Request for Evidence. Kikui, what are you doing here? How we get along with the academy has its own old ancestors ruling, so how can you be allowed to say anything? Ji Feng frowned and drank in a cold voice. Big brother, we really can't turn against the academy. Right now, my great Zhou sage has not returned, and I am by no means a match for the academy. Ji Kuei's face was ugly as he hastily argued. Previously, the great Zhou and great Qian's old ancestors were blackmailed by Zhou Hai. After taking enough spirit stones, Zhou Hai not only spared the great Zhou's old ancestor, but also put back Ji Kuei along with him. And Ji Kuei, who had returned to the Zhou Wengi, directly entered the secret realm of the great Zhou ancestral land to open a month-long retreat. Because of the existence of the secret realm, even if the sky turned upside down outside, he didn't notice it until these 2 days before he exited his seclusion. However, just after he came out, he heard that Chen Bei had a saintly master who had killed many powerful people from all the great holy lands, making the great holy lands dare to speak out in anger. Then he learned about what had happened during this period of time. It was learned that all the great holy lands, including the great Zhou dynasty, had come to Dinghai City and used their power to suppress the people, wanting to seize the temple of the academy. In that moment, hell knows how terrified he was. Masters, saints, and great weekly schools of the north, with many related words linked together. He thought nothing of going straight this way, determined not to let Great Zhou cross paths with the academy at this time. Unbridled, Ku-aer, you're talking a bit too much. Even if the academy's main academy is not in my Great Zhou's sights, when will a small academy branch be able to overpower my Great Zhou as well? In the face of Ji Kuei's alarmist words, the Great Zhou ancestor in front of him droned coldly. Having had the experience of that old ancestor suffering a loss before, this time they had come fully prepared. He carried a holy weapon on his body, and even if the academy side moved out a holy weapon to press people, he was not afraid. Old ancestor, we naturally don't care about the General Academy, but this Great Zhou Academy is by no means comparable to the General Academy. At least the current Great Zhou Academy is even more unchallengeable than their General Academy. Ji Kuei couldn't help but shout, ha ha ha, old 7. It is said that one learns from one's mistakes. Are you eating a loss once? Even your brain is not lost? This Dinghai City Academy is nothing but a small power under the roof of my Great Zhou, and after being able to make you suffer once, you're going to blow them up to the sky? What? This Great Zhou Academy is still stronger than the General Academy? Ji Feng snorted in disdain. Big brother, I'm serious. Do you guys know who that Chen Bei's master is? After Chen Bei left the Chen dynasty, he worshipped under the Great Zhou Academy. He has only one master, and that is this Great Zhou Academy's Daozang Palace Elder, Zhou Hai. He has never had one master. Have you ever wondered who that saint is? Ji Kuei was in a hurry. Ji Feng had a cold smile on his face and was about to taunt, but he was interrupted by the old ancestor on the side who raised his hand. Wait, what did you say? Zhou Hai? A saint? Chen Bei's only master? This Great Zhou old ancestor's face changed drastically for a moment, and he realized the seriousness of the matter. That's right, old ancestor. That Zhou Hai must be the saint of the day without a doubt. Ji Kuei said anxiously. Old ancestor, you really believe his bull ********. That Zhou Hai is nothing but a waste, relying solely on the power of a holy weapon. The previous suppression of my Great Zhou Ji which ancestor also relied on the power of a holy weapon. What kind of saint is he? And who in the world doesn't know that he's only 20 years old? Has there been such a young saint since ancient times? Ji Feng was speechless and reminded from the side. The Great Zhou ancestor's mind moved and he had to agree with Ji Feng's words. Yeah, has there been a 20-year-old saint since the beginning of time? Even those great emperors, the earliest time they became saints was more than 40 or 50 years old. 20 years old. What a stretch that must be. Old ancestor, have you ever wondered why the Chen Bei's master said his name was Murong Shao? Ji Kuei hurriedly said. Buzz. When these words came out, this Great Zhou old ancestor only felt his brain buzzing and his entire being confused. Yes, it is rumored that the saint who declared his name that day was called Murong Shao, but counting the cultivation world, other than the head of this Great Zhou Academy, is there anyone else named Murong Shao? Obviously, regardless of whether the other party reported a real name or a fake name, it was unrelated to the Great Zhou Academy. Coupled with the relationship of Tatsuo, it was simply too much of a coincidence. Who among you has ever seen that saint? Suddenly, this Great Zhou old ancestor looked at everyone on the scene and said, reporting back to old ancestor, I have seen that sage once before when I followed old ancestor Jihan. In the middle of the field, a great cultivator of the Unity realm stepped out and arched his hand. The others go back first. You come with me. With a command, this Great Zhou ancestor rolled that person and returned to the Great Zhou Academy, leaving Ji Feng and the others staring at each other in disbelief. And at this time, on the side of the Great Zhou Academy, as the people watching the battle left and the disciples returned to their respective palaces, it finally calmed down. After Murong Shao arranged the matters of the academy, he had to rush to the Supreme Divine Temple. It couldn't be helped. Lately, because of the temple, the entire Dinghai city was mixed up with dragons and fish, and he couldn't even think of not being on top of it. However, just as he was about to leave, he saw two people flying in the air. Ha ha ha, fellow Daoist Murong is going to the temple again? That Great Zhou old ancestor's laughter came out, appearing unusually kind. Old ancestor Ji, what is the reason for your return from your trip? Murong Shao arched his hand at this Great Zhou old ancestor and said with a smile, it's nothing, just remembering something. I have come here to discuss something with the supreme elders of the dynasties. The academy has been contributing to my Great Zhou for thousands of years, so my Great Zhou should also show something. I have 100 volumes of the secret records here, and I would like to gift them to the academy. Also, I would like to visit the academy's Dao Collection Palace. I wonder if that's possible. Jiu's old ancestor laughed out loud and waved his hand to take out hundreds of secret record jade slips, then put them all away again. Oh, the old ancestor is not too generous. Morong Xiao was shocked in his heart. These hundreds of secret records were not a small gift. He was all a bit puzzled for a while. Before, the Zhou royal family had treated them coldly and hated them. How did it suddenly become so warm? How about a trip to the Daozang Palace? Old ancestor Ji laughed. Old ancestor is so generous. A view is not out of the question. Please. Morong Xiao smiled faintly. The academy had always followed the way of a gentleman. And no matter what purpose the other party held, he could not turn people away when they treated him with courtesy. Thanks a lot. Old ancestor Ji hurriedly thanked him and was about to head to the Daozang Palace with Morong Xiao. Today's sermon. Everyone from the entire academy was here, except for that Daozang Palace elder who didn't show up. He wanted to see if this person was really a waste of space, or a real-life saint. Fellow Daoist Morong. Wait. However, at this moment, an anxious voice came. Morong Xiao and Ji old ancestor looked over at the same time, only to see the old Taoist named Extreme Rabbit flying in quickly. What's the matter with the Extreme Rabbit realist? Morong Xiao turned and arched his hand, smiling. Fellow Daoist Morong, I've heard that the Holy Father has returned. Could you allow the poor Taoist to go and pay his respects? The Extreme Rabbit realist came to Morong Xiao and anxiously said, Ah, Holy Father? Morong Xiao was confused, but Ji old ancestor couldn't help but frown. Recently, everyone has heard that an eccentric old Taoist has come to the temple, claiming to be the temple abbot handpicked by the Holy Father. At first, the disciples of the various Holy Lands were making fun of him, but they didn't see him getting annoyed. It wasn't until the chief ministers of the various Holy Lands saw him with their own eyes that they were startled. These disciples dared to mess with a Peak Violet Mansion realm ancestor character. They really didn't know how to die. Since then, this Extreme Rabbit realist wandered around the temple, and no one dared to provoke him again. Everyone wanted to know who the so-called Holy Father behind him was. It so happened that he arrived at this time, and even declared the sacred elder with his mouth. Old ancestor Ji couldn't help but wonder if the person he was looking for was the same one he was looking for. Could that Zhou Hai really be a saint? Chapter 125 beat Tatsuo to his knees and begged for forgiveness. Right, fellow Taoist Morong. Poor Taoist Fawn just met fellow Taoist He Haoran. I heard that the sacred master and disciple had returned 3 days ago. You said such a big thing. Why didn't you warn Poverty Tao? The Extreme Rabbit real person complained. The sacred master and disciple returned 3 days ago? Morong Zhao's brows tightened as a figure instantly flashed through his mind. This so-called saint sovereign, could it be that he's really a junior brother? He was shocked in his heart, although he had long speculated that Zhou Hai was a saint, but after all, he had not been confirmed, so he did not dare to speak out of turn. But within the people who returned 3 days ago, other than Zhou Hai and his 2 disciples, the other disciples weren't masters and disciples who returned together. Extreme Rabbit realist, your so-called Saint Eminence, it can't be this one. With a thought, Morong Xiao transmitted Zhou Hai's appearance to Extreme Rabbit realist with his divine sense. Yes, it's the Holy Father all right, but fellow Daoist Morong, does your academy have many saint exalts? Why do you need a separate example? The Extreme Rabbit realist hurriedly nodded his head, then looked at Morong Xiao suspiciously. In his opinion, if there was only one saint in the academy, there was no need to remind him at all. The way Morong Xiao did it, it seemed as if he was afraid that he would recognize the wrong saint. However, he didn't know that Morong Xiao also didn't dare to determine Zhou Hai's identity, and now that he was able to confirm it, he also couldn't help but feel a fierce tremble in his heart. No, just preventing the real person from recognizing the wrong person. This person is my junior apprentice brother. He didn't say anything about the Extreme Rabbit realist when he came back. Since the real person has come to pay his respects, it just so happens that we are also going to look for junior brother. So follow me. Morong Xiao laughed out loud, but realized that his smile was a bit stiff. He felt himself drifting a bit as he led the way. Junior brother was a true saint, and as a branch of the academy, what an honor this was. However, very soon, Morong Xiao was a bit floored. He thought about the rumors that had been going around the northern wasteland during this time. It is said that after that kid killed someone that day, when people asked his name, he mentioned Morong Xiao. Before, he was not sure if it was him, but now that it was solid, he only felt his heart pulling out cold. Whenever this kid has something good to do, he takes it to himself. Whenever he gets into trouble, he calls Morong Xiao. Is this something a human being can do? However, he didn't know that at this moment, the Gu old ancestor and the Extreme Rabbit realist's faces were frozen in place. Holy Father, Junior Brother, Chen Bei's Master, the Great Zhou Academy's Daozang Palace Elder, Zhou Hai. Countless keywords flashed through Gu's mind, causing him to feel nothing but heaviness in his heart with every step he took. Thanks to this period of time, he did not make a move against the Great Zhou Academy. Otherwise he really did not dare to imagine what would happen to him, and what situation the Great Zhou would face. The extreme rabbit realist on the side couldn't help but be shocked. Junior senior brother? This Saint Sovereign is actually Sect leader Morom's junior brother. A junior apprentice brother is so powerful. Just how many strong people is this great Joe Academy hiding? I thought it was just a small force in the northern wasteland. Who would have dared to think that this place is like a crouching tiger hiding a dragon? The three of them were so preoccupied that they forgot to fly, and froze on their feet for a long distance. And at this moment, in the small courtyard of the Daozang Palace, as the 10 pounds of phoenix marrow were all consumed, countless golden lights instantly rose from the little monkey's body. His bloodline was being recast, and the Dao injuries on his body that had been caused by a great battle were gradually recovering. Zhou Hai was right. His roots were damaged, and even his bloodline had problems. This is not only because his father once abolished all his cultivation, but also because of a great battle back then when he suffered from a Taoist wound. The Heaven and Earth Avenue is depriving him of everything all the time. And right now, after devouring 10 gene of phoenix marrow, his Dao injuries had completely recovered and his bloodline was about to return to its peak. Boom boom boom. In a blast of sound, the golden light on the little monkey's body gradually turned red. His bloodline power erupted, and wherever his chi and blood passed, the Heaven and Earth avenues were infected. The devil ape was known as the Holy Clan of Battle. Each generation was born for battle, with destruction and madness hidden in their bloodline. It was said that even the heavenly Tao had been infected by the true blood of the demon ape and had fallen into madness. At this time, with the bloodline completely restored, the little monkey's eyes gradually became red, and the entire person seemed to be evolving into a ferocious bird and beast without reason. His body began to bulge, and his entire being was continually changing from a small monkey to a gorilla. It looked like he was about to completely fall into a berserk rage, but all of a sudden his body's chi and blood converged inward, and his pair of eyes once again returned to normal. That was close. I'd almost lost control. The little monkey heartily patted his chest, feeling the powerful force within his body. He hurriedly sat down on his knees and guided this force to start cultivating. This was the powerful essence contained in the phoenix marrow, which hadn't been completely digested after compensating for his Dao injuries and bloodline. As he revolved the Battle Emperor scripture, this huge amount of essence quickly integrated into his body's bloodline, strengthening every inch of his cells and making his chi and blood power stronger and stronger. And his cultivation started from zero and skyrocketed. As every inch of his skin glowed, his cultivation directly broke through the 9th level of body refinement and reached the 1st level of foundation establishment. Soon, he crossed the 9th level of foundation establishment again and reached the 1st level of innate. The shackles of the realm seemed to have disappeared on him. In less than half an hour, the little monkey's cultivation level had already arrived at the peak of the divine profound realm, and only then did he manage to stop. It wasn't that he couldn't continue to impact a new realm. The power of the phoenix marrow was so strong that it would not be a problem to break through to the unity realm at least, not to say that it would allow him to transcend into the saints. It was only at the critical moment that he thought of what his father had once said. Only one Empyrean could appear on each path. The path of the devil ape. Father had already come to the end. If he wanted to become an emperor, he must not take this path again. This was also the reason why his father abolished his cultivation and made him retrain. Enlightenment is a very important realm, and the way forward depends on how one chooses at this time. The little monkey hadn't found his way yet, and he didn't want to take that step so soon. Otherwise, with his former realm, he wouldn't even have any realm shackles when he impacted Saint King all the way. Seeing that his cultivation had already reached its limit, there was still a huge amount of phoenix marrow essence in his body that he hadn't digested. It was as if every cell in the little monkey's body had transformed into a heaven-swallowing beast, instantly taking in this power and storing it away. Tatsuo comes to fight. 2 hours later, the little monkey exited from his seclusion, a flash of madness in his eyes, and without thinking, he headed outside. Goku, it's only been a few hours. Why are you like a different person? Zhou Hai, who was concentrating on human body literature on the recliner in the small courtyard, turned his head to look at it and couldn't help but light up. Cut the crap and tell Chanbei to come out. I'll beat him to his knees and beg for mercy. The little monkey was filled with wariness, and when he thought of the humiliation he had suffered, he couldn't wait to eat Chanbei alive. Etiquette, right? Worship, right? Honor your teacher, right? Today he had to show Chanbei what respect meant, what it means to be polite. Chapter 126 Great Dreams Play Monkey. Goku, you're trying to get a date with your big brother. Zhou Hai's eyes lit up. He had always been serious about watching the fun. Looking at the monkey head's battle spirit, it was no less than Chanbei's. It was hard to imagine that the two would really fight. It was hard to imagine what it would be like for the two to really fight. I told you to cut the crap. Where's Tatsuo? The monkey glared, not putting Zhou Hai in his eyes at all. Hey you monkey, I'm your master, just like your father. Do you talk to your father like that? Zhou Hai's old face stiffened and he was a bit displeased. Shut up. If it weren't for the name of master and disciple and the witness of the heavenly Tao, I would give you 2 slaps right now to clear your head. Remember, honoring you as a master is to look up to you. In the future, mind my business less, or else I won't blame me for being rude to you. The little monkey raged. As a descendant of the demon ape, under the stimulation of that bloodline that even the heavenly Tao was mad about, not cleaning up Zhou Hai's mess by now was considered restraint for him. Give me 2 slaps to clear my head? Good boy. You really are a discarnate. Ignoring the heights of the heavens. Get the down. Zhou Hai was exasperated and laughed. His head tilted, and a jade pillow on the recliner instantly flew out, skyrocketed against the wind, and fell towards the little monkey's head. Don't you dare. The little monkey was furious, his eyes glowing red, his body instantly expanding and transforming into a gorilla, about to punch Jade out. However, when this punch was thrown, his power disappeared like a mud cow into the sea. At the same time, a powerful holy might enveloped him, blocking his cultivation power in an instant. A holy weapon? The little monkey was confused. Is this guy sick? He's using a holy weapon as a pillow to lie down? Also, just how immodest would someone be to train a holy soldier to be a pillow? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and the little monkey was unable to resist at all. His newly swollen body seemed to turn into the size of a thumb like a deflated balloon, and he was pressed to death under the jade pillow. Dead monkey, daring to clamor with my master. You really lack lessons. Zhou Hai waved his big hand and the jade pillow flew. He directly used it as a hitching stool and put his feet on it and stepped on it. Master, I'm a pillow. In the jade pillow, the voice of the artifact spirit was disgruntled. Asterisk 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 off. You're a foot hitchhiker from now on. The dead monkey dares to tell me to wake up and get sober. I'd like to see if he can get sober while living under someone else's feet. Zhou Hai chided in a low voice, causing Jade Pillow to be very upset. Originally, I thought that compared to the other sacred artifacts in the courtyard, my treatment was considered good. I never thought that in the end, I wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being a footstool. It became angry at the thought of this and couldn't help but grit its teeth. Master, I also think that this brat is too unpredictable. May I help you teach him a lesson? Zhou Hai was stunned. He was still thinking about how to teach the monkey head a lesson, but he didn't expect this pillow to be so understanding. I'll leave it to you, as long as the toss doesn't kill him. Toss him to death until he comes to his senses. Zhou Hai waved his hand, directly handing over this brain-breaking job to Jade Pillow. Okay. The Jade Pillow artifact spirit was overjoyed and immediately turned on its own retaliation. The little monkey listened to the one-man vessel conversation in a daze, instinctively making a defense, but in the next second, his eyes went gray, his eyelids closed without warning, and his entire body fell into a deep sleep on the spot. Every holy weapon was born from the laws of heaven, and its appearance had its own reason. The pillow as a holy weapon may seem grotesque, but in reality, the law of the great dream is sufficient to pull all beings below saints into the dream world. It can make you want to live and die in the dream world. At this point, for example, the little monkey had just entered the dream world when he heard a clamor. Before he could react to what was going on, he felt a sharp pain all over his body, and a whip hit him head-on in the monkey's face. The pupils of the little monkey suddenly shrunk. Want to dodge but found that the body is not controlled. Can only quietly stand there to let the whip. Snap. The long whip struck his face, and the fiery pain made the little monkey jump up on the spot. It hurt too much. 1,000 times more than when he let that guy Tatsuo beat him up without any cultivation, and it almost didn't make him rise to heaven in place. Asshole, how dare you hit me? The little monkey breaks into a fit of rage and looks to a monkey trainer in front of him, only to realize that he's been chained up and reduced to a street juggling monkey. And the moment the curse came out, the little monkey froze. To his amazement, he realized that he was unable to utter a human word, and his curses turned into the monkey's instinctive squeak. What's going on? The little monkey endured the pain to think, but only to see a ring of fire flying, and because he was lost in thought and didn't have time to jump, his body was instantly set ablaze by the fire. Ouch! 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 Hot hot hot! Hot hot! The monkey screamed, but the sound that came out was still squeak squeak squeak. You dead monkey! Why are you so disobedient today? You deserve a beating. The monkey trainer was furious, and his long whip rained down, instantly making the monkey jump up and down. The little monkey felt like he was going crazy. This humiliation was even worse than what Chenbei had given him. He vowed that when he recovered, he would have to kill this monkey trainer by 1,000 cuts. However, the vow in his heart had not yet been realized, and after a whipping, thinking of his father's expectations of him, he finally made a decision to go against his ancestors. It's better to die than to live. Everything will wait until we get through this first. Not realizing that his hard time had just begun and that more suffering awaited him. If you give him good dreams, I don't mind making a hole in you for a toilet seat. Outside the dream world, Zhou Hai looked at the peaceful sleeping monkey and warned the pillow sternly. Don't worry, master, I'll definitely return you an obedient and good disciple. The voice of the artifact spirit came from the jade pillow. Zhou looked at the sky, and as he saw the night looming over him, his instinctive biological clock compelled him to get up and cook. There was no way around it. After Chen Bei and Qin Xiao returned, they each received their phoenix marrow and went into seclusion. Without anyone to serve him, he could only do it himself. Mud. There's a lot of people to eat. So many good ingredients. Right now there are only 3 pounds of dragon liver and half a pound of phoenix marrow left. How can we live in the future? Coming to the kitchen and taking out all the ingredients, Zhou couldn't help but have a headache. Soon the aroma came. Zhou sprinkled spices on the phoenix marrow in the roaster while adding seasoning to the dragon liver soup boiled in the soup pot. The food came out of the pot after a long time, and Zhou was just about to start eating when he heard Morong Zhao's voice coming from outside. Is the young master available? Zhou was stunned and turned towards the outside, just to see Morong Zhao standing outside with a few people. Elder brother, why are you standing outside if you're here? Zhou was speechless. They were all family members. In the past, Morong Zhao used to fly in directly when looking for him. How could there be a reason to stand outside? Morong Zhao smiled awkwardly. He also noticed that at this moment, he seemed to be a bit more restrained towards Zhou, but he wasn't surprised. After all, it was a saint. Who couldn't be respectful when they saw it? Look at the side of the pole rabbit, real people. Kneeling, how silky smooth. Extreme Rabbit pays homage to the Holy Father. Only the voice of the Extreme Rabbit reality was heard, already kneeling on the ground magnificently. The saints. Pay homage to the saints. Immediately afterward, the Ji family members who came with the Jiu elder ancestor also knelt on the ground with a look of fear and trepidation. This scene instantly saw Jiu old ancestor stupefied, and even his breathing followed suit. A saint. This one is really a saint. Although he hadn't detected Zhou cultivation aura, the reactions of the Extreme Rabbit realist and the Ji clan's children had already made him certain that Zhou was a sage. Jiu pays homage to the sage. Thinking of this, Jiu also lost half of the temperament that an old ancestor figure should have and gave Zhou a sliding knee on the spot. Chapter 127, The Supreme Being Manifests Miracles. Gee whiz. What's this for? It's a shame to receive such a great gift. Get up quickly. Zhou was stunned and couldn't help but laugh. Thank you, Holy Father. The polar rabbit realist paid his respects and got up. Seeing this, the Jiu elder ancestor and that Ji clan's son also rushed to pay their respects. Many thanks to the sage. Come in. The visitor is a guest. No need to be polite. Zhou was also a reasonable person. He wouldn't give a cold face when people were so polite. The crowd had just entered the courtyard when they smelled the refreshing smell. At the same time, the rich spiritual energy of the heavens and earth filled the entire compound, which even contained the power of the laws, instantly igniting the true essence in everyone's bodies. Well, including Morong Zhao. The 4 of them let out a muffled grunt at the same time, gulping their saliva while all of them couldn't help but blush. That was caused by a riot of true essence in the body. They rushed to suppress it, only to realize that they didn't need to cultivate at all. And at this moment, their cultivation level was already rising crazily. This feeling was so grotesque that it made them want to cultivate on their knees on the spot. Gollum gollum. At the same time, a hungry sound emanated from the stomachs of the crowd, causing all 4 of them to show a look of embarrassment. What do you all want with me? Zhou also saw the several people's dilemma and hurriedly transmitted his voice to have the holy weapon over in the kitchen block the smell. He was now a little suspicious that these people were here to rub it in. If he had more ingredients before, he would have been fine, and a few meals would have been nothing. But now that the ingredients were pretty much consumed, he wasn't going to be one of those stupid people who starved others. The people who were still looking forward to it saw that the flavor disappeared, and the power to stimulate the growth of cultivation also faded away, and they were suddenly lost. Reporting back to the sages, there is nothing important in my coming. One is here to catch a glimpse of a saint and visit the Daozan Palace at the same time. Secondly, the Academy has dedicated itself to Great Zhou for many years. My Great Zhou has nothing to gift. This is a portion of my Great Zhou's Dao collection of secret records, so please smile. Sage. Jiu hurriedly got up, holding a Qinquan ring in both hands and handed it to Zhou. Oh, so polite? Zhou grinned and waved his hand to accept the ring. Thank you for your smile, Saint. I still have urgent matters, so I won't bother you. Saint. Jiu had a fawning smile on his face that hadn't appeared in an unknown number of years. Alright, go ahead if you're busy. I won't keep any guests. Zhou couldn't wait for them to get out early. It was mealtime and he still had to enjoy the food. I take my leave. Getting Zhou's consent, Jiu was busy taking the Ji clan's son to leave. Holy Father, you said that you would let Poverty Tao serve as the temple abbot, but none of them agreed. May I also ask the Holy Spirit to teach the poor Taoist what to do? As soon as Jiu left, old Taoist Extreme Rabbit rushed forward and said, What? I built the temple, and as the sole shareholder, how dare anyone object to me appointing a president? When Zhou heard this, he was not happy. Looking at his unhappy appearance, The extreme rabbit real person trembled in fear, and the Gu old ancestor who had just stepped out of the courtyard couldn't help but stumble on his feet, almost scared out of his wits. Ahem, Junior brother. Supreme Lord Qing Yan saved the entire northern wasteland during the previous catastrophe, and right now he is already the god of the entire northern wasteland. All the major forces in the northern wasteland are grateful to the Supreme Being and want to make offerings to him, so it's a bit chaotic. You arranged for the abbot, and they have more or less some opinions. Morong Shao lightly coughed twice and explained from the side. Bull ****** sustenance. If you want to snatch the supreme inheritance, just say so, and play this game. It's just a temple. If you really want to believe, you can't build one in your own house? Even if you don't have that kind of power, putting up a shrine isn't a problem, is it? Zhou Hai's old face darkened, and as he spoke, he formed a seal with both hands and a decree was struck out. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the wind and clouds of the heavens and earth surged, and a beam of light shot up into the sky above the Supreme God's temple hundreds of miles away. The Supreme manifests himself. Look, the Supreme Being has manifested. Countless devout pilgrims saw this scene and immediately shouted in excitement, making pilgrimage after pilgrimage. Even those countless cultivators knelt on the ground at the first opportunity, including the old ancestor of Gu who had just left the academy. He also hurriedly fell from the air and bowed to the Supreme Being. Supreme, this was not just a realm title, but also a status symbol. It was an existence that existed only under the heavenly Tao, and all spirits worshipped it. And in the midst of everyone's bowing, that pillar of light spread out in all directions, rendering the air with a cloudy glow and 1,000 rays. Countless auspicious clouds transformed into a line of large characters. Tinghai Dojo, Abbot of Pole Rabbit. In Zhou Hai's small courtyard, Morong Shao and the extreme rabbit realist were dumbfounded when they saw this line of big words and looked at Zhou Hai incredulously. He can control the temple to manifest miracles? What are you waiting for? You are now the abbot appointed by the Supreme Being. Why don't you hurry up and take out your set of Buddhist rituals and teach them how to believe? Zhou Hai looked at the extreme rabbit and said with dissatisfaction. Yes. The extreme rabbit realist hurriedly responded and busily got up to leave. Conceal and take this passage. Zhou Hai called out to him and opened a door of space and said. Polar rabbit answered and took a step into it, instantly arriving over the temple. Endless auspicious clouds shrouded, instantly transformed into a Taoist robe, making it look as if the gods in the sky were on the ground. His image was instantly reflected in the minds of everyone within a radius of tens of thousands of miles under the rendering of the power of the temple. Greetings, venerable extreme rabbit. Countless kowtowing sounds came. This time everyone knew that the extreme rabbit reality was the temple abbot, and all of them bowed with the highest courtesy, including the chief ministers of the various holy lands. All of them lowered their lofty heads at this moment. The abbot of the Supreme Being's appointed dojo is not only equivalent to the Supreme Being's disciple, but also the spokesperson of the Supreme Being in this heaven and earth. So who dares to slack off in the Supreme Being's dojo? And the moment these people bowed down, under the countless power of faith, the extreme rabbit realist was enlightened, and even his spiritual platform became abnormally empty, as if he was about to realize the Tao. He felt as if he was really going to enter that legendary realm. Good. I've really been recognized by the Supreme Being. I can borrow the power of faith here to cultivate. The extreme rabbit realist was in tears and had the urge to roar to the heavens, but in the end he suppressed the urge and opened his arms. Landing calmly in front of everyone, he surveyed the Tao robe he was wearing from side to side, and realized that it actually had the power of invulnerability, and could even allow him to make his thoughts known and his words follow. Many thanks to the Supreme Being for granting the divine object. Turning back, the extreme rabbit reality had a solemn expression as he bowed to the supreme golden body in the temple. In this moment, the temple was small, but it held the hearts of all. Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, all the devout pilgrims bowed together, ceaselessly contributing their faith to the Supreme Being. Senior brother, is this a manifestation of the Supreme Being, or are you manipulating it? Inside the small courtyard of the Daozang Palace, Morong Shao was shocked beyond words by this scene and looked towards Zhou Hai to ask. Chapter 128. Let a bowl of food move you to tears. Of course it's controlled. The so-called Supreme is nothing more than a clay bodhisattva, unable to protect herself, relying on me to renew her life. As a result, she was so good that she used up her barely earned vitality to save people, and now that she has long lost her spirit, what will she use to manifest miracles? I only hope that under the leadership of this Buddhist disciple, we can collect more power of faith for her and recall some of her spiritual light. Otherwise, even if this temple is comparable to an imperial artifact, it won't be able to save her. Zhou Hai skimmed his lips, and one sentence shocked Morong Shao to the point that he almost jumped up. Senior brother, are you saying that this temple was not constructed, but an imperial artifact? Morong Shao couldn't help but say, look at you like that. What's all the fuss about? A person who has been dead for 1,000,000 years. Do you think that other than treasures above the emperor's artifacts, There is anything else that can keep her true spirit intact and still protect the entire northern wasteland? Zhou Hai rolled his eyes. Morong Xiao only felt his brain buzzing before realizing that the so-called saint was still far underestimating this young master. To even take out an imperial artifact, what kind of person is his? Okay, don't kneel. Seeing as the meal is about to be over and you're still sticking around, I'll reluctantly let you dabble in a meal. Not bothering to pay attention to Morong Xiao's shock, Zhou Hai took it upon himself to bring out the food. Morong Xiao had refrained from eating for many years, and when he heard that he wanted to eat, he instinctively wanted to refuse. But when he thought of that flavor from earlier, he couldn't help but have a big appetite again, especially the power of the laws emanating from that flavor. The essence of true essence made the words that came to his mouth harden and hold back. Soon, a plate of phoenix marrow bean blossom flickered with a 9-colored halo of light, and the powerful power of the laws and spirit elemental essence instantly detonated Morong Xiao's true essence, almost causing his cultivation to break through on the spot. At the same time, a pot of soup opened. Although there is no rule of force inside, the essence of spirit element is far less than that bean flower, but still look at people's eyes straight. That hazy fleshy halo was legendary, but it was only the flesh of a saint that could emit it. This ingredient, at the very least, is holy meat. And what are the ingredients used in the bean curd? Which is more advanced than this holy meat? Morong Xiao didn't dare to think about it. At this moment he felt like his brain was getting stuck. Senior, what is this? Morong Xiao swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but say, dragon's liver, phoenix marrow. Zhou Hai waved his hand and took a bowl to take the lead in serving a bowl of soup, along with a few pieces of dragon liver meat, and handed it to Morong Xiao. Dragon's liver? Phoenix marrow? Morong Xiao's legs went limp and his entire body directly fell to his knees, almost crying. This stuff, legend has it that even the great emperors can't always afford to eat it. When he thought of previously mocking Junior Senior Brother for not refraining from the grain and repeatedly refusing to share Junior Senior Brother's food, he couldn't wait to give himself a few slaps in the face. There is this thing and still ing peaking. In the end is the brain is sick, or congenital retardation. Ah, what for? It's just a bowl of soup simmered with the liver of an auger dragon, and you have to pay 3 obeisances to it before you can eat it. Ha! No wonder you guys are trying to get rid of the grain. It's so troublesome. I wouldn't eat it if I were you. Zhou Hai was speechless. Morong Xiao looked at him in a daze and tremblingly got up to take the dragon liver soup and drank half the bowl in one big gulp. Then he had a look of dismay on his face as he chewed away. Tears were shed while eating. Gosh, we've eaten dragon meat too. Who would have believed it? Even though it's an auger, it's still the meat of a saint-level demonic beast. Zhou Hai looked at Morong Xiao with a speechless face. At this time, he did not have the cultivation of a saint, nor did he have the heavenly heart pass, and he simply did not know what was moving in Morong Xiao's heart. Just feel that this guy is sick. Nothing has to be incapacitated. In the end, let a bowl of soup to move into this. Soon after, a bowl of soup was consumed, and Morong Xiao only felt that his body was filled with boundless strength. He had just broken through the Unity Realm cultivation not long ago, but he was actually showing signs of a breakthrough once again. Okay, stop crying. We're all family members. In the future, if I have a mouthful of meat to eat, I definitely won't be missing a mouthful of broth from my senior brother. Don't look at old brother. I'm poor and don't have any more dragon liver or phoenix marrow on me, but there's quite a bit of meat from other demonic beasts. There are still 100 pounds of dragon bones here, enough for us brothers to eat for a while. Try this. Seeing Morong Xiao's move to tears, Zhou Hai scooped another half bowl of roasted phoenix marrow for him and brought the rest in front of himself. There was no way. Half a caddy of phoenix marrow was just one bowl. He hadn't eaten it himself yet, so he couldn't give it all to this big brother. Holding that half bowl of phoenix marrow, Morong Xiao's hands were shaking. Dragon's liver is not real dragon's liver, but this phoenix marrow is real phoenix marrow. He took a taste and just felt like his taste buds were going to explode. As half a bowl of phoenix marrow went down, the true essence in Morong Xiao's body began to riot uncontrollably. He hurriedly sat down on his knees and his cultivation instantly broke through to the second level of the Unity Realm. However, this didn't digest the power of the phoenix marrow eruption. Instead, the power was too strong, causing his body to swell up with it. It was useless even if he frantically converted this power into his own cultivation. The speed of true essence conversion was far too slow to keep up with the speed of the explosion of the power of the phoenix marrow. Seeing that he was about to explode on the spot, his body's flesh and blood seemed to come to life, instinctively absorbing the essence of the phoenix marrow. In an instant, his cultivation qualifications changed drastically, as if he had been transformed. What a powerful phoenix marrow power. This dragon liver power isn't weak either. Morong Xiao was shocked in his heart as he strengthened his cultivation while allowing the phoenix marrow to transform his physique. Zhou Hai watched from the sidelines and continued to savor the food without comment. The sun rises and the moon sets, and time passes without realizing that it has already been half a month. Morong Xiao, who had wanted to personally handle the affairs of the temple, couldn't care less about anything at the moment and was only busy cultivating. More than half a month had passed, and it was as if he had changed into a different person. His temperament had sublimated. The cultivation qualifications had risen by more than a few levels, and his cultivation strength had successfully crossed over into the third level of the Unity realm, and he was still trying to break through to the fourth level of the Unity realm. This cultivation speed would have to scare people outside silly if they knew about it. However, on Zhou Hai's side, it was somewhat inconspicuous. This was because Qin Shio and Chen Bei were also burying their heads in bitter cultivation, with the help of the Phoenix Marrow, and the fact that the two were already blessed with heaven-defying qualifications. Qin Shio, who was at the peak of innate, broke through the life-taking barrier that night. In half a month's time, his cultivation level had even reached the peak of the life-taking realm. Chen Bei's side was slightly inferior, having only cultivated from the 6th level of the Divine Profound Realm to the peak of the Divine Profound Realm. It wasn't that he couldn't continue to break through, but he hadn't found his Tao either. He would cultivate the techniques of the Silent Emperor scripture as usual, but he didn't want to follow the path of the Silent Emperor, so he suppressed it and didn't continue to break through. Master, disciple is going to find his own path. Early this morning, Chen Bei stood in front of Zhou Hai and respectfully said, "Go on. Remember to practice well and don't slack off." Zhou Hai's heart was greatly pleased, as his two disciples kept breaking through, with 10 times the feedback. He, who had just broken through the third level of the Purple Mansion realm, also had signs of an impending breakthrough. Right now, he only hated that his disciples' cultivation should not stop and continue to soar like a rocket, so that he could become a great emperor as soon as possible, so that he could be qualified to look for the way home. Chapter 129 Morong Xiao, who had tasted the sweetness. Don't worry, master. Within 3 months, the disciple will find his own Tao. Chen Bei arched his hand and turned to leave with his farewells. This time Zhou Hai did not prepare any more luggage for him, but as soon as he left before his feet, Zhou Hai recruited 10 puppets to secretly follow him. 3 months? Will it take a little too long? Zhou Hai let out a dark sigh, causing Morong Xiao, who had just come out of seclusion, to stumble on his feet and almost fall to the ground. He looked at Zhou Hai breathlessly, really wanting to ask his junior apprentice brother if he knew what the Tao was. Some people spend their entire lives not being able to learn other people's Tao, let alone comprehend their own. 3 months to enroll in your own Tao, and you call that long? Elder brother, you've got a good nose. You've just finished cooking and you're out. Come on, sit down and eat some together. Noticing Morong Xiao's presence, Zhou Hai gave an explanation and went to the kitchen to bring a large pot of sauce bones. Morong Xiao opened his mouth and instinctively wanted to reject Zhou Hai's invitation, but he froze the moment he saw the pot of sauced bones, a pile of saucy bones with a halo of light entwined around them, and even a vague flow of law power. This was definitely the bones of a saint-level creature, and although the power of the laws on the flesh had all but disappeared, some of the power of the laws in the bones still survived. Those are some good ones. He. Junior brother is too polite. Morong Xiao hemmed and hawed. His movements were honest as he grabbed a large bone and started gnawing on it. With a mouthful of meat in his mouth, the true essence in his body began to work on its own again. Morong Xiao secretly experienced this feeling of uprooting, and the whole person was so happy that he almost took off. In the cultivation world, who doesn't want endless resources to fuel their cultivation? Some people are willing to slaughter living beings for it. However, compared to these delicacies from Zhou Hai, those so-called resources were all bull ********. The law of true fragrance, at this time, was played to the fullest by Morong Xiao. Watching Zhou Hai finish eating the meat on a large bone, he casually threw the bone away. Morong Xiao was shocked and hurriedly received the piece of bone in his hand. Junior brother, what are you doing? It's what's in these bones that's good. Morong Xiao looked at Zhou Hai with some hatred and took out his own Dao sword, wanting to cut through the bones and taste the marrow inside. However, with a flash of light on the bone, his Dao sword instantly disintegrated. Oops! Morong Xiao exclaimed out in shock, looking at his Dao sword with a heartbroken face, somewhat unable to cry. Look at you. A piece of bone is just a bone. Is it necessary to knock the bone and suck the marrow like this? Come on. Here's the axe. Feel free to chop the marrow if you want. Zhou Hai raised his hand and handed Morong Xiao a palm-sized black axe. Morong Xiao was stunned and instinctively picked up the black axe. However, at the instant the black axe was lifted up, a dark light flashed, that even the Dao sword was shattered. The big bone cracked open on the spot, and inside it flickered with a crystal marrow halo, and the power of the law was exceptionally majestic. What a powerful battle axe! It looks inconspicuous, but I didn't expect it to be this powerful. Morong Xiao was shocked. It's just an axe for chopping bones. It's barely a sacred king artifact. If you like it, just take it and play with it. By the way, there's a firewood axe there that's a bit better than this thing. It's barely a great sacred artifact. You can take it and play with it too. Zhou Hai waved his hand. Morong Zhao's heart trembled fiercely and he couldn't help but be dumbfounded once again. A bone-chopping axe that barely counts as a sacred king artifact? And the great sacred artifact, just take it and play with it? Does this young master know what he's talking about? Morong Zhao tried to pick up the small axe once again. This time, he swung with all his might, and saw an axe light fly out, hard enough to split the void in half. And not even the heavenly Tao origin had time to repair the wounds caused by the small axe. Saint King's artifact. It's really a Saint King's artifact. Morong Zhao's eyes glowed, and his entire body was so excited that he almost jumped up. How could he not have thought that the axe that junior brother had brought to cut meat and chop bones was such a holy object? Thinking about the holy sword that junior brother had given himself earlier, it was still being offered in the academy's shrine, but compared to this axe, that holy sword is nothing. Junior brother, you've really opened my brother's eyes. Taking a deep breath, Morong Zhao couldn't help but say, at this moment, he thoroughly understood the truth that one should not presume to estimate the strength of junior brother. When you think he is a saint, saints are not even worthy of lifting their shoes in front of him. How many people could there be in ancient times who could take a Saint King's artifact to chop bones and a great saint's artifact to chop wood? Thinking of this, he hurriedly picked up the large bone and took a deep breath, sucking the marrow inside clean. Next, he didn't talk about the incipient grain, and ate as much as he could. Even the leftovers from Zhou Hai's meal he didn't let go. After another big meal, Morong Zhao, who had just come out of seclusion, once again went into seclusion. 10 days later, he came out of the gate again, and his cultivation had successfully broken through the 4th level of the Unity Realm. The first time he relied on food to cultivate and tried the sweetness. He wanted to find Zhou Hai to rub another meal, but just as he arrived in the small courtyard, he was called by Chu Chen, who was waiting here respectfully. Master, your old man has finally come out of the gate. If you don't come out of the gate, disciples won't know what to do. Chu Chen had a sad face, and the moment he saw Morong Zhao, his entire body almost cried. What is it? Morong Zhao frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, Master, have you forgotten that time exists? More than a month has passed, and the disciples of the 4 houses have gathered together. Even the site of the general courtyard has come with quite a few big names and disciples. Seeing that the 4 prefectures' discourse is imminent, your old man doesn't care about anything, and the disciple doesn't have much power to speak, so he can't suppress the scene. Chu Chen said with an aggrieved face, the 4-house discourse? Oops, look at me forgetting all about it. Morong Zhao slapped his head and realized that he hadn't cared about anything when he was practicing to the point of insanity. That's not right. Isn't the 4 prefectures discourse in the Great Qian Academy? If it's about to start, why are you still here? Wouldn't it be better for you to ask one of the elders to take you to Deqian and follow the arrangements there? Thinking of something, Morong Zhao frowned. Master, your old man really doesn't know what's been going on all this time. The 4 prefectures discourse is imminent, and the Supreme Dojo will be opened. Right now, all the great holy places are converging on Dinghai City, and even the side of the General Academy can't sit still and want to come to the Supreme Dojo to seize the inheritance. For this reason, this discourse that was supposed to be held in Deqian has been temporarily changed to Dezhou Dinghai City. Our academy is the host. Chu Chen was speechless. What? The host? Why didn't your youngest uncle tell me? Morong Zhao was a bit confused and couldn't help but turn his head around to look for Zhou Hai as he spoke. Don't look for it. Junior Master ran away 3 days ago. The moment Zhou Hai was mentioned, Chu Chen had an even bigger headache. Originally, when Master, his old man, was away, he should have asked a respected elder to preside over the situation. But looking at the entire academy, even Master, his old man, couldn't suppress the strongest members of the various academies, let alone Li Changqing and other senior uncles. As Chu Chen thought about it, the only thing he could think of was Zhou Hai. But Zhou Hai was notorious for being afraid of trouble. How could he agree to do this kind of effort? There was no way around it. Chu Chen could only ask the Supreme Elders to step in. In the end, this group of Supreme Elders all had their own ways. You didn't obey me, and I didn't obey you, and they almost got into a fight. It was only when Yi Haoren stepped in at the end that the argument was quelled. Chapter 130 Yi Haoren who committed mass anger. Just when Chu Chen thought that Yi Haoren would personally preside over the big picture and be able to smoothly arrange this argument, even bigger trouble came. Everyone knows Yi Haoren's violent temper. Good when he's good, and when he's pissed off, a dog passing by is going to get a few slaps in the face. In just a few days, the disciples and elders of the other 3 mansions had all let Yi Haoren beat them up, not to mention that even the people watching from the various holy lands hadn't escaped. After some tumultuous maneuvers, the matter of the doctrine was delayed and failed to advance, but instead almost caused all the major sects to besiege the academy. Chu Chen watched that with fear and trepidation, and could only come to Zhou Hai for help, hoping that this formidable junior uncle could quell the scourge. As a result, Zhou Hai was pissed off and grabbed Yi Haoren and ran. On the surface, he had solved a big trouble for Chu Chen, but the matter of the Tao was still unable to advance, so Chu Chen could only come to Morong Shao. So that's how it is, Chen it's really hard on you. In this case, you greet your senior brothers and sisters and leave the rest to the master. After listening to Chu Chen's description, Morong Shao smiled awkwardly, and not caring to continue his cultivation, he turned around and led Chu Chen away, and just as they left in front of them, in the other room, Qin Xia, who had been in seclusion for more than a month, also opened her eyes. A flash of confusion flashed in her eyes, as if she was thinking about something. Life-taking, creation, death, rebirth. Just how many more secrets does this life-taking realm hide? Qin Xiao murmured in a low voice. According to her cultivation speed, she had already reached the peak of the life-taking realm half a month ago, and she should have already crossed over into the avatar realm by now. However, half a month had passed and her cultivation level had not budged. It wasn't that she was lagging behind in her cultivation, but the doubt that others would only have a headache when facing the enlightenment realm was something that she had begun to come into contact with at the life-taking realm. Since ancient times, everyone thought that the life-taking realm was just about taking lives against the heavens and obtaining more longevity, but Qin Xiao didn't think so. She felt that the life-taking realm hid a deeper Tao, and might even affect the heavenly Tao, but what it was, she couldn't figure out. This latter nearly half a month of seclusion, she had almost always spent it in agony. Forget it, go for a walk. Seeing that she couldn't find any thoughts, Qin Xiao also got up and left the room. I say, Elder Zhou, even if you don't help, why do you still have to take me away? This academy is leaderless. How can it work without me? In a restaurant in Dinghai City, Yi Haoren complained to Zhou Hai with a dissatisfied face. You can pull it off. Without you, the academy wouldn't even be that much of a mess. Don't you know your own weight? If you don't have that kind of ability, why do you have to take on such a big task? Zhou Hai skimmed his mouth, a sentence that made Yi Haoren 7 unconvinced and 8 indignant. He was about to say something, but he only saw a group of people flying through the sky, heading straight in the direction of the academy. Yi Haoren, get your ass out here. Don't you like to fight? Today the 3 Li Tang brothers, will meet you. Then a roar was heard. It was actually the great Tang dynasty sending someone to make a date. Assholes, how dare they come? Yi Haoren's face was cold, and with his own penknife in hand, he was about to head to the academy to meet the battle. Stop. I say, Elder Yi, what are you doing? Is that what you call not being able to do without you? Other people are hitting on the house. Zhou Hai was speechless and hurriedly pulled Yi Haoren down. How can you blame me for this? It's clearly that Li Zhongqiu who doesn't know what's good for him and has to flaunt his power in my academy. So what's wrong with me beating him up? Besides, what does it have to do with me if he's not resistant to beatings? Nowadays, he even dares to gang up on me to provoke me. Do you really think I'm afraid of anyone? Yi Haoren coldly snorted. Come on you, there are 3 of them. Can you go up there and beat them? And besides, when is it going to end if we fight 3 today and 5 tomorrow? We don't have the skills, so let's just stay out of it, okay? Zhou Hai rolled his eyes. He asked himself that he was very unreliable, but he really hadn't thought that there were even more unreliable ones than himself in this world. After all is said and done, you just don't think I can do it. You're good, you're on. Yi Haoren bristled. Neither can I. These assholes are so annoying. I'm afraid I won't be able to resist slapping them to death if I go up there. That's why it's better to leave this kind of thing to the professionals. Zhou Hai shook his head. He still knew how much he weighed. As they were talking, several more groups of people flew overhead, eventually stopping over the academy. Ye old thief, you bully people too much. How dare you not put my blood-refining demon sect in your eyes? Have the guts to come out and fight. Yi Haoren, what's so arrogant about you, sourpuss? Do you really think that I, Tai Chu Holy Land, am afraid of you? Roll out and fight me. Haoren, yeah. Only an angry roar was heard. Without exception, these people had come to declare war. Zhou Hai turned his head to look and could not help but be a bit dumbfounded. He knew that Yi Haoren could cause trouble, but he really didn't expect Yi Haoren to be so capable of causing trouble. Yi Haoren, after discussion in the academy, it was unanimously determined that you shouldn't stay in the Great Zhou Academy. Please return to the academy's main courtyard for closed-door cultivation as soon as possible. Even the General Academy of the academy came, loudly announcing the academy's arrangement for Yi Haoren. I Lu, good boy. I say, Yi Elder, what kind of hurtful thing have you done? Even the Academy General Academy won't let you go. You still dare to say that you're good at presiding over the big picture? Zhou Hai barred his mouth and looked at Yi Haoren with a face of admiration. These assholes, did I really do that bad? At this moment, even Yi Haoren couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Rubbing his nose. What did you expect? Zhou Hai slanted a glance at him and said, but I can't just let it go. These people are starting to surround the Great Zhou Academy. If I don't step in, who will solve it? Yi Haoren said with a worried frown. However, as soon as his words fell, he saw a stream of light rushing up into the sky, His powerful unity realm cultivation enveloping the 8 directions, with 100 miles in every direction under his divine sense control. What's the situation? This Morong Shao didn't just break through the unity realm not long ago. How could he have the 4th cultivation level of the unity realm? Yi Haoran said with some surprise. Don't ask. That's the kind of professional who takes care of business. Look at how people solve their troubles. Zhou Hai waved his hand and gazed over there with Yi Haoran. Ha 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 ha. What are you friends of the road for? My family's elder Yi is not here. Please forgive me for any offenses. Morong Shao laughed out loud and apologized to all of them one by one as he spoke. Roll. Morong Shao, right? It's your turn to be in charge of this seat's affairs? What do you think you are? That's right, Morong Shao. Do you think you're great for breaking through the unity realm? With you also daring to be a peacemaker in front of us? A little unity realm cultivator. Are you worthy of conversing with us? Morong Shao, hand over Yi Haoran that sour midget to me. Any more nonsense? Don't blame us for being impolite to the academy. These people's eyes snapped, and they gave a furious rebuke to Morong Shao, not giving any face at all. So angry that Yi Haoran almost jumped up again. Dare I ask how this fellow Taoist is prepared to be impolite? However, at this moment, a kind voice came, and everyone's faces stiffened, their anger and dissatisfaction converging in an instant. Chapter 131c, this is called professionalism. Ha 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 ha, so it's Supreme Rabbit of the Extreme. What brings you here? Greetings to Supreme Rabbit of the Extreme. Upon seeing the visitors clearly, those supreme elders of the Holy Land all revealed polite smiles. Many disciples, on the other hand, respectfully paid their respects. As the temple abbot of the Supreme Dojo, the status of the Extreme Rabbit reality was not the same nowadays, and all the great holy places had to be treated with caution in front of him. It could be said that even if the saints from the various holy lands descended, they would all have to be shorter in front of him, and no one would dare to offend this supreme disciple. What? In this Supreme Dojo, is there a place where the seat can't come? With a smile on his face, Supreme Rabbit's words caused everyone to stifle a slight change in their faces. Yes, even though this place is a schoolhouse. From the moment the temple was settled, hundreds of thousands of miles in a radius belonged to the area of the Supreme Dojo. Where is there a place where the disciples of the Supreme Dojo cannot go? Alright gentlemen, I know what you're here for. The Supreme Secret Realm is about to open, and this seat's Supreme Revelation doesn't want any turmoil to occur here. Regarding the 4 prefectures discourse organized by the Great Zhou Academy, you all can watch if you're happy to, and you can leave if you're not. Whoever dares to fool around during this period, although this seat is unwilling to cause trouble, it also knows a little bit about fisticuffs and is very willing to spar with you all. Extreme Rabbit real face and kind, said the words but let a person's heart a block. 100 grievances have no place to say. This was a strong attempt to stop them from finding trouble with Yi Haoran. Ha 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 ha, I think that Supreme Rabbit is right. Don't even look at what kind of place this is. All coming here to sow their wild oats. Do you all still have the Supreme Being in your sights? I, Great Zhou, swear to take Supreme Exalt as my lord. Anyone who dares to disrespect the Supreme Exalt will never be spared by my Great Zhou. Suddenly, they heard Ji Yu's voice, and the crowd turned their heads to look, only to see that Ji Yu had also brought a young man to the scene. Seeing this, although the people from the various holy lands were unwilling, they could only forcefully hold back their dissatisfaction. As the 2 main local hosts have stepped up, they'd look a bit ungrateful if they didn't back down. Ha ha ha, Extreme Rabbit Elder, fellow Taoist Ji Yu, you two don't need to be nervous. Since it's the Supreme Being's instructions, we'll just take the order. How would we dare to mess around? With a soft laugh, the 3 Li Tang brothers took the lead. That's right, the Northern Wasteland beings should be led by the Supreme Being. The Supreme Being's dojo is sacrosanct. How can we mess with it? That's right, as Northern Wasteland beings, we should defend the Supreme Being's decree to the death. Whoever dares to mess around in the Supreme Being's dojo will never be spared by us either. The others spoke up, and the scourge of a siege on the academy dissipated. Half a quarter of an hour later, these people took their leave one by one under the watchful eyes of Ji Yu and the Extreme Rabbit, allowing the Great Zhou Academy to restore peace. That's it? Yi Haoran looked at this scene and couldn't help but be stunned. With that aura just now, he thought that this couldn't be resolved without a fight today. This turned out to be too easy a solution, didn't it? See, that's what I call professionalism. Zhou Hai shrugged his shoulders. In terms of attitude in the world, he also greatly admired Morong Shao. Don't look at this Sanzang senior brother as annoying, but he could always solve the most difficult things with the simplest solutions, such as at this moment. Ha ha ha, thank you both for your help. In the sky above the academy, seeing that the trouble seekers had all left, Morong Shao smiled and arched his hand at Extreme Rabbit Realist and Ji Yu. At this moment, he even raised his stance in front of the two. It's not exactly looking down, but it's being treated as an equal. It can't be helped. Who asked us to have an awesome senior brother? Even the identity of the Extreme Rabbit Upper Man was given by Junior Brother, and Ji was even more of an ant-like existence in front of junior brother. As a senior brother, if he still lowers himself in front of them, wouldn't it be too much of a disgrace to the youngest senior brother? You're welcome, fellow Taoist. The Academy and the Supreme Divine Temple are in solidarity. How can the poor Taoist sit back and do nothing about the affairs of the Academy? Don't worry, fellow Taoist. If anyone comes looking for trouble again in the future, the poor Taoist will never be lenient. Supreme Rabbit of Extreme Hair hurriedly arched his hand and said with a smile, "That's right, fellow Taoist moron. In the future, if anyone dares to trouble the Academy again, this seat will never stop." Ji hurriedly agreed. The humble appearance of the two people looked at Yi Haoran in the distance with a stunned face. It also looked like Morong Zhao's heart was greatly pleased. Look at that. What do you mean? Status? With the aftermath of junior brother's power, looking at the northern wasteland, who would dare to touch the Academy by half? In that case, I would like to thank you both. 3 days from now, when the four mansions discuss the Tao, I still invite you two to come and watch the battle. Morong Zhao nodded his head and said with a smile, "Don't worry, the poor Taoist will arrive on time in 3 days." The Polar Rabbit Superior nodded his head and promised with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, in 3 days' time, the children of my great Zhou will converge and wish to observe the supreme elegance of the young generation of the Academy." Ji once again chimed in, opening his mouth with a not-so-small horse's ass. Then a few people chatted a few more times before they dispersed. See, the relationship between this academy and the Supreme Dojo is not simple. From now on, you'll stay in the Supreme Dojo and cultivate. With your previous conflict with the academy, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to worship the academy. You might as well enter the Supreme Dojo and get in touch with the Extreme Rabbit Realist a bit more. This person has no disciples. If you bond with him, you will be considered to be related to that person. Ji had just flown not far away when he transmitted his voice to the young man beside him. Old ancestor, you're not wrong, are you? Let me worship the Supreme Dojo just to get involved with that saint? Could that saint be any higher than the Supreme Dojo sectarian? Ji Kuei was stunned. He knew that the academy was very powerful, with a saint in attendance. But no matter what, it couldn't be compared to the Supreme Dojo. What do you know? The Supreme Dojo is the academy, and the academy is the Supreme Dojo. Don't worry about the rest. Just remember this well. Ji let out a soft sigh. There were some things he was not at liberty to say at the moment, but he could see it clearly. In the future, for the Great Zhou Academy, they could only treat it with caution and never offend it easily, not even if the Ji family saints returned. Okay. Although Ji Kuei was puzzled, he could only nod his head in response. However, at that moment, a stream of light flashed by, and a sound transmission note stopped in front of the two. Ji raised his hand and pointed. The transmitting note shattered, and a voice could be heard spreading out. The sacred ancestor has returned. Please return to the Zhou Wangzi quickly. At those words, Ji's face changed slightly, while Ji Kuei couldn't help but rejoice. Old ancestor, do you hear me? The holy ancestor has returned. From now on, our great Zhou will also have a sacred ancestor in attendance, so we don't have to fear the academy anymore. Ji Kuei called out in a hurry. Ji's expression stiffened as he raised his hand and rolled up Ji Kuei and left the place. At the same time, all the major holy places received similar transmissions. For a while, everyone was quickly withdrawing, going back to pay homage to their own saint ancestors. Elder Yi, the ancestor sage has returned. Please return quickly. Even Yi Haoran's side received a transmission from the general court. Great, my academy sage has returned. Elder Zhou, you can come along. With a look of surprise, Yi Haoran invited Zhou Hai. Forget it, I wasn't called, so I'm not going to join in the fun. Zhou Hai waved his hand, feeling a great deal of pressure. Right now, many people thought that he was a saint, and originally, in the land of the northern wasteland, he could walk sideways in a dazzling manner. As a result, when the saints returned, he, the pseudo-saint, was a little bad at his job. Alright, Elder Zhou is used to being idle, so it's fine if he doesn't want to go. I'll go first. Yi Haoran nodded his head, his eyes full of anticipation, and left straight after a farewell. For the next few days, the academy and the entire Dinghai city were in a rare state of calm. Without those cultivators involved, even if there were more pilgrims, the academy wasn't that busy. After all, the others were really only there for the pilgrimage, and the cultivators were the source of all the trouble. If these people didn't leave, the temple would always need people to keep order. However, this calm did not last long. 3 days later, the Four Mansions discourse was held on time, and the trouble that truly belonged to the academy had begun. Chapter 132 Sympathy for the Sword. What's going on? Wasn't it said that all the great Holy Land sects would come to watch the battle? How is it that the argument has begun, yet not a single spectator is in sight? Yes, how come these people from the Holy Land sect seem to have disappeared overnight? I'm also surprised to hear that these people left 3 days ago. Could it be that they don't intend to participate in the competition for the Supreme Secret Realm? Have you noticed that even the people on the General Hospital's side have disappeared? Early that morning, the four-house discourse was held on time. The disciples of the four great academies came with great anticipation, but they couldn't see any of the Holy Land spectators, and all of them couldn't help but frown. This time, in order to show their own strength in front of the major powers, the disciples of the four major academies had made sufficient preparations, and many of them had done so in order to show their faces. As a result, there was not a single spectator, which gave them the feeling that they had prepared for nothing. The disciples of the four houses obey the order. By the decree of the late sage, 10 people will be sent to the supreme mysteries this time, giving the 4 provinces 3 places. If any disciple from the 4 houses enters the top 3 in the discourse, they will automatically obtain a spot to enter the supreme mysterious realm. Right at this moment, a majestic voice came from the sky, and the disciples of the 4 major academies turned their heads at the same time to see a spirit boat flying from the side of the General Academy. There were 20 people standing on the spirit boat, 10 old men and 10 teenagers. The one who spoke was none other than a Violet Mansion Realm Supreme Elder among those 10 old men. As for those 10 teenagers, each of them possessed a peak cultivation of the life-snatching realm. What? Did you guys hear that? We also have a chance to enter the Supreme Secret Realm? Great! Did I hear it right? The General Academy is actually giving our 4 prefectures branch a quota to enter the Supreme Mysterious Realm. Yes, before I thought that only the disciples of the General Academy and the Great Sacred Lands could enter the Secret Realm. I didn't realize that we would have a chance as well. Determining the identity of the person who had spoken, the disciples of the 4 mansions present were suddenly agitated. This is a chance given to them by the General Hospital. Humph, I don't know what's going on. Don't you and the others know that only life-taking realm cultivators are qualified to enter the secret realm? Yet at that moment, a voice full of disdain rang out. That's right, a cultivation level above the life-taking realm cannot enter even if one obtains the qualification. So what's there to be happy about? Look at them. Who can capture the top 3 in the life-taking realm? They can't catch the opportunity even if it's given to them this time. Just as that voice fell, a mocking voice was heard. The ones who spoke were precisely those 10 young men. When facing the disciples of the 4 mansions, they from the general courtyard would always be that high and mighty, not putting the disciples of the 4 mansions in their eyes at all. The faces of the disciples of the 4 mansions changed slightly. The excitement they had just felt instantly dispersed, and even their enthusiasm faded for the most part. Yes, only the life-snatching realm has the qualification to enter the secret realm? Doesn't that mean that this opportunity will fly away before it's even warmed up? It was important to know that this time, in order to compete for the rankings of the discourse, the 4 great academies were doing their best to cultivate disciples. The Great Zhou Academy was fine, with only Chu Chen and Yuan Bubo breaking through the divine profound realm as the participants in the discourse. As for the other 3 great universities, they all had a minimum of 4 avatar realm disciples. There were even as many as 6 divine profound realm disciples from the Great Qian Academy. With these people around, it was impossible for the top 10 of life-snatching realm disciples to squeeze in. So how could they possibly fight their way into the top 3? Looking at the General Academy side, they clearly brought 10 disciples, and it was obvious that the quotas were all completely prepared. Giving them this opportunity was just an attitude. In fact, they didn't have any possibility of entering the secret realm at all. Thinking about this, the disciples of the 4 houses couldn't help but hang their heads in shame. Jixia Academy is always this hypocritical, in the name of giving the 4 houses a chance, but in reality the people are ready. What is the use of giving this opportunity? A cold laugh was suddenly heard. The spirit boat of the Academy's main academy had only arrived in the sky above the academy when they saw a spirit boat similarly flying in from the other side. The blood chi on this spirit boat rushed to the sky, and wherever it passed, even the clouds in the sky changed color. With that powerful blood chi, one didn't need to think to know that it was a strong person from the blood-refining demon sect. The people of the academy turned their heads to look, only to see that 20 people had similarly arrived on the spirit boat. As usual with the side of the Academy's General Academy, they were 20 old men and 20 young men respectively. How dare you? When is it your turn for the blood-refining demon sect to say anything about what my academy does? A young disciple on the spirit boat of the Academy's main academy angrily rebuked. What? You're allowed to do it and no one else is allowed to talk about it? All 10 of you were brought by the elders of your respective families, and I'm afraid that even if there are life-taking realm cultivators from the 4 provinces who enter the top 3 this time, you won't get this opportunity. After all, the quota has long been internalized, so why sympathize? On the blood-refining demon sect side, a young man mocked. That's right, hypocrisy like Jixin Academy is really rare. TSK. This 4th house disciple is also really pitiful. To say that the general court doesn't give a chance is also even so, but on the contrary, they have to pretend to be merciful when they don't have a chance. If I were them to be teased like this, it's fine if the sect doesn't stay. As soon as that blood-refining demon sect disciple's words fell, the others followed and mocked. You seek death. On the side of the Academy General Academy, the 10 teenagers couldn't help but burst into a rage. Looking for death? What? Do you guys still want to fight? Ha 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 ha, laugh me to death. Just this group of white boys from the academy. Fighting on weekdays is fine. Really fighting is softer than a pussy. Do they dare to fight? Come on, come on. A bunch of pussies. Fight if you don't want to. In the northern wasteland, the blood refinement demon sect had always been known for their battles, coupled with the fact that they were not dealing with the academy, and at this moment, their openings were filled with provocations everywhere, causing the 10 teenagers of the academy to have their faces darkened. Come on, who's afraid? Which of you dares to come and fight? With a roar, one of the 10 teenagers from the academy's general academy stepped out and angrily stared at the blood-refining demon sect's side. Yell, how dare you, little, I'll fight you for 10 rounds. On the blood-refining demon sect's spirit boat, a lanky teenager stepped out and looked provocatively at the academy teenager. Hey hey hey, what is Liao's senior brother for? Senior brothers have not yet made a move. You a small child so anxious why? Line up behind. Let me come first. Another blood-refining demon sect disciple stepped forward and peeled that blood-refining demon sect's teenager away. Go go go. Who are you again? I'm older than any of you. Of course I'll go first. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Why should the big one go first? I'm first. I'm coming to. No, I'm coming to. As he spoke, he only saw 10 blood-refining demon sect disciples already infighting before the battle even started, fighting for the chance to fight with that academy's disciples. It was as if the other party was a white rabbit and they were all hunters, scrambling to kill the prey they had their eyes on. You're bullies. The General Academy of the Academy was also considered a major holy land in the northern wasteland. When had a disciple ever suffered such humiliation? For a while, these disciples' lungs were exploding with anger, and they were about to fly out for a battle. Enough. However, an icy voice rang out, and on the spirit boat of the General Academy, an old man's gaze was cold as he looked towards the side of the blood refinement demon sect and coldly said, Please restrain your demon sect disciples. This is my academy's territory. Not just anyone can be wild. Upon hearing this, the crowd of disciples on the blood refining demon sect side suddenly quieted down. It was not for disciples like them to interrupt when such figures spoke. What? The juniors haven't even fought yet, and you old guys are making the first move? On the blood-refining demon sect spirit boat, a stout old man sneered. That's right, I think my demon sect disciple is right. The people of your academy are already effeminate and hypocritical. Can't you still say that? Ha ha ha. Old man, if you don't want to be convinced, we can fight too. On the blood-refining demon sect spirit boat, a few other Taishan elders followed and chimed in, their exasperating words sounding harder than one another. It was originally a Forfu debate, but it turned out that before the debate even started, these two sides were already at cross swords. Chapter 133 Wind and Clouds Converge. The Tatsuo clan is humiliated. Yo, it's pretty lively. Is this the intention of the academy and the demon sect to go head to head? It's just as well that I'll be a witness to all of you, to see who is better between the academy and the demon sect over the past 1,000 years, being stimulated by the demon sect again and again, whether it was the 10 supreme elders or the 10 teenagers on the academy side. They were all already furious. It looked like the two sides were about to go to war, but then a laughter sounded, followed by a large tripod flying in, with the same 10 old men and 10 young men standing on it. What? My demon sect's feud with the academy. Do you, the G clan, plan to intervene as well? On the demon sect side, an old man coldly snorted. Ha ha ha, I'm afraid that all the demon sect elders have misunderstood. My great Joe is not halfway related to the Jisha Academy. By the way, by the word of the sacred ancestor, Dinghai City is the boundary of my great Joe. The academy has lived here long enough, and the academy is restricted to leave this place within half a month, or else my great Joe won't mind inviting the academy out. On that big tripod, an old man laughed loudly. What? At those words, the faces of the people from the General Academy of the academy changed drastically. At this moment, if Joe Hai was here, he would definitely be able to recognize it. The one who spoke was no one else but the great Joe old ancestor, Ji Wu, who had once been suppressed by him with a holy weapon. Kiwi, what do you mean? A supreme elder of the academy's General Academy coldly said. What do you mean? Haven't I made myself clear enough? You schoolhouse can off. Ji Wu's face was icy cold. He had been strong all his life and had never been humiliated by anyone. Previously, he had been suppressed by Zhou Hai in the Sacred Mountain, and now that he hadn't directly annihilated the Great Zhou Academy, he was considered to be restrained. So how would he give the academy half a good face? Didn't the academy have saints? Nowadays, the Great Zhou imperial family also had one, and there were 5 of them in one go. which was beyond the reach of the various Holy Lands. For the Zhou imperial family, this was destined to be an era of splendor for them, not to mention one academy. Even if 2 more Holy Lands joined forces, they would not be afraid in the slightest. In this situation they naturally wanted to snatch back the Supreme Dojo. In the future, the dojo would be under the control of Great Zhou itself, and the benefits were bound to be endless. You're out of line. The people of the general court burst into a rage. The hatred towards the demon sect instantly transformed into dissatisfaction towards the Great Zhou imperial clan. Yo, this is a good show. It looks like not only is the academy inevitably at war with the demon sect, it has to go to war with the Zhou dynasty as well. TSK is really wonderful. Aren't both of you here for the supreme secret realm? In that case, why don't you fight now and see who the supreme dojo falls to? That's right. It's said that the Jishi Academy has the capacity to tolerate others, but after others have put words in their mouths to this extent, the academy won't still be able to tolerate it, right? What are you all waiting for? Having been bullied like this, isn't the academy going to make a move to fight back? Right at this moment, several voices rang out in a row, and 4 more spirit boats flew in from the sky, with the strongest members of the 4 Holy Lands gathered on them. 10,000 Sword Sect, Taichu Sacred Land, Xiongniao Sacred Land, and Li Tang Dynasty? Seeing these people, the general hospital side became even more red-faced. Right now, the storm clouds were converging, and all the major powers were clearly embarrassing the academy. The consequences of making a move at this point are unimaginable. However, these people have spoken to this point. If the academy does not do anything, it will inevitably cause ridicule. Have you all asked my Tatsuo clan if they agree to targeting the academy in such a manner? Seeing that the academy was struggling to advance and retreat, an icy voice suddenly rang out. He saw a spirit boat flying from the sky, and on it were the people from the Dechen dynasty. The crowd turned their heads to look at them and couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. The only people whose faces looked slightly better were those on the academy side. Finally, someone is on the side of the academy. But why the Tatsuo clan? Without waiting for the Tatsuo clan to make any statement, another ice-cold voice came out. Humph, you, the Tatsuo clan, are having trouble protecting yourself, and you still have the heart to care about other people's business? Chen, do you still remember the time you killed my elder brother 2,000 years ago? Today you should also pay for your life. As the words fell, a long rainbow was seen flying from the sky. Without waiting for the spirit boat of the Chun clan to fly over the academy, the long rainbow had already enveloped the spirit boat. Seek death. This time, the leader of the Tatsuo clan was none other than Tatsuo Rascal. Seeing this, he punched out, instantly crushing that long rainbow. However, the moment the rainbow shattered, an arrow light appeared, and a powerful force instantly tore through the void. Boom boom boom. Tatsuya couldn't even react in time, and a huge bloody hole was shot out of his chest by the light of the arrow. A large mouthful of blood sprayed out, and his entire body flew backwards on the spot. How is that possible? Chen Ruoshi's face was filled with shock. He had already recognized the person who had struck out, but he was actually the one who had been defeated 2,000 years ago. I didn't expect that after not seeing each other for 2,000 years, the other party was already a peak powerhouse of the Purple Mansion realm. His cultivation was far above his own old ancestor. On the spirit boat, Chen Xian, Chen Zhan, Chen Xiao, and the other 10 talented members of the Chun clan changed their faces drastically and shouted, looking for death. At the same time, the other 9 Tatsuo clan elders flew out and headed in the direction from which that arrow light had come. Whoosh! However, they heard a breaking sound, and 9 more arrow lights appeared, and the deed locked the 9 people on the spot. The pupils of these 9 Tatsuo clan elders cringed as they saw the void shatter, and the arrow light was indestructible wherever it passed. Even though they used their best efforts to resist, they were still shot through the heart. Under that arrow light, they couldn't dodge or block it. They could only spray blood from their mouths and fly out backwards like Tatsuya. There were even those with slightly poorer cultivation, whose bodies exploded on the spot and died on the spot. The moment the 10 elders of the Chen clan landed on the ground, including Chen Rush, there were actually only 5 people who survived, and it was only then that a spirit boat appeared in the air. On the spirit boat stood the same 10 old men and 10 teenagers. One of the old men was holding a curved bow, and it was the person who had just struck out. The moment they saw him, the 10 youths on the Chen clan spirit boat couldn't help but change their faces drastically. How could they not have expected that their own 10 ancestors would let the other party alone beat them like this? One must know that there could be 10 people on the other side, and all of them had similar cultivation levels. Wouldn't that mean they could easily crush the Tatsuo clan? Humph, the Tatsuo clan is nothing more than that. I declare that from today onwards, I, De Yuan, want the Qian dynasty. If you, the Chen clan, have the sense to go into hiding at an early date, you may still be able to survive a trace of your bloodline. Otherwise, I want to leave no one of your Qin clan behind. The old man who struck out had a cold gaze as he shouted. Ha ha ha, it looks like the Tatsuo clan is really failing. Who says it isn't? The Tatsuo clan, which was once arrogant and unrivaled, claiming that the 13 great ancestors shook the northern wasteland, didn't expect to fall so quickly. I've heard that there are saint ancestors returning from all the great holy lands, but only the saint ancestor of the Tatsuo clan has not been heard from. If there are no accidents, I'm afraid that he died long ago in the depths of the void. Coupled with the situation of the Tatsuo clan today, what qualifications does it have to be ranked as a holy land? Hearing the strong declaration of the great Yuan dynasty, the surrounding people were also secretly shocked, but none of them forgot to drop stones. Nowadays, the Qin clan was completely finished, without the blessing of the sacred ancestor, not to mention that even the Purple Mansion realm powerhouses were all dead or injured. Who wouldn't want to get a piece of this land of Dakian when it's so easy to pinch a soft persimmon? Tatamu, you bully me too much. Tatsuya, who was covered in blood on the ground, forced himself to get up and angrily looked at the bow-wielding old man. He tried to stop the bleeding with his true essence, but he saw the Dao surging over the bloody hole in his chest, making it impossible for him to treat the injury. At this rate, in a moment or 3 at the most, he would surely die. Chapter 134 Half-Saint. Tatsuo, you're right, this seed is just too deceitful. What can you do? Looking at the northern wasteland, there are a total of 8 saint ancestors returning from my Yuan dynasty. Who dares to stand in the way of those my Yuan dynasty wants to destroy? Tatamu looked at Tatsuya and the others with a scornful face, and even the Zhou Imperial clan couldn't help but change color as soon as the words left their mouths. I thought that my family was already the strongest in the northern wasteland, but now it seems that in front of the Yuan dynasty, all of Great Zhou has to retreat. 8 holy ancestors. What kind of concept is that? The rest of the Holy Lands were even slightly sullen. The strength of the Yuan dynasty made them feel boundless pressure. Even though his own family also had a saint ancestor sitting in their midst, they still couldn't be compared to the great Qin dynasty. In the future, the northern wasteland, I'm afraid, will have to be honored by the Yuan dynasty. The people of the Qin clan were in despair. They knew very well that if what this person said was true, the Tatsuo clan would really be finished. Yes, the 8 saint ancestors are indeed powerful. Unfortunately, what makes a strong person strong is himself, not his background. Killing someone from my Tatsuo clan, even if you have 10 great sage ancestors in the Yuan dynasty today, you won't be able to save this dog's life. But at that moment, an icy voice rang out. Immediately after that, heavy footsteps resounded in everyone's ears, causing everyone's hearts to involuntarily vibrate with them. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of heartbeats and footsteps seemed to form a melody. Invisible rules enveloping everyone. It seemed that as long as the footsteps were willing, they could make everyone's heart burst in a matter of moments. Who is it? Everyone's face changed drastically, and when they looked up, they saw a footprint appear in the sky and air, but they did not see the person who stepped on it. Before anyone could figure out what was going on, an explosive sound was heard. On the great Yuan dynasty's spirit boat, the bow-wielding old man's body exploded on the spot, turning into an endless mist of blood. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air and simultaneously looked in the direction where the bow-wielding old man was, and saw a figure appear. This was a teenager, looking no more than 15 or 16 years old, but his hands and feet gave off a flavor that darkened the heavenly Tao. Saints are saints. This feeling instantly reminds everyone of saints. No, he's not a saint, he's a half-saint. Some people reacted to the fact that although this person had a law Tao rhythm on his body, he had not yet been able to control the true law. He could only be considered a half-saint. But even so, he was still an invincible existence, causing everyone to resist trembling. Who are you and why did you kill my great Yuan dynasty's supreme elder? On the spirit boat, the remaining 9 Taishan elders hurriedly distanced themselves from this person and looked at him with a wary expression. Don't you think that my Tatsuo clan can be bullied? Is it true that no one on the scene recognizes this seat? The teenager's gaze was cold. He looked young on his face, but his eyes were full of endless vicissitudes. It's you, Tatsuo? Suddenly, someone in the field exclaimed. Yes, it's Tatsuo. I recognize him. He lived out his second life and looked like this. Sure enough, it's Tatsuo. I've previously seen him live out his second life with my own eyes at the entrance to Taichu. Quite a few people who had survived that day at the entrance of Taicho also reacted and couldn't help but cry out in shock. No one had expected that Tatsuo would not only live out his second life, but also cultivate into a half-saint in just less than 2 months. It could be said that he was one of the strongest hopefuls for sainthood in the northern wasteland in this era. After all, he was a half-saint powerhouse, and if there were no accidents, it would be a matter of time before he broke through to the saint realm. Tatsuo. It's really Tatsuo. He's alive. Tatsuya couldn't help but be shocked, finally remembering that this teenager was what Tatsuya looked like when he was young. It was all rumored that Tatsuo had lived a second life, and originally he was still a bit in disbelief, but now he really believed it. Yes, it's Tatsunoko all right. Tatsuo, Kill them. Cinnabar, don't spare these thieves of the great Yuan dynasty. The other Tatsuo clan ancestors followed suit and reacted with expressions of surprise on their faces. Greetings to the elder ancestor. Chen Xian and the others on the spirit boat were even the first to kneel down, looking at old man Chen Su with an excited expression. It was thought that old man Cinnabar had died out there, and no one had expected him to come out in such a shocking manner. Hear that? You can die. Tatsuo's gaze was icy cold as he took one step and his entire body instantly disappeared in place. Boom boom boom. In the next moment, only explosions could be heard non-stop, and the remaining 9 great Yuan dynasty's supreme elders could not even utter a miserable scream before they had already blown up on the spot. No. Seeing this scene, the 10 teenagers from the Yuan dynasty's faces changed drastically, and all of them let out heart-rending screams. These people who died could all be their direct ancestors. Noisy, get out of the way. Tatsuo didn't bother with this group of kids, and with a wave of his hand, he beat them to the point where they were spitting blood from their mouths, and they didn't even have the strength to get up after landing. Listen everyone, even though this seat has not yet entered sainthood, my Tatsuo clan is not something that anyone can bully. From today onwards, whoever dares to touch my Chen clan for 1 point, I will return the favor by 10 points. Whoever dares to injure one person of my Chen clan, I will kill 100 of them. This seat may not be a saint's opponent, but under a saint, this seat can still kill. Old ancestor Cinnabar looked back suddenly, his icy voice resounding through the sky. He then flickered and his entire body disappeared in place. At the same time, a large foot stepped out from the void, blocking 1,000 miles, but failed to leave him behind. How dare a tiny mole cricket speak out of turn? This seat declares that from today onwards, my great Yuan and the Qin dynasty are officially at war. The ice-cold voice echoed in the air, causing everyone to resist, shaking in their hearts. The gazes of everyone present stared up at the figure that stepped out of the void, a true saint ancestor. Great Zhou Academy. Right, it's time for you guys to get out of here. Since ancient times, opportunities have been occupied by the virtuous. It's not for one of your academy branches to occupy, without waiting for everyone to react. That great primordial sage ancestor in the void turned his head once again, his gaze icy cold as he looked toward the great Zhou Academy's side. Morong Xiao trembled inwardly. Li Changcheng, Chen Shuang, Wu Yang, Dan Duzi, and the others even changed their faces drastically. No one expected that the four-house discussion was supposed to be a great event for the academy. In the end, it was just a matter of the general academy side sympathizing and teasing them. The Zhou dynasty and the Yuan dynasty even directly issued an expulsion order against them, which is simply not giving the Great Zhou Academy any foothold. Once we leave here, is there still a Great Zhou Academy in this world? That's right, it's time for the academy to leave. Right at this moment, another figure stepped out of the void, alongside the Yuan sacred ancestor, and it was none other than a sacred ancestor of the Great Zhou dynasty. Leave the academy on your own. The Supreme Dojo is not something you deserve. I agree with. The Supreme Dojo should be sat upon by all the great Holy Lands hand in hand. A small academy branch should indeed leave. Go. It was immediately followed by another voice. Several people appeared one after another, and the holy ancestors of all the great Holy Lands arrived in the sky above the academy. Aside from the yet-to-arrive Clear Spectre Valley and Void Cloud Peak, the expulsion of the academy seemed to have become the consensus of all holy places. Even at the end of the day, even the saints from the General Academy of Learning appeared. Chapter 135 Saints of the General Hospital. Since all of you have reached a consensus, there is no need for my academy to intrude. Where is Morong Xiao? Within 3 days, the Great Zhou Academy will be evacuated, return to the General Academy, and set up its own peak. The saint of the Academy's General Academy was a middle-aged Confucian who had just appeared and announced the backroads of the Great Zhou Academy. The prophet. Morong Xiao's face was ugly as he hurriedly called out. At the same time, the Great Zhou Academy's supreme elders flew out from the back of the mountain, looking at their own ancestor saint with puzzled faces. They didn't understand that everyone else was willing to give half a month's time, so why did their own ancestor saint give 3 days? As the late saint, shouldn't he have stood up for the Great Zhou Academy? Why is he so determined? If this seat lets you go, you just go. Today's debate is cancelled. Anyone who dares to disagree again will be expelled from the academy. The middle-aged Confucian's face was clear and cold, and he could not be doubted. At those words, Morong Xiao and the others' eyes dimmed and instantly lost color. Morong Xiao's gaze looked in the direction of Daozan Palace as a divine sense probed out in an attempt to seek Zhou Hai's help. However, just as the divine sense arrived at the Daozan Palace, it was cut off by an invisible force and could not probe in at all. Holy Father, these people are too deceitful. Don't you care? On the other hand, in the pavilion behind the temple of the Supreme God, Zhou Hai was making enlightenment tea with the extreme rabbit realist. He had a relaxed demeanor, but the extreme rabbit realist was somewhat unable to sit still. He knew very well that the Great Zhou Academy was Zhou Hai's dojo, with Zhou Hai as his backer. How could he tolerate Johai's dojo being trampled and bullied? What do you care? The Great Joe Academy is originally a branch of Jishi, so it's only natural that it should return. So what's wrong with that? Johai skimmed his mouth and said without any concern, but Saint Sovereign, once the Academy leaves today, it will have no chance with the Supreme Secret Realm. And what should I do when the Academy leaves and you are not here? The Extreme Rabbit Realist said with some urgency. Well, that makes sense. How can we give away our own dojo? Joe raised his eyebrows slightly. Although the Supreme Inheritance Qin Shiyo had already obtained it, he was not in the habit of giving away his own things. Moreover, Supreme Lord Qin Yen was going to open the secret realm at this time, so he must have other good things. Whether or not your own disciples can get it is one thing, and whether or not you have the chance to go in and get it is another. He couldn't let his own disciple lose at the starting line. Your Holiness is right. How can there be any reason to give away one's own dojo? And you see, the saints of this General Academy don't care about the Great Joe Academy at all. Even if the Academy returns to the General Academy, it will be difficult to be taken seriously. It might not even have a chance to be treated fairly. Do you tolerate the disciples of the Academy to be forever in the wrong hands? The Extreme Rabbit Realist hurriedly nodded his head and said from the side, he really didn't want Johai to leave. Otherwise he would really have no one to rely on in this northern wasteland where he had no relatives. This saint of the General Court is indeed not a thing either. I can still understand a saint ancestor from another holy land bullying others, and he's playing this with me as well. The return of the Academy to the General Academy is indeed not a good choice. Johai nodded slightly and said, in that case, go there personally and tell that scholar that the Academy is unwilling to return to the General Academy. Since Great Joe won't keep anyone, it's just as well for the Academy to go to Great Qian. The Extreme Rabbit Realist couldn't help but be elated when he heard Johai's previous words, but as soon as the latter words came out, he was dumbfounded on the spot. Holy Father, you're letting me go? He looked at Johai incredulously. Now that the holy ancestors of the various holy lands had gathered, what qualifications did he have to speak as a cultivator who wasn't even a half-saint? If he really wanted to go up, he was afraid that before he could even say this, he would already have that Academy sage slapped to death. If you're told to go, you go. What are you afraid of? Bring them along. If these bull saint ancestors dare to disobey, just slaughter them. Johai waved his hand and 90 figures instantly appeared behind the Extreme Rabbit Realist. The Extreme Rabbit Real person was startled and hurriedly turned his head to look, and he saw that these people wore bucket hats on their heads, and their breath was restrained, so he could not see the depths at all, but without exception, they all gave Extreme Rabbit Realist a very dangerous feeling. It seemed that as long as they were willing, any one of them could slap themselves to death. This was none other than Johai's 100 puppet half-saints. 10 of them had already been sent by him to secretly protect Shenbei, leaving only 90, but in his opinion, it was completely enough to deal with these saints at the moment. After all, the half-saint cultivation was their normal strength, and if they didn't hesitate to die together, each of them would be able to exert their saintly might. Even if those saints were stronger, 10 puppets would be able to decimate one person. Go on, with them protecting you, no one will dare to touch you in the slightest. When the Academy goes to Great Qian, I'll just bring the temple with me. Wherever I go, there is the Supreme Dojo. Johai spoke faintly. He had long since made up his mind not to show his face in front of these people no matter what. Everyone treats him as a saint nowadays, and it would be so humiliating if he revealed himself. Can the Holy Father really take away the temple? That's great. I'll go ahead and pass the order. The Extreme Rabbit Realist was overjoyed. He had no reason to trust Johai and turned around to rush in the direction of the questioning palace with those puppets. Scholar, the Holy Father has ordered that the Academy is unwilling to return to the General Academy, since Great Joe won't leave anyone behind. It's just that the Academy is traveling to Great Qian. The Divine Temple was only 100 miles away from the Academy, and the Extreme Rabbit Realist came over the Academy in a moment and said to that General Academy sage, The General Court sage was stunned, and his stern gaze instantly looked at the Extreme Rabbit Realist. In an instant, the void was frozen, and an invisible shackle was placed on the Extreme Rabbit Real person, seemingly to completely crush the Extreme Rabbit Real person. Scholar, is that a call for this seat? His tone was icy cold, like that of a high god questioning. The Extreme Rabbit Realist was horrified in his heart and only felt his mind go blank. Under the gaze of the other party, he felt that if he nodded his head, he would have to die in the next moment. This was the might of the saints, and in front of the cultivators under the saints, they represented the heavenly might. The might of heaven is unfathomable and cannot be offended. Boom! Just as the Extreme Rabbit Realist was inwardly terrified and didn't know how to reply, a figure appeared in front of him, and a powerful sage's might erupted, instantly severing the shackles of the laws that had enveloped him. The figure then arrived in front of the General Court sage and lifted his hand as the heavens crumbled. The powerful force seemed to gather the entire heaven and earth in his palm and slapped it towards the top of that sage's head. Ere dare. That general court saint's face changed drastically, and he was busy slapping out his palm. The palm power of the two collided together, instantly causing layers of space to collapse, sweeping through 300 miles of the academy. Not good. The faces of the surrounding beings below saints changed drastically. Seeing the void turbulence sweeping over, they turned around and fled, only to be caught up by the collapsing spatial turbulence in an instant. Seeing that everyone was about to be swallowed into the spatial turbulence, a holy might erupted. The saint ancestors of the various holy lands struck out one after another. Under their shelter, these disciples were unharmed despite the surging spatial turbulence. Not good. Only the disciples of the 4 great academies in the square were isolated, facing the rushing spacetime turbulence, each filled with despair. This was a spatial turbulence that even half-saints could tear apart. Without the shelter of a true saint, once they were caught in it, they would have to be reduced to pieces in an instant. Seeing that the disciples of the 4 mansions were bound to die, and that the Great Joe Academy was even going to be extinguished from this point on, a strong force suddenly erupted, hardening them and taking them away from the questioning palace. And the moment these people left, the 300-mile schoolhouse was swallowed up by the constantly collapsing spatial wormhole. The moment the spatial wormhole disappeared, the 300 miles of the academy had long since disappeared from the original location, leaving only an endless abyss. Chapter 136 Battle of the Saints. How come? This is the saints going to war? As the heavenly Tao repaired the wormhole, everyone looked at the bottomless 300-mile deep pit and all of them turned pale. Even the holy ancestors of the various holy lands had ugly faces. Although they had appeared here, they hadn't thought of starting a war. After all, it was rare for saints to go to war with each other. Who has seen a saint who strikes as soon as he arrives? This is simply not giving face to the other party. Morong Shao and the others from the Great Joe Academy had even more palpitations, including the masters and disciples of the remaining 3 academies, who also had the feeling of having been robbed of their lives. Just now, the 2 saints had only collided with a single strike, and heaven knows how terrifying that death pressure was. They didn't even think they were alive. Qin Shio was the only one who looked left and right and hadn't worried since the beginning. This was Master's territory after all. In her opinion, not to mention saints battling against each other. Even if great emperors went to war, they wouldn't be able to harm her. Shocked, the people present looked up, only to see that sage of the academy standing in the sky with a gloomy face. There was also a person standing not far away from him, wearing a bucket hat, his breath restrained. There was not the slightest pressure on his body, but it gave everyone present a very dangerous feeling. Who are you? How dare you make a move against this seat? That general court sage coldly said. However, the man in the bucket hat across from him didn't respond, as if he couldn't hear him, which made him even more irritated. He was about to open his mouth to say something, but then he heard the voice of the extreme rabbit realist come again. Scholar, as I said, the Holy Father has ordered that the Academy is unwilling to return to the General Academy, so please respect yourself. This time extreme rabbit realist's tone was cold. The power displayed by this bucket hat man gave him an endless bottom. A single bucket-hatted man was able to take on a saint. Didn't that mean there were 90 saints behind him? With such a powerful force, not to mention facing a general court saint, even if he faced all the saints of the Holy Land, he would loom large. How dare you speak to me like that? The scholar was furious and raised his hand to grab at the extreme rabbit realist. In an instant, the void collapsed in the direction where the extreme rabbit realist was. The powerful force was not only going to crush him, it was going to erase even this part of the heavens and earth where he was. Seeing that the extreme rabbit realist was about to die under him, the man in the bucket hat struck again, sending the extreme rabbit realist out of the range of the scholar's attack with a slap. This was followed by another step, raising his hand and jerking it towards the scholar's face. Don't you dare! The scholar was furious and instantly swung out hundreds of palms, blocking the other party's attacks while the sage laws were destroying the heavens and destroying the earth as they kept attacking towards the other party's body. He had wanted to force his opponent back, but he saw that his opponent loomed large, even giving up on resisting and letting his attacks hit him. Boom boom boom. In an instant, only countless explosions could be heard, and the opponent's body was instantly smashed by him. The scholar, however, was not happy in the slightest, because the very moment his opponent's body exploded, his opponent's full force strike also came to his chest. At this time, he was too late to resist, only to hear a boom sound. His chest collapsed on the spot. A huge bloody hole exploded. His heart had already disappeared, and was tightly grasped by the other party in his hands. No! The scholar let out a mournful yell, the shadow of death making his body explode in sweat. Although saints were called the spokespersons of the Tao and possessed an immortal body, they were not truly immortal. Once the heart is broken, there will be no place to hide the god. Even if the spirit is still there, it will definitely die. At this moment, under the collision between the two, the void collapsed once again. The crowd sheltered by the saint looked this way, their eyes filled with horror. Even those saints couldn't help but feel a tightness in their hearts. What kind of lunacy is this? As a saint, he would choose to die with someone. Who dares to mess with such a person? And just when everyone thought that the scholar was bound to die, they didn't see any movement from the man in the bucket hat. It was clear that crushing the heart could kill the other party, but his hand was firmly planted in the other party's chest, but there was no movement. For a moment everyone froze. It wasn't until half of the bucket-hatted man's stump fell, along with the heart, that the crowd reacted to the fact that he was already dead and couldn't crush the heart at all. Seeing this, the scholar hastily raised his hand and recalled his own heart. However, before he could catch his breath, the spatial turbulence had just disappeared when 10 figures flew in and surrounded him. You guys! In an instant, the scholar's sweaty hairs stood on end, and a chill went straight from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The bucket hat man actually appeared 10 instantly. Scholar, I repeat, the Holy Father has ordered that the Academy is unwilling to return to the General Academy, since the Zhou dynasty is unwilling to take them in. Just go to Deqian. Do you have an opinion? The extreme rabbit realist coldly grunted and chided. This time he was really angry. The other party had tried to put him to death time and time again, and if it wasn't for the fact that he was from the same sect as Saint Zun, and Saint Zun hadn't told him to kill him, he would have let these bucket-hatted men kill the other party right now. One man in a bucket hat almost killed the other party. 10 men in bucket hats would always make the other party die without a burial place, right? Are they all yours? Who the hell are you? At this point, the scholar came to a realization that he had kicked the bucket. It wasn't just him. The other saints also looked at the extreme rabbit realist with horrified faces, their eyes filled with vigilance. It was truly inconceivable that someone could send a Saint Realm powerhouse to die for them, and they had even directly sent out more than a dozen of them. Who the hell would dare to mess with such a person? Supreme Rabbit, he's Supreme Rabbit. Suddenly someone shouted. What? Extreme Rabbit Supreme? Supreme Sectarian? At those words, the faces of the holy ancestors of the various holy lands changed drastically. Originally, they all had plans in their hearts to try the Supreme Dojo after driving out the Great Zhou school. If this so-called Supreme Disciple did not have the strength to keep the dojo, they would then seize control of the dojo. But right now, it seems that this idea of theirs is that ridiculous. The other party was more than 10 saints in one shot. Could this be something that the various holy lands could provoke? Ha 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 ha. So it's fellow Daoist Extreme Rabbit. We've been rude. Fellow Daoist Extreme Rabbit as a Supreme Sect member. Your great name is as good as a thunderclap to us. Fellow Daoist Extreme Rabbit deserves to be a Supreme Sect member. His strikes are truly astonishing. Reacting, those saints hurriedly compensated with a smile. The Extreme Rabbit realist froze, and great satisfaction made his insides throb. It was hard to imagine that the saints, who were usually so high and mighty that they only existed in legends, also had moments when they laughed with them. To be able to have a group of saints address you in one breath. Who understands this treatment? Humph, you and others are indeed rude. Originally, the Supreme Being was staying well here, yet you and the others dare to intrude and drive away. If it weren't for the Supreme Being's generosity and laziness to bother with you and the others would have died today and would not have been able to absolve themselves of their sins. The Extreme Rabbit reality coldly grunted. At this time, even if he spoke to these saints he was not afraid in the slightest. Instead, these saints couldn't help but tremble inwardly when they heard his words. What? When have we ever driven away a Supreme Being? The faces of many saints changed drastically as they cried out for justice. That was the Supreme Being. Who were they to dare do such treasonous things to the Supreme Being? Is the expulsion of the Great Zhou Academy not still an expulsion of the Supreme Being? The Holy Father has ordered that since you all are not doing welcome, from today onwards, the Supreme Dojo and the Great Zhou Academy will be relocated to the Deqian Imperial City, and from now on, they will be closed to the public. Anyone who dares to rudely intrude again will be killed without pardon. Supreme Extreme Rabbit said with cold eyes. Chapter 137 Moral Kidnapping. What? The Supreme Dojo relocated? Hearing these words from the Extreme Rabbit realist, everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't understand what relationship the Great Zhou Academy had with the Supreme Dojo, and why driving away the Great Zhou Academy was driving away the Supreme Dojo. Supremo, I don't understand. Who is this Saint Sovereign you speak of again? Could it be that he is the Supreme Being himself? Suddenly, the sage from the Great Zhou dynasty opened his mouth and asked, Yes, Lord, we have no disrespect for the Supreme Being, and how could the Supreme Being change his dojo because of a small academy? The Great Yuan dynasty saint also couldn't help but frown and ask, Lord, we drove away the academy just so we wouldn't disturb the Supreme Being's purity, but we don't have any malicious intent? The OP. Several saints present spoke up, none of them able to accept the Supreme Dojo leaving this place. Humph, you and others still have the face to ask? Once upon a time, in order to save all the worlds of the heavens, the Supreme Being sacrificed his body to the heavenly Tao. so that we could have the peace we have today. But a million years have passed, and if it weren't for Supreme Lord Qin Yen manifesting himself as a saint, how many people present would dare to remember the Supreme Lord's true name? No, it was the Academy that established the Divine Temple and summoned the Supreme True Spirit that allowed you all to escape a great calamity. Yet you and the others don't know how to be thankful, but instead aggressively oppress the Academy. The Temple of God was built by the Holy Father of the Academy, and now that the Academy has moved to the Great Qian Dynasty, of course the Temple of God will have to leave as well. The extreme rabbit real person coldly grunted, and his words completely made everyone's face pale. Even the many saints couldn't help but have their eyes furiously jumping. It turned out that the existence of the Supreme Dojo was all because of the schoolhouse, and at the expense of them, they were still trying to drive away the schoolhouse and overrun the Supreme Dojo. It was at this point that I realized how ridiculous I was being. Only the people from the Great Zhou Academy had an excited look on their faces, and a light of excitement lit up in their eyes. It turned out that there really was a saint in the Academy, and he was also single-handedly controlling the Supreme Dojo. What an honor this is! It could be said that with this layer of relationship in place, even those sacred ground sectors they could not put in their eyes. After all, to put it another way, they were considered Supreme Sect members. Supreme Extreme Rabbit, your so-called Saint Eminence is the Academy Zhou, right? Just then, the scholar frowned and said, in the pavilion behind the Supreme God's temple, Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly as his entire body was confused. He had asked the Extreme Rabbit Reality to step in just because he didn't want to get involved in this, and without his experience card he was eager to keep a low profile. But why is this guy talking about himself? Being the spokesperson of the Supreme isn't enough for him to act like a pussy? Did he have to drag himself along? At this time, he only hoped that Extreme Rabbit Real Man would push a little less, take out some of the aura of a Supreme Disciple, and settle this matter in a few words. However, the Extreme Rabbit Realist clearly didn't know what he was thinking. Now that it was all out of the way, he naturally had to stand up for his backer. That's right, Zhou is the Saint Exalt. You should be thankful that the Holy Father is from the same sect as you. Otherwise, based on what you've done to the Great Zhou Academy today, do you think you still have a chance of surviving? The Extreme Rabbit Realist had a proud face, and when he mentioned Zhou name, it was as if he was that Holy Father. Since we are fellow disciples, what is wrong with me allowing the Great Zhou Academy to return to the General Academy? As the temple was established by the Academy, it should also be under the control of the General Academy. Yet the Great Zhou Academy is presuming to go against the will of the General Academy. Is this an attempt to betray the General Academy and stand on its own? The scribe drank. When these words came out, the Extreme Rabbit Realist was furious and laughed. Who the hell gave this guy a face? It was just a matter of using power to suppress others and not caring about what the Great Zhou Academy thought. But to be able to say it in such a grandiose manner was really outrageous. That's right, as the Academy is a branch of the General Academy, it should be honored by the General Academy. How can it be independent without authorization? Humph. If all cultivators in the world are like this, clinging to others when they are weak, and then forgetting to be grateful when they are strong, who in this world would dare to give others a teacher? Ridiculous. If it weren't for the Jishi Academy, what would be the Great Zhou Branch Academy? Now that your wings have hardened and you want to fly alone, do you still have any sense of propriety, righteousness, and shame in the Great Zhou Academy? The Extreme Rabbit Realist was about to say something, but he heard the other saints chime in one after another. It's no wonder they crusade against the real person of the Extreme Rabbit. Just now, the Extreme Rabbit Realist had made it clear that the Supreme Dojo would be closed once it traveled to Dechen. They still wanted their disciples to gain benefits in the dojo mystic realm, so of course they had to speak up in favor of the Academy General Academy. Enough! Betrayal on the left, self-reliance on the right. Dare I ask you all, has my academy ever messed with you and the others? It's just that you and the others are bullying people for no reason, but now you dare to be so shameless. First of all, my academy has no intention of standing on its own. From the beginning to the end, what my academy honors is the Prophet Sage's vast Tao, and it has never done anything to wrong the living world. But in the end, so what? Have you and the others ever given my academy any way back? Including the General Academy. Taking my academy's qualifications to enter the secret realm without authorization is nothing more than that. You and the others all brought 10 teenagers each. When you guys were negotiating the quota to enter the secret realm, did you ever think about my academy for half a minute? Listen, you guys, the Supreme Being is the academy's, and the dojo is also the academy's. This secret realm is not for you all to enter whenever you say so. Instead, you can only enter if my academy allows you to. As soon as these saints' words fell, they heard Moron Shao angrily rebuke. He was also pissed off. These people have no morals at all when they are bullying others. Now that they have been deterred, they instead kidnap people with their morals, which is really outrageous. That's right. Who are you and the others to make decisions for my academy? And who are we to listen to you? I support the relocation of the academy. The so-called General Academy has long forgotten the will of the founding ancestor, and its heart is biased towards nowhere. We will never go back to such a General Academy. Well said. The legacy of the Sect creating ancestor should be carried forward by someone. The Academy is not talented and is willing to carry this path forward for the Sect creating ancestor. On the side, Li Changcheng, Chen Shuang, Wu Yang and the others also spoke up one after another, all of them somewhat unable to stand the level of shamelessness of these people. The extreme rabbit realist didn't say anything, but he was also exasperated and laughed. It was only then that he realized that the Holy Father, by keeping such a low profile, was not respected by others, but was instead persecuted again and again. No wonder the Saint Sovereign was sending him so many powerful people to protect him. It was clear that he wanted him to establish his authority. Let Zhou Hai come out to speak with this seat. Suddenly, the scholar bellowed. The hearts of the many saints present were delighted, and they all drew closer towards the scholar, all on guard against the 10 bucket-hatted men suddenly making a move on the scholar. Now they all had the same purpose, to overrun the supreme dojo, and this could only be done in name only by the scholar. So of course they had to protect him. When it really came to the point of necessity, so many of their saints wouldn't mind going to war on the spot. Egu I lo day. Each one of them are so brave? In the face of so many saints, putting out harsh words is really one more than the other. In the pavilion behind the temple, Zhou Hai had a headache on his face. Originally a very simple matter for the extreme rabbit realist to mess up like this. He really hated to rush up and give the other party a few slaps in the face. He clearly felt the killing intent of those saints, and if he couldn't solve it properly today, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to keep a low profile even if he wanted to. Chapter 138 2 slaps from one person. Finally honest. How dare you? What kind of a thing are you that you dare to make the Holy Father come to pay his respects? The polar rabbit real person angrily rebuked. The more arrogant these people were, the more dissatisfied he was. Today he had to let them know the power of the Saint Sovereign. To be able to easily send out so many saints to protect himself, the cultivation of a Saint Sovereign was by no means as simple as that of an average saint, and there was no need to put these people in their eyes at all. However, just when he thought he could take these saints, he saw the winds and clouds surging, and the entire heaven and earth changed color, becoming gray and decrepit. A solemn killing intent came, as if the heavenly Tao was about to send down divine punishment. Even with the secret protection of the many bucket hat people, it still pressed down on the extreme rabbit reality. His face changed slightly, and instinctively he wanted to summon all the bucket hat men, but then he heard an icy voice ring out. Well, it's a bit of a racket, and that's not annoying at all. Who wants to see me? As the words fell, a long rainbow was seen spanning across the sky in the void. Zhou Hai stepped on the rainbow and walked towards the side step by step. The solemnity in the heavens and the earth disappeared, and the heavens and the earth that had turned grayish-white regained its color once again. When the crowd gazed at it, they saw a supreme aura emanating from the long rainbow, and at the other end of the rainbow was the Supreme Divine Temple. Supreme Divine Rainbow? He's Zhou Hai? How dare he borrow the power of a supreme being? The faces of the many saints on the scene changed drastically as they looked at Zhou Hai with an unbelievable expression. I'm coming. Say what you have to say and fart what you have to say. Before these saints could recover from their shock, Zhou Hai had already arrived in front of them, towering over everyone. Zhou Hai, in front of this seat, why don't you juniors quickly come and pay your respects? Seeing the long rainbow at Zhou Hai's feet, the scholar's eyes turned red. The divine temple really belonged to the academy, but he was the holy ancestor of the academy's main courtyard, and it was only right that he should own the power of this divine temple. So why should he let a junior drive it? Oh, bye. You and I are both saints and have long been separated from the mundane, and you're still using that set of rules in the world to bind me? Zhou Hai laughed, followed by a cold grunt. Think I'm rude? Ha! More rudeness to come. As the words fell, he took another step, and without even waiting for the scholar to react, he had silently appeared in front of the scholar. Snap! Crisp slaps resounded in all directions. Even if that scholar was a saint, he did not defend against Zhou Hai's strike. When he turned around, he already had a big slap mark on his face. Those saints on the scene went crazy. The others were even more headstrong. It was even if a saint let someone almost force him to die, but now he was also slapped in public by others. Has the world gone mad? Or has he gone mad? Only the people from the Great Zhou Academy had an excited look on their faces. Witnessing Zhou Hai slap a saint with his own eyes was an exhilarating feeling that no one else could even begin to experience. This was a saint that belonged exclusively to their Great Zhou Academy, and it was too strong. All the humiliation that had been suffered earlier seemed to have been beaten out of him in this instant. You, the scholar looked at Zhou Hai incredulously, only to feel his brain buzzing for a moment. However, just as he was about to say something, he saw Zhou Hai strike again and give him another big mouthful. He wanted to resist, but the moment he mobilized his true essence, he found that his true essence was locked, and even his own saintly laws had completely disappeared. The feeling of panic swept through his heart. accompanied by a pop sound. Johai's palm landed solidly on his face again. You. The scholar was both shocked and angry, and tried to open his mouth to say something, yet the response was still a loud mouth. You. The slap fell and he shouted out the word you again. But the moment he did, he was slapped again. For a while, there were ceaseless exclamations of shock from the scholar, as well as slaps from Johai. After shouting you 7 or 8 times in a row and receiving 7 or 8 big mouths one after another, the scholar finally shut up. He looked at Johai with a face full of horror, and the condescension of a saint was no longer present in his eyes. At this moment, he realized that in front of the other party, he didn't even have a chance to speak, let alone fight back. Not only did the other party's strength crush him, they themselves looked down on him. Daring to speak again would only add to the humiliation. Hiss. The surrounding saints sucked in a breath of cool air and looked at Johai with confused faces. However, he saw Johai turn around and step out once again. The next moment, the slaps kept coming. All the saints had a black eye, and when they couldn't mobilize half of their true essence laws to protect their bodies, they each received 2 solid slaps. When they looked up again, Johai had already returned to his original position, still towering over them. 2 slaps per person. Your previous insults to my academy will be counted as 2. Johai's tone was icy cold, and one sentence caused all of these saints to have their faces flamed. They were still trying to mobilize their true essence, but found it to be useless. As for you, you can't distinguish between reward and punishment, between good and evil. These slaps are kind of to wake you up. Now that I, the great Joe Academy, want to relocate, I think all of you should have no opinions, right? Johai raised his hand to point at the scholar and coldly said. The scholar was red in the face, a face swollen like a pig's head, unable to mobilize the true origin laws to protect his body. If it wasn't for an invisible force holding him up, he would have crashed into the sky long ago. At this time, the pressure was simply unable to reduce the swelling on its own, and in the face of Johai's questioning, he didn't even have the courage to open his mouth. I'm really afraid that if I speak again, I'll be greeted with a few more big mouths. Today, his worldly reputation was gone, and he didn't want to lose his face to the end. Humph. Looks like you don't have a problem with that. Where are the gentlemen? Johai snorted coldly and looked at the other saints once again. These saints also bowed their heads. They all realized that no matter how strong the other party was, with the borrowed power of the Supreme Divine Temple, they were no match. If you dare to speak again, you'll not only humiliate yourself, but you may even die. In the face of death, even saints are no different from mortals and choose to compromise. And if even the saints shut up, how would the people of the great Holy Lands dare to speak? For a moment the scene was silent. Humph. What a crime. One of them has to be slapped twice to be happy. Since you all have no opinions, with immediate effect, the academy will be relocated and the 4-house discourse will continue. Johai coldly snorted and waved his hand to the Supreme Divine Temple 100 miles away to erupt 10,000 lights. Sweeping the disciples of the 4 great academies instantly disappeared in place. Even though saints didn't realize how they disappeared, they only knew that when they looked up, the mountain where the temple was located was gone, and even the entire Dinghai city had disappeared. Not only did Johai take away the people of the academy, he even took the temple, as well as the entire Dinghai city out of the area. At this time, those saints only recovered their own cultivation, and each of them was filled with horror. Supreme power. This is true supreme power. In the Supreme Dojo, he can borrow the power of the Supreme. These saints kept chanting these 2 words, all with defiance in their eyes but unable to do anything about it. Chapter 139. The Cinnabar clan in peril. Not good. Quickly send a message to the great Qianside. Don't mess around. In a moment of stagnation, a sage thought of something and hurriedly shouted, quickly, summon the Dakian side. Hurry up and summon Dakian. As the first sage opened his mouth, the other sages also reacted and hurriedly called out. Soon, a stream of light vanished into the void, disappearing 1,000 miles away in the blink of an eye. At this time, the situation was tense in the new king's capital of Diqian, which was 10 million miles away. At some point, people from all of the northern wasteland's great sect sanctuaries had converged here. At the same time, the 72 state governors of Diqian rose up, mobilized 10 million troops and horses, and surrounded the entire royal capital. The Cthulhu sky is dead, the yellow sky shall stand, Dakian has no virtue, and heaven's punishment has been revealed. All kinds of rebel diatribes spread throughout the whole of Dakian, and the 10 million troops are as powerful as rainbows. The new king's capital was in a state of panic, and the situation could be described as chaotic as the Great Qian's great elders personally stepped in and stationed themselves in the city. These assholes, do they really think that my Tatsuo clan is gone? At the head of the East City, an old man's face was gloomy, and his eyes were filled with anger. Report, enlightened old ancestor, there's a disturbance in the West City. Just then, an urgent voice came. When the old man turned his head to look, He saw dozens of people around him gather around and look at the order-transmitting soldier at the same time. What's going on? The old man, as the oldest ancestor of the Chun clan in terms of seniority at the moment, droned out in a deep voice, reporting back to the old ancestor. It was the disciples of the blood demon sect who were clamoring to get out of the city, and when they didn't get along, they fought, and our troops suffered 100 casualties and 3 immortal realm cultivators died in battle. The soldier reported loudly. What? Pass down the order to arrest the blood demon sect disciples throughout the city. By the side of the old man, a middle-aged Tai Shan elder shouted angrily. Yes. The soldier sniffed and turned to leave. Slow down. However, he saw the old man raise his hand to stop it, and ordered in a cold voice, pass the order down. Wherever the blood-refining demon sect belongs to the disciples, once they are found, they will be thwarted and never be spared. The soldier shuddered at his words, not daring to hesitate. He turned around and headed down towards the city tower. Report to the Supreme Elder. In the direction of the south of the city, the Chaonyao sect members and the Great Zhou envoys are clamoring to get out of the city, and there is a fierce melee with our troops, and right now there are already 800 dead and wounded. As the words fell, another soldier with a yellow flag on his back came closer. Pass the order down. The whole city to arrest Chaonyao's disciples and Dezhou's spies, where Chaonyao and Dezhou's people, lynching and crushing deaths, will not be lightly spared. The old man ordered again. Yes, the yellow flag messenger answered and turned to leave. Third uncle, it looks like the people from the various holy lands are getting more and more unable to sit still. But if you dispose of it like this, will the great holy lands use this as a reason to rise up and attack? Beside the old man, the middle-aged Taishan elder saw the messenger leaving and said to the old man with a strong suppression of anger, Humph, they couldn't sit still long ago. It's just a reason. Does it matter in front of absolute strength? Right now is not the time to look at the faces of the great holy lands. It is most important to stabilize the hearts of the military in the city first. Make sure to let the people of the city know that those who dare to wreak havoc will die. My Qin clan has not collapsed yet. The old man snorted coldly, killing intent in his eyes. Third uncle is right. Without the secret support of the great holy lands, the 72 state sectors wouldn't have had the guts to rebel, since they've already made their move. What worries does my Tatsuo clan have? Right now, if we want to break the situation, stabilizing the army is most important, another middle-aged man said in a deep voice. But in today's situation, does my Duchen still have a chance to break through? I've heard that all the great holy lands have had saints return, but only my Chen clan has not? Coupled with the scourge of the underworld, my great Qian has lost 108 states to 72. The peak Zifu realm old ancestors are nearly dead, and it's a toss-up whether or not old ancestor Cinnabar C will be able to break through to the peak of the Zifu realm. Nowadays, what strength does my great Qian have left to fight against the various holy lands, not to mention facing their siege at the same time? Suddenly, someone despaired. The crowd sniffed and looked, only to see that the one who spoke was an old crone with a forlorn look in her eyes. Pat Ku, the 8 ancestors. Seeing the old crone, those middle-aged men called out. The old man raised his eyebrows slightly and said in a low voice, How can the 8th sister talk nonsense? You also said that all the great holy lands have had saints return, so why can't I, the Chen clan, have a saint return? Just wait, when my clan saint returns one day, there will be a turnaround. And don't you forget that Bayer's master is also a saint. My Chen clan is not at the end of its rope yet. When these words came out, the crowd brightened up and gained some momentum. At that exact moment, the sky trembled violently. A huge spatial crack appeared. Everyone's hearts were startled, and everyone, both inside and outside the city, looked up into the air. A huge black shadow was seen emerging, and like the heavens and earth tipping over, thousands of miles of ground fell across the sky. Boom! In an earth-shaking roar, millions of troops disappeared in an instant from the plains outside the eastern city of the new capital of Deqian, appearing instead as rolling hills and a city with a population of millions. What's going on? The entire new king of Deqian was shocked, and the residents of the city as well as the various armies outside the city were all looking over in disbelief. Tinghai City. Isn't this the location of the Supreme Dojo? On the head of the East City, the old man's pupils suddenly shrunk at the sight of the city that had suddenly appeared. The others on the sidelines were also appalled. Look, it's the Temple of the Most High. Suddenly, a crone exclaimed. The crowd looked up and saw that 100 miles away on the other side, a divine temple stood on top of a mountain. On top of the temple was a green bead lingering with a silver-white halo at all times. That familiar halo of light was precisely the power of the Supreme Being that had spread that day when the Supreme Being had sheltered the entire northern wasteland. Truly the Temple of the Most High. The others followed suit and cried out in shock, only to see the green beads on top of the Supreme God's temple dimming rapidly, almost turning grayish-white in the end. For a time, the entire temple completely lost its Taoist flavor. Some sharp-eyed people even noticed that the entire temple was petrified. and the internal idol was completely transformed into a sculpture. Holy, what the hell? I'm just going to use a little of your aura Dao rhythms to pretend. Do you have to be like this? In front of the temple's door, Johai also noticed the changes in the temple and couldn't help but panic a little. Junior brother, what's going on here? Morong Shao stood beside Johai and couldn't help but ask. Yeah, Junior, what's going on here? Junior brother, how did the supreme idol become like this? Li Changcheng, Chen Shuang, and the others couldn't help but ask after them as well, and they panicked. Anyone could feel the disappearance of the supreme power. As the backbone of the academy, it was not a good thing for the Supreme Temple to lose its intimidation. Elder Zhou, the power of the Supreme Divine Temple isn't depleted, is it? Not far away, a youth's voice rang out, and even Chen Xian couldn't help but ask. Chapter 140. The situation is changing rapidly. You know that the power of the Supreme Being is depleted, so why ask? My ass, why don't you hurry up and gather the people of Deqian to make a pilgrimage and restore the Supreme Divine Power as early as possible? Zhou Hai glanced at Chen Xian. When he came just now, not only did he take away the disciples of the Four Mansions, he even brought the people of the Chen clan along with him. Don't worry, Elder Zhou. Since you have come to Deqian, your decree is Chen Xian's holy decree. You are Xiaojiu's master. Chen Xian will never let you down. Chen Xian hurriedly arched his hand and turned around to leave. Wait, I'm afraid your holy decree isn't going to be of much use in the Great Qian at the moment. However, he had just taken 2 steps out when he heard Zhou Hai say in a deep voice, Chen Xian slightly raised his eyebrows. Before he could react to what Zhou Hai meant, he heard a rumbling sound, like a landslide and tsunami. In the next moment, countless cavalry trained by ferocious birds and beasts galloped in and surrounded the square 100 miles. As far as the eye could see, there were as many as 5 or 6 million. What's the situation? Chen Xian froze. He recognized at a glance that these were the Deqian army. But at this moment, these armies were so murderous that they not only surrounded Dinghai City, but also did not even spare the new king of Deqian. The Cthulhu sky is dead. The yellow sky shall stand. Great Qian has no virtue. Heavenly punishment has fallen. Can't you see? These people of your Deqian have rebelled. Zhou Hai skimmed his mouth, speechless. What? Rebellion? What the hell is going on? Chen Xian's face changed drastically. Elders such as Chan Ruoxu, who was severely injured at the side, couldn't help but jump up as well. Zhou Hai shook his head and didn't say anything. He knew that the Tatsuo clan was facing a difficult situation right now, but he hadn't thought that it would be as difficult as this. It could be said that if he didn't come this time, the Tatsuo clan would all have to perish. This migration, lazily hitching a ride to the various Holy Lands, was secondary. He had mainly come to support the Tatsuo clan. After all, this was the home of his eldest disciple. But right now, it seems that if you want to help the Tatsuo clan, you're afraid that you won't be able to avoid a killing spree. Ugh, I really don't want to kill anyone. It's against heaven. Forget it, since I have to make a move. What am I being polite for? After a long time, Zhou Hai sighed softly in a low voice. The hearts of the Tatsuo clan's crowd stirred and they were busy looking at Zhou Hai. Junior brother, what do you want to do? Morong Shao and the others hurriedly called out. Naturally, it's murder. Zhou Hai's tone was icy cold. He didn't want to kill anyone if he didn't have to. After all, this kind of thing was tainted with too much karma, and many cultivators were trying to avoid it as much as they could. But the current situation, want to save the Great Qian will have to be bloody to calm the chaos. He had to take action. Junior brother, that's millions of people. Li Changqing couldn't help but remind him. He cultivated the great Tao of vastness, and although he didn't talk about cause and effect like the Buddhists, he was well aware of the consequences of killing. It can be said that even if a person's moral heart is solid, killing a certain number of people will cause their moral heart to collapse and fall into madness. There are laws in heaven and earth, and it is difficult to escape the influence of many things. It's not like we haven't killed anyone before, so what if it's a few million? They're looking for their own death, so why be polite with them? Zhou Hai coldly grunted, and his intense killing aura caused everyone to resist, trembling in their hearts. It was only at this moment that Li Changqing and Morong Shao realized that Zhou Hai's body had a layer of killing aura that could not be dispersed, as if it was about to condense into substance. This scene gave the two of them a fright, only to realize that some devils who relied on killing to prove their paths had a killing aura that was not as strong as this young master's. When exactly did he cause this killing? Zhou Hai was also taken aback by the fact that he was taken aback. He knew that he had killed quite a few people. For example, in the 8 desolate passages there were quite a few people who died at his hands, but there's no need for this killing aura to be so heavy, is there? Look at the richness of this killing atmosphere. The slaughter of living beings is afraid of how not less than 100 million. When he was so crazy, before he could figure out what was going on, he saw a stream of light flash by within the area covered by his divine sense, instantly catching his attention. These were the transmission notes of the various Holy Lands. all conveying the orders of the holy ancestors of the various sects, all warning the sect members of the various families not to act recklessly, and to immediately go to the temple of the supreme deity to pay their respects. Even the chaotic army appeared with many passing calls. Seeing this, the killing aura on Johai's body instantly dispersed and dissolved into nothingness. It seems that I don't need to make a move, and a bloody killing will be spared again. Johai shook his head and whispered. On the side, Chen Xian and the others were excited inside, still waiting for Johai to stand up for the Chen clan. They were all stunned at the words, and before they could react, they saw thousands of streams of light rushing this way. The powerful people from the various sect sanctuaries hidden in the chaotic army had all arrived under the mountain peak where the temple was located at this moment. Greetings to the Supreme Being, greetings to the Holy Being, greetings to the Supreme Being, greetings to the Holy Being. Worship. For a moment, mountainous cries echoed throughout the Supreme Dojo, and even the residents of Dinghai City were startled, looking over incredulously. Junior brother, what's with these people? On the mountain peak where the temple was located, Morong Xiao and the others looked in unison at the various Holy Lands powerhouses that had converged. They clearly realized that there was no lack of Purple Mansion Realm powerhouses among these people, and there were even peak Purple Mansion Realm existences. Can't you see it yet? It's people from the various Holy Lands. If it weren't for them secretly instigating it, even if the Tatsuo clan were to fall, it wouldn't be an easy rebellion for a group of courtiers. It is with the participation of these people that Diqian is in the situation it is in today. Chen Xian, go back and pass the order. All the rebels, you will see to it yourselves. Tell the old ancestors of your Chen clan that with me here, the great Holy Lands won't dare to act rashly. Johai shook his head and smiled as he instructed Chen Xian. Yes, Elder Zhou. Chen Xian's face was grim as he instantly understood Johai's meaning. No wonder the new royal capital was facing such a predicament after he had only left for a few days. It turns out that it was all because of the various Holy Lands secretly playing tricks on them. Looking at these people, I'm afraid that they are unrelated to Elder Zhou's previous outbursts on the Great Zhou side. Thinking about it, all were humiliated by Elder Zhou like that, but did not even have the power to resist. Those saint ancestors who have a bright brain know that the school is coming to Daki and do not dare to act rashly. This was a good time for the Tatsuo clan to purge their internal turmoil. Elder Zhou, wait a moment. Your great kindness will definitely be repaid by my Chen clan afterward. Tatsuya and the others also reacted and hurriedly took the others with them to fly towards the new royal capital. They were still a little apprehensive along the way. All the great Holy Lands had come to deal with the Tatsuo clan, and it was inevitable that they would strike out at them. It was only when they flew over the heads of those people, only to see that no one dared to raise their heads, that they breathed a sigh of relief and flew all the way to the new king's capital. Quickly look, it's old ancestor Tatsura, on the east city tower of the new king's capital. Those Taishang elders also noticed the visitor and couldn't help but call out, Your Majesty, it's Your Majesty. The defending troops were equally overjoyed, and with a loud cheer, everyone couldn't help but be demoralized the moment they saw Chen Xian. After all, Chen Xian was the emperor of Diqian, and to a certain extent, his role was greater than many of the great elders. Only he could stabilize the military in the true sense. Chapter 141 Unilateral Killing. Greetings to Your Majesty. Greetings to Your Majesty. Greetings to Your Majesty. With Chen Xian's arrival, the city's 10 million residents and 1 million troops bowed at the same time. The morale of this royal city, which covered an area of 1,000 miles, reached its peak at this moment. What brings you here, second brother? At the top of the city, the old man hurriedly walked to Chen Rush. Seeing Chen Rush's breath disordered, he couldn't help but say again, What's going on? How come you're all injured? And where are the other brothers now? Upon hearing this, Chen Rush and the others couldn't help but twitch the corners of their eyes as a flash of sadness flashed across their eyes. Yes, when they went to the Supreme Dojo, the 10 Supreme Elders led 10 Tatsuo clan juniors, but when they came back, only a few of them were left. Where were the others? Strange shame. My Chen clan has stood in the northern wasteland for 800,000 years. When have I ever suffered such humiliation today? Chen Wu gritted his teeth and spoke about what had happened during this trip to the Supreme Dojo, causing the other Supreme Elders on the side to be unable to stop their eyes from reddening. Yeah, that's just bizarre. Thinking back to the past, not to mention the Tatsuo clan's extreme splendor, even in the last few thousand years, the Tatsuo clan also has 13 great ancestors to town the northern wasteland, who dares to easily take action against the Tatsuo clan's children. But now, it wasn't just the Tatsuo clan's children that people were killing. Even the Tatsuo clan's supreme elder wasn't taken seriously. This simply nailed the Tatsuo clan to the pillar of shame. Alright ancestors, this is not the time for emotional anger. See, that's the Supreme Dojo. The Supreme Being has come to my Diqian, right next to my Diqian's new royal capital. The owner of the Supreme Dojo, Saint Johai, is Xiaozhou's master, and he has the intention of sheltering my Diqian. Now that he's arrived, He's already deterred the curmudgeons of the Great Holy Lands. Without the involvement of these people, a group of disorganized thugs, can't my Tatsuo clan dispose of them? Kill these rebels, gather the rebels, and reorganize the mountains. With Sage Johai around, the day of my Chen clan's rise to power is this day. Chen Xian stood aside with a gloomy face, suddenly invoking the sacred artifact of Xinghua, the swimming dragon lance, and said loudly. The moment his words fell, the holy might on the traveling dragon lance blossomed, instantly conveying his voice in a 1,000-mile radius. What? Supreme Dojo, Sage Johai? Deterring the curfew of the Great Holy Lands? When the people in the city heard this, they all trembled and were instantly excited. Those defenders were even more fervent, and their morale reached its peak in an instant. And unlike the defenders and people inside the city, the millions of troops outside the city instantly rioted at the news. Even the state governors changed their faces in an instant, their hearts pulling out of their chests. The morale of millions of troops dropped to freezing point in an instant. After that previous annihilating chaos, the Supreme Divine Temple was well known to passers-by in the northern wasteland. Even a dog had to bow its head and wag its tail when it heard the Supreme Dojo. In the eyes of the northern wasteland spirits, the Supreme Dojo was a godlike existence. Now that the Supreme Dojo is backing up the Tatsuo clan, and the owner of the Supreme Dojo is deterring all parties for the Tatsuo clan, what qualifications do the various sectional ministers of Deqian have to call the shots with the Tatsuo clan? Without the help of the various Holy Lands, what awaited them would be the unilateral slaughter of the Tatsuo clan. Kill! Kill! Sure enough, only countless shouts of killing came from the city, and the holy light within the city rushed to the sky, the powerful holy might enveloping a range of thousands of miles. The millions of troops outside the city were instantly crushed to the ground. The state sectors turned around and tried to flee, but they saw space solidify, as if the entire spacetime was blocked off, making them unable to move. Then, under their gazes, the gates of the new king's capital opened wide, and millions of troops killed their way out like a tidal wave. Countless streams of light flashed by as the Tatsuo clan supreme elders led the Tatsuo clan sons and daughters straight to the various state sectional ministers. A one-sided massacre has begun. No one reaped the rewards of the ordinary rebels, yet the state governors, as well as their scheming retainers, were invariably caught up in the bloody slaughter. The sacred might of the traveling dragon gun was invincible, and these people could only wait for death. And while these people were being massacred, Johai in front of the temple was struck by an idea and secretly observed it. And he instantly realized what was going on when he discovered that there was an invisible killing chi coalescing around himself. Holy, feelings that most of my killing sins are not self-inflicted. Johai's face was gloomy, his mind communicated with the system, and he said in dissatisfaction, broken system, come out for me. Why is it that none of the people were killed by me, but the sinful debt has to be counted on my head? The system's mechanical and lazy voice came out. Host, all of these people died under your magic weapon. Just like this time, without the influence of your magic weapon, how could they even have the slightest chance to escape? Again, like last time, if it wasn't for the breaking war halberd slaughtering hundreds of millions of living beings, how could the deaths of those living beings have anything to do with you? The spells have spirits, and they are all doing things at your command, so you can't say they have nothing to do with you. At those words, Johai's heart bumped and he wanted to retort, but realized that he had no reason to do so. But I didn't want to kill either. Only after a long time did Johai have the heart to say, so the host isn't affected by the killing either. The host's starting points are all good, and the results are all good, although it is inevitable to cause killing on the way, but with the influence of merit and virtue, how can the killing help the host? On the contrary, isn't it bad for the host to release a little killing aura to scare people once in a while when he kills even more without repercussions? The system said again, causing Johai to light up. I see. Feelings. This is the legendary advantages and disadvantages. To put it this way, this killing aura still seemed to be a good thing. Instead of affecting oneself, it could be a great tool for pretending. Junior brother, what about these people under the mountain? Just as Johai was secretly excited in his heart, Morong Zhao's voice came and frowned. Johai turned his head to look down at the mountain peak and was about to say something when he saw a figure appear in the void. It was none other than the many saints who had been slapped in the face by him just now over at Great Zhou. Saints had the power to change the sky and the great power to shrink the earth. Even if their speed was far inferior to the power of a supreme being, they were still able to cross a distance of 10 million miles in a very short period of time. Greetings to His Holiness. Requesting His Holiness summons. Greetings to His Holiness. Requesting His Holiness summons. As soon as these saints appeared, they each arched their hands to Johai in the void. Junior brother, it looks like these people are here to ask for forgiveness. Seeing this scene, Li Chongqing sneered. How could they not expect that one day, the academy would also have a day to make a saint bow down? When they thought of the fact that before, these people had decided on their way without even asking for their opinions, they had an even greater feeling of being happy in their hearts. Johai, however, did not have a feeling of pain. Instead, he was somewhat helpless, secretly harnessing the vast ocean quicksand, ready to strike at any time. It couldn't be helped, and he hadn't expected that consuming a little bit of supreme divine power would drain supreme Qingyan. Now, if these people were to find out that the supreme dojo no longer had any power, they were afraid that a battle would be inevitable. Of course, he wasn't afraid to fight. Although his undercard had been reduced a lot during this period of time, even if it was a saint, he still had ways to break it. But the problem was that the killing debt induced by slaying a saint was not comparable to that of a mortal at all. Saints had already derived their own Tao laws, and once killed, their sins were comparable to killing billions of mortals. To say that earlier those sins and debts still have merit offset, cannot affect him, now kill these saints will inevitably be some trouble. Master, can you put them at my disposal? Just as Zhou Hai was helpless and ready to strike at any moment, Qin Shiyao came to his side and said, Chapter 142 Trial Stones. Shiyao, back off. Don't mess around. Qin Shiyao's appearance caused the crowd to freeze, and in response, Morong Xiao grabbed the first to chide. That's right. How dare you, child, be so bold? Are the saints also at your disposal? Heya, quickly stand down. Li Changcheng, Chen Shuang and the others also hurriedly chided. Slow down. Shiyao, how do you want to handle this? Zhou Hai, however, looked at Qin Shiyao strangely as his eyes flickered. He didn't really like dealing with too much trouble, and he was certainly happy to have help. At the same time, he also wanted to know how Qin Shiyao was going to deal with these people. Reporting back to Master, disciple knows that you are idle and do not like to get involved in mundane matters, not to mention killing in vain. If these people really dare to mess around, Master has ways to clean them up. But this is contrary to Master's cultivation, and as a disciple, I can't watch Master be unhappy. If Master believes in Shiyao, please also let them observe the 4 prefectures' discourse and enter the supreme mysterious realm together. Disciple is willing to do right by Master and use his strength to let them know that Master is not to be messed with. Qin Shiyao performed a Hail Mary salute and said in a soft voice, What? Shiyao, are you trying to? At those words, the crowd was stunned. Qin Shiyao's words were too big. With her being a little girl, what qualifications did she have to shock a group of saints? It makes sense. A famous teacher produces a great disciple. If my disciple is a bit more bullish, who would dare to disregard me as a master? You go ahead and leave this to your full discretion. If these people dare to mess around, there's still Master. However, seeing Zhou Hai nodding in satisfaction, she didn't want to deprive her disciples of the opportunity to try out. If she really wanted to isolate everyone, Qin Shiyao was afraid that she would have a lot fewer opportunities to grow. After all, Shenbei had all been killed from the path of blood, so he couldn't spend his entire life raising Qin Shiyao as a flower in a greenhouse. Yes, that makes sense to me too. Right at this moment, a group of Taishan elders from the academy walked over, and Wang Jianyi said with a smile, Yes, a famous teacher produces a great disciple, and I also believe that Shiyao has the means to deter saints from all sides. My academy always convinces people with reason. Instead of adding to the disputes, it would be better to give it a try according to Xiao's method. It might save a lot of trouble. Wu Dogen concurred. I agree. Immediately afterward, Pil Xian, Su Yazi, and the others followed suit and nodded their heads, all agreeing with Qin Xiao's idea. Really? Many thanks, Master, and many thanks to all the supreme elders. Qin Xiao was overjoyed. From the beginning of her apprenticeship, she had never shared anything with her master. Now that she finally had the chance, she was a little desperate to show herself, to prove that she wasn't a hothouse flower, no matter what. Go hiya! Zhou Hai smiled. Qin Xiao answered and flew to the top of those saints' heads. My master has decreed that the saints should have died to atone for their disrespect. The supreme secret realm shouldn't have the locations of the various holy places. However, for the sake of the disciple's consideration, one should not deprive the disciple of the path of trial. From today onwards, the northern wasteland's great holy places are officially reduced to the Academy's trial stones. Since you have come, you may observe the battle with your own eyes as the 4 mansions discuss the Tao. If anyone still feels that their own disciples are qualified to participate in the secret realm trial, they can summon them on their own, with no quota limit. Qin Xiao towered over these saints, causing everyone to stifle a tremor in their hearts. Those saints even had their old faces darkened, as unpleasant as eating. However, what made it even harder for them was Qin Xiao's words. It was outrageous that a girl whose hair hadn't even grown dared to pronounce a crime against many saints, and wanted the various holy places to be reduced to trial stones for these disciples of theirs. What? Are you all unwilling? Since you do not want to fight, where to go back to where? My master since not to pursue, otherwise looking for their own death, and then regret too late. Seemingly seeing the dissatisfaction of the various holy lands and many saints, Qin Xiao coldly said, You girl, a supreme elder from the Qiangyao Holy Land below finally couldn't bear it anymore. There was still the holy ancestor of their holy land up there, so how could they tolerate this girl's bullying? However, just as he was about to rebuke, he saw a stream of light fall from the sky. A talisman instantly smashed on top of his head, accompanied by monstrous flames. His body turned into flying ash on the spot, and he didn't even have time to let out a scream. Hiss! The other sacred ground elders around him were startled, taking several steps back one after another, unable to stop sucking in cool air. Flame of laws! This is the flame of laws of a saint! Someone exclaimed loudly, and when they looked up again, the way they looked at Qin Shio had completely changed. For a yellow-haired girl to carry Saint Realm talismans with her, it was simply too heaven-defying. Even those saints couldn't help but have their pupils shrink, having the intention to teach Qin Shio a lesson but not daring to. Judging from Qin Shio's strike, they had once again witnessed Zhou-Hai's depth. This saint sovereign was by no means an ordinary saint and should not be easily messed with. Who among you has any more comments? Qin Shio's icy voice sounded once again, causing these saints to not help but frown. Female child, we don't mean any disrespect to the Holy Father, but your words are too big. Are you sure that the disciples of the Northern Wasteland's Great Holy Lands can really only be reduced to being your trial stones? Aren't you afraid of the wind flashing your tongue there when you say that? Suddenly, a sage said in a deep voice. Qin Shio turned her head to look, only to see that this saint had a stout figure and his chi and blood were rushing to the sky. Within a 3-foot radius around him, the chi and blood even affected space to the point where it began to distort. Without having to think about it, Qin Shio knew that this should be a saint of the blood-refining demon sect. Whether or not you're qualified, we'll know once we try. Don't say that my master doesn't give you all a chance. If you have the guts, you can give it a try. Qin Shio coldly grunted. The instant his words fell, Zhou-Hai in front of the temple waved his large hand, and his small courtyard that should have been annihilated with the 300-mile academy appeared. In the next moment, streams of light flew out of the compound, evolving 300 miles of schoolhouse, the layout exactly the same as the previous schoolhouse. Even his small courtyard fell behind the Daozang Palace. This scene caused many saints to be shocked. They realized that the stream of light was actually a holy weapon. Counting carefully, these holy weapons were by no means less than 180. Some of these holy artifacts could not even be seen by them. So what kind of supreme treasures were they? This Holy Father's identity became more and more uncomplicated and mysterious. These saints who were already incredibly scornful and even a little afraid of Zhou-Hai were now even more drumming in their hearts, and no longer had the slightest intention of resisting. Ha ha ha, the great Zhou Academy is so bold. Good. This seat comes to watch the battle. Without waiting for these saints to make a statement, a loud laugh was suddenly heard, and a figure from outside the sky flew in and instantly landed in the questioning palace. Count me in. This seat also wants to see what the disciples of the Great Zhou Academy are capable of, daring to use the disciples of the Great Holy Lands as a testing stone. Immediately after that, another crisp laugh came out. A ray of red light flashed across and landed in the Ask Palace Square. Chapter 143 Strong, Old Taoist Void Cloud, Yaoi Shangxian. Seeing these two, the faces of the saints in the field changed slightly, and those supreme elders of the Holy Lands were even more horrified. What do these two mean? Want to be on the side of the academy? Humph. I also want to see if a figure like the Holy Father can be a famous teacher. With a cold snort, the blood-refining demon sect saint ancestor took a step forward and also entered the questioning palace square. This seat also wants to see what kind of person is the one who uses my sect's disciples as a trial stone. This seat is here to see it too. As the blood-refining demon sect made their stance, the holy ancestors of the Qiangyao Holy Land, the Taichu Holy Land, the Great Tang Dynasty, and other forces also stepped out one after another and landed in the courtyard. What about you guys? Seeing the many saints enter the questioning palace square, Qin Xiao's gaze looked towards those supreme elders of the various holy lands. These people glanced at each other and also instantly transformed into thousands of streams of light and landed on the square in front of the main hall of the questioning palace. At this moment, the disciples from the three great universities of Great Yuan, Great Qian, and Great Tang who had come to discuss the Tao were all standing here, and when they saw this scene, they all couldn't help but change their faces. Thousands of people. The lowest cultivation level was surprisingly a Unity Realm powerhouse. Among them, there were no less than 1,000 Tao Palace Realm powerhouses, and no less than 100 Purple Mansion Realm powerhouses. There were even 10 saints present. How could this kind of scene be imagined by the ones who were once there? But now, just because of a 4 prefectures discourse, all these people had come to watch the battle. Who would dare to think such a thing? Shocked, the disciples of the 3 university campuses couldn't help but look at the stunningly beautiful young girl in the sky with complicated eyes. A young girl pressured the great holy places to lift their heads. Once upon a time, of the 4 major academies, the Great Zhou Academy was perennially ranked at the bottom. But they knew that from today onwards, no one would dare to underestimate the Great Zhou Academy anymore. On the contrary, they are not even qualified to look up. That was an existence that even the Holy Land could not afford to provoke. Ha ha ha, All of you coming to watch the battle is truly a supreme honor for my great Zhou Academy. Men, set the seats. A loud laugh came, and everyone turned their heads at the same time to see a group of people, led by Morong Xiao, flying towards the side in a huge swarm. It was all the elders as well as disciples of the great Zhou Academy. Even those supreme elders were listed. And the moment Morong Xiao's words fell, the laws of heaven and earth fluctuated and countless tables and chairs rose out of thin air. A schoolhouse evolved by a holy weapon could change any form at will. Even if tables and chairs were born out of thin air, it would only be changing the form of the holy weapon itself. Would junior brother like to be seated? When Morong Xiao, who had originally ordered his disciples to prepare the tables and chairs, saw this, he smiled and looked at Zhou Haidao behind him. If you're here, let's watch a battle. Zhou Hai was also not polite and walked to the vice seat in front of the main hall of the questioning palace to sit down by himself. Morong Xiao was stunned and looked at him strangely, but he waved his hand and Morong Xiao's heart was warmed. This junior brother, even at this point in time, still left the main seat for him. This was giving enough face. With that in mind, he walked himself to the first place and took his seat in front of the many saints. The moment he sat down, his heart couldn't help but clench. It wasn't just nerves, it was an excitement. At this moment, he felt as if he was the only protagonist in heaven and earth. Truly, he was above all people. Compared to him at this time, what were the emperors of the major dynasties? Even the saints had to be honored by him. His gaze once again looked at Zhou Hai, and his eyes were filled with smiles. This kid, I thought I would have to raise him as a punk for the rest of his life. Who would have thought that one day the entire academy would have to dip into his light? Sit down. What are you doing? Could it be that all of you are displeased that you couldn't snatch this position? Zhou Hai didn't care and looked at those saints in the field and coldly said. Many saints stood in the field, and indeed their hearts were unconvinced. As the saying goes, all under the saints are mole crickets. Who the hell is Morong Xiao? A mere mole in the unity realm. What qualifications did he have to sit in that position in front of them? The saints? But when Zhou Hai gave the word, no one dared not take it seriously. The divine sense of all the saints was probing Zhou Hai all the time. However, they realized that, not to mention figuring out the other party's cultivation, their own heavenly heart passages would have a palpitating feeling when they took one more look at the other party. There seemed to be a mysterious power hidden in the other party that pressed against prying eyes. There was only one explanation for this. The other party's cultivation level was too much higher than theirs, and it was simply not something they could peer into. Ha ha ha. Guests follow the master. What's wrong with the master sitting in the main seat? Since the academy has kindly invited me, this seat will not be polite. With a loud laugh, old Daoist Void Cloud, the holy ancestor of Void Cloud Peak, smiled broadly and casually found a seat to sit down. Thank you for the hospitality of the academy. The holy ancestor of Qingyu Valley, Supreme Immortal Yao Ji, pursed her lips and also came to sit beside old Taoist Void Cloud. Seeing this, the other saints didn't say anything and sat down individually. Only in the end was it the turn of those supreme elders of the Holy Land to take their seats one by one. Seeing this scene, not only was Morong Xiao excited inwardly, Chu Chen and the other disciples of the academy were even more so, all of them blushing and excited beyond words. Even those supreme elders couldn't help but nod their heads. I can't imagine that the academy will have such a day, when the world really comes to the court. Only the disciples of the other three great universities were bitter inside one another at this time. The more powerful the great Zhou Academy became, the more they felt a sense of self-humiliation in their hearts. In a trance they all became somewhat inferior. Ha ha ha. Thank you all for giving face and coming to my academy to watch the four prefectures discuss the Tao. In that case, it's better to be early than late. Let the sermon begin. Morong Xiao is a natural leader who strives hard when out of power and doesn't get carried away by nerves when in power. With his greeting, the disciples of the four houses converged and the discourse officially began. Shiyao, would you like to personally preside over this argument? Seeing Qin Shiyao who fell from the air, Morong Xiao asked with a smile. Back to senior. The matter of discussing the Tao will not bother the elders. Of course, as the main house, the academy can't keep its guests waiting. How about this? How about eldest senior brother presides over this discourse? Qin Xiao Oda Baoan softly said. When Chu Chen heard that, he couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart, wanting to shrug it off, and couldn't help but feel anticipation in his heart. They are all young people. Who doesn't want to be the one in the limelight? To be the head of the house in front of a group of saints. This was definitely a major challenge in life for him. In the future, when word got out, he would have to be known as Jinbei Wasteland. Master. Chu Chen's voice trembled a little as he looked at Morong Xiao above him and arched his hand. Alright Chunner, since your senior sister elected you, it proves your status in the eyes of your senior brothers. You will preside over this discourse. Begin. Morong Xiao waved his hand and said in an undeniable manner. Yes, Master. Chu Chen's face turned red with excitement as he answered and walked straight onto the high platform. Then he saw him wave his big hand, and 4 red sticks flew out at the same time, spinning madly in the air. This is the red jade sign, is a kind of spirit stone red jade made, even Saint Divine Sense cannot peep, used for drawing lots the most fair. Gentlemen, here are 4 signatures labeled odd and even. Each of the 4 major academies will draw a lot, and the singulars will fight against the singulars, and the doubles will argue against the doubles, until a winner is determined. Shuchen said loudly, but he saw the principals of the 3 great universities in the scene look at each other. If it were before, they would have long since grabbed the first draw. No one was willing to fall a step behind in the fight for the rankings of the 4 mansions, but nowadays, none of them dared to make a move, and they were all waiting for the attitude of the academy. Since all of you are unwilling to grab the first move, I, the Great Joe Academy, will not be polite. After half a quarter of an hour had passed, seeing that no one dared to move, Morongxiao let out a loud laugh and raised his hand to take one of the 4 signatures. Singular. Morongxiao held up the red jade sign and said with a smile. The pupils of the other 3 university prefectures shrank, instantly tensing up. The Great Joe Academy had smoked, but they were neither smoking nor not smoking. Chapter 140 for the first battle of the debate. Gentlemen, is it possible that you still want my academy to draw on your behalf? Morongxiao wore a smile on his face as he looked at the other 3 university presidents. With a tremor in their hearts, the 3 housemasters could no longer care about anything else and each drew a signature. In the past, when they drew lots, they couldn't wait to go up against the Great Joe Academy, including before this discourse. The 3 great universities could not wait to be the first to take on the Great Joe Academy and show off their own greatness in a shutout. However, at this moment, they were drumming in their hearts, only hoping that they would not meet up with the Great Joe Academy. It couldn't be helped. They couldn't afford to mess with the strength that the Great Joe Academy was displaying today. But the strength of the Great Joe Academy's disciples was something that they genuinely couldn't look at. There were 3 great universities, of which the Great Yuan Academy and the Great Tang Academy both had 4 Divine Profound Realm disciples, with the highest cultivation level being at the 4th level of the Divine Profound Realm. Looking at the Dakian Academy, there are as many as 6 disciples of the Avatar Realm, and Luo Huan, who has the highest cultivation level, is the 5th level of the Avatar Realm. On the contrary, in the Great Joe Academy, the only Divine Profound Realm disciples were Chu Chen and Yuan Bubao. Among them, Yuan Bubao was only at the 1st level of the Avatar Realm, and Chu Chen was only at the 3rd level of the Avatar Realm cultivation. So what was there to discuss with them? To go up against the Great Joe Academy in this situation, losing would be dishonorable to the face, and winning would inevitably offend the Great Joe Academy. That's no way to fight. With many complicated thoughts, each of the 3 great universities showed their own red signatures. The moment the Great Yuan Academy saw that its own red sign was also an odd number, all the 10 disciples who had come to participate in the discourse, including the head priest, all turned pale. Some people wanted to fight for it. Even if they offended the Great Joe Academy, they would do whatever it took to capture a good ranking. Some people, however, had given up in their hearts and had already recognized themselves as the last place in this debate. After all, between the rankings and not offending the Great Joe Academy, they preferred to choose the latter. This is the most helpless choice for the weak when facing the strong. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect the first match to be a debate between the Great Yuan Academy and the Great Joe Academy. It's truly a battle of dragons and tigers. A loud laugh came out, and while the Deqian Academy's principal breathed a sigh of relief, he also bloated and looked at the De Yuan Academy's principal. That's right, this is really a dragon fight that should not be underestimated. The strength of the Great Yuan Academy is evident to all. I believe that this time the Great Yuan Academy should not disappoint us. The laughter of the Great Tang Academy's principal followed, equally gloating. The 4 great academies have been fighting each other for thousands of years, and no one is convinced by each other. Nowadays, no one could afford to mess with the Great Joe Academy, but the 3 universities were still at odds with each other, facing the ridicule of the 2 university presidents. The De Yuan Academy's president had a gloomy face, and those disciples were gritting their teeth, but they could do nothing about it. Master, uncle, disciple petition. Just then, Qin Shio walked out from the crowd. Hey ya you say? Morongxiao waved his hand and said with a smile. Zhou Hai also looked over with interest. He realized that he had somewhat underestimated this apprentice, not realizing that she was well organized when it came to doing things. This was much better than himself. And I don't know what she's trying to say again. Enlightened master. Enlightened master. Since this is a discussion, disciples feel that there should be a corresponding reward. In previous years, the rewards were that the top-ranked academy could send 10 disciples to the General Academy for enlightenment, 5 for the second place and 3 for the third, and none for those at the bottom. Now as the host, Shio hopes that this rule will be changed. The General Academy rewards are a matter for the General Academy, and as the host, my academy should also come up with better bargaining chips. Schoolhouse discourse. My great Joe schoolhouse should lose with honor and win with a straight face. Xiao doesn't want anyone to think that my great Joe Academy is using its power to oppress others and win. As the saying goes, there will be courageous people under heavy rewards. Since this is a discussion, Xiao hopes that every schoolhouse will put forth their best efforts so that the disciples will get enough training. Qin Xiao arched her hand and said seriously, kind of makes sense. Senior brother, what do you think about this? Morong Xiao raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhou Haidao. I think it makes sense too. In that case, I have a holy artifact here that was taken from a powerful person in the 8 Desolate Passage blood domain not long ago. Now that I have reconsecrated the sacred artifact, I have yet to recognize its owner. In this discussion, if any disciple can take first place, I will reward him with this holy weapon to prove fairness. Zhou Hai nodded his head, and with his many treasures, he directly took out a blood soul streamer, instantly causing the eyes of the disciples of the 4 major academies to redden, and even their breathing followed. Even the great supreme elders of the various holy lands couldn't help but be dumbstruck with longing. That's a holy weapon. The treasures that were sought after under the saints were now being used as rewards, which was too bold. Even those saint ancestors couldn't help but tremble in their hearts at this moment, their eyes not to mention how complicated they were. Only then did he realize that in comparison to this holy father, he was just like a ing poor man. People directly took holy weapons as rewards. Looking at himself, he had nothing but his own holy weapon. He couldn't even refine one more saint artifact for the clan to use as a town treasure. If they could, they would have hated to get down and fight in person. Thank you, Master. Qin Xiao's heart was overjoyed as she hurriedly saluted. She was not the least bit reluctant to part with the rewards that her master had come up with. Anyway, no matter what the goodies were, she was going to have them today. This was just a formality. Today, she was going to let everyone know that Master's disciple was destined to be peerless. This was true for senior brother Chen Bei, and it was equally true for her. Thank you, Uncle Shifu. Many thanks to Elder Zhou, Chu Chen and the other disciples of the Great Zhou Academy, including the disciples of the other 3 academies, were thanking each other, their eyes filled with anticipation, especially the disciples of the Duhan Academy. To say that at the beginning they had some concerns, but now that they have made a gesture, no one dares to say anything even if they put their best foot forward. The powerhouses of the great holy lands, even the holy ancestors, were all here, so the Great Zhou Academy couldn't just punch itself in the face, could it? The discourse begins. Chu Chen didn't have any nonsense, and with a yell, he turned around and retreated from the high platform. Whoosh! In the next moment, a figure was seen flying out, instantly landing on the high platform and standing in the center of the ring. My name is Muishio, a disciple of the Great Yuan Academy's Academy Palace, with a cultivation level of the 8th level of the life-taking realm. I dare to ask which of the Great Zhou Academy's senior brothers and sisters will come up to give advice. It was a young man who landed on the ground with a humble face. Muishio, it's actually him? Have you guys heard? This Muishio is a genius of the Rune Dao. Although his cultivation is nothing among his peers, he only broke through the 8th level of the life-snatching realm at the age of 20. But his fighting strength cannot be underestimated. Yes, I've heard that he once fought with an Avatar realm powerhouse for 300 rounds without losing until he was exhausted with his cultivation at the 7th level of the life-snatching realm. Now that he is at the 8th level of the life-snatching realm, how strong will his fighting strength be? Only this one person, in the case of a normal discourse, who in the Great Zhou Academy can be defeated other than Chu Chen? The moment they saw the youth, the disciples of the 4 major academies couldn't help but talk. Even the disciples of the Great Zhou Academy couldn't help but look ugly. Humph. As a disciple of the same academy, I'll meet the battle. Right at this moment, a cool voice came, and Bai Shushu took a step and flew to the ring. Senior brother, make a move. Bai Shushu was likewise a Rune Dao Heaven's pride, and as she was several years younger than the other party, she naturally defied the other party. He has heard of senior sister Bai's great name for a long time. In that case, senior brother will not be polite. Muishio smiled faintly, and the moment his words fell, he waved his hands, and there was a flow of heaven and earth spirit elements, as if he was outlining the supreme principles of heaven and earth. Boom boom boom. Hundreds of talismans appeared in an instant, transforming into a whole, coalescing into a huge mountain of hundreds of feet, covering the sky and smashing into Qin Xiao. In an instant, even the air rioted with it. It was as if this mountain was going to shatter the Kunlun. Chapter 145 Heavenly Tablet Runes. Mountain Moving Avatar. Worthy of being a talismanic Dao genius, to be able to cast a divine ability with the talismanic Dao at the life-snatching realm cultivation level. It's unbelievable. This mountain is at least 10 million pounds in weight. Who can stop it under the Avatar realm? Seeing that huge mountain that appeared out of nowhere, the disciples of the 4 mansions at the scene could not help but look shocked. Bai Shushu's eyebrows knitted tightly as a flash of gravity flashed in her eyes. Seeing that the great mountain was about to press down, She formed a seal with both hands, and a stone monument appeared at first glance, and she slammed it against the great mountain. Boom! Only heard an explosion. The moment the two collided, the stone monument was already 100 feet high, with runes entwined on it, hitting that big mountain shaking violently, countless rocks rolling down. But in the moment when it was about to fall, the power of the stone monument was allowed to harden and shake it into flying dust. This is the Jikji tablet. How is it possible? Where did the Academy branch get the tablet inheritance? Isn't this only on the General Academy side? Seeing this scene, all the disciples of the four mansions at the scene couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Even those supreme elders of the Holy Lands, including those saints, couldn't help but have their pupils shrink. Legend had it that the founders of the Jishi Academy were three saints, one of which was the Heavenly Tablet Sage. At his peak, his cultivation even broke through to the Saint King realm, and he was an invincible powerhouse of the Northern Wasteland generation. His legacy had been passed down in the Academy for tens of thousands of years, but unfortunately, there were very few inheritors. Even over at the General Academy, not many people had been able to comprehend it for tens of thousands of years. I didn't expect that one day someone from the Academy branch would actually comprehend the mysteries of it. Although it was only skin deep, the Saint King's inheritance was still not to be underestimated. How did you? Mu Isho's face changed drastically, and the moment he saw the Jishi stone tablet, he was also shocked. How could the runes he cultivated be compared to the Saint King's runes? Elder brother, go down. Sure enough, only to hear Bai Shushu let out a light rebuke. The light on the stone monument blazed out, instantly shocking that big mountain into ashes. The stone monument suppressed down and rested steadily on his head. No! Mu Isho shouted in terror. He only felt as if the sky was about to collapse, and he couldn't return the favor in time. It was a good thing that the stone tablet didn't fall completely, otherwise he would have died. In the first match, Bai Shushu of the Great Zhou Academy wins. Shu Chen's voice came at the right time, and the scene was in an uproar. Aya! Marvelous! I didn't expect that after so many years of being in the same branch academy, the Great Zhou Academy would be the first to have a disciple comprehend the tablet. Sect Master Morong, Senior Brotherly, you guys are hiding really deep. Yes, this little girl is already comprehending the tablet at such a young age. If she has the opportunity to go to the General Academy in the future, won't she be able to obtain the inheritance of the Heavenly Tablet Sage? The voices of the principals of the Great Tang Academy and the Great Qin Academy came through, enviously congratulating Morong Xiao and Li Changqing. Morong Xiao and Li Changqing were similarly a bit confused, especially Li Changqing, as Bai Shushu's master. He didn't even know about Bai Shushu's comprehension of the tablet talisman. No, 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 no. You are all joking. My little disciple is stupid, but I have only comprehended a little bit of skin. How dare I presume to think about the inheritance of saints? Li Changqing arched his hand and smiled. His mouth was humble, but inside, he almost laughed out loud. This disciple of his own is powerful. Looking at the entire academy, even in the General Academy, he is considered a genius, right? On the plaza, those disciples of the four provinces who participated in the argument were all showing grave expressions. Only outside of the crowd, a teenager's face was somber, his gaze looking towards the Jishi stone tablet that stood in front of the main hall of the questioning palace. Is there really an inheritance in this stone tablet? Zheng Qianquan was unconvinced in his heart. Recently, he had kept an unusually low profile, so much so that the academy's teachers and brothers had almost forgotten about his existence. And unlike him, Qin Shio on the other side merely glanced at the Jishi tablet before focusing all her attention on the stone tablet evolved by Bai Shushu. However, when she saw her hands forming seals, a small stone tablet appeared in her palm, and it was actually exactly the same as the stone tablet that Bai Shushu had evolved. However, she didn't stop, and as her hands kept forming seals, the Tao rhythm contained in that tablet became more and more profound, even surpassing Bai Shushu's. The first match is over. Senior sister, are you going to continue the match, or is there another person on? Shu Chen's voice came out and laughed at Bai Shushu in the ring. Next, every disciple deserves to be practiced. Little sister cannot deprive every senior brother and sister of the opportunity to practice. Bai Shushu smiled faintly and put away the stone tablet and jumped out of the ring, leaving Mu Isho with a frustrated look on his face. Great Yuan Academy. Senior Jianchen comes to fight. The ring had just been cleared when a sword light flew in. Xiao Ting's figure appeared in the ring, raising his hand and pointing directly at Jianchen, the Great Yuan Academy's sword palace senior brother. Everyone's gazes instantly looked over at the Great Elemental School. A youth was seen slowly getting up, his eyes narrowing slightly as he coldly looked at Xiao Ting. Senior brother, are you sure you want to challenge me? The youth's demeanor was arrogant. He couldn't afford to mess with the Great Zhou Academy, but he really didn't put Xiao Ting in his eyes. A cultivator of the 7th level of the life-snatching realm was nothing more than a cultivator who didn't even have the qualifications to make a move in front of him. There was no other reason. He was also a generation of heavenly pride, and even more so, he was the person with the strongest cultivation amongst the disciples of the great elemental academy. At the 4th level of the divine profound realm, I still ask senior brother to teach me. I'm still honored despite my defeat. Xiao Ting looked grave. As a sword cultivator, even if he knew that he would fail, he was still moving forward, eager to fight against stronger sword cultivators. Yes, I'll make you whole. Jian Shen's eyes were cold, and the moment his words fell, a sword intent shot straight up into the sky. His figure swept, and the overwhelming sword intent came as if it was going to tear Xiao Ting into pieces. Sword intent. How is this possible? Isn't this a Dao intent that can only be comprehended by cultivators above the enlightenment realm? Alas, it looks like Jianshen doesn't even need to make a move, and this Xiao Ting has already fallen. This Xiao Ting is dragging his feet too much. Jianshen's talent is known to everyone, and in the path of the sword Dao, who in the 4 prefectures can match him? Countless murmurs came, and everyone on the scene looked at Xiao Ting with sympathetic faces. There was no doubt that Jianshen would be able to crush him senseless with just his sword intent. However, just when everyone was certain that Xiao Ting would surely lose, they saw Xiao Ting take a step forward and his overpowering sword intent burst out on the spot. Countless sword lights flickered, stiffly resisting Jianshen's sword intent oppression. He then took another step, and his sword momentum became more than twice as strong, vaguely meaning to force back Jianshen's sword intent. Another sword intent. How is this possible? Everyone's pupils crinkled as they were stunned by the scene. Even Jianshen couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. He had comprehended sword intent at the avatar realm and thought that he was already strong enough, but he didn't realize that someone had comprehended sword intent earlier than him. However, before he could calm his mind, he saw Xiao Ting step out once again. The powerful sword intent carried an unrelenting momentum, forcing his sword intent back hard. How is that possible? Jianshen was shocked, but he saw that Xiao Ting's face was pale. With just 3 steps, it was as if he had exhausted all his strength. This isn't your own sword intent. You're borrowing momentum. Jianshen instantly reacted and looked at Xiao Ting Dao. Senior brother, please. Xiao Ting didn't deny it, but made a gesture of invitation to him. Good. As a fellow sword cultivator, I respect you. Jianshen's eyes narrowed slightly as a powerful sword intent crossed the air, and he similarly took a step forward, pushing his entire body's cultivation. In an instant, the sword light shone in the 9 heavens, piercing through Xiao Ting's sword intent and transforming into a sword light on Xiao Ting's neck. Chapter 146. The Great Zhou Academy lost in a row. Senior brother, you've lost. You are not defeated by my hands, but by the timing. If you and I were of average size and in the same realm, I would never be your opponent. Jianshen looked at Xiao Ting with a complicated gaze and said in a deep voice, thank you, senior brother, for being merciful. Put. Xiao Ting nodded slightly, and as he spoke, a large mouthful of blood spurted out as he turned around and walked towards the bottom of the ring. Since we're up here, which of the brothers and sisters of the Great Zhou Academy are still up here to give advice? Jianshen stood with his arms folded as he gazed at the participating disciples on the Great Zhou Academy's side. The faces of the Great Zhou Academy's disciples were grave, and they were all making calculations in their minds. No matter who it was, there was no certainty of victory against Jianshen, including Chu Chen. After pondering for a long time, as the eldest senior brother, just as Chu Chen was about to go into battle, he suddenly heard a clear and cold voice coming from him. Please teach me, senior brother. As the words fell, Ling Ruoxue flew onto the stage, and the cold air around her transformed into sword light, instantly killing Jianshen. The moment she arrived in front of Jianshen, a frost sword had manifested, not just as her magic treasure, but also condensing all of her power. Jianshen stood in the ring without taking a single step, and saw the cold ice begin to cover him from his feet, instantly freezing his entire body into a large block of ice. Seeing the sword light coming, it was about to pulverize him along with the ice. However, he saw Jianshen's sword intent surging around him, tearing the ice apart on the spot. He then merged his sword fingers together and a powerful sword light blossomed as he hardened himself against Ling Ruoxue's sword. Without waiting for Ling Ruoxue to cry out in alarm, his fingertips moved again, instantly breaking down the power of cold ice all over Ling Ruoxue's body. Senior sister, please go down. Jianshen let out a soft cry and took a step. A powerful force came in like a mountain, instantly shaking Ling Ruoxue out. Put. Ling Ruoxue had just landed in the ring when she couldn't stop a large mouthful of blood from spurting out. In front of absolute cultivation strength, all the moves seemed so fancy and unbearable. Who else? Jianshen still stood in the ring, his gaze once again looking over to the Great Zhou Academy side. Good. A burst of cheers came from the Deyuan school's participating disciples as their morale rose. Jianshen's outburst was nothing short of a revelation to the disciples of the Great Origin School. It's so strong. there's literally no one to fight. I'm coming to. The Great Joe Academy's side was also aroused with the will to fight, and even though they all knew that they weren't a match for Jin Chen, there were still people coming onto the stage one after another. However, it was clear that no one, including Wu Ming, Lu Danyang, and the others, could last more than a single round under Jin Chen. Soon, even including Ling Ruoxue, Xiao Ting, Wu Ming, and Lu Danyang, the Great Joe Academy had lost 6 matches in a row. Of the 10 participating disciples, only Chu Chen, Qin Xia, Bai Shu Shu, and Yuan Bubi were the only 4 who hadn't lost their qualifications yet. I'll fight you. With a loud roar, Yuan Bubi flew to the ring, a powerful martial Dao shadow appearing behind him as he slapped out his palm, and a mountainous force instantly slammed into the top of Jin Chen's head. Kind of funny. Jin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, but he saw the wind and thunder surging. The power of this palm exhausted Yuan Bubi's lifelong strength of martial arts, and he did not hold back any longer, as his entire body transformed into a ray of swordlight, colliding with Yuan Bubi with all his might. Boom boom boom. However, he saw the void explode and countless swordlights streaked across the sky, which were shattered one by this palm of Yuan Bubro. Suddenly, a long sword appeared, hardening and crushing Yuan Unbreakable's martial Dao void. In front of Jin Chen's absolute strength, the strongest body of a martial arts practitioner simply couldn't block his indestructible strike. Blood light appeared, and Yuan Bubi's chest was torn open on the spot with a large gash. The 2 Avatar Realm powerhouses on the side of the Great Joe Academy had since lost one of them and were forever disqualified. You lost. Jin Chen's eyes were glazed over, and battle intent finally burned in his eyes. This was the only opponent that could make him strike with all his might, and although he lost, he did not look down on Yuan Bubi. Without saying a word, Yuan Bubu Bro turned around and walked towards the stage. Sect leader Morong. Forgive me, the disciples don't know any better. You can't be bothered with them. The headmaster of the Great Yuan Academy had already been happy in his heart. This one match was too painful. However, he didn't dare to show it on the surface and instead tried to beg for Morong Zhao's forgiveness. There is no way. Nowadays the Great Joe Academy is powerful and cannot be messed with. If it were in the past, he would have laughed in triumph and mocked. No harm, no foul. My academy's disciples can afford to lose. Could it be that I can't afford to lose? Morong Zhao's face was a bit ugly, but he waved his hand at the words, pretending not to care. It was just that there was some blood dripping in his heart. Could it be that he had taken out a holy weapon as a reward, but was destined to have no connection with the Great Joe Academy? Who else? Yuan Unbreakable's voice once again came from the ring, drawing the crowd's attention over. I'll do it. Chu Chen could no longer sit still and got up to step into the ring. However, a figure flashed by, and Qin Shiyou had already arrived at the ring ahead of him. Senior brother Chu Chen, wait for the next match. Qin Shiyou smiled faintly. With 7 defeats in 8 battles, there were only 3 people left on the Great Joe Academy side, and they could no longer afford to lose. If she lost again, she would be the only one left, and even if she won later, she would have no face. She wanted to keep 2 more contestants. Junior sister, don't try to be brave. Chu Chen drank in a low voice. Don't worry, senior brother. I have my own plans. Qin Xiao's eyes were filled with wariness. An earlier fight had long stirred her competitive spirit, and she desperately needed a fight. Senior brother, please. Qin Xiao made a pleased gesture to Jian Chen. Then without holding back, a powerful martial Dao shadow appeared behind her as her hands formed seals, instantly causing the crowd to gasp in shock. What's the situation? This girl child is also a martial arts cultivator? No. When did martial arts cultivators need to form seals? Check out. Without waiting for the crowd's cries of alarm to stop, they saw another powerful sword intent shoot straight up into the sky, enveloping Jian Chen in it. Immediately afterward, a huge stone tablet emerged with a flow of Dao rhythms on it, and it heavily smashed into Jian Chen. At the same time, endless frost covered and layers of frost swept over Jian Chen's entire body. How come? Just how many techniques has she cultivated? No, this isn't a gong method. She's using the rune Dao to evolve all means of attack. Everyone's faces changed slightly, including those saints who couldn't help but have their pupils shrink slightly. They had never seen such a powerful talismanic way before, to the extent that it could even evolve the Dao rhythms of a saint. Bai Shushu under the ring even had his little mouth wide open, his face unbelievable. One must know that she had also only realized the stone tablet talisman in the 8 desolate passages Taichu mysterious realm, and no one had known about this beforehand. I didn't expect that Qin Xia would learn it the first time he cast it today. What kind of talent does this little sister have? Yuan Bubo, Ling Ruoxue, Xiao Ting and the others on the side were equally surprised. Their martial Dao shadows, frosty sword chi, and sword potentials were also all allowed to be evolved by Qin Xia. What does that mean? In future battles, wouldn't little sister be able to evolve everyone's attacks? That's too powerful. One must know that she was only at the peak of her innate cultivation. At this moment, The might of displaying these means was yet not weaker than them in the slightest, but rather a few points stronger. Who else could stand it? What a strong tactic. This senior sister. I'm not polite. Jian Chen's heart was stirred, and he was also stirred up to fight, only to see her take a step forward. Her powerful sword intent overcame the air and instantly chopped at the stone monument. Medium. With a soft sound, the stone tablet was directly shaken away by him. However, at that moment, the gigantic martial Dao shadow slapped his palm. Jian Chen turned back to his sword and instantly collided with the martial Dao void. However, having just repelled the martial Dao void, his body was already covered in cold ice. The frost sword Qi and invincible sword intent were once again killing towards him. For a while, Qin Xiao's many tactics came together, and actually beat Jian Chen, who only had the power to fight, but no power to fight back. It was as if he was facing a siege of 4 people at once. Qin Xiao was only at the peak of innate cultivation, but when she struck out, the power of her true essence was not the least bit weaker than that of an avatar realm powerhouse. Each strike was powerful and heavy, causing Jian Chen, who was too late to build up his strength, to be unable to do a single sword strike. Chapter 147: A Battle to Right the Ship. Clanking. Boom boom boom. The wind and clouds in the ring changed colors, and the sounds of collisions and explosions kept ringing out. Qin Xiao's martial Dao void, Lingfang sword Qi, supreme sword power, and that Jishi stone tablet smashed into Jian Chen one after another. Jian Chen's sword light lingered around his body, killing gods and Buddhas as he defused all attacks. The two of them were completely at an impasse, with neither one of them being able to help the other for a while. This senior sister has such a powerful means of attack. Senior brother is not welcome. A full half an incense stick had passed, and Jian Chen had gradually figured out Qin Xiao's strength. With a loud roar, a sword light was seen flashing and blooming with a brilliant light, like the slanting sun setting in the west. It vaguely carried a touch of blood color. It was his magic weapon, the slanting sun. The moment the divine soldier appeared, the sword light around him converged, transforming into a shocking sword that tore the heavens and split the earth. Boom, click, rumbling and shattering sounds came one after another, and Qin Xiao's Jishi stone monument instantly cracked. Boom, bang bang bang. Immediately afterward, explosions kept ringing out as Qin Xiao's martial Dao shadow was instantly pierced through, shattering on the spot. At the same time, the sword light swam, and Jian Chen seemed to be transformed into that slanting sun falling in the west, the color of blood illuminating the entire heaven and earth, dissolving all of Qin Xiao's attacks. Not good. Senior sister defeated. Seeing this scene, Chu Chen and the others' faces changed drastically. None of them had expected Qin Xiao's attack to be this harsh, yet she still fell short. Is this year's Great Zhou Academy going to fall to last place? They were a bit unable to accept it. What was even more unacceptable was that the Great Zhou Academy would have to give a holy weapon as a result. That was a treasure that all the major holy places relied on and could be called the treasure of the mountain. Unlike them, there was an excited glint in the eyes of the Duhan Academy's headmaster. Jian Chen's strength excited him, and with this remnant sun sword skill, he was afraid that even if he faced the one from the Dakian Academy, he would still have a certain chance of winning. In this discussion, the Great Yuan School was very hopeful of competing for first place. Sifu. Morong Zhao's eyes danced wildly and he couldn't help but look at Zhou Hai. Even if he was generous, he was not willing to watch his family lose in such a humiliating manner. It was only the opening round that took last place, and to have to fall back on a saint artifact as a result, he felt that Zhou Hai was too careless. Zhou Hai, however, did not respond, only quietly looking at the field, his face obscure and unknown, not knowing what he was thinking. This senior sister, you can go down now. Under everyone's gaze, a low roar was suddenly heard from Jian Chen, and he was seen merging with the slanting sun sword, instantly killing Qin Xiao. This caused everyone's hearts to tighten, and they all felt that Qin Xiao had completely lost. Yeah, senior brother Jian Chen, my little sister hasn't even made a move yet, so what's with the defeat? But suddenly, he heard Qin Xiao let out a soft laugh. In the next moment, a willow tree 100 feet tall appeared behind her, releasing 10,000 rays of haze and 1,000 rays of color. The precious light lingered on that piece of willow leaf, and the whole willow tree seemed to be carved in imperial green, lingering with infinite vitality, as if it was the treasure tree of life in this heaven and earth. Seeing Jian Chen's sword come close, a willow branch poked out and instantly wrapped up, rigidly fixing the human sword united Jian Chen in the air. How can? Jian Chen's face changed drastically, and he saw that his sword light was constantly dissipating, and his sword intent was madly shattering. The willow tree seemed to contain an invisible force that was the rules of heaven and earth, even overriding the rules of heaven and earth. It was not very powerful, but with his cultivation, he was still defenseless in front of it. Elder brother, the waning sun is too sad in the west. Young people should be as youthful as that sunrise. You go down, Qin Xiao whispered softly. When the words fell, there was a buzzing sound, as if the sound of the great Tao of heaven and earth was lightly trembling. A halo of light rose from that willow tree, and it was clearly Jin Chen's slanting sun sword light. The difference was that the slanting sun was no longer the remnant sun, but the sunrise evolved by Qin Xiao. The sunrise sword light merged into a willow leaf, transforming into a sword that flew with several other willow leaves to kill Jin Chen. If you look closely, you'll see that those other willow leaves kept changing, and actually transformed into the Jishi stone tablet, the Wu Dao void, and the Ling frost sword. Qin Xiao actually incorporated every attacking technique into the willow leaf, displaying supreme attacking might at this moment. Give me back. Jin Chen's face changed drastically as he desperately pushed his own true essence, trying to shake away the willow blockade. However, he found that no matter how powerful he urged himself to be, he still couldn't shake the willow by half. Qin Xiao was clearly only at the peak of innate cultivation, but her power was not the least bit weaker than that of an avatar realm powerhouse, and even more so. This was not an illusion caused by Qin Xiao's own cultivation, but rather the distance between the two sides brought closer by the power of Qin Xiao's cultivation technique. In front of a sufficiently powerful gongfu, the gap in strength could be bridged. Moreover, Jin Chen gradually discovered the mysterious power in the willow. It was a devouring power that seemed to be able to swallow any power into it and turn it into its own attack power. With this kind of power in place, unless a more powerful force directly crushed it, Qin Xiao was destined to be invincible. No. Seeing that he couldn't break free no matter what, and Qin Xiao's attack had already come close, Jin Chen let out an unwilling yell, but to no avail. Boom boom boom. In the end, amidst a burst of explosions, Jin Chen was slapped by the willow leaf's illusory martial Dao shadow and coughed up blood, his body surrounded by the Lingfeng sword and the sunrise sword that kept piercing through. In just a few moments, countless attacks hit him, leaving him drenched in blood. In the end, the stone monument suppressed, his whole person lying on the ground constantly trembling, coughing up blood, completely lost the power of resistance. Senior brother Jin Chen, you can go down now. Looking up again, Jin Chen only saw a pair of small, slender feet come to his heels. Qin Xiao's gentle voice rang out, causing his heart to tremble dramatically. He forced himself to look up, only to see Qin Xiao with a flushed face. Not only did a big battle not consume her in any way, but it made her even more chipper. How can? That's a defeat? The surrounding people were in an uproar, and all of them looked over incredulously. In particular, the Duhan Academy's headmaster was even more pale at this time. No matter what, he couldn't believe that the strongest disciple of his academy had lost like this, and it was still a defeat at the hands of an innate cultivator. One must know that even though Qin Xiao was at the peak of the innate, she was still separated from the fourth level of the avatar realm by a dozen or so minor realms and two major realms. That's an insurmountable chasm. The disciples and principals of the other academies, at this moment, each and every one of them had their hearts beating wildly and their eyes trembling madly. It was only then that he realized that among the disciples of the Great Zhou Academy, the strongest person was not Chu Chen, much less Yuan Bubao, but rather this overbearing young girl. With its innate cultivation, it had already demonstrated invincibility. Good, worthy of being the junior master's personal disciple, worthy of being the person that one even valued. Really extraordinary, great. All this time everyone has only witnessed the invincibility of junior brother's other disciple. I didn't expect Xiao to be no weaker, but even stronger. Ha 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 ha. On the side of the Great Zhou Academy, a cheer came out. Morong Xiao and Li Changsheng and many other elders were filled with excitement. Ling Ruoxue and the other disciples were even more excited. Finally, someone had redeemed the situation for the Great Zhou Academy. Chapter 148. This could be the extreme Dao technique. Suddenly, a sage in the middle of the field opened his mouth, attracting everyone's attention. Extreme Kung Fu. Everyone's heart trembled. The term made everyone's heart tremble. That was a legendary Great Emperor level technique. That's right, only the extreme Dao technique can be this overbearing and so invincible. Another saint picked up the conversation. Legend has it that Supreme Lord Qin Yan used a talisman to enter the Dao, and his innate talisman was a willow tree that could evolve the heavens and open up billions of divine kingdoms. Could this be Supreme Lord Qin Yan's technique? Another saint spoke. For a while, everyone once again looked at Qin Xiao, their eyes filled with questions. Senior brother, aren't you going down yet? Unfortunately, in the face of everyone's questioning gazes, Qin Xiao had no intention of answering. Zhou Hai also sat quietly in the arena, eyes and nose watching, as if he had already expected this one to be a sure win, without any ripples. Senior sister, I've lost. Jin Chen looked at Qin Xiao dumbfounded, and after a long time, he lowered his lofty head and uttered these words that he was unwilling to say no matter what. Please, senior brother, Qin Xiao smiled faintly and lifted her hand as the stone monument dissipated. Jianchen spewed out another large mouthful of blood as he got up and staggered out of the ring. Since I've come up here, I dare ask if the senior brothers and sisters of the Great Elemental Academy have any more advice to give. Qin Xiao didn't have any nonsense and returned Jianchen's words to the Great Yuan School as they were. The crowd of disciples on the side of the Great Element Academy looked at each other with grayness in their eyes. They knew very well that even Jianchen had been defeated, and there was no chance for them to go up there and make a move at all. This senior sister named Qin Xiao was just like a dark horse killed in this discourse, destined to be unrivaled. However, the discourse had already begun, and regardless of victory or defeat, as a disciple of the academy, there was no reason to retreat. I'm coming to. Only one voice was heard, and soon the great battle continued, but without exception, all those who came up lost. Moreover, with each person defeated, Qin Xiao had an additional means of attack. The power of his attack seemed never-ending. After another 2 incense sticks, all the disciples of the Great Element Academy lost one after another. Qin Xiao alone completely took this argument and brought the Great Zhou Academy to advance to the Great Dao competition. Next match, Great Qian Academy versus Great Tang Academy. Xu Chen's voice came again, and as the competition between the Great Yuan Academy and the Great Zhou Academy fell, the competition between the Great Qian and the Great Tang officially kicked off. After the hour-long competition, there was no doubt that the Great Qian Academy, the previous 10-time reigning #1 academy branch, had again crushed the Great Tang Academy with absolute strength. If there are no accidents, the Great Qian will still be first in this discussion. However, Qin Xiao's appearance did not make the participating disciples of Dichen happy, and all of them were nervous to deal with it. Everyone, the preliminary contest has ended. Next is the battle between the first and second academy. Next match, Great Qian Academy versus Great Zhou Academy. Xu Chen's voice sounded once again. Little sister, I'm counting on you. Excited voices came from the Great Zhou Academy's side, and the gazes of all the disciples converged on Qin Xiao. Xu Chen, Ling Ruoxue, and the others completely handed over their hopes to Qin Xiao. Everyone believed that with Qin Xiao around, the Great Zhou Academy would definitely take first place. Only Zhang Qianquan silently looked at Qin Xiao from the crowd. His eyes filled with unwillingness. Witnessing the power of the extreme Dao technique once more made him even more eager. Unfortunately, he only had a desire for it, but not any chance of getting it. It made him angry and powerless. Senior brother Chu Chen, senior sister Shu Shu, you guys can fight. Qin Xiao smiled, her gaze looking toward Chu Chen and Bai Shu Shu. Of course, senior sister Xiao, let me do this first battle. Bai Shu Shu nodded his head in a hurry. Just now, when she watched Qin Xiao battle disciples from other academies, she vaguely found the stone tablet Dao rhyme that Qin Xiao had executed, and was planning to battle to prove her Dao. As the words fell, Bai Shu Shu took one step and instantly arrived in the ring. May I ask which senior brother of the Great Qian Academy will give me advice? With a modest smile on his face, Bai Shu Shu saluted the crowd of disciples on the side of the Great Elemental School. I'm coming to. Excited voices rang out, and in an instant, 5 or 6 figures flew onto the ring. The lowest cultivation level among them was the 7th level of the life-snatching realm, and there were even 2 disciples of the avatar realm among them. None of them were sure of facing Qin Xiao, and they only wanted to win a game herein by Shu Shu to make their faces not look so bad. The senior brothers and sisters, this is ready to take me Yang Wei. Could it be that in the eyes of all senior brothers, is little sister really this bad? Bai Shu Shu's small face darkened and she was a bit displeased. Senior sister has overstated her case. You and I are both personal great disciples of the Academy Palace, and since this is a discussion, you and I naturally have to spar. A woman in her 20s stepped out and laughed softly. When these words came out, the entire room was instantly silent. The other disciples of the Great Qian Academy were speechless. The same was true on the Great Zhou Academy side. It was just that the disciples of the Great Zhou Academy were a bit indignant. As the same Academy Palace pro-great disciple, the other party was not only older than Qin Xiao, his cultivation was also higher, having long since reached the 2nd level of the Avatar realm. There was no fairness to be found in such a contest. After all, not everyone had that kind of opportunity like Qin Xiao. Life-taking realm versus Avatar realm. That wasn't arguing, it was looking for abuse. Yes? Then please enlighten me. Senior sister. Bai Shu Shu also couldn't help the corner of his mouth twitching, but his face still maintained a smile as he made a pleased gesture to the woman. Seeing this, the other Great Qian Academy disciples could only obediently retreat. Good. Senior sister is welcome. A flash of excitement flashed across the woman's eyes as she instantly perched herself in front of Qin Xiao. Although they were both disciples of the Academy Palace, she was different from Qin Xiao. While Qin Xiao followed the Rune Dao, she followed the Sword Dao and cultivated the vast Sword Qi. The moment she arrived in front of Qin Xiao, she saw the sword light around her body flourish, a vast aura enveloping the heavens and earth, and a Tao sound flowing as if expounding on the mysteries of the heavenly Tao. Bai Shushu only felt a dizziness in front of her eyes, and in a trance. It was as if her sins were haunting her, and she couldn't help but want to sit down and listen to the classics of the saints to cleanse herself of her sins. This is the supreme majesty of the great Tao of vastness, which has the power to take in the heart and soul, and if one is not careful, one will lose one's mind and soul. Legend had it that this was one of the 3 founding saints of the academy, the legacy of the Haoran sage, which was found in all 4 academies. Although it was only a fragmented inheritance, the might was still not to be underestimated. In Bai Shushu's swaying, countless sword lights surrounded her and were about to put her to death. However, she suddenly saw her eyes blossom with essence, and her body was haunted by the power of vastness. Several stone monuments emerged, transforming into a stone shield to protect her. Clanking, those sword lights collided with the stone monument, emitting a burst of clanging sounds. Senior sister, you and I cultivate the vast expanse Tao together, so what's the point of reverting to the vast expanse? Bai Shushu's gaze was clear and cold, and she saw the runes surging on the stone tablets, as if they were actually coming to life. For a moment, the berserk attack power came in a mountainous attack, hardening and crushing all the sword chi. It seems that junior sister has a deep comprehension of the way of vastness. A flash of surprise flashed in the woman's eyes as she coldly said, "It's a pity that you don't cultivate the sword Tao and that you have a huge realm gap with me. You have no chance in front of me when you use the Tao of the vast sage to cast the law of the heavenly tablet sage." As the words fell, the woman's figure dissipated in place, transforming into a vast sun, vast sword Tao, star river envelope. With a light reprimand, the endless river of swords came spreading out across the sky. Each sword light seemed to represent a star, carrying an unrelenting might that instantly suppressed the top of Bai Shushu's head. The vast and righteous way, the heavenly tablet subdues the world. Bai Shushu's face changed slightly, and with the same loud cry, several stone tablets merged into one, suppressing towards that sword river. Chapter 149 Chu Chen's Battle Power. Boom boom boom. The sword light collided with the stone monument, and the sky and earth changed color. Bai Shushu's little face went pale. After all, the other party was an avatar realm powerhouse, and what she was exerting was a great divine ability of the Tao of the sword, and with her control over the stone tablet, it would be difficult to resist it no matter how strong she was. In just a few moments, a gaping hole had already been cracked in that incredibly tough stone monument. However, the sword chi between heaven and earth was like a torrent, constantly flowing, bringing her only more and more pressure. Bai Shushu injected all his cultivation into the stone monument in a vain attempt to push forward and suppress the other party. However, at that moment, the great sun fell, and a blazing sun-like long sword suppressed it. Boom! With an explosion, Bai Shushu's Jishi stone tablet ruptured on the spot. Put! Bai Shushu sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, and immediately felt that his internal organs were tumbling, and his cultivation was disrupted on the spot. The berserk force struck, and her entire body was instantly lifted hundreds of feet away. If the ring wasn't guarded by a boundary, she would have been knocked out on the spot. Just after landing, Bai Shushu felt a coldness on her neck. She looked up and saw a pair of feet standing in front of her. The woman was holding a long sword at her neck and was looking at her from above. Sister White! Sister White! Seeing this scene, all of the Great Zhou Academy's disciples' faces changed drastically as they hurriedly called out, "I declare that the Great Qian Academy wins this battle." Chu Chen's face was unsightly as he hurriedly called out. As the words fell, the woman immediately put away her long sword and crouched down to help Bai Shushu up. "I'm sorry, senior sister. I struck hard." Bai Shushu coughed lightly and couldn't help but spray out a large mouthful of blood. "Thank you, senior sister, for being merciful." Wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth, Bai Shushu shook his head and stepped out of the ring past his opponent. "Thanks for being merciful, senior sister. I'll fight you." Bai Shushu had just stepped out of the ring when he saw a flash of light and shadow, and Chu Chen had already arrived in the ring. This was his first battle today. As a great disciple of the academy, he had to have a chance to be on the field for this argument. "Senior brother Chu Chen, I heard that you were only at the life-snatching realm cultivation level a month ago, but I didn't expect that you are now at the 3rd level of the divine profound realm. My little sister is rude. Please teach me." "Senior brother." The woman turned around, smiled and saluted Chu Chen. "Senior sister is polite. Go all out. My brother will never hold back." A long sword appeared in Chu Chen's hand, pointing straight at the woman. This was a divine weapon that he had just sacrificed after breaking through the avatar realm, and it contained his avatar dharma, which, when used in conjunction with himself, would be twice as effective in battle. "Thank you, senior brother. Little sister is welcome." The woman laughed softly, and in the blink of an eye, she came to Chu Chen's front, and the monstrous sword she instantly drowned Chu Chen in it. However, a sword light was seen rushing up to the sky. Chu Chen was a fellow practitioner of the vast sword Tao, and as soon as the sword came out, the vast sword light shot straight up to the heavens. Boom boom boom. The sky and the earth changed color, and the storm clouds surged. The endless sword light transformed into an invincible sword, splitting down from the sky. Clanking. Only countless shattering sounds rang out as the woman's river of swords kept crumbling. That invincible sword came to the great sun sword light in front of the woman in an instant. Boom! With a roar, the blazing sun shattered and the woman was lifted off the ground. The person was still in the air and had already sprayed out a large mouthful of blood. When she landed on the ground, she only saw that the invincible sword kept lengthening, still overriding her head. There was no doubt that if this sword were to slash down, it would instantly split her body. The woman's face was horrified, taken hard by surprise in the face of death. Many thanks to senior brother Chu Chen for being merciful. My little sister is defeated. The woman was upset, but didn't show it. Instead she said frankly, Chu Chen didn't make any nonsense, waving his hand to put away the Dao sword, and took the initiative to make way for the woman. Dare I ask who else from the Great Qian Academy would like to give instruction? The woman got up and came under the ring when she heard Chu Chen's voice ring out. For a moment, all the disciples on the side of the Great Qian Academy couldn't help but narrow their eyes. Chu Chen, I've come to fight you. With a low roar, a sword light rushed onto the ring first. In an instant, a strong sword intent enveloped Chu Chen's entire body, and that figure killed Chu Chen like sword light. Chu Chen's face changed slightly. The opponent's speed was too fast. Other people's human swords were united, and what was united was the power of the sword. This person, however, turned all his Dao into speed, truly like light, making people unable to react. Chu Chen only had time to turn around before he only felt a fiery pain on his neck. When he raised his hand to touch it, it was covered in blood. He hurriedly turned back, and saw that the other party was already standing behind him, looking at him indifferently. Great Qian Academy, Sword Palace Chief Disciple Kumin. Chu Chen whispered the name. All the disciples below had long since changed their faces, and they were all staring nervously at Kumin. Kumin, known as the second strongest among the disciples of the Great Qian Academy, his cultivation strength had always competed with the great disciples of the Questioning Palace. Don't look at the fact that he was only at the 4th level of the Avatar realm, but rumor had it that even Luo Hang, the chief senior disciple of the Questioning Palace of the Great Qian Academy, might not be able to take him down. His speed was too fast, coming and going without a trace. No one below the Enlightenment realm had full certainty that they could leave him behind. It's me, Chu Chen. Fight me. Kumin raised his sword to point at Chu Chen and coldly said, he was a true swordsman, cultivating not the Haoran sword, and walking not the path of the academy, but a different path, determined to get out of his own way. There were only challenges in his life, and an opponent like Chu Chen was certainly not something he would let go of. Okay, I'll fight you. Battle intent similarly erupted in Chu Chen's eyes. In the midst of a true essence riot, a hot and dazzling vast chi erupted, and it was as if he had transformed into a pillar of light that enveloped the entire ring. The vastness of heaven and earth is everywhere. Kerman, let's see if you're faster or I'm faster. Chu Chen's voice spread throughout the entire ring, but when he raised his eyes to look, his person had long disappeared from everyone's eyes. Even those saints couldn't help but be surprised, narrowing their eyes slightly to take a closer look before realizing that Chu Chen was hiding behind a patch of sword light. Other people's swords are united. This guy not only merged his human sword, but also merged with the Tao he walked, actually really wanting to incarnate the vastness of heaven and earth. Sculpture, do you really think that a small vast light will be able to hide you? Kumin snorted. The deed locked onto Chu Chen, and killed Chu Chen in a swift manner. Medium, a sword light erupted. Kumin's sword went forward, instantly destroying the hidden sword light in front of Chu Chen, and his long sword pierced into Chu Chen's heart. However, when they saw the light and shadows dissipate, Chu Chen's figure collapsed with them. Not good. Kumin's face changed drastically and he hurriedly turned back with a sword. Medium. Sparks exploded as the two swords collided in the air. As a few strands of black silk flew down, Kumin's hair was hardened and sliced off by a dozen. However, he clearly saw that Chu Chen was confronting himself with a sword, but for some reason, his heart was all tense, and it seemed like an endless crisis was surfacing. He hastily let go of his opponent's sword and turned back again, blocking to his side with unrivaled speed. Medium. Another sword appeared and instantly collided with him. How come? Kumin's face changed drastically as he struck out one after another, his entire body transforming into endless sword light and slashing in all directions. However, he saw countless sword shadows appearing on all sides of him, with speeds faster than his, and moves more severe than his. Wherever the naked eye could see, it was Chu Chen's sword. For a while, with Kumin's speed, he was still beaten to the point that he was only able to fight, but had no power to fight back. Kumin, you underestimate Haoran too much. All that is light is vast, and I am everywhere. Chu Chen's voice rang out, and in an instant, dozens of figures appeared around Kumin, all of them Chu Chen. Chapter 150, Burial Heavenly Emperor Law, Devour. How come? Kumin's face changed drastically. The long sword in his hand kept waving. He felt like he was fighting dozens of Chu Chen with his own strength. Although Chu Chen's cultivation level was slightly lower than his, one was already difficult to cope with, and with dozens of them, he simply couldn't fight. Clanking, boom boom boom, in one collision. Even if he was fast, it was difficult to resist for a while. As the aperture shattered, his defense was completely broken. Put! A handful of blood flowers exploded as the long sword in Kumin's hand flew out, and when he looked up again, his chest had already been penetrated by Chu Chen's longsword. How can? Kumin slowly looked up with an incredulous face. The surrounding Chu Chen's figure collapsed, leaving only Chu Chen's main body behind. You lost. Chu Chen looked at him indifferently. Kumin's eyes clearly had unwillingness in them, but he had to bow his head. Yes, he lost. With this sword just now, if Chu Chen had deviated a little more to the left, his heart would have been shattered. The opponent had shown mercy, and it was clear that the battle was won or lost. Yes, I lost. Kumin nodded slightly and flew into retreat. The moment the longsword was pulled out of his wound, blood soared wildly from his chest. As he watched him walk down the ring, Chu Chen's face also turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his entire body gasped for breath. He swayed slightly, and just as he landed in the ring, he nearly fell down. This battle he won very beautiful, but also exhausted all the body cultivation. The other side, but any longer to insist on a little longer, he had to lose. What a deep sense of vastness! The gazes of those surrounding saints gazed at Chu Chen, and in a trance, they seemed to see a new saint about to emerge. No one had expected that Chu Chen, being so young, would have such a profound sense of the Tao. If not for the limitations of his cultivation, he could have broken through the enlightenment realm at any time. This was a true heavenly pride. Give him enough resources and his cultivation speed would be unimaginable. Sifu. Sifu. Below, the Great Zhou Academy's crowd of disciples nervously looked at Chu Chen. Qin Shiyou was even the first to rush onto the ring and assist Chu Chen. Senior brother, why don't you go down and I'll take this battle? A bitter smile surfaced on Chu Chen's face, and he did not continue to show off. Junior sister, it's all because senior brother is useless. I didn't expect that I'd have to rely on you in the end. With a soft sigh, Chu Chen walked down the ring with a weak step. However, he suddenly felt a tightening of his large hand, which was tightly grasped by Qin Shiyou. When Qin Shiyou let go of his hand, he clearly felt something more in his palm. Many thanks, senior sister. Chu Chen paused in his steps, turned around and nodded to Qin Shiyou, and went straight to the bottom of the ring. Which other senior brother will enlighten us? Qin Shiyou didn't make any nonsense and said as her gaze swept across the room. Seeing Chu Chen walk off the ring, the crowd on the Duhan Academy's side couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Even the eldest disciple, Luo Hong, couldn't help but be alarmed at this moment. He had seen that battle very clearly just now, and even if he himself had no chance of winning against Chu Chen, how could he not have thought that this term's Great Zhou Academy disciples would be this demonic? If Chu Chen was allowed to continue fighting, Great Qian would almost certainly lose. It was a good thing that his method consumed so much that he couldn't hold out after all. But even if he replaced it with Qin Shiyou, he didn't dare to underestimate it. These people are all more demonic than one another. Hell knows what else this girl has up her sleeve. In this battle, Yao Yu is on. Just as Luo Hong hesitated to make a direct move, the voice of the Great Qian Academy's headmaster came and personally ordered his troops. Me, Yao Yu, a young man in his 20s with a cultivation level of the second level of the divine profound realm, couldn't help but point at himself when he heard this. You know, Qin Shiyou had even defeated Jian Chen, who was at the fourth level of the avatar realm, so wasn't going up there by yourself a gift? This is the right time to let eldest brother Luo Hong on. Go! The head of the Duhan Academy said without question. Seeing this, Yao Yu could not say anything more and leapt to the ring. However, just as he appeared, he saw the sky and earth change color as a willow tree suppressed him from the sky. Dare! Yao Yu was shocked. The other party was too bullying. This was to simply not put himself in his eyes. He also didn't dare to be careless, and at the first moment, he took out his divine weapon, a large flag. The large flag waved, and countless runes appeared, transforming into monstrous flames, burning the willow tree crazily while topping it. As a disciple of the Formation Palace of the Great Qian Academy, his talismanic formations were not inferior to anyone's. One thing led to another, and he wanted to use fire to crush Qin Shiyou's native willow tree. Out of your depth. However, he saw Qin Shiyou let out a cold snort and flew up, instantly stepping on the willow tree. In an instant, green light lingered on the willow tree, and countless willow strips flew out, transforming into a great avenue that slapped on that great flag. Boom! Boom 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 boom. The large flag that had been refined with countless treasures instantly crumbled, and a crack appeared, causing the power of the flames to be reduced by a large portion. How can? Yao Yu's face changed in shock. How could he not expect that the talisman on the big flag had no suppression effect on the other party at all? Qin Shiyao was non-committal, her jade foot slightly stomped, and countless roots stretched out underneath the willow tree, instantly inserting themselves into the large flag. Phew! Only a gust of wind was heard, and that big flag instantly turned into a stone, turning into flying dust in the wind. All the talismans of the great flag were assimilated by the willow tree, and even the countless precious materials used to refine the great flag were absorbed by the willow tree as if they had been turned into nutrients. The flames disappeared, the big flag dissipated, and Yao Yu was the only one left, with no resistance at all. The moment he urged his entire body's cultivation, intending to resist, his entire body was penetrated by a tree root, and his strength flowed out on the spot. Don't! His face changed drastically. There was no doubt that if Qin Shiyao didn't stop, she would have absorbed all of his life force in a matter of moments. This willow tree was too weird. Not only could it evolve the divine abilities of the heavens, it could even devour everything. You lost. Luckily, Qin Shiyao did not rush to the end of the world, but instead looked at Yao Yu in a lofty manner. Yao Yu only felt his legs go limp, and his entire body knelt on the ground on the spot, being completely suppressed. This scene not only stunned the many disciples below, but even the chief ministers of the various universities, as well as those saints couldn't help but be shocked in their hearts. Those saints looked at Qin Shiyao and their pupils kept contracting. This girl's law was too strong. Even in the Avatar realm, no one could suppress him. Unless someone stronger was sent out to kill her in one fell swoop, she would surely be invincible on the road ahead. With the relationship between the Great Sacred Lands and the Great Zhou Academy, once this girl was allowed to grow up, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, these saints couldn't help but look at Zhou Hai again. They had the intention to strangle the genius, but they didn't dare to do it at this time. This girl's master is too unfathomable. With such a powerful master protecting the way, and with such a powerful gong method, it was no wonder that this girl dared to use the disciples of the Great Holy Lands as a whetstone. I lost. Yao Yu was horrified in his heart. He didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation and hurriedly called out. And the moment his words fell, the tree root disappeared out of thin air, with only Qin Shiyao still looking at him from above. Next, Qin Shiyao's gaze looked towards the side of the Duhan Academy. After a great battle, she hadn't depleted her cultivation in the slightest. Instead, she had become more and more spirited. There was no way around it. The heaven-burying emperor's scripture itself was devouring heaven and earth to strengthen itself. Even heaven and earth could be buried, and devouring one's cultivation power for one's own use was not difficult at all. At this moment, if she was given time, she could even convert Yao Yu's cultivation into her own nourishment for a breakthrough. Chapter 151 Life is better than death. Dan. Looking at Qin Shiyao standing in the ring, none of the Dechen disciples in the arena could help but take a step back. Witnessing Qin Xiao's law once again, everyone was nervous. The girl seemed to have endless means, one more terrifying than the other. Although he was a life-snatching realm cultivator, who dared to underestimate him? Xin Yenon, the voice of the Great Qian Academy's headmaster came again, his face grave. At those words, the face of a disciple at the third level of the Avatar realm changed slightly. He didn't dare to hesitate and could only walk stiffly to the ring. There was no doubt that he had similarly lost this battle, and it was a defeat that was not even remotely suspenseful. However, in just 2 incense sticks of time, Qin Shiyao experienced several more great battles. When they turned back again, only Luo Huan was left among the participating disciples of the Duhan Academy, and at this moment, Luo Huan's face had already turned pale. Everyone could see that the Great Qian Academy master was trying to consume Qin Shiyao in a wheel battle, and finally let Luo Huan make a move to take her down in one fell swoop. However, up until now, Qin Shiyao not only did not see the slightest bit of fatigue, but instead became more and more spirited. Look at her red-faced appearance, as if she had taken a 10% tonic pill. It was simply too demonic. Is there anyone else from the Great Qian Academy? In the ring, Qin Shiyao stomped on a lanky teenager. This was the most miserable youth in the argument until now. Not only was his mouth full of teeth knocked out by Qin Shiyao, even his bones were almost broken by Qin Shiyao. At this moment, he was covered in blood and was twitching, not to mention how miserable he was. And there's a reason he suffered so much. It was only because his name was Sun Bufu, a personal disciple of the martial Dao Palace of the Great Qian Academy. Previously, when he was at the entrance to the Taichu mountain range, he hadn't flaunted his power against the Great Zhou Academy's side. At that time in the Great Zhou Academy, the most powerful Chu Chen was inferior to him in terms of cultivation. If he hadn't been stopped by Yi Haoren, he might have struck out against the Great Zhou Academy at that time. Now that she saw Sun never forget, how could Qin Shiyao let the other party off the hook? This senior sister, you've hit too hard. Victory and defeat have been decided. Are you going too far in humiliating people like this? Luo Heng's face changed dramatically, and although he was unwilling, He had to walk onto the ring at this moment. Oops. Sorry. This senior brother, little sister was too excited. Plus he is a body refining cultivator. In order to break the defense, my little sister exerted a little too much force. Please forgive me. Senior brother son, please rise quickly. In the future, remember to say if you can't beat them, but don't try to be strong. Shin Shio pretended to be surprised, looking as if she had only just reacted, and helped Sun Bufu up. That embarrassed expression made Luo Hang, who still wanted to verbally lash out at him, have a blockage in his heart and instantly lost his temper. Everyone else is acting like this, so if you bash on it, won't you look like a small-minded person? But what this woman said was too hard to hear. What do you mean? Don't try to be tough if you can't beat them? Did he ever give Sun Unforgiven a chance to admit defeat? She's been beating people to death from the beginning, okay? Sun Unforgettable even almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, looking at Qin Xiao with indignation. This woman looks innocent, but this mouth is too poisonous. It's just not human. Elder brother, you go down first, be careful. Qin Xiao carefully assisted Sun Bufu to the ring steps, speaking gently with her mouth, but secretly exerting force to directly push Sun Bufu down. Oops. Sun not forget to let out a miserable scream. This has already seriously injured him. At this time even more was dropped to 5 confused, not to mention how miserable. The crowd of disciples on the side of the Great Qian Academy were furious, and even the headmaster of the Great Qian Academy couldn't help but get up, each looking at Qin Xiao with a face full of anger. How could senior brother be so careless? What if this breaks? Quickly, my little sister has an elixir here. Hurry up and take it. Qin Xiao walked down to the ring with a nervous face and took out an elixir and stuffed it into Sun Bufu's mouth. When Zhou Hai from above saw this scene, he couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth twitch and his face turn black. Qin Xiao's little movements could be hidden from others, but not from him, especially that pill. He knew it too well. Named the death-seeking pill. The medicine was a good one. A life-saving elixir that Zhou Hai had specifically reserved for his disciples. Legend has it that if you take this medicine, even the dead can be saved, and you can have an extra 100 years of life. You can't even die if you want to within this 100 years, but it's not unreasonable for Zhou Hai to give away such good medicine. After it is taken, it is really seeking life and death. Although there was immortality within 100 years, the pain could be magnified 10,000 times whenever the slightest injury was inflicted. With that kind of pain, it would be better for many people to die. The fact that they can't die is what makes this dance so terrifying. Qin Xiao giving Sun Bufu this elixir was never out of good intentions. This was putting people to death. Sure enough, a miserable scream came from the severely injured and hard-to-move Sun Bufu rolling on the spot. That mournful hissing roar made everyone's scalp numb, and even those saints couldn't help but feel a tightening in their hearts. That sound, it's a million times worse than killing a pig. What do you do? The Great Qian Academy's headmaster was alarmed and hurriedly called out. How dare you, Qin Xia? You're mutilating your fellow disciples. Luo Hang also couldn't help but blush with embarrassment as he loudly rebuked. For a time, the scene was tense with swords drawn, and the angry crowd of the Dakian Academy was itching to directly strike at Qin Xiao. Enough! Seeing that Qin Xiao was going to continue his performance, but even Zhou Hai couldn't watch anymore. He could sort of see that this precious disciple of his was a little green tea, seemingly innocent and full of tenderness, but he will not be soft at all when it comes to packing up people. If these people really took a shot at her, they might have to be scourged by her. Everyone be at ease. This disciple of mine doesn't have any bad intentions. Please don't worry. Zhou Hai had a headache on his face, and when he said this, as thick-skinned as he was, he couldn't help but feel a bit bashful. This sacred, fellow Daoist, looking at this mournful scream, I'm afraid you don't even believe this yourself. A sage in the field opened his mouth and coldly said, yes, what kind of elixir is this? Look at the black color this child has gotten. It's clearly a poisonous elixir. Teachers come from the same school, yet your great Zhou Academy is so ruthless. Isn't that a bit too much? The other saints also spoke one after another, to say that when they started the war earlier, they did not have any reasoning, and that was fine. Now that they have caught the reason, how will they let it go? Yes, this so-called Holy Father was very strong, but he couldn't risk universal condemnation and strike at everyone without any justice. Could he? Elder Zhou, you guys have gone too far. Is this how your Great Zhou Academy entertains its guests? The headmaster and the disciples of the Great Qian Academy couldn't help but be furious as well. Only the people from the Great Yuan Academy and the Great Tang Academy were silent. No one dared to offend the Great Zhou Academy at this time. Enough, one by one. Are you done? I'm fine when I say I'm fine. What are you guys accusing me of? Showing off how much you talk. Zhou Hai frowned and everyone shut up instantly. Even those saints couldn't help but have the corners of their mouths twitch, and despite their anger, they could only choose to hold back. Look, I'll say it again. This isn't some poison pill. This Sect's disciples are pure in nature and have no intention of harming others. This is a divine elixir of salvation. If you don't believe me, look. Johai's voice was icy cold, shocking everyone at the same time. Waving his hand, a stream of light flew out, beheading Son Unforgettable's head on the spot. Chapter 152 New Disciple. Son, never forget. What do you do? Everyone was once again shocked, and the entire room was taken aback by Johai. Morong Shao looked at Johai with an unrecognizable expression. This master and disciple were too much. One tortured people to the point where they were worse than death, and the other directly shot out to behead them. Is this a master who wants to harbor his disciple and is ready to take the murder charge himself? The great Duhan Academy has always been decent to Morong Shao. Even his own senior brother cannot do this kind of thing. He cannot accept it. Johai, however, didn't care about everyone present, but instead flew to the center of the field, picked up Son Unforgettable's head, and lifted his hand for a few big mouthfuls. Call it out. Johai let out a roar. Ah! In the next moment, a mournful scream was emitted, and the crowd's pupils suddenly shrunk as they looked incredulously at Son Unforgettable. One could only see the eyes glaring roundly from Son Never Forget's head, a mouth wide open, and was letting out heart-rending screams. This scene caused everyone's insides to tremble violently. Even those saints couldn't help but have their adrenaline spiking, only to feel a coolness rush straight to the top of their heads. It's also so damn magical. It's scarier than seeing a ghost. At this moment, the crowd only then noticed that there was no blood spurting from Son Never Forget's neck. On the contrary, there seemed to be something guarding it there, still keeping him alive even though his head had been chopped off. See, this seat says a divine elixir is a divine elixir. What's all the fuss about? Johai swept a glance at everyone and grabbed Sun Bufu's body as he pressed his head back to him. Then he saw a flash of light at Sun Bufu's neck, and when he looked again, the wounds at Sun Bufu's neck were actually healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gazing at him, even the injuries on his body were recovering at a speed that was unimaginable. This scene was so amazing that some people who had seen the world couldn't help but think of some kind of divine elixir that only existed in legends. This is the 9 turns divine elixir. The sage from Void Cloud Peak shouted with glaring eyes. That's right, the 9 revolutions divine pill. Legend has it that there is an ancient Dan formula in heaven and earth that captures the creation of heaven and earth and can refine the 9 revolutions immortal pill, which can be taken to become an immortal in one fell swoop. Of course, legends are just legends, and no one has ever seen a real immortal. On the contrary, there is an efficacy that can be proved. That is, after taking the 9 revolutions immortal pill, great emperors who are on the verge of death will be able to prolong their lives for 10,000 years, and even have a chance to live out their second life. Its medicinal value is comparable to, if not surpassing, the immortality pill. After all, no matter what immortality pills, as long as they've been taken once, it's useless to take them again. The 9 revolutions immortal pill, however, remains useful, and this 9 revolutions divine pill, which is said to have been refined by the 9 revolutions martial emperor, is an unattainable treasure for body refining martial artists. After its consumption, although it cannot live a second life, it can increase one's lifespan by 100 years. Within 100 years, one will not die or perish, and there's also a special effect that not only allows one's injuries to heal quickly, but also enhances one's sense of pain, allowing the martial artist to travel all the way along the path of cultivation. Millions of years ago there was a mortal who gained a heavenly chance, took this medicine, and 100 years later achieved great sainthood, competing with the heavens. This little disciple of mine couldn't even be bothered to take this stand, but now she's using it to give it away. So who dares to say that she's harboring a sinister intent? Try it again. Johai nodded his head and directly revealed the origin of this Dan, bluffing everyone. Is it really the 9 revolutions divine pill? How is it possible? Hasn't this Dan been lost for a long time? If this is truly the 9 revolutions divine pill, this kid has truly gained a heavenly chance. Those saints all changed their faces, and the others in the arena were even more envious. This is a supreme divine elixir that can make mortals achieve great sainthood. How good would it be to give it to yourself? Unfortunately, while they were envious, none of them noticed the guilt in the corner of Johai's eyes. He felt a little bereft of conscience at that statement. Only the benefits of this Dan were mentioned, but he didn't tell everyone that there were originally 100 of this divine Dan circulating around the world, and as a result of the people who once took it, 98 of them went crazy, died, and chose to have their souls dissipated, with not a single thought of desire for survival. It couldn't be helped. The medicinal power was there. It was a great opportunity, but one had to have enough will to bear it. Bearing it down, not to mention becoming an emperor, there was at least a chance of achieving supremacy. Who the hell can stand pain that's worse than death? Carrying the 10,000 times amplified pain, a gust of wind blowing on the face or like a steel knife scrape like, get a slap is no less than 1,000 cuts. Do not drive people crazy is strange. At this point, for example, Sun Forget had just regained his mobility and couldn't wait to take a knife and plunge it into his heart. He wanted to die so badly. It hurt so much. It was excruciating. But the knife had just been plunged in, and the pain that tore through his heart made him scream out, even more dismally. Ugh, what are you doing, kid? I've told you, this medicine can make a person immortal for 100 years. You don't say you'll give yourself a cut. Even if you bruise your bones, it will restore you to your old self. Why are you torturing yourself like this when the pain is there? Johai couldn't help but look away with a headache on his face. Kill me. Kill me. Sun Never Forget was rolling all over the place, tears and snot flowing, and with his blood-covered body, it couldn't be more miserable. Child, bear with me. It won't hurt anytime soon. Trust me. Johai hurriedly assisted Sun Never Forget and comforted him with a concerned expression. The corners of Qin Xiao's mouth moved slightly and she almost didn't laugh out loud. I thought I was poisonous enough, but I didn't realize that Master, his old man, was the real killer of hearts. How could he be so kind as to make snide remarks when she was in such pain? For a moment, Qin Xiao felt that she was still too kind. Surprisingly, she forgot to make up for it. It's still the Master who is reliable, and the mending is not merciful at all. At the same time, she couldn't help but sigh. Master is Master. So marvelous. There are treasures all over his body. A little bit of time passed, and amidst Sun Unforgettable's miserable screams, all of them gripped their hearts and spent their days as if they were years. Finally, the screams faded. The crowd was surprised to discover something. The injuries on Sun Forget's body had completely recovered as before, and only less than an incense stick of time had passed. This recovery speed, even those saints couldn't help but blush when they looked at it. It's too fast. Wouldn't it be invincible if you had this kind of recovery speed in battle? Even people at their level could even try to fight across levels, but when they thought of that kind of pain, they again had to hold back their heart trembling. With that kind of pain, who the hell is in the mood to fight? Any injury would kill you. What kind of person could survive that? Boy, much more comfortable, aren't you? Johai looked at Sun Bufu, who had finally calmed down, and reached out to pat his shoulder heavily. However, he heard a miserable scream, and Sun Forget once again showed that agonized expression. What are you doing? Sun Unforgettable looked at Johai angrily, only to feel that the palm was like a big mountain crashing heavily on his shoulder, giving him a feeling of being pulverized. But strangely enough, he didn't show any signs of injury, merely pain. This scene caused the corners of the crowd's mouths to twitch. That's harsh. That's torture. Ding, a mad demon battle body has been detected in front of us. Please also ask the host to take on a disciple as soon as possible. Here's the information on the new apprentice. Right at this moment, the system's voice came, and Johai's body instantly stiffened in place. New apprentice? Sun Forget? He looked at Sun Forget with a dumbfounded face, completely unable to understand that he had met for so long. So why didn't the system remind him to take on an apprentice until this time? Is it because of taking that elixir? System, you can't be kidding? If I take him as my disciple, with 10 times the feedback, I shouldn't be able to bear his pain 10 times, right? After a long time, Johai swallowed his saliva and said, Chapter 153 Sun Never Forget cried, in answer to the host, no it won't. His pain is his pain, and the host's pain is the host's pain. With so many disciples, when has the host ever experienced the pain of a disciple? The system's voice came, which made Johai breathe a sigh of relief. He was truly a bit weak. If he gave his disciple a scourge like this and it ended up being retribution on himself, that would really be a laugh. Elder Zhou, you have gone too far. Sun Forget is the genius of my Duhan Academy, now poisoned by this medicine. Although it will not die within 100 years, it will have to suffer from that pain day and night. Aren't you guys harming people? Right at this moment, the voice of the Great Qian Academy's headmaster came out, disgruntled. That's right, fellow sacred Daoist, you keep talking about the benefits of this medicine, but everyone can see the bad side of this medicine. With such pain on top of it, anyone who comes will have to become an invalid. Your hearts are too evil. Sacred dogs. Those saints followed suit and spoke, each one looking at Johai with feigned indignation. They couldn't beat Johai, but they could still do it by blaming it on their mouths and bargaining a bit. What's with all the bull asterisk? My own disciples. I can do whatever I want with them. What does it have to do with you? Johai cut off the communication with the system and rolled his eyes at these people and said, Self-disciple. What do you mean? The crowd looked at Johai strangely, and even Sun Buffet couldn't help but look puzzled. Sun Forget, right? This seed wishes to accept you as the 4th disciple under my door and pass on your supreme divine abilities. Are you willing? Johai smiled and looked at Sun Bufu, and that bright smile caused Sun Bufu's heart to burst. The crowd even stared at Johai with wide eyes, incredulously. This guy wants to take on a disciple in public? The eyes of many young disciples were red. This was an invincible holy father of the world. Can't you see that his disciples are using extreme Tao techniques? If you can worship him as a teacher, won't you be able to walk sideways in this northern wasteland in the future? Especially Zhang Qianquan. At this moment, even his breath caught in his throat as he stared at Zhou Hai with an unbelievable expression. He did not understand. His own talent is not in the least bit worse than Sun Forget. Why Zhou Hai only treats Sun Forget is to beat him to death, do not want his own. Master, you can't be serious? You're really going to take him as your disciple? Qin Xiao was startled and said weakly. If this were to become his own young master, would he not be harming the division? I should have gone easy on him. Shouldn't have given him that stuff anymore. Nowadays, this little junior brother is equal to an invalid who can't even stand the wind. Ah, nonsense. Master has always been true to his word. When has he ever lied to anyone? Zhou Hai glared at Qin Xiao and said without any goodwill. It's all because of this dead girl. I just hope that this little disciple of his hasn't been played by her. Egu. Ah, senior brother. What are you still standing there for? From now on we're family. Just now senior sister's hand was a bit heavy. You mustn't take it personally with senior sister. Come. These treasures are for you, as a gift for meeting you. Qin Xiao's mind turned, and she hurriedly threw a bunch of things at Sun Bufu. Ah, only to hear a scream. A gold brick smashed on Sun Bufu's head, smashing Sun Bufu's head on the spot, falling on the ground and screaming loudly, immediately followed by a bunch of things flying. Each thing smashed on Sun Bufu, making Sun Bufu suffer that drilling pain. The key Qin Xiao, all these things were thrown out in a brain, and couldn't take them back even if they wanted to. Reacting, she could only watch as Sun Forget was smashed all over her body. Senior brother. Sorry, senior sister didn't mean it. Why don't you put those away? Is it that you don't like it? In that case, it's okay for senior sister to take it back, right? Qin Xiao hurriedly took the things back again and assisted Sun Bufu with a heartbroken face. As the saying goes, you don't look at the face of a monk, you look at the face of a Buddha. She was looking at Sun Unforgiving with displeasure, but from the moment Zhou Hai decided to take the other party as his disciple, she had already treated Sun Unforgiving as a family member, and really didn't want him to suffer half a bit of harm. After the previous consumption in the Eight Wastelands passage, there was not much treasure left in her body, and she could have taken it all out just now. Whoever thought it would do this kind of damage to Sun Unforgiven? Ilu mother alas, hurt me. Which bastard came up with this goddamned elixir? Sun Never Forget wailed incessantly in pain, and only after a long time did this break out into curses. He ended up opening his mouth too wide, pulling it in, and letting out another scream. It had to be said that he was too miserable at this point. What he could normally do, he couldn't do now. He had to speak in a lower voice, or else his throat would hurt. Junior brother, I'm not doing this for your own good. Whoever thought it would hurt so much? In that case, let's pay our respects first and talk about the rest later, okay? I'm telling you, our master is old and good. When we get started in the future, master's sister will take good care of you. Qin Xiao scratched her head with an embarrassed face and grabbed Sun Bufu, pretending to be playful in hopes of earning forgiveness. Ouch, 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 you let go of me, it hurts. Sun Unforgettable let out a yell. Qin Xiao hadn't exerted any force when she grabbed his wrist, but he was just drilled with pain. Oops, sorry, little senior brother, people don't mean it. You will forgive people, right? Qin Xiao hurriedly let go and said with an embarrassed face, I don't want to see you guys again. Looking at Qin Xiao's kind plus loving face, she still looked innocent. Coupled with Zhou Hai's expectant gaze, Sun Never Forget cried on the spot. How could he not have thought that he would suffer so much in this argument? He could see that the master and disciple were the devil. The so-called disciple is just looking at himself and wants to bring himself home to clean up slowly. Didn't you hear what Zhou Hai said before? It's none of anyone else's business if their own disciples do what they like. Coupled with this injury from Qin Xiao, he felt that unless he had a brain problem, he couldn't go back with these two even if he was dead. In the midst of the cries, Sun Never Forget turned around and was about to leave. Ugh, what are you doing? Junior brother, master is here. What makes you not worship him? Kneel down and worship your master. Qin Xiao got anxious, grabbed Sun Never Forget and kicked him in the leg. Sun Forget didn't react for a moment and fell to his knees on the spot. The immense pain made him scream out, unable to even resist. Immediately afterward the sky swirled before his eyes, and a sharp pain came from his forehead. By the time he reacted, the worship had already been completed. Sun Nevermind let out an unwilling growl and looked at Qin Xiao with an angry face. Who are you to decide for me? I don't worship. Sun Never Forget growled angrily, and that look gave Qin Xiao a fright. Shut up, where's all this nonsense when I tell you to pay your respects? Giving you too much credit. Reacting. Qin Xiao couldn't help but think of the scene earlier where eldest senior brother forced the little monkey to worship his master, and turned on Sun Bufu with an output of punches and kicks. There was a succession of miserable screams, and the surrounding people were confused. Full of speechlessness, they looked at Qin Xiao. This is too overbearing. How can anyone force someone to worship a teacher like this? Can this kind of worship count? Zhou Hai was also a bit dumbfounded, looking at Qin Xiao like a ghost and froze. Chapter 154 Mad Dog Physique. Hey, okay, you damned girl. What are you hitting him for? Reacting. Zhou Hai hurriedly pulled Qin Xiao back. Master doesn't have to feel sorry for me, as long as I can get him to worship. Disciple is willing to suffer. Qin Xiao waved her hand, with a look of sharing her master's worries, and rolled up her sleeves to continue working. Holy, stop fighting. Zhou Hai hurriedly grabbed him with a headache. Master, you really don't need to worry about Disciple. Eldest brother is not here, and Disciple is willing to share master's worries. Qin Xiao once again looked at Zhou Hai and volunteered. You stop. When did I ever feel sorry for you? I heart him. You had to torture him to death, didn't you? Zhou Hai heavily knocked Qin Xiao on the forehead and threw her to the side. Personally assisting Sun Bufu. Apprentice son, this senior sister of yours is pure and kind, and has no malicious intent. You can't be bothered with him. Come with my master. My master will definitely train you to become the strongest bull and horse of the current generation. No, it's the strongest great emperor. Zhou Hai looked at Sun Never Forget with a sincere face. However, he saw Sun Bufu slowly raise his head, and his eyes became bloodshot. In a trance, there seemed to be an invisible force brewing within him. Zhou Hai was startled, and when he met these eyes, he inexplicably remembered the scene of being chased by a mad dog when he was a child. I'll kill you. With a snarl, Sun Never Forget gave Zhou Hai a heavy punch, and then like a mad dog, he lay on top of him and scratched and bit him, giving Zhou Hai a bloody gash all over his body. Holy, Zhou Hai was startled and instinctively slapped his palm out, hard enough to send Sun Bufu flying out. The pain that tore through his heart and lungs made Sun Bufu hiss and yell, but instead of rolling all over the place again, it made his eyes scarlet as he climbed up and pounced on Zhou Hai once again. At the same time, the cultivation in his body seemed to have broken through the shackles, and he even erupted with unprecedented strength and speed. In an instant, he rushed to Zhou Hai again, scratching and biting at him. Holy, you're crazy. Zhou Hai once again slapped him away, and when he saw him coming after him again, he pulled his legs and ran. Seeing this, Sun Never Forget turned around and pounced towards Qin Xiao. What are you doing coming at me? Master is over there. Qin Xiao was also startled and scurried away. How could she carry a mad dog that even Master couldn't stand? Mud, are you going to kill me? Why did you come to my side? Zhou Hai turned around and shouted when he saw this dead girl's woes. Master, I'm afraid, Qin Xiao said with a nervous face. You're the one who's afraid. I'm not, am I? You draw him away from me. Don't let him come after me, Zhou Hai shouted. At this moment, he finally understood what it meant to have a crazy devil battle body. You can't even say mad dog with this madness. Don't, Master, I still have to discourse. Will you help me draw him away? Qin Xiao exclaimed. As a girl, she was most afraid of this kind of creature that had a seizure. Even if she died, she couldn't leave her master. Must find someone to lean on so I can feel safe. During the conversation between the two, 3 streams of light kept leaping through the air. Although Qin Xiao was only at the peak of the innate, when she erupted, her speed was not weaker than that of an Avatar realm powerhouse at all. But strangely enough, Sun Unforgettable was faster than her at this time. For a while, she was hanging on tightly by Sun Bufu, almost catching it several times. The crowd below looked confused, especially those people from the Holy Land. Each of them looked at Zhou Hai with odd faces. Is this still that invincible saint? How dare he let a madman bite him? As for those saints, they all narrowed their eyes at this moment. Just now, they clearly perceived that when Zhou Hai had struck, he had actually only exploded his Zifu realm cultivation. Moreover, saints have laws to protect their bodies, although it cannot be said that they are immortal, but under saints, it is simply impossible to cause harm to saints. And yet, he let a life-snatching realm cultivator claw and bleed all over his body, which was too suspicious. Master save me. Right at this moment, Qin Xiao was grabbed by Sun Bufu and took a big bite on her shoulder, only to see blood splattering. Qin Xiao's shoulder froze and a large chunk of flesh was ripped off. Qin Xiao also no longer stayed her hand, and slap after slap kept slapping at Sun Bufu's body. Sun Bufei, however, as if he couldn't feel the pain, held onto him with a death grip and froze without being slapped out. Bang bang bang. For a time, Sun Forget didn't know how many bones were broken all over his body, and a bloody hole kept exploding on his body. But Qin Xiao wasn't much better. Her body was covered in scratches and tears that were bloody. Seeing a tragedy break out, Zhou Hai suddenly appeared behind Sun Buffing, lifting his hand a talisman into Sun Bufeng's body, directly to Sun Buffing fixed on the spot. Master, It was only at this point that Qin Xiao broke free from Sun Never Forget's clutches and came to Zhou Hai's side with a resigned face. I told you to stall him first, but you didn't listen. See, isn't that the end of it? Zhou Hai glared at Qin Xiao, causing Qin Xiao to become even more aggravated. And you didn't say you could immobilize him. Qin Xiao deflated her small mouth and said, alright, drink some medicine. The injury will heal soon. Zhou Hai waved his hand and extracted a ball of blood from Sun Bufu and handed it to Qin Xiao. Master, you're making me drink blood? Qin Xiao was taken aback. Nonsense. You masters and brothers all have different special physiques, and blood can be considered a great medicine of heaven and earth. Wouldn't it be a waste to leave such a great medicine unused? Drink it quickly, Zhou Hai said without question. Okay. At those words, Qin Xiao could only swallow the mass of blood. In the next moment, she saw a flash of light on her body, and her physique coupled with the bowl of blood healed her injuries in an instant. Moreover, there seemed to be some kind of extra energy inside her body, making her cultivation strength even further. What an overbearing blood. It really takes over heaven and earth. No wonder Master wants to take him as his disciple. Qin Xiao couldn't help but say as her eyes lit up. The Master and disciple chatted to themselves, not noticing that the eyes of many people around them were red. Special physique, great medicine of heaven and earth. Could it be that those disciples of Zhou Hai were all legendary physiques? And this Sun Bufu too? Especially the principal of the Great Qian Academy. At this moment, even his breathing followed. Really, he couldn't let Sun Forget go no matter what. Sun Forget could only be a disciple of the Great Qian Academy. Alright, take this little disciple of mine down. Wait until he regains his sanity. The other's discourse continues. Seeing Qin Xiao recovering from her injuries, Zhou Hai ordered, slow down, Elder Zhou. This child is a disciple of my Great Qian Academy. Who are you to say you want it? However, it was the Qian Academy's headmaster who took a step forward and looked at Zhou Hai with dissatisfaction. Just by the hardness of my fists, okay? Why don't you try? Zhou Hai glared. This disciple he was set. Whoever dared to disobey, he didn't mind bullying. It couldn't be helped. He needed oxen and horses too much. Whether or not he could become an emperor sooner, it all depended on these precious disciples. You, Elder Zhou, I admit that you are very powerful, but you can't be unreasonable. So many people are here watching. How can you forcefully accept a disciple like this? The heart of the Dakian Academy's headmaster trembled. Although he did not dare to offend Zhou Hai, he still argued with reason, in a vain attempt to borrow the momentum of the people around him, and thus take away the Sun Unforgettable. Chapter 155. One power breaks all laws. That's right, you're too overbearing. Fellow Daoist, what kind of person accepts a disciple like that? Fellow Daoist, accepting a disciple is not a matter of wishful thinking. If you're willing and this child of his is not, you can't force it. Dog. As soon as the Qian Academy's headmaster's words fell, he saw those saints open their mouths one after another. The people from the various Holy Lands all looked at Zhou Hai with disgruntled faces, as if Zhou Hai had done something hurtful. Everyone be at ease. My young master didn't say that he had to accept this disciple. You guys are right. The matter of worshipping a master is always between you and me. My senior will never do that forcing thing. Seeing that these saints had the intention of picking a fight, Morong Shao hurriedly stepped forward and rounded off the situation. Senior brother, why are you talking nonsense with them? It's none of their business if I want to take on a disciple. Let them beat me if they don't. Zhou Hai was disgruntled. To him, Face and Li and all that didn't matter. He could choose to give in on anything, except for the matter of accepting an apprentice. Just kidding, multiple disciples were more powerful. This was the key for him to become an emperor as early as possible. Senior brother, don't fool around. Listen to elder brother in this matter, and ask him for his opinion when the boy regains his senses. If he is willing to worship you as his master, he will be a disciple of my academy from now on, and no one can stop him. If he is unwilling, my brother will never allow you to take him as your disciple. Morong Shao frowned and chided in a low voice. The cultivation world is very realistic. Morong Shao is also nearly 100 years old, and he has seen the world in an unknown number of ways. Even those who run in both directions of the master and disciple, in the end are inevitably turned against each other, forcing people to worship the master. This is not to raise a white-eyed wolf. Zhou Hai's inheritance had nothing to do with him, but he would never allow Zhou Hai to do something like this that was asking for trouble. Senior, Zhou Hai was a bit unhappy and wanted to argue, but he saw Morong Shao raise his hand and said, if you still recognize me as your senior brother, then listen to me. Otherwise don't call me senior brother. Zhou Hai's old face darkened, completely speechless. That's his Sanzo brother, who likes to meddle in other people's business all day long. Okay, it's okay to see his opinion, right? Shaking his head, Zhou Hai reluctantly said. The scene left the people around them dumbfounded. No one had expected that the unrivaled Saint Sovereign would let a Unity Realm cultivator control him to death. On what grounds? Just because Morong Shao is the sect leader? This is outrageous. A saint? In which sect isn't he an ancestor? Is it something that a mere headmaster can control? But strange as it was, everyone could see that this academy was clearly Zhou Hai's weakness. Soon, the discourse continued. Qin Xia, who had recovered from her injuries, changed into a new outfit and once again came to the ring. There have always been rumors that senior brother is the first of the 4 house disciples. As we meet again today, I'd like to ask for senior brother's advice. In the ring, Qin Xia owed a bow and softly said. Opposite her stood Luo Hang, his eyes blazing at this moment, his face not to mention gloomy. You don't have to be polite. Senior sister, go ahead and strike with all your might. I've seen what you can do, and I will never show mercy. I must take that holy weapon. Luo Hang's voice was cold and unquestionable. In that case, little sister is welcome. Qin Xiao's eyes moved slightly, and the large tree that covered the sky emerged from behind her when she raised her hand. The tree was 100 feet tall, like a huge mountain peak. Thousands of willows were hanging down from the top, and countless willow leaves bloomed with light, resulting in a cloudy glow in 1,000 colors. Go! Qin Xiao let out a light rebuke, and a dozen willow leaves instantly flew towards Luo Hang. In an instant, huge stone monuments emerged, and martial Dao shadows shook the sky. There were even countless sword chi that tore through the sky, instantly killing Luo Hang before him. Drive me too. Luo Hang's eyes blazed as he let out a loud roar, and a dragon's roar resounded from behind him. Buzz! It was a long spear, and the moment it appeared, the dazzling light caused the heavens and earth to lose color. The long spear had a bit of cold aura, instantly pointing through all the laws. Clanking, wherever the lance passed, Qin Xiao's bladed stone monument, martial Dao shadow, and countless sword chi collapsed on the spot. The long spear was like a dragon, heading straight for Qin Xiao. So strong, what kind of law is this? Below the ring, the disciples of the 4 mansions were stunned, each looking at Luo Hang with incredulity. Even those Holy Land powerhouses couldn't help but have their pupils shrink at this moment. In this shot, they actually felt the power of a Dao. That's right, Luo Hang had actually grasped a Dao at the 5th level of the Avatar realm. Wherever its path leads, no one can defeat it. Qin Xiao's 10,000 laws were useless to him in the slightest. Seeing that the lance was about to come in front of Qin Xiao waved her hands, and thousands of willow strips from the willow tree behind her flew out, entangling the lance so that it couldn't move. However, he saw Luo Hang's figure move and instantly came to follow him. He grabbed the hilt of the gun with his large hand and shook it with force, and that indestructible power erupted, instantly shattering countless willows. For a while, the sky was filled with willow leaves and branches all over the place. The long spear broke free from the willow bindings and forcefully killed Qin Xiao under Luo Hang's strike. Senior sister, go down! Luo Hang let out a roar and struck out in a desperate attempt to pick off Qin Xiao with a single shot. Elder brother, you're shouting early. A flash of surprise flashed across Qin Xiao's eyes as her figure backed up. Seeing that the lance was about to penetrate her body instantly merged into the willow tree behind her. Medium, the lance killed, hitting the willow tree trunk heavily into the wood. However, he saw the willow tree's green light lingering, and a powerful force erupted, instantly shocking the lance out. Luo Hang retreated 3 steps in a row with his spear in hand, a flash of surprise in his eyes. Reacting, he bellowed, "Alright, let me see senior sister's supreme divine ability." As the words fell, he waved his lance. Only a swimming dragon was seen glowing around him, and his monstrous power shot straight up into the clouds. Buzz, clouds from the dragon, tigers from the wind. As he kept waving his spear, the heavens and earth shook, and countless dark clouds enveloped the heavens and earth, transforming into entities that merged into Luo Hang's spear. Kill me! With a loud roar, this shot Luo Hang drew on the power of heaven and earth, the avatar of all things, and erupted with a might that shook the heavens and moved the earth. Not good. Senior sister, be careful. Zhu Chen's face changed drastically and he hurriedly roared. On the other side, the disciples of the Great Zhou Academy, including Morong Xiao and the sect leader and elder, all had their faces changed in shock as they looked at the field with a tense expression. The power of this shot was too strong, and in their opinion, almost no one below the Enlightenment realm would be able to carry it. This Luo Hang was worthy of a generation of heavenly pride, and could be called one of the few enemies of the current generation. Under everyone's gaze, one could only see the heavens and earth trembling, and that long dragon of wind and clouds carried an unrelenting momentum of destruction, instantly killing in front of the willow tree trunk. Boom boom boom. Only explosions were heard in all directions as the willow tree trunk continued to crumble and debris flew all over the sky. No matter how much the willow tree shook and how much vitality flowed, it could not withstand this invincible shot. No good. In the willow tree, Qin Xiao's face changed dramatically. He only felt that his internal organs kept collapsing. This shot was not only hurting Willow, but also causing unparalleled damage to him. There was no way around it. The willow tree was her original talisman. If the willow tree was damaged, it would be hard for her to escape. She saw that willow was about to be broken and she would have to be seriously injured. Suddenly, her eyes went cold, and the green light on the willow tree changed for the worse. Chapter 156 Discourse First. Elder brother, come in. Qin Xiao let out a light rebuke, and then she heard the gloomy winds rise, the green light on the willow tree disappeared, and even the sky and the earth became pitch black. What's going on? Everyone was shocked and raised their eyes, only to see the aura of death sweeping over from all directions. It was as if the entire heaven and earth had turned into a burial ground, with only death and no life. In the ring, Luo Hong used all his strength and was about to penetrate the roots of the tree, but then he saw the willow tree open violently, instantly engulfing him whole. What is this place? Luo Hang's exclamation of shock came from heaven and earth. Raising his head again, he could only see pitch blackness around him, with the spiritual elements of heaven and earth completely isolated. Here, he couldn't even exert his own cultivation. It was as if it was a heaven and earth from death that could swallow everything and bury everything. Here, no law will be of any use. This is my world, the place to bury everything. Senior, welcome to my world. Qin Xiao's figure emerged in front of Luo Hang. She carried a death mark on her brow, and her entire body seemed like the embodiment of the heavenly Tao as she looked at Luo Hang from above. Your world? Senior sister, why are you pretending to be a god? Since ancient times, only saints have been able to open up their own worlds. What kind of tactic is this of yours? Luo Hang was secretly surprised and kept mobilizing his true essence, but to no avail. My world, the world of death, is something that elder brother will never understand. You'd better give up struggling. I am the master here. If I want you to live, you live. If I want you to die, you die. Qin Xiao shook her head slightly and raised her jade hand as she spoke, seeing an invisible force envelop Luo Hang. Well, Luo Hang let out a muffled grunt, and saw the majestic true essence flowing out of his body, turning into a rolling torrent that merged into Qin Xiao's body. How did this happen? What's going on? Luo Hang was shocked and wanted to struggle, but realized that he had problems even moving. All is sustenance before death. Senior brother, admit defeat or die. Choose. Qin Xiao didn't have any nonsense, extracting all of Luo Hang's true essence in an instant. Once again, Luo Hang felt the heavens spinning and a cone of pain hit him. He clearly felt that his 3 souls and 7 spirits seemed to be leaving his body. No, don't! Luo Hang shouted in horror, gripping his own divine weapon tightly in an attempt to counterattack by borrowing the power of the lance. Still want to resist? However, Qin Xiao's voice came out, appearing somewhat contemptuous. Luo Hang then saw a scene that he would never forget, only to see a ball of black light attacking and wrapping around that lance. In just a moment's effort, his spear lost all color and turned into a handful of flying ash, dissipating into the heavens and earth. A death lance then flew in, and it was clearly his divine weapon. The lance was merciless, penetrating his chest, causing him to completely lose his resistance, and his divine soul was almost knocked out of his body. Don't! I concede. Luo Hang had never tried the feeling of death, but at this moment, he truly experienced it. In front of that kind of feeling, everything was that out of control. One could not even be considered an ant. At this point he gave up all struggles and had only one purpose, to save his life. And the moment his words fell, all the pain disappeared. The darkness in front of his eyes gradually dispersed, and the sky and earth once again regained their brightness, with only Qin Xiao standing silently in front of him. Senior brother, you've lost. Qin Xiao's tone was clear and cold, as if she was talking about an insignificant matter. Yes, I lost. Luo Hang's face was pale. It was from fright and from being severely injured. As the words fell, his entire body fell to the ground weakly and softly, with only a lance still stuck in his chest. Wow! There was an uproar around them, and everyone got up at the same time. Even those saints couldn't help but have their hearts pounding at this point, looking at the field with horror. Winning! Qin Xiao surprisingly won. How exactly did he win? Even those saints didn't see it. They only saw that for a moment just now. The willow tree transformed into a coffin, isolated from the world, yet affecting heaven and earth. That monstrous aura of death. Even saints didn't dare to dip into it easily. When the aura of death in the heavens and earth dispersed, a great battle had come to an end. The gazes of all the saints gazed at Qin Xiao, their hearts churning with thoughts. Is this the extreme Tao technique? It's too powerful. It's like changing the sun and moon of the heaven and earth, and changing the universe. For a small innate realm cultivator to be able to strike with such might, how strong would the great emperor himself be if he were to do so? They didn't dare to think about it. It was destined to be an existence they couldn't even reach to look up to. Elder brother, I'm sorry. On the ring, Qin Xiao looked at Luo Hang with a bemused look in her eyes. With a wave of her hand, the lance that was stuck in front of Luo Hang's chest flew out and transformed into a willow leaf that fell into her palm, finally dissolving into nothingness. Good. 1. My great Zhou Academy has won. Ha ha ha, my great Zhou Academy has won. A cheer came from the disciples of the great Zhou Academy as they reacted. Just now, God knows how nervous they were. How could they not expect that Qin Shiyao would be able to sustain herself under Luo Heng's invincible offense and even emerge victorious? One must know that Qin Shiyao was only an innate cultivator. An innate cultivator sweeping away many Avatar realm powerhouses was nothing short of legendary. Great Zhou Academy. Qin Shiyao wins. Shu Chen's voice followed suit, excitedly saying, the Great Zhou Academy had been in the bottom of the list for 10 consecutive terms, and had finally taken first place for hundreds of years. He was not the only one who was excited at this moment. Even Morong Xiao and Li Changqing and the others could not help but feel stirred up inside and filled with exhilaration. Good, good. The 4 prefectures are number 1. My Great Zhou Academy is finally number 1. Li Changqing laughed out loud, and his gaze toward Qin Shiyao couldn't be more satisfied. Ha ha ha, from today onwards, who dares to underestimate my Great Zhou Academy? Jun, your brother, this disciple of yours isn't bad. He has the demeanor of that child Chen Bei. Wu Yang, Chen Shuang and the others couldn't help but laugh as well. Zhou Hai rolled his eyes and looked at these people speechlessly. Shouldn't it be my style? He said, disgruntled. Amidst the excitement of the Great Zhou Academy crowd, no one noticed the change in the expressions of those saints in the arena. As the saying goes, several families were happy and several families were sad. And in the midst of all the excitement and silence, the battle for the first and second place of the 4 prefectures discourse came to an end. The next step was the debate between the Great Yuan School and the Great Tang School. Both sides will have to fight for a third and fourth. By the time the discourse was completely over, it was already dark. The people from the various Holy Lands left one after another under the leadership of the Holy Ancestor, and the disciples of the 4 mansions dispersed individually. The only ones left in the field who hadn't left were Old Taoist Void Cloud from Void Cloud Peak, Fairy Yaoqi from Qingyue Valley, and the crowd from the Dakian Academy. Hey, aren't you guys leaving yet? Zhou Hai looked towards Old Taoist Void Cloud and Immortal Yaoqi. He didn't have any good feelings towards these holy ancestors of the Holy Lands. Ha ha ha, that's what fellow Taoists said. It's not like I'm the one who's offended by them offending you. A guest from afar. How can there be a reason to expel a guest? Old Taoist Void Cloud laughed out loud, pressing no intention of leaving. Yes, it's not like we've offended you. On such a big day for the Academy, shouldn't you entertain us? We can't even dilly-dally with a drink. The Yaoqi fairy also skimmed her lips, similarly not intending to leave. Chapter 157 Morong Xiao, who is good at being a good person. Ha ha ha, the 2 saints are joking. My senior brother can't speak and doesn't mean any harm. Please forgive me. Morong Xiao helplessly glanced at Zhou Hai and hurriedly stepped forward to round up the situation. Humph. Zhou Hai coldly snorted, not bothering with these so-called saints. If it wasn't for the fact that the karma of killing saints was too great, he would have to give the various holy places a clean-up today at high and low levels. However, the Academy is all up to Morong Xiao, and since Morong Xiao has stepped in, he is too lazy to interfere. The most important thing right now was to take on another apprentice. Master, son never forget has woken up. Right at this moment, Shu Chen's voice came, and Zhou Hai turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the Hall of Asking. The crowd saw this and followed suit. Just after arriving at the Hall of Asking, he saw that Zhou Hai had already lifted the confinement on Sun Unforgettable, and was standing in front of Sun Unforgettable with a fairy-like appearance. Disciple, you and I are destined to be together. Why don't you quickly worship your master? Master has supreme divine abilities and monstrous techniques. This is a chance that no one else can even beg for. Zhou Hai's words were full of temptation, and listening to Old Taoist Void Cloud and Immortal Yaoqi, both of them became a little red-eyed. If anyone else had said that, they would have never believed it. What monstrous techniques and supreme divine abilities were nothing compared to the way of the sage. However, after witnessing Qin Shiyao's arts, they had to believe it. The extreme Dao technique, that was an existence that saints wouldn't even dare to think about. If they could, they would even be willing to worship Zhou Hai as their teacher just to have a glimpse of the Emperor's law. Those disciples of the Great Zhou Academy were even more breathless. Not only had they seen Qin Shiyao's extreme Dao technique, they had also witnessed Chen Bei's supreme divine ability. At the same time, they had seen Zhou Hai's disciples with countless magic treasures, and even though their cultivation was still shallow, they were still unrivaled across the world. What does it mean to worship Zhou Hai? That was simply getting a treasure trove out of thin air, with countless feats and treasures inside. If Zhou Hai was willing, they even wanted to bow 3 times and ask for a disciple. In their opinion, Sun Forget was simply too lucky to be chosen by Zhou Hai. Speak up, senior. What are you doing? Seeing Sun Bufu's delay in answering, Qin Shiyao said in dissatisfaction. So many people are watching. If Sun forgets to refuse, how disgraced the master must be. Don't you say a word. Apprentice, this is a meeting gift for you from your master. Do you still like it? Zhou Hai glared at Qin Shiyao and threw out a glove with a wave of his hand. The crowd's gazes were instantly attracted to the glove. and they saw that the glove was haunted by ebony light, and the inscriptions on it vaguely blossomed with colorful rays of light, containing endless Tao rhythms. Of course, the most attractive thing was that Saint King's aura. This was actually a Saint King artifact. For a time, even old Taoist Void Cloud and Fairy Yaochi's breath caught, their eyes filled with envy. The Holy King's artifact. Not only did it contain the Saint King's way, but it also contained an interpretation of the Saint King's entire cultivation. This was a treasure that many people had longed for beyond their reach. Now that it was just given to a life-taking realm cultivator, it was simply enviable to the point of madness. Elder Zhou, this is Abduction. Sun Forgetting is my great Chan Academy disciple. Even if another famous teacher should also be agreed to buy the division, how can you cajole like this? The principal of the great Chan Academy was in a hurry. He also eyed the various benefits given by Zhou Hai, especially since this Saint King artifact was right in front of him. He couldn't wait to take it directly. But the problem was that none of these things were for him or for the great Chan Academy. Even if Sun Forget took it, it wouldn't end up in their hands, and instead the great Chan Academy would lose a Sun Forget. He would never agree to this money-losing deal. Where did you get all that? You guys said that I'm bullying, and I'm not forcing my disciple now. Is it not possible to give my disciple a little favor? If you can't see it, you give the benefit of the doubt. Chokai glared this way. He was really upset right now, and if it wasn't for giving Morong Xiao face, he wouldn't bother caring about how these people felt in their hearts. You, Sun Forget, your master has always had high hopes for you. Do you really want to betray your master and go with others? As you have heard, your blood is a great medicine of heaven and earth. Your master has been getting more and more shriveled since he was seriously injured 30 years ago, and his days are numbered. Don't you want to save him? Seeing that Zhou Hai's side couldn't make sense, and Sun Bufu's gaze gradually rested on that glove, the Dechan Academy's headmaster hurriedly called out. Upon hearing this, Sun Unforgettable's body trembled, and he hurriedly averted his gaze from that Saint King's artifact. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You old man is moralizing, do you know that? Zhou Hai was not happy and pointed at the nose of that Dechan Academy's headmaster and cursed. Sect leader Morong, come and judge, am I not right? If one worships another without the permission of the master's sect, this is treasonous, and Sun Forget has been adopted by his master since he was a child and treated him as if he were his own, and now he's going to betray his master for some favors, not even caring about his master. This kind of disciple, do you dare to accept it at the great Zhou Academy? Instead of conversing with Zhou Hai head-on, the Dakian Academy master walked behind Morong Xiao to reason with him. Senior brother, you have your way of accepting disciples, and others have others' ways of dissuading them. It's not that my brother is rude. Everyone has their own ideas. Never force them. Let the boy choose for himself. Morong Xiao shook his head slightly and said helplessly, Senior brother, you are too pedantic. Zhou Hai had no choice but to turn his gaze toward Sun Never Forget once again. Senior brother, this is the sacred soldier desire stone given by master just now when senior sister won first place. Previously, it was senior sister who was unfavorable to you, and this is used as an indemnity. Regardless of whether you worship the master or not, it will be yours in the future, and I hope that senior brother will not hold a grudge against senior sister. Seeing that Zhou Hai was helpless, Qin Shiyao followed suit and dropped her attitude, taking out a stone that shimmered with a 9-colored light and handing it to Sun Never Forget. Sorry, Elder Zhou. Senior sister Qin, I appreciate your kindness. I can't pay my respects. Sun Unforgiving's heart fluttered. After his sanity cleared, he also thought a lot. In front of this pair of master and disciple, he couldn't make any waves at all. Even if he hated what they were doing, continuing to fool around would only pose a great threat to the sect, so he didn't make any more noise or go crazy. But with the great favor of his master's school yet to be repaid, he couldn't change his sect no matter what. What? You? Zhou Hai frowned and wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by the great Chan Academy's headmaster. That's enough. Elder Zhou has heard it too. Sun Forget has no thoughts of worshipping the master. Can we go now? Saying that, he rushed forward to pull up Sun Forget and was about to leave. Nima. Zhou Hai was furious. Why is this dead old man so much nonsense? But before he could step forward to stop him, Morong Xiao had already stopped in front of him. Alright senior brother, let them go. To borrow a phrase from the Buddhists, don't force yourself before your destiny is fulfilled. With that, Morong Xiao looked at Qin Shiyao and said, Shiyao, since you've resolved to give the desire stone to Sun Never Forget, don't go back on your word. Give it to them. Qin Shiyao was stunned, and before she could react, Morong Xiao had already grabbed the desire stone from her hand and handed it over to the Dakian Academy master. This is Shiyao's gift of atonement to this child. Please accept it. The Daqian Academy master's eyes lit up. This thing he didn't dare to rob, but when others gave it away, how could he not take it? Many thanks. With this matter settled, we will take our leave. The great Qian Academy's headmaster smiled with a smile on his face and gave a thank you, leading the disciples to leave straight away. Chapter 158 Elaborate Calculations. Wyatt's Sins. Elder Brother. You. Zhou Hai looked at Morong Xiao with dissatisfaction, his eyes looking somewhat strange. He really didn't think that Morong Xiao could do such a thing. Senior brother, don't talk too much. Morong Xiao glared at him, and Zhou Hai could only turn around helplessly. Senior brother, don't blame me for the nonsense. It's fine if you don't let him worship me, but there's no need for you to harm him like this. If anything happens to him this time, it's all because of you. Leaving behind a sentence, Zhou Hai transformed into a stream of light and returned to the Daozang Palace's small courtyard. Master! Qin Xiao obviously noticed that Zhou Hai's mood was not right and hurriedly chased after him. Morong Zhao's expression in the arena stiffened as he looked at Zhou Hai's departing back and shook his head helplessly. You guys look. This kid does things as unreliable as ever, but this heart is still as pure as ever. On the side, Li Changqing and the others followed suit and laughed, their eyes filled with helplessness. The secret realm will open in 10 more days, so there's no need for the two of you to travel back and forth. If you don't mind, how about temporarily residing in my questioning palace? Seeing that old Taoist Void Cloud and Fairy Yaoqi were still present, Morong Xiao said with a smile, the academy is destined to prosper with fellow Daoist Zhou Hai. With fellow Daoist Morong, it is also destined to be blessed by fellow Daoist Zhou Hai. The bond between you masters and brothers is truly enviable, and we would like to witness this great story. Fairy Yaoqi softly laughed. Yes, with you masters and brothers working together like this, the scholarship forefather should also be pleased. In my opinion, I'm afraid that the next schoolhouse will have less trouble. I, Void Cloud Peak, would like to help the schoolhouse. Old Taoist Void Cloud nodded his head and said with a smile, in that case, thank you very much. Shen quickly arrange for the two saints to stay and be well entertained. Forgive me, two saints, there are still many matters yet to be dealt with in the academy, so I won't entertain them personally. Morong Xiao was delighted and hurriedly ordered, you're welcome. Amidst the laughter of old Taoist Void Cloud and Fairy Yaoqi, Chu Chen left with the two of them, leaving only the crowd of the Great Zhou Academy in the arena. Unbroken, there are still 10 days left before the secret realm will open. According to the Supreme Being's approval, this secret realm can only be entered by those with life-snatching realm cultivation and below. You and Shenner have already broken through the avatar realm, and the secret realm chance is destined to be irrelevant to you. Next, you'll be the one to personally step in and keep an eye on the situation over at the Great Xian Academy. If that Sun Bofu has any trouble, remember to report it at any time. Morong Xiao turned his head towards Yuan Bubro and ordered in a deep voice, Senior, do you mean that the Great Xian Academy will be unfavorable to Sun Unforgiving? Yuan Bubian's face changed slightly as he whispered, if you're told to go, you go? Where's all this nonsense? The so-called harboring a great medicine. That kid was born with both a great medicine and a holy weapon. Do you think that with his current condition, who could spare him? You're still acting like a cutie when your little master uncle can see the truth. As if asking here, how did master teach you? Wu Yang glared at Yuan Bubro and said with dissatisfaction, got it master. Yuan Bubian hurriedly arched his hand and quickly left the academy. Senior Marshal Yang, your words are a bit excessive. Junior brother isn't that bad. On the contrary, he's unconventional and smarter than we thought. He understands a lot of things. It's just that he's rarely confused and doesn't like to hook up. As such, this relocation to the Great Qian must have been the result of deep thought. For one thing, if there is no academy, De Qian will die. In today's situation, the only way to protect ourselves is for the academy to become one with De Qian. Secondly, the general academy of the academy has changed, and everything can't go back after all. Morong Xiao shook his head slightly inside. Yes, even the saints are that confused, so no wonder the university houses have dared to act recklessly all these years. We have always maintained the way of the first sage and are destined to have difficulty integrating into today's general academy. It seems like it's time for my Great Zhou Academy to change. The crowd sighed along with them, full of disappointment in the General Academy of Learning. Okay, enough of that. Junior Master's disciple, Chen Bei, is the Great Qian Emperor? Now that we want to gain a foothold in Great Qian, and Great Qian needs the Academy's help, it's the right time to snuggle up to each other. Let's go. It's too busy over there, so let's not put on airs. Go to the new king's capital of De Qian and discuss with the Qin dynasty about how to get along in the future. It's good not to cause any conflicts between neighbors. Morong Xiao waved his hand and took a group of elders and headed straight to the new king's capital of De Qian. At this time, the new king of Daqian was in chaos, and in the middle of reorganizing the order. Even those Taishang elders could not be idle, so much so that when Morong Xiao and the others arrived, they also waited most of the night to be entertained. And at this moment, in the small courtyard of the Daozang Palace, Zhou Hai thought twice before sending a transmission note to Chen Bei. Apprentice, if you are free, go and walk up to the Great Qian Academy. If that Sun Bofu was in trouble, you can help out a bit. The transmission note had just flown out when Qin Xiao came forward with a bowl of noodles. Master, the dragon intestine and phoenix belly noodles you asked for. Qin Xiao set the noodles on the table and said gently. Good, you have some too. It's a great tonic. Zhou Hai nodded and smiled. No master, disciple is facing a cultivation bottleneck. It's not easy to break through at this time. If this is eaten, disciple is afraid that he won't be able to control himself. Next, disciple will be in seclusion for a few days, hoping to realize the great Tao soon and walk out on my own path. Qin Xiao smiled and shook her head. Whatever. Since Supreme Lord Qing Yan chose to open the secret realm again, there are bound to be quite a few good things inside. How much chance you can get this time is all up to your destiny. Cultivate well. Zhou Hai answered and took a big mouthful of shivering noodles. Qin Xiao nodded, but had no intention of leaving. After a moment's hesitation, she couldn't help but say, Master, disciple can see that senior uncle is also trying to help you. There's no need for you to get angry with him. Zhou Hai was stunned and glanced at her. You damned girl. I still need you to teach me how to do things? There are things you can see that I wouldn't be able to? Today, my master will teach you a word. Playing with one's heart is the tactic of the weak. If I were still weak, I'd do anything to hurt the world. As long as I'm happy with myself, more than anything else. But how innocent is that son Bufu? He just doesn't want to worship his master. So why set him up like this? You remember, strength is honored on the path of the strong, and in the future, learn less from your master's uncle to play with power. Qin Xiao's heart clogged up before she realized that she had thought of her master too simply. It turned out that it wasn't that the master couldn't read the master's mind. He just didn't care to do it. It's just a shame that everything happened, and the next son Buffet is destined to face the darkest moment of his life. Human darkness is something that every human being cannot escape. Understood, master. Disciple is going to cultivate. Qin Xiao answered and returned straight to her room. Hey, how's that kid doing? Zhou Hai continued shivering the noodles and waited for a large bowl of noodles to be finished before he took out the sacred artifact jade pillow and asked, Master, that kid still has some arrogance left. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you train him into submission. The voice of the jade pillow artifact spirit came out, giving Zhou Hai a feeling of ill will. One could imagine what kind of torture the little monkey was going through at this time in the world of the jade pillow. This shrewish monkey must be cleaned up, or it will be difficult to teach. Late at night, a stream of light cut through the sky and entered a desert. In the depths of the desert, the blood was monstrous, and the corpses of countless giant scorpions were piled up like mountains. The blood venom turned all the yellow sand into clay. Chen Bei stood in the sea of corpses and blood, his body killing as if he was a great devil walking on earth. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and raised his hand to smash a stream of light, hearing Zhou Hai's voice inside. Chapter 159 Hell Rock. Rock Monster. Son not forgotten? What's master paying attention to him for? Chen Bei frowned and looked at the yellow sand that had turned into clay under his feet. He hesitated for a long time and resolutely turned around to leave. However, as soon as his feet were raised, he felt a strong force come upon him, pulling his feet in a deadly grip. Boom! At the same time, the monstrous killing aura turned into substance, enveloping a 10-mile radius in a bloody light. Not good. Hell Rock is about to open. Chen Bei's face was unsightly as he looked up, only to see blood clouds shrouding the sky. There was a wind that turned into a tornado, bringing with it a sky of blood clouds and blood-colored yellow sand, opening up a passageway with him at the center. Master, disciple is trapped in Hell Rock and can't leave for now. Seeing that the Hell Rock passageway was open and there was no chance for him to leave again, Chen Bei hurriedly released a transmitting note. In the next moment, his figure disappeared in place. Appearing again, the world in front of him had been turned upside down. Gollum Gollum. Boom boom boom. The heat wave hit him head-on, and the temperature of the place instantly burned the clothes on Tatsuhoku's body. Chen Bei's face changed slightly, and at the first moment, he urged his true essence to protect his entire body. When he looked up again, he saw a monstrous waterfall dropping down in front of him, 3,000 feet high and 2,000 feet wide. That lofty scene appeared as if Chen Bei was a mole cricket. Instead of water, the waterfalls flowed with tumbling lava. Chen Bei stood on a huge boulder, and around him was an endless sea of magma. Aside from the boulder under his feet, there was no place to land at all. Is this Hell Rock? How come I don't see that legendary immortal fire? Chen Bei swept his gaze around and couldn't help but whisper to himself. Boom! Suddenly, his feet shook violently. Chen Bei's face changed slightly and he hurriedly looked down to see that the boulder he was stepping on was constantly rising, raising his position by more than 30 feet. Chen Bei's pupils suddenly shrunk, and it was only then that he realized that what he was stepping on was not a rock at all, but a huge monster. The monster's body was made up of rock, and the blood flowing within it was rolling magma. The appearance of the monster made the heaven and earth, which already seemed like a furnace, even hotter. If not for Chen Bei's true essence protection, he would have been roasted into a ball of flying ash on the spot. Roar! The monster let out a roar and seemed to sense someone above its head and raised its hand to slap it. Chen Bei was shocked. only to see that where that palm passed, like the sky collapsing, a large shadow swept over. Asshole, you don't take a good stepping stone, how dare you make a mistake? Chen-Bei's eyes were stern as he raised his hand. A light blue bead flew out with a cold light. As he urged his true essence, he saw the holy might envelop the bead, and a large curtain of water descended, in a vain attempt to cut down the monster in an instant with the holy weapon. However, the moment the holy weapon was powerful, the monster's aura changed along with it. Powerful holy might erupted, and the monster's size instantly swelled more than 10 times, its palm heavily smashing into the holy weapon treasure pearl. Not good. Chen-Bei exclaimed out in shock and gathered his full strength to strike into that bead, while he himself turned around and fled at the first opportunity. Boom! A shocking explosion came from the sky. The entire magma sea set off monstrous waves, and the violent impact instantly caught up with the fleeing Chen-Bei. Put! Chen-Bei sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, only to feel his internal organs crumble on the spot. A ball of fire came from within, instantly igniting him into a fireball that smashed heavily into the sea of lava. Protect me! Chen-Bei only had time to let out a cry of surprise as the beads that had been slapped out by the monster flew back at the first opportunity, forming a cloud of water mist that enveloped him. The flames on his body were extinguished with a loud bared sound. The coolness from his body finally made him feel better. Boom boom boom. However, before he could catch his breath, he saw the huge rock monster slapping its chest and killing towards him once again. That powerful holy might made him unable to move for a moment, his entire body frozen in place. What's going on? Just now it was clear that he only had an avatar realm cultivation. Why did he suddenly erupt with holy might? Could it be? Chen-Bei's thoughts turned electrically, and he instantly noticed the sacred artifact Dinghai bead that was protecting him. Without the slightest hesitation, he hastily put away the sea-fixing pearl, and saw that the rock monster's cultivation plummeted, coming to the peak of the avatar realm in a matter of moments. Sure enough, get the hell out of here. Chen-Bei's eyes lit up as he saw the rock monster slap over again, and he exploded all his cultivation to return the favor with a punch. Boom boom boom. The two fists and palms collided, and in a violent explosion, Chen-Bei was instantly sent flying hundreds of feet like a ball. Put! Another large mouthful of blood flew out as Chen-Bei smashed heavily into the magma. So strong. Chen-Bei hurriedly flew out of the magma and looked at the rock monster with a grave expression, unable to stop another mouthful of blood from spurting out. As a peerless generation of heavenly pride at the same level, he had never imagined that one day he would be defeated in front of an opponent at the same realm. This rock monster far exceeded him in both strength and physical toughness. Not bad kid, some strength. Just then, the rock monster's voice came. Chen-Bei's heart stirred and he was busy raising his head to look at the rock monster, and he saw that the other party was grinning a big mouth and looking at him like a monster. Are you, Angelica? Chen-Bei's heart stirred, instantly guessing the identity of the other party. Ha, it's me alright. Dare to trespass on Hell Rock. Do you know your offense? Angelica sneered, then snapped. How dare you condemn me with just you? It is said that Angelica is a demonic and beautiful man, born to be evil, but I never imagined that she is such an ugly demon. I'll give you one chance to live. Get out of the way or die. Chen-Bei's eyes narrowed slightly, and as he spoke he secretly absorbed several pills to forcefully recover his injuries. Unbridled. Junior who doesn't know the heights of heaven and dares to speak to the seed in such a manner. You're still the first person ever. Fu Jian was furious, with flames burning in his eyes as if he wanted to incinerate heaven and earth. Yes? Then I'll show you what true licentiousness is. Get out of my way and tell me where the immortal flame is. Chen-Bei's eyes became more and more stern, and as his words fell, he took a step towards Fu Jian. With every step he took, the aura on his body got stronger. By the time he came to 100 feet in front of Fu Jian, he was already towering over him. Arrogant, looking for death. Fu Jian was furious. His huge fists waved and smashed towards Chen-Bei in a skywide manner. As his cultivation dropped to the peak of the avatar realm, his body size also once again returned to 30 feet in size, but this punch was still as powerful as a meteorite falling. Chen-Bei also did not have the intention to fight hard. His body flickered and avoided the opponent's fist by sticking to it like a stream of light. Then the aura of destruction burst out around him, and with one punch, heaven and earth fell silent, and the power of destruction filled dozens of miles in every direction. Boom! Fu Jian was unable to react, and was heavily smashed by his punch on his arm, and that huge arm was instantly punched out with a huge hole, and then the whole arm was disconnected. Roar! Fu Jian let out a heart-rending roar, completely enraged. Its body shook, and 4 heads and 8 arms suddenly emerged, slapping at Chen-Bei one after another. How can? Chen-Bei changed color and hurriedly raised his speed to the extreme to avoid left and right, but he still let the last big hand slap him. Put! In an instant, the injuries that he had just recovered a bit burst out again, and it was as if all the bones and organs in his body had been slapped to pieces, and his entire body spat out blood while flying towards hundreds of feet away. Chapter 160 Angelica, Immortal Fire, Griffin. Congratulations on successfully provoking Master Fu Air. Go to hell. Fu Jian was furious and rode on the attack, with countless slaps piling up towards Chen Bei. Chen Bei landed on the surface of the magma and immediately transformed into a black lightning bolt, prancing from side to side. He was fast, but no matter how fast he was, he couldn't get away from his opponent, and several times he was almost slapped. 4 heads and 8 arms. How could there be such a monster in the world? Chen Bei's face was ugly. This was the first time he felt powerless when facing an opponent of the same realm. What does a mole know? 4 heads and 8 arms won't do it. If I have 1,000 heads and 10,000 arms, what should you do? Seeing that his 4 heads and 8 arms could not help Chen Bei, a flash of playfulness flashed across Fu Jian's angry eyes. Then Tatsuo saw a scene he would never forget, only to see countless tentacles rushing out from that 30-foot monster. It even directly detached from its body and killed towards Chen Bei like a great river. At the same time, countless heads flew out, carrying flames from the sky, instantly flooding toward Chen Bei. Your ass. Chen Bei was confused and unconsciously burst out a catchphrase he had learned from Zhou Hai. He almost increased his speed to the extreme, but he still couldn't escape in front of the endless heads and arms. Boom boom boom. In just a few moments, he had been hit with hundreds of slaps all over his body, and his entire body was struck down like a meteorite. And this time he didn't even have a chance to fall into the lava. Still on his way down, he was swallowed by a stone maw. Put. Cough cough. Chen Bei sprayed out several large mouthfuls of blood one after another, looking unusually wretched. Kid, you know how powerful you are. Mr. Fu Air? A former great emperor had to kneel before Second Master Fu, and you dare to come and challenge Second Master Fu? Looking for death. Fu Jian's smug laughter rang out, and he saw an invisible force strike, instantly petrifying Chen Bei's feet and turning them into solid stone. Yes? I'll admit you're good. Unfortunately, your split technique is not without its flaws. Chen Bei's face was grim as a brilliant aura surged in his eyes, instantly seeing through all the cracks. Broken. His body shook as the petrification that covered his legs disappeared, and the mysterious power was directly crushed. Break again. Chen Bei let out another roar and transformed into a stream of light, swinging his fists at the surrounding heaven and earth one after another. Boom boom boom. For a while, this closed space kept exploding, and the dazzling firelight from outside once again shone in. How come? You can see through the weaknesses of others? Outside were piles of rocks and stone arms. The thousands of rocky heads of Anomaly spoke at the same time, incredulously. It's too late to react. Chen Bei's eyes blazed as he swung both fists. Wherever it passed, countless stone heads continuously crumbled. No! You stop! You're hurting Master Fu Air! Angelica exclaimed in shock and hastily fused all her heads with her arms. However, when he melted into one, he realized that half of his body had been blown up by Chen Bei, and his entire body was only a dozen feet tall, and his strength had dropped by more than half. Die for me! Chen Bei let out a roar. The demonic flames around his body were sky high, and the berserk power of silence transformed into countless thunderbolts that instantly poured down on Angelica. Ah! Angelica screamed miserably, and her body was getting smaller and smaller as she was hit and crumbled from the stone. When the demonic thunder disappeared, it had already transformed into the size of a palm and turned around to escape. Stay for me! Chen Bei flew forward and grabbed Angelica in his hands. Fu Jian, who had been so powerful just a moment ago, had instantly become an existence for others to pin down. In the hands of Chen Bei, he couldn't even struggle. Let me go! You let me go! Angelica yelled, but the voice that came out was as brittle as a baby's. Chen Bei's eyes were stern. Not only did he not have the intention of letting go of it, but instead, his palm was gripping it tighter and tighter, with the gesture of directly crushing it. Second Master, will you let go of me? I've lost. Angelica was so shocked that she begged for mercy. Humph, you'd beg for mercy too? Too bad I'm not your second master. You can go to hell. Chen Bei rebuked in a cold voice, frightening Angelica to death. No, 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 you're my second master. If you don't want to. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 masters will do. Don't put down the killer. Ah, it hurts. Angelica exclaimed in horror, almost amused by Tatsumi. 35, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 grandparents? Why can't it be a grandpa? Chen Bei was filled with speechlessness. Greater is one. And where is one greater than two? Look, I'm giving you this big. Don't be a killer, okay? You can't kill me, but I don't want to be in pain. Under Chen Bei's gaze, Angelica looked at Chen Bei with tears in her eyes. The difference was that instead of tears, it shed a single lava. The degree of scorching heat, if not for Chen Bei's true essence protection, he would have to let the magma scald a big hole in his body. Oh, so this is your way of kissing ass. It's easy to not die. tell me where the immortal fire is? Chen Bei looked at Fu Jian with a threatening gaze, causing Fu Jian's heart to tremble. There was no doubt that if he dared to tell a lie or fail to answer, Chen Bei would never show any mercy. I say, Angelica shouted in a hurry, and her body immediately turned into a ball of flame. Then the flames flared up and it turned into a delicate woman again. Although she was only the size of a palm, her eyebrows were curved, waves of light flowed, and her gaze at Chen Bei was invariably filled with seduction. Second brother, do you see how beautiful I am? Chen Bei shivered. This sudden female voice, whispering, made his goosebumps fall all over the place. Scram! Demon still won't explain where the immortal flame is? Chen Bei was disgusted and angrily rebuked. Second brother, aren't people just immortal flames? Can't you tell? Angelica looked at Chen Bei with an aggrieved face, and seemed to keep changing the color of her own flames in order to prove herself. Your immortal fire? Chen Bei looked disbelieving. Legend has it that immortal flame is an existence that once killed an immortal. Is this something that can be touched? Second brother, how can you not trust people? In this way, don't you have a holy weapon on you? Wouldn't you know if you take the holy weapon see defining pearl and try it out? Seeing Chen Bei's skepticism, Angelica was dissatisfied. Humph, you're thinking pretty well. You are strong when you encounter strength. If you take out a holy weapon, not to mention that you have the cultivation of a saint in an instant, even if you recover your original body, it will be extremely difficult to clean up again. You think you can hide this little thought from me? Chen Bei bristled, yet he couldn't help but be a little shaken when he said this. This thing is as strong as it meets the eye, and there seems to be no upper limit. In that case, it seemed that he would be able to fight even if he met an immortal, and that must be an immortal fire, but it was only a guess after all, and he couldn't be sure. After hesitating again and again, Chen Bei thought of the ancient method passed down by the Chun clan, and raised his hand to gather talismans with his blood, transforming it into a fire control spell and striking it into Angelica Jian's body. Holy, fire control spell. What kind of person is the old dog Tatsuo to you? Seeing that fire control spell, Angelica was confused and hissed, Tatsumi? A flash of confusion flashed in Chen Bei's eyes. He had never heard of this name at all. However, he could feel that the fire control spell did work. Just after it was struck into Angelica's body, it immediately detained Angelica's origin and put it firmly under control. Say, where the hell is the immortal flame? Only after making sure that he had control of Fu Jian did Chen Bei let go of the other party and drank in a cold voice. Chapter 161 in HE. The chance to become an immortal. Dead. The immortal flame is completely dead. You caused this. Are you satisfied? Having just escaped from Chen Bei's grasp, Fu Jian once again transformed into a 1-meter-8 demonic man. He no longer tempted Chen Bei with his beauty, but instead had an angry expression on his face. Talk properly. Chen Bei's eyes glared as he was about to cast a fire control spell to torment Angelica. I'm telling the truth. I'm the immortal flame. With a look of reluctance and compulsion to obey, Angelica simply walked to the side and sat down. Do you know what immortal fire means? Everything in this world, every living being at the beginning of its birth carries a fire of its own, which you call the fire of the heart, or the fire of anger. It seems to you that when one is angry one is vulnerable to anger, which can wreak havoc on other things, but it has never occurred to you that the so-called heart flame does not control people, nor does it actively injure them. It only actively erupts when a person is harmed. This is what you call the immortal flame, also known as the innate origin, something that has existed since the beginning of the birth of the heavens and the earth. And it's you, Mr. Fu Air. Me. Fu Jian tilted his head and looked at the fire waterfall in front of him, as if recalling something, and said in a deep voice, so you're really immortal fire? An existence that once killed an immortal? Chen Bei raised his eyebrows. The other party's gesture made him believe a few things. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Who told you I've killed fairies? Xian was killed by that old man Chen Mei. It's none of my business. 30 million years. Do you know how I've spent those 30 million years? In order to wipe that old ass. For 30 million years I didn't dare to leave this place for a single step. By the way, I have another name. You all call me Tendo, but have you ever seen Tendo living like this? I'm a jailer, a jailer who even imprisoned himself. Angelica glared at him, and when he said that, he looked aggravated again. Tatsumi again? What the hell is going on? What happened in between? Also, how did you become Tendo again? Fu Jian completely piqued Chen Bei's curiosity and couldn't help but say, stupid. I've made it so clear and you still don't get it. All people have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Do you know why there is an evil fire in the body when a person is in love, or has a desire? You shun this evil fire, but you do not know that this is the purest fire in heaven and earth, and is itself meant to purify desire. People have 7 emotions and 6 desires, and the heavenly Tao is likewise the same. Master Fu Air's mission is 1. To stop the heavenly Tao from generating desires. As part of the heavenly Tao, Do you think it's a problem for Master Fuer to call himself the Heavenly Tao? Angelica glared and bristled. The Heavenly Way has desires too? Chen Bei's heart was a bit incredulous. It is said that the way of heaven is to make up for the deficiencies. The way of man is to make up for what is lacking. This shows that the way of heaven is fair. To even create desire for the Heavenly Tao. What's the point? Ignorant child. I can see that you should be the descendant of that old kid Chen Mei. Otherwise it would be impossible for you to cultivate the way of destruction and know the immortal fire control technique. Unfortunately, compared to your ancestor, you are far worse. To think that back then, the heavenly Tao that was beheaded by your ancestor was not to say 100, but 80 at any rate. Which of these heavenly paths is not moved with lust and wreaks havoc on all beings? Do you see this sea of fire? Within it are sealed the desires of many heavenly paths. If it wasn't for you, second Master Fu, holding them down all these years, this side of the heavenly Tao would have been infested a long time ago. As a descendant of the Tatsuo family, if the heavenly Tao has any selfishness, do you think you can still live? Fu Jian looked at Chen Bei with a look of contempt and disdain. Chen Bei was horrified in his heart. It never occurred to me that the original heavenly Tao would also produce evil, and that this so-called immortal flame was precisely what was used to prevent evil clusters at the beginning of the opening of heaven and earth. I hear you. You have a lot of responsibility and can't leave here, can you? After a long time, Chen Bei nodded and said, you hear me and don't let go of me? Do you realize that once the fire control curse is released, I will be completely powerless? In the past, Lao Zi was strong when I met strength, and I didn't put any opponents in my eyes. But now, your strength determines Lao Zi's upper limit. With your mole-like strength, do you want me to be a mole with you? Upon hearing this, Angelica snapped. Chen Bei's pupils shrank, and inexplicably, he had a chilling feeling that made him unconsciously stare at Angelica's eyes. Ha. In that case, I can't let you go even more. Actually, it was never the immortal flame that I was controlling. It should have been that mass of desire, and you are the mass of desire, not Angelica. Chen Bei's mind was filled with thoughts and suddenly laughed. What are you babbling about? Angelica's face changed slightly and she couldn't help but call out. Looks like I guessed right. Legend has it that Angelica's name is Immortal Flame, also known as Innate One Breath, which is emotionless and most innocent. How is it as evil as you are? You just told a lot of truths, but more lies. People don't have heart fire, only heart chi. Heart chi determines what a person does. If you let go of your mind's energy, you are controlled by your desires. If your mind's energy is present, you will give birth to the fire of purification and overcome yourself. Angelica calls herself the second master, so you must be the one. Only a congenital aura like Angelica is thinking of overpowering you and defeating itself at every turn. Chen Bei sneered. How do you see that? Fu Jian completely changed his face. You also said that I'm a descendant of Tatsuo Muoi. Since he left behind this fire control spell, could he not have left behind only a word of immortal fire? Unfortunately, 30 million years has been too long, and the descendants of the Chen clan have even forgotten who Chen Mu is. If not for your reminder, I wouldn't have thought of so much. Anomaly. The ceiling talisman, indestructible. If I'm not wrong, the fire control curse is Angelica. The moment I cast the fire control curse, Angelica has become one with me. So if Angelica can suppress you, so can I. Of course, Angelica's seal is also inside you, so you lied your ass off just to get me to let you go. If I undo the seal at this moment, I will completely lose the initiative. At that time it will be time for you to do whatever you want. Am I right? Chen Bei snorted, and as he spoke, the more he felt like he had found the truth. You fart. Your grandpa is not right. Your second grandpa. I am Angelica. You let go of me. Do you believe that without me, this world will soon be in chaos? Angelica completely panicked. A pair of evil eyes full of anger, viciously said, Okay, stop screaming. Now that the innate chi is within me, I will become an immortal, so you can be sealed at ease. Get over here. Chen Bei shook his head slightly and raised his hand. Angelica Jian transformed into a ball of flame and merged into him. Raising his head again, a red demonic fire was imprinted on his brow, making his entire person appear much more evil. No, Fu Jian's unwilling voice came, and in the next moment, Chen Bei felt a flash of light, as if he had caught something. Not daring to hesitate, he sat down on his knees at the first opportunity. By the time he opened his eyes again, 10 days had passed. Ancestral Qi, conjunctive. So this is the origin of heaven and earth. So this is the Tao. Chen Bei whispered to himself, a flash of excitement in his eyes. Immediately afterward, his aura changed around him, and his entire body naturally crossed over into the enlightenment realm, his cultivation breaking through to this point. And at the moment of his cultivation breakthrough, over at the Great Zhou Academy, Zhou Hai's head also rang with the system's voice. Chapter 162 The Great Karma. Ding! congratulations to the host's great disciple for obtaining the innate 1 chi and successfully breaking through the enlightenment realm. Ding, tenfold feedback in progress, please pay attention to the host to receive it. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the innate chi, the chance to become an immortal. Ding, congratulations to the host's cultivation breaking through the 4th level of the Purple Mansion realm. In the small courtyard of Daozong Palace, Zhou Hai was concentrating on his book when he heard the system's voice keep ringing. Immediately afterward, he felt a powerful force surging into his body. At the same time, he looked at the world a little differently. Holy, innate chi, the chance to become immortal. What the hell is this? Does this mean that I can become immortal? Zhou Hai got up violently and asked after the system. Congratulations to the host for the correct answer. That's pretty much what it means, but not absolutely. The system's voice came through, identifying. Marred. What has that kid Chenbei done? In all of history, great emperors are already legends, and the cultivation world has never heard of anyone becoming an immortal. Where did he get the chance to become immortal? I'm going to post this. Zhou Hai cannot stop some excitement. The great emperor is already the existence of countless people look up to. Xian is even more than even the great emperor cannot trace the indistinct legend. The so-called becoming immortal was really too unreal. As a result, he actually had a chance. Who would believe it if he said it out loud? Host, please don't be happy yet. The so-called blessing in misfortune. Becoming an immortal and becoming a devil. It's just a matter of thought. The innate chi has great karma, and if you move it rashly, you will wreak havoc on the world if you're not careful. Since acquiring the innate chi, the host must be prepared to fight against the heavens. The system's voice came, instantly dousing Zhou Hai's enthusiasm. What do you mean? Zhou Hai's heart tightened and he couldn't help but ask. Since the host has been to the underworld, he should know how terrifying it is, and the underworld is the heavenly Tao that has lost its innate 1 chi, thus being controlled by desire and producing a selfish spirit. Now that this side of heaven has lost its innate chi, the slightest mishap will be the next underworld. The system reminded again, causing Zhou Hai's heart to instantly clench into a ball. Holy, that much karma? That kid is crazy. How dare he touch this? Zhou Hai was in a hurry. Becoming an immortal was important, but he who possessed the battle power of a great emperor was not even a match for the underworld. And nowadays, he was even unable to transform into a great emperor. If the heavenly Tao were to suddenly go mad, it wouldn't be able to give them master and disciple death. But don't worry, host, the karma has been allowed to be borne by your eldest disciple. As long as he has a strong heart, nothing serious should happen to him. The system's voice sounded again, but Zhou Hai couldn't be happy. It's too much to pin your hopes on others. Enlighten young master uncle. The celestial pride of all the great holy lands have gathered in Dinghai City and set a group star banquet, inviting us to go and participate. Do you think we should let junior sister go along? Just as Zhou Hai was in a state of confusion in his heart, Chu Chen's voice suddenly came from outside. Go to hell. They're here to rob the creation from you. This is to probe your bottom. What's the point of coming together if one doesn't cultivate properly? Zhou Hai raised his eyebrows, disgruntled. But Uncle Master ordered to go. Chu Chen respectfully stood outside the courtyard and said, if you want to go, you guys go. My disciple is in seclusion and practicing hard. Don't disturb. Zhou Hai bristled. His oxen and horses were still hard at work cultivating. How could he let someone shout out to waste time? Well, disciple, farewell. Seeing this, Chu Chen could only obediently leave. At this time, 4 days have passed since the Academy discourse, and the new king's capital of Dakian has undergone a radical change. After the first day of pacification, the second day was the reward. Inside the new king's capital of Dakian, an imperial decree was issued to reorganize the mountains and rivers and lay down the national fortune. At the same time, the Great Zhou Academy was renamed the Heavenly Providence Academy and became the state religion of Dakian. Over the course of these few days, with Zhou Hai's consent, the various holy lands that had presumptuously attempted to get their hands on the Supreme Dojo had also sent people one after another. At this time, all the major heavenly prides gathered. Although the secret realm has not opened, but the major heavenly prides have secretly begun to fight. Alas, disciples, facing the heavenly Tao that may demonize at any time. You guys must fight for yourselves and let your master become immortal earlier. Who else could protect you guys? Yo! As Chu Chen left, Zhou Hai let out a soft sigh. The next moment, a stream of light was seen flying. He raised his hand to break it, and Tatsuhoku's voice immediately came from inside. Master, Hellrock took a walk and delayed some time, so I'll head to the Great Qian Academy. Hearing this, Zhou Hai was much relieved. Finally, this great disciple is still reliable, and I don't know how that kid's son Forget is doing. Previously, after Chen Bei had transmitted his voice, saying that he couldn't go to the Deqian Academy for the time being, he had let the Deqian dynasty keep an eye on the news over there, but there had been no response until now. Thinking about what Morong Xiao had done, he was still more or less worried about son Never Forget. There was no way Morong Xiao had done too much, and at this time, the Great Qian Academy, Sun Forget also faced the first test of the darkness of life. Master, are you okay? Inside the martial arts palace of the Dakian Academy, Sun Never Forget looked at his rosy-cheeked master, his eyes filled with expectation. After learning that his blood was comparable to an immortality pill, the first thing he did when he returned to the academy was to contribute a bowl of blood to his master. 3 days had passed, and the master, who was once perennially weak due to his serious injuries and even struggled to get out of bed, had now become alive and well, and he couldn't mention how excited he was inside. It's okay. I have my origin restored. Liao Fenglei's face was red, his eyes were filled with excitement, even his body trembled. He could clearly feel that 3 days had passed, and his origin had completely recovered. He had thought that he only had a few decades to live, but now that his origin had been restored and he had regained 1,000 years of longevity, it was more exhilarating than anything else. Excellent, Master. Congratulations, Master. Congratulations. Sun Unforgettable was overjoyed and hurriedly knelt in front of Liao Fenglei. Immediately afterward, he couldn't help the tears that fell from his eyes. I'm sorry, Master. It's all my fault that I didn't realize my physique. If I had known earlier that my apprentice's blood could make Master well, would I have let Master suffer for these 10 more years? Liao Fenglei's heart trembled, his eyes were filled with emotion, and he hurriedly assisted Sun Bufei. What nonsense are you talking about, child? If you have this mind, Master is already satisfied. Besides, the Master has always regarded you as his own. With you as his disciple, the Master will rest in peace even if he dies. I never thought of relying on you to renew my life. Sun Unforgettable got up, his eyes moist. Many thanks for Master's cultivation all these years. Liao Fenglei shook his head and smiled. As if he thought of something, he grabbed Sun Never Forget's shoulder again. Apprentice, Master has heard some rumors these days. It is said that Zhou Hai of that great Zhou Academy has the extreme Dao inheritance in his hands and wants to take you as his disciple. You say this child of yours, if you don't stay for such a good thing, why do you refuse? In this case, the Master allows you to join another famous teacher. So quickly pack up and head to the great Zhou Academy. At those words, Sun Forget was stunned, and before he could speak, he heard a disgruntled voice from outside. What is elder brother talking about? How can a disciple of my great Qian Academy defect to that group of people who deceived their teachers and destroy their ancestors? As the words fell, a group of people were seen walking into the room, chilling the atmosphere instantly. Chapter 163. The trouble started suddenly. Greetings to the sect leader's uncle. Greetings to all the uncles. Seeing the group of people walking outside the door, Sun Never Forget rushed to pay his respects one by one. Senior brothers, what brings you here? Liao Fenglei scanned the group and frowned. Although he is not the headmaster in the Great Qian Academy, in addition to the deceased few, including the headmaster Fu Shuirong in front of him, all of them are his senior brothers. In today's Dakian Academy, Liao Fenglei is the most senior person in this generation. Senior brother, if I don't come, you're going to make a big mistake. Do you know that that great Zhou Academy has betrayed its master and set up its own school, calling it the Heavenly Academy, the Unparalleled Academy? We, as a branch of GK, will not tolerate this group of rebels? You told Bu Fu to go and worship the master. Could it be that you also want to be that person who counts the grace and forgets his ancestors? Fu Shuirong came to the room and sat down, and said something that caused Liao Fenglei's face to sink slightly. What did you say, senior? As far as I know, of the 4 prefectures, it is the Great Zhou Academy that has the most correct teaching rules. So how could it be possible to be that person who deceives his teacher and destroys his ancestors? I did hear some rumors that the Great Zhou Academy has suffered a lot this time. Liao Fenglei frowned. How dare you? Do you know what words you are saying, senior brother? What do you mean the Great Zhou Academy has suffered a lot? Are you blatantly blaming the decision of the General Academy? This time, without waiting for Fu Shuirong to speak, the Sword Palace elder on the side grabbed the first to drink. Senior brother, be careful with your words. He, the Great Zhou Academy, has the most correct teaching rules. Then what is my Great Qian Academy? The Academy Palace elder also narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a cold voice, Oh, what is my De Qian Academy? Do you all not know? Does the canon still exist when there is infighting for 3 days and an unending struggle for power? Facing the accusations of the crowd, Liao Fenglei couldn't help but sneer. He is frank and never hides anything, and he has long been unable to look at what the Dakian Academy has done. How dare you? Liao Fenglei, what do you mean? Liao Fenglei, do you know what you're talking about? Upon hearing this, the crowd became furious and angrily rebuked Liao Fenglei. Master, Sun Not Forgotten's heart tightened. Although he was a wild man, but he also knew that the academy was taboo. Master, his old man is slapping everyone in the face. Uncles, my master has always been straight talking. You mustn't bother with him. Sun Unforgettable hurriedly walked over to Liao Fenglei and carefully made amends. Oh senior brother, thanks to your age, Why are you still so unable to see things? Look at that. Even this kid can see better than you. Fu Shuirong shook his head slightly and got up. Senior brother, it seems that you are no longer fit to be an elder of this martial Dao palace, and you are no longer fit to be a teacher. In that case, let the boy Unforgiving come with me and be personally coached by me. Don't you like to be chivalrous and help the people? From now on, you will be the earthly walker of my Duhan Academy. How about you being in charge of casting clouds and rain across Duhan to resist natural and man-made disasters? The moment these words came out, Liao Fenglei's master and disciple's faces changed drastically. Senior uncle, you, son never forgets to look at Fu Shuirong incredulously. He did not expect his master to be paralyzed for so many years, and now he is about to be seized power just after he recovers. Ha, what a walk on earth. Senior brother, good arrangement. But what if I don't say yes? Liao Fenglei's eyes narrowed slightly. He had known that he would have this day. He just hadn't thought that it would be when he had just recovered. As the sect leader, I have the highest authority under the general court. It's not up to senior brother to say yes or no. Don't forget, come with me. Fu Shuirong didn't look at Liao Fenglei again, but instead extended his hand to Sun Buffing and said, Senior uncle, Sun never forget's face was unsightly and he was inexplicably nervous inside, always feeling that something big was going to happen today. He looked back at his master, wanting to see Liao Fenglei's attitude. Since senior brother has already made his decision, I indeed have no qualifications to object. It's fine to walk on earth, but my disciples, I will teach them myself. It's not my turn to meddle. Unforgiving, go with master. Liao Fenglei's face was gloomy, but seeing that Fu Shuirong and the others were raging, he could only retreat. Elder brother, I'm afraid you don't know the situation of this child Unforgiving. He has taken an elixir, and now he can't even withstand a little pain. So how can he follow you in the wind and dust and do that walking on earth? It's better to leave him in the academy and under my care. Fu Shuirong saw Liao Fenglei's mind at a glance and said in a cold voice, martial arts practitioners, if they can't even carry this hardship, how will they achieve greatness in the future? That great Zhou Academy doesn't even forcefully retain other people's disciples. Could it be that senior brother wants to do so? Liao Fenglei likewise saw Fu Shuirong's mind, which made him unable to tense up any longer. Liao Fenglei, you are reckless. Who gave you the authority to speak to the sect leader like this? Liao Fenglei, are you trying to lean on your old age? On the side, the elders angrily rebuked and instantly surrounded Liao Fenglei. I think you're the ones who are loose. Is this a case of just killing a Cornelian not long ago, and you're not going to do it to me again? Unforgiving, follow master. Liao Fenglei's eyes were cold, seeing his own situation clearly, not waiting for these people to make a move. He took a step forward and stepped out. Boom! In an instant, a raging force emanated from him, and it actually contained the might of a powerful Dao palace. The surrounding people were unable to react and were instantly shaken out by him, smashing the entire small courtyard into pieces. However, just as he was about to pull on Sun Forget and leave, he saw Fu Shuirong grab Sun Forget and forcefully pull him behind him. Senior brother is reckless, daring to make a move against a fellow disciple. Do you really think I can't take you down? Fu Shuirong's face was icy cold, and while pulling Sun Never Forget to quickly retreat, he angrily shouted, Master, Uncle. Sun Unforgettable's face changed drastically, and he wanted to say something else. However, he saw Fu Shuirong's feet lurch and instantly threw him out, and just as he landed, he was already being forcibly detained by a group of people. This leader was no other than Luo Hong and Kumin. Outside of that, all the disciples from the entire Great Shan Academy had arrived. Senior, what are you doing? Sun Never Forget's face changed drastically, and he kept struggling, but he only felt that his body was soft, and he lost the power of resistance on the spot. What have you done to me? Sun Nevermind exclaimed in shock, his eyes glazed over. Junior brother, get a good night's sleep. A flash of intolerance flashed in Luo Heng's eyes as he raised his hand and knocked Sun Bufu out. Could you Fu Shuirong? Is this that you can't sit still any longer and are going to make a move on me? On the other side, Liao Fenglei was once again surrounded by a group of brothers and sisters. His eyes were cold as he bellowed. Senior brother, thank you for bringing a good treasure to the academy. I really didn't expect that this child, Bu Forget, would have such a qualification. It's a pity that after taking that kind of medicine, this life is considered wasted. It's impossible to rely on him to lead the academy to the top, but staying as a blood slave is not bad. If you were fine, everyone would naturally be fine with each other, but it's a pity that you shouldn't have gotten your head around it. Since you're not on the same page as us, I'll have to apologize. Go, take this rebel. Fu Shuirong's tone was icy cold, and the moment his words fell, more than a dozen Dao Palace divine soldiers flew out in all directions, suppressing Liao Fenglei towards him. Villain, you are despicable. Liao Fenglei's eyes were wide with rage, and a Dao Palace divine warrior likewise flew out from his body. However, After years of serious injuries, his senior brothers had all broken through the Enlightenment realm, and he was the only one still hovering at the peak of the Avatar realm. Previously, he could use his Dao Palace Divine Warrior to shock these people away by surprise, but now that these people had sacrificed a dozen or so Dao Palace Divine Warriors, even if he forced himself to struggle, it would be useless. A great battle broke out, and he was no match at all.